occurred to him. He turned his gaze to Russ, asking with a quiet unease, "Do you want to be a reseller?" The only logical explanation for acquiring such a quantity of weapons was to sell them for a profit. Even though Astartes' armaments are designed to last for millennia, technology would inevitably advance with the rise of the Imperium and the technological reorganization of the Nur stars. Weapons that seemed powerful now would eventually become obsolete. Blazkovich's extraordinary mind raced, but he couldn't think of any other reason to justify his brother's actions. Perhaps, after seeing the exorbitant profits from the fine wines of Nur, Russ wanted to resell armaments to build up the Space Wolves' treasury. The more Blazkovich thought about it, the more he felt this was the truth. This theory was supported by their recent discussion about the future of humanity. Blazkovich had stated his belief that the human race's future belonged not to superhuman warriors, but to mortals. Russ, initially finding this hard to believe, had engaged in a fierce debate, but Blazkovich's arguments, grounded in the realities of the Imperium, had left him speechless. Blazkovich had been candid about his own plans. After achieving success and retiring, Argent Nur would be handed back to mortals, to be governed once again by the Novik family. This led Russ to express his concern. What would become of the vast numbers of space marines when the Emperor and the Primarchs receded from the stage? They were the Astartes, the force that had conquered the galaxy. How could they willingly lay down their arms and return to civilian life? Blazkovich remained noncommittal, as he, too, did not know how the Emperor would arrange for the Space Marines. Would they be sent to an extragalactic mission, to expand the Imperium forevermore? He knows that war will end not with the conquest of the galaxy, but after the four gods are eliminated. What fate would await the Space Marines when the four gods perished? He didn't know. It was too early to discuss such matters. How could I be that kind of person? Russ' eyes widened in disbelief. He beat his bare chest, pledging solemnly, "I would never do such a thing. I despise those profit-driven merchants. Acting like them would bring shame to the Legion." Russ swore to his brother, but deep down he had a different thought. He would carefully preserve the weapons he bought. Selling them was out of the question. They were a safeguard for the Space Wolves. Although he disagreed verbally, he inwardly agreed with Blazkovich's statement that the Space Marines would eventually withdraw from the galactic stage. If the Emperor allowed the Space Marines to die of old age, everyone would be happy, and the Space Wolves would accept this arrangement. Mutual destruction was impossible. The Emperor would not be foolish enough to make the legions attack each other. The greatest possibility was deployment, sending the Space Marines into the void beyond the galaxy where they would gradually perish in deep space. In that event, these sealed weapons would be a gift to his descendants for their journey. Primarchs were extraordinary beings. When they believed something was bound to happen, they took precautions. Blazkovich had done so, having already informed Flano of his predictions and plans. Russ, based on his brother's accounts and his own calculations, had begun to prepare for the future. "So be it then." Blazkovich stopped guessing, waving a hand. "Sophia, calculate the exchange materials and give our great wolf a list." Russ' face lit up. His brother's statement meant the deal was done. A list quickly appeared, and after careful review, Russ smiled with satisfaction. The materials listed had very little discrepancy from what he had expected, and the Space Wolves could afford the cost. "They can be produced now," Russ said, a relaxed smile on his face. He leaned back in his chair, his arms behind his head, his wild features softening in contentment. His teeth, which had grown back, gleamed with a cold light. In just a few hours, his work in the Nur stars was complete. Now it was time for some rest. Blazkovich smiled at Russ' relaxed demeanor. Argent Nur made his brother feel at ease, and a hint of pride swelled in his heart. Terra was the human homeworld, yet with the exception of Horus, all other Primarchs spoke of it with a sense of dread. When a Primarch returned to Terra, Malkador was the happiest of all, for he could finally get some rest. "Do you play chess?" Blazkovich pressed a button on the table, and the smooth surface opened, revealing an intricate physical board. "Rules," Russ responded without wasting words. A holographic projection popped up, showing the rules of the game to the Primarch. An image flashed across Russ' retina, and he instantly understood the rules of the game that originated from old Terra. After a brief understanding, the two began to compete, testing their strategic abilities. Both sides had their victories, exchanging pleasantries as they played. Blazkovich smiled, enjoying the peaceful exchange. In Argent Nur, no one could defeat him. A Primarch's computational ability crushed everyone else. Russ' arrival delighted him, giving him the satisfaction of meeting a worthy opponent. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of pieces being placed echoed clearly in the great hall. The two Primarchs played quickly, the sound never ceasing. Not long after, two figures entered the hall, accompanied by sentinels. The people Blazkowicz had been waiting for had finally arrived. "Greetings, great Primarch, the Omnissiah is with you," a mechanical voice intoned. "Greetings, great Primarch, may the stars be with you," a sensitive female voice followed. A Mechanicus Magos and a rogue trader chosen by Sophia stood before the two Primarchs. The Magos performed the gear salute while the rogue trader knelt on one knee in a warrior's salute. Blazkowicz did not even glance at them, his focus on the chessboard. "Rise," his authoritative voice rang out. As for Russ, he paid them no mind, knowing that Argent Nur's internal affairs were not for him to participate in. "Agos," Blazkowicz said slowly, deliberately, as he placed a piece. "Please command." The Mechanicus Magos responded, his hand on his forge axe, his posture humble. Under his red hood, the mechanical parts within his body trembled slightly. His cranial chip was calculating what the Lord of the Stars intended. Immense pressure overloaded his emotional modules, cold sweat streamed down his expressionless face, and the emotion of fear, long purged by mechanical organs, reappeared in his consciousness. This powerful Primarch clearly knew about the recent situation in the gate system, and was using a strong stance to express his dissatisfaction with Mars' actions. "I hope you will consider carefully." The Magos' mechanical voice trembled, his vocal cords hissing as he carefully weighed his words. "Consider what?" Blazkowicz's voice remained calm, roughly interrupting him. "I believe Mars' actions were also carefully considered. Since Mars' Forge generals have considered it for me, then I see no problem whatsoever." He looked up from the board, his hand, holding a chess piece, hovering in the air. "The Nur Stars will establish a large trading space station next to the Mars Void, selling Titans and other large machinery. I think the Imperium would be very happy to purchase our creations." "That's great." A surprised growl rang out from Russ, who sat cross-legged on the chair, repeatedly clapping his hands. "I think the Space Wolves should have their own Titan Legion." White smoke billowed from the Magos' red robe collar, his internal heatsink crashed, and his logical thinking was in complete disarray. His calculations concluded that Blazkowicz was telling the truth. He fully intended to do so. "We will immediately withdraw the trading platform," the Magos responded at once, his mechanical appendages trembling cautiously. He had been in a high position for a long time and knew when compromise was necessary. Once the Nur Stars began intervening in the market with Titans and other machinery, the blow to the Adeptus Mechanicus profits would be terrifying. In his heart, he cursed Mars in binary code for making such an irrational decision. Since the signing of the Denurian Accords, Mars had held countless internal meetings regarding the agreement. The Mechanicus Magos were indignant, demanding the Forge General's resignation and accusing him of betraying Mars' interests. "If any of you can handle it better than I can," the Forge General stated, silencing the Magos, "I will willingly step aside." They all understood the situation. There had been no other way to guarantee Mars' interests. Their indignation was merely a pretext to gain leverage over the Forge General and secure greater benefits for their own factions. To express their displeasure with the arrangement, a Magos eventually came up with a good idea. They would establish an Adeptus Mechanicus space station in the Nur Stars Gate world, selling the same goods as Argent Nur. The goal was not to earn a profit, but solely to spite the Nur Stars. A few Magos warned that Argent Nur's counterattack would be swift and fierce, but their dissenting voices were drowned out. How arrogant was the Adeptus Mechanicus? The loss of face had to be avenged. As for Argent Nur's retaliation, who cared? Initially, the plan proceeded smoothly. At the Gate World's trading hub, whatever Argent Nur sold, the Adeptus Mechanicus offered a competing product. The quality of their goods could not match Argent Nur's creations, but their products were cheaper. Rogue traders had no sense of allegiance, and to earn a greater profit, they naturally chose the cheaper products. This business, which lost money to gain a reputation, was met with widespread praise. Now retribution had arrived. It came as swiftly as thunder, allowing no chance for resistance. "I don't think you need to evacuate," Blazkowicz said, placing a chess piece and continuing his game with Russ. "No need to evacuate." The Primarch's words stunned the Mechanicus Magos. Could it be that the Primarch would allow the space station to remain? However, Blazkovich's next sentence made him feel he had overestimated the son of the Emperor's magnanimity. Your personnel may evacuate, but leave the space station and all stored goods behind. All goods currently in transit must be brought here along with 10 resource planets as compensation for our losses. Blazkovich's voice was calm, yet it was like the low roar of a lion, making the Magos tremble with fear. I need to discuss this with Mars, he said, bowing his head in respect and requesting a brief leave. You may. Blazkovich nodded, indicating he could leave, then added a warning. If they do not agree, Argent Nur will increase its current production capacity. The Magos flinched. The modified mechanical appendages beneath his red robe moved faster, and the communication module built into his body sent a Magos to the docked ship, requesting instructions from Mars via astropathic communication. He had been in the Gate world for many years and understood the Nur stars. Not to mention the newly constructed Forge worlds, the 36 Forge worlds within Argent Nur's core territory possessed a massive number of perfectly preserved SDC templates. To maintain current war demands and provide civilian industrial goods, only 6 Forge worlds needed to be activated. If the Nur stars increased production capacity, they would inevitably sell war machines to the Imperium, creating immense competition with Mars. Although the Denurian Accords stipulated that the Adeptus Mechanicus would provide SDCs to Argent Nur, and the Nur stars would provide limited armaments to the Imperium to protect the Adeptus Mechanicus interests, it should not be forgotten that the clause also stated that the Adeptus Mechanicus could not infringe upon the Nur stars' interests in the Imperium. The Adeptus Mechanicus was also treading a fine line with their actions in the Gate system. Selling goods to rogue traders was a move to avoid direct conflict and blur the terms of the treaty. I will convey your words. The Magos departed even faster, eager to make a decision quickly to prevent the Primarch from increasing the pressure further. The Magos was certain that Mars would compromise. He only needed to await authorization. The Forge General would not possibly tear up relations with the Nur stars over 10 resource worlds. It would be bad for both sides. Anger had been vented and the Primarch had been annoyed. It was time to leave. Once the Mechanicus Magos had withdrawn, Blazkovich put down the chess game and his chair rotated to face the lady who had been waiting for a long time below. My apologies, madam. He offered a kind smile, like a gentleman apologizing to a lady. I neglected you just now. You need not apologize. To behold the Primarch's radiance is an honor for me and the family behind me. The lady knelt on one knee, speaking sincere words in a very emotional voice. Blazkovich slowly nodded, carefully scrutinizing the rogue trader selected by Sophia, a look of approval flashing in his eyes. The lady wore Gothic attire, her waist cinched very tight by a corset, and a ceremonial scimitar hung at her hip. She was not young, but still had her charm. Her facial skin was slightly loose, heavily made up with white foundation, vivid crimson on her lips, and thick eyeshadow around her eyes. A typical strong woman, she proudly raised her head, her white hair styled into an elaborate coiffure, and her amber eyes showed no trace of timidity. Victoria Legner, leader of the Legner family. The lady's information popped up before Blazkovich, and he called out to the kneeling lady. A small rogue trader family, maintaining extremely high credibility in the Gate world's transaction records, never having defaulted, he said, nodding with satisfaction. Precisely because of this, your family's transaction volume is very high, yet you haven't achieved better development. But I believe that this credibility and forthrightness should be rewarded. Victoria's body trembled with excitement. Her eyes welled up, realizing that her family's insistence on credibility had finally brought its reward. Look at this shipping lane. As the Primarch's calm voice spoke, a miniature galaxy appeared before Victoria. In the brilliant star river, starting from the Denurian stars, a shipping lane led directly to the Sol system, humanity's throne world, Terra. This is... Lady Victoria was beside herself with excitement. Even though she had traversed the Star River, facing this shipping lane, she felt like a family newcomer on her first ship. I have heard much from my brothers, Blazkovich calmly explained to her. Argent Nur's goods, after multiple resales, are overpriced by thousands of times their original value, and I dislike this very much. 1 crate of wine, 1 transport ship, Russ added, his face darkening as he seemingly recalled the actions of those unscrupulous merchants. So I intend to establish a shipping lane to transport goods to Terra at stable prices, and I will also leave a profit margin for you." Blazkovich's gaze was piercing, as if to penetrate the lady's soul. "Can the Legner family take on this transport lane?" Since learning of the insane markups, Blazkovich had intended to make a contribution to civilian welfare. Argent Nur's agricultural world's industrial scale was completely beyond its capacity to consume, and warehouses were being built more and more. Rather than let agricultural products pile up like mountains, it was better to ship them out so that people in impoverished worlds could have more to eat. Terra, the political and cultural center of humanity, yet its impoverished population was by no means small. When he last left Terra, the population had already exceeded 1,100 billion and was continuously rising. As the Great Crusade progressed, more and more people came to Terra, trying everything to stay there. And at the exit points from Terra, the most rigorously inspected items were the clods of Terran soil hidden in palms or backpacks. In the underhives of the hive cities, impoverished populations crowded together, with millions starving to death every day. One of Malkador's worries was how to procure vast amounts of water and food to sustain Terra's population. Terra no longer had oceans or a water cycle. The concept of oceans on her surface had been sacrificed to a demon by an old night warlord. Blazkovich's idea was very straightforward. Wine and other luxuries would be sold to Terra's nobles. They never lacked money. The money and other resources obtained from luxuries would be used to offset the losses from grain transport, ensuring the healthy financial balance of the shipping lane. He was not overly altruistic. The purpose of this action was simple: reduce the Nurstar's inventory pressure, suppress exorbitant prices to prevent smuggling, and incidentally help Malkador solve some minor problems. "Thank you for the Primarch's favor. The Legner family will not fail your expectations." Lady Victoria struck her chest with a fist, her voice resolute as she accepted the commission. She knew that her family's rise or fall depended on this one move and that she must seize this opportunity. Faced with immense profit, can the Legner family uphold its original integrity? Let us witness it together with time. As Blazkovich spoke, he raised his hand and took a parchment scroll from a court lady, a trading agreement that had been drafted long ago. "Let me see." Russ suddenly rose, snatching the agreement scroll and reading it intently. His brother's action surprised Blazkovich, but he did not reprimand or question him. Every move of Russ had a deeper meaning. "Bring a pen." Russ indeed gestured for the lady to hand him a quill. He bit the tip, the ink staining his lips black. He held the pen and wrote busily, adding new content to the parchment, nodding with satisfaction before stepping back in front of Blazkovich. Blazkovich looked closely and immediately smiled helplessly. Russ valued the convenience of the rogue trader fleet. If Fenris ordered supplies from Argent Nur, the fleet would deliver them. This was harmless. Fenris was at the edge of the Sol system, so the fleet would not need to make a warp jump, only enter and exit real space. In return, the Space Wolves would dispatch 100 Space Marines to provide some security for the Legner family's fleet. This was non-negotiable. Russ had already signed his name. Blazkovich signed his name, and the lady presented the parchment scroll to the lady, indicating she should sign. "The Legner family will never abandon the agreement," Victoria cried out, drawing a ceremonial longsword from her waist, cutting her palm and pressing it onto the agreement. Blood soaked into the trading agreement, her expression incredibly firm as she recited the rogue trader's oath. Blazkovich nodded at her resolve, but still sternly warned, "Do not forget today's oath. If you abandon the agreement, the Legner family will face judgment." "I dare not forget." Victoria's voice was as firm as steel. The lady signed the trade agreement and respectfully left the palace hall. The Legner family would now be responsible for establishing a galaxy-spanning trade route. With such immense profits, the Legner family would need to assemble a convoy fleet to protect their cargo. This wasn't a difficult task. Rogue traders had their own codes of conduct, and through multi-party negotiations and profit-sharing, they could quickly raise a fleet. After all, profit was the eternal pursuit of merchants. Thanks to this trade agreement, the Legner family would soon rise to become a new power. Of course, the family also faced considerable challenges. Becoming the designated merchant between two empires, with such enormous profits, would naturally attract the covetous eyes of those with ulterior motives. Yet, with the support of two Primarchs and protection from the Space Marines dispatched by the Space Wolves, This was enough to deter most pirates. Blazkowicz would assign these tasks and then not pay them much attention. Perhaps in the eyes of rogue traders, a trade agreement was enough to stir up a storm, but for a Primarch, such matters were not worth excessive attention. Different positions led to different perspectives. Under absolute authority, a Primarch had absolute dominion, with all profits and power stemming from himself. If the Legner family failed to manage this matter and perished, Blazkowicz would simply choose the next successor. He released profits from his own hand, choosing people of excellent quality to accomplish this task. Blazkowicz was not a nanny. He had no obligation to escort the Legner family. The galaxy was cruel, it was survival of the fittest, and life had its necessary price. Why did you let the fleet stop at Fenris? Blazkowicz continued to place his piece, his gaze fixed on the board. Keeping the Fenrisians away from technology and maintaining their primitive appearance was a strategy you devised. Russ had once mentioned in a casual conversation that he concealed the Imperium from the mortals of Fenris, preserving their wild nature to the greatest extent possible. The Wolf King believed that only those who endured the trials of harsh weather and extreme environments could grow into true warriors. The legends of their people were deliberately guided, and the arrival of Russ and the Emperor became a myth passed down orally. In mortal perception, Russ, the Wolf King, had returned to the Allfather's side, going to Valhalla to fight eternal wars for the Allfather. If the Fenrisians passed the test, the Wolf King would send envoys to guide the warriors to the Valhalla in the stars, to continue serving the Great Wolf. That doesn't conflict, my brother, Russ said, placing a white piece. I never intended to overturn my own decision and be someone who changes his mind from morning to night. I will establish a transit space station on the other side of the Fenrisian star, hidden from the Fenrisians' perception, making it forever undetectable by mortals. My brother, Russ' fingertips trembled slightly as he placed the piece, his weather-beaten voice hoarse. As you said, we will eventually fade away. When the Great Crusade ends and Fenris sheds its barbarism and frost, isn't that the opportune moment? He looked up at Blazkowicz. At that time, the Fenrisians will embrace civilization, and a prosperous trade route will make their lives relatively more affluent, wouldn't it? Blazkowicz nodded silently, continuing to place his pieces. He had no moves left, and Russ had won this fifth game. The Great Wolf was making his own arrangements, planning the future for the Fenrisians. The two continued their game of chess, the sound of pieces falling echoing, awaiting the return of the Mechanicus Magos. 3 hours later, the Mechanicus Magos cautiously entered the Great Hall, bringing news from Mars. Esteemed Lord of the Nurse Stars, Mars is willing to offer you reparations, he said, bowing low. 20 mineral-rich worlds along with their coordinates are offered to you. Oh, Blazkowicz's voice was utterly devoid of fluctuation, deep as an abyss, making his thoughts unreadable. The Adeptus Mechanicus was also sensible, cutting ties very cleanly and leaving him no reason to find fault. The Magos took a data slate from his red robe, offering it with 2 mechanical appendages. A handmaiden holding a tray walked before him and placed the data slate on the red satin. At this point, the Magos breathed a sigh of relief. The Primarch had accepted the gift, and this matter was settled. I will not disturb the 2 Primarchs' enjoyment. I shall take my leave. You may summon me any time you have instructions. I am always waiting at the Adeptus Mechanicus outpost on the Imperial world. His mechanical voice was soft and humble, and his body slowly retreated backward, wanting to leave quickly, yet beautiful words kept flowing from his mouth. Holding the forge axe in his hand, the Magos dared not make any sound that might draw the Primarch's attention. Not until he left the hall and disappeared around the corner were no further instructions heard from within. Once out of the Primarch's sight, the Mechanicus Magos immediately sped up, the mechanical appendages of his lower limbs full of power, revealing a hint of joy. Tusk, tusk, tusk. Russ clicked his tongue and shook his head, his eyes gleaming with envy. 20 resource-rich worlds. The Space Wolves' foundation was shallow. 20 resource planets might be nothing to Argent Nur, but they were worth the Wolf King's envy for a long time. Blazkowicz smiled slightly, not responding to Russ' envy, remaining silent and focused on the new game. The return of the Lord of the Stars was widely known, and with the Legner family's precedent, more visitation requests poured in. The rogue traders were extremely eager, hoping to receive a response from the Lord of Argent Nur and open new trade routes. In this age of human resurgence and great voyages, They sought to hold a pivotal position and ensure their family's legacy for 10,000 years. Blazkowicz rejected all requests, no longer interfering, allowing the market to compete freely. The Legner family assembled a massive fleet, laden with food and goods, departing from Argent Nur for Terra. 6 months later, the heavily damaged rogue trader fleet returned, bringing vast wealth back to the Argent Nur Gate world. Their journey was an epic, with the fleet encountering countless human pirates and even Eldari raiders. Had it not been for the protection of the Space Wolves warriors, the rogue trader fleet's first transport might have been torn and chewed apart by plunderers. At the fleet's return port, Victoria poured out crate after crate of Imperial currency, covering the entire docking port. The sight of gold completely drove the rogue traders mad. The tangible wealth spurred even more ships to join the long-distance trading caravan. With money right before their eyes, what were pirates? Victoria Legner met Blazkowicz again, bringing him a personal letter from Malkador, expressing the elder's most sincere gratitude. "That cunning old man rarely says thank you," Russ said, reading the letter, then returning it to Blazkowicz. "He never showed any gratitude for the countless worlds conquered by the expeditionary forces, sometimes even scolding the legions for their methods of conquest." Yet Blazkowicz sending food to Terra made the old man so grateful he shed tears, personally writing a letter of thanks. He loves humanity, especially its cradle, the place where he was born. Blazkowicz was even more emotional. He had never expected Malkador to write back in thanks. Carefully putting away the letter, the genuine emotion within it moved him. Malkador thanked Blazkowicz for what he had done for the people of Terra. Russ shrugged, a corner of his mouth twitching as he walked ahead without speaking. "Gather the goods and load them onto ships as soon as possible and send them to Terra quickly," Blazkowicz instructed, catching up with Russ to head to the War College. Sophia would handle everything. The fleet's round trip took 6 months, and the food transported was but a drop in the ocean of what was grown. Another 6 months later, the Space Wolves fleet gathered at the Gate System's Stargate, preparing to depart from the Nur stars. "Brother, all gatherings have partings," Russ said, clad in Fenrisian runic armor, standing tall at the port, bidding farewell to his brother. In a year's time, the fleet had already completed its upgrades and modifications, and the wolves had rested, full of vigor and spirit, awaiting departure. "Parting is for the sake of the next reunion," Blazkowicz smiled, without a trace of sadness, offering his brother a farewell blessing. "Ha ha ha!" 2 large hands clasped each other's forearms, and the two looked at each other and laughed heartily. "Father is calling me. He has encountered orcs in the void," Russ said, a look of triumph on his face. "I am fully prepared to send the greenskins to meet their Gork and Mork." During his time on Argent Nur, Russ had not been idle. He had learned much, and what he understood most deeply were the orcs. The Wolf King always remembered his brother's words. Orcs were a powerful force in the void, and one day they would encounter the Imperium. He studied Xeno's lore so that when he encountered the greenskins, he could destroy them with thunderous force. "It seems you've stumbled upon your area of expertise," Blazkowicz lamented the capriciousness of fate. The Emperor had encountered orcs and chosen to summon the Space Wolves for support. Russ waved his hand, bidding farewell to his brother, and without hesitation, turned and left, boarding the brand new Hrafkal. After watching the Space Wolves fleet depart, Blazkowicz also boarded the Royal Majesty, leading his fleet towards the Ultima Orientis sector. Targeting the Ultima Orientis sector, Blazkowicz led an even larger fleet to the Imperium's largest star sector. Here, there are hundreds of millions of stars, countless more planets, and an innumerable variety of Xenos races. The Rangdan appeared in this area, and Blazkowicz's objective for this trip was to hunt them down. The Denurian fleet deployed a large number of scout ships, heading into the depths of space to search for traces of the Rangdan. Although the process was long, Blazkowicz had to do it. He would not allow the Rangdan to remain hidden. From 831 M30 to 832 M30, a full year of searching yielded nothing. The Rangdan had vanished without a trace, with no eyewitness reports, as if this terrifying race did not exist in the universe. However, it was not entirely fruitless. During the search for the Rangdan, the Argent Nur fleet exterminated 100 Xenos species and completely wiped out over 1,000 with intellectual potential. Dozens of human worlds were discovered, allowing them to return to the embrace of the Imperium. The edge of the Ultima Orientis sector was too far from the Denurian stars, making Argent Nur's management difficult. so it was most appropriate to hand over the recovered worlds to the Imperium. Battles with humans rarely occurred. Seeing the sky-obscuring fleet, rulers immediately forged peace treaties with the Imperium. Blazkowicz was not an inflexible person. He would observe the surrendered human worlds and scrutinize their local rulers. If the ruler was wise, he would allow him to maintain his rule, becoming a planetary governor of the Imperium. If he was merely occupying his position, Blazkowicz would show no emotion on his face, but secretly dispatch the Alpha Legion to reshuffle the attached planet. Using the Alpha Legion's methods, they would instigate a revolution on the planet, establishing a new order through bloodshed and sacrifice, cleansing past darkness and corruption. Thus, the fleet cruised through the void with the purpose of finding the Rangdan, clearing Xenos, and searching for lost human worlds. "My lord!" When Blazkowicz awoke from his bed, Sophia gently called out beside him, "The Emperor has sent an astropathic mesmagos. Read it." Hearing it was the Emperor, Blazkowicz immediately perked up and walked into the room to wash. "He wishes for you to meet him here." A projection appeared in Sophia's palm, displaying a star coordinate. Blazkowicz felt the comfort of hot water flowing over him, glancing at the coordinates Sophia provided. The junction of the Noctis Tempesta sector and the Ultima Orientis sector, a peripheral area of the Ultima Orientis sector, where the Emperor's Bucephalus was waiting for him. His thick brows furrowed, and he quickly recalled what the Emperor had done over the year, analyzing his specific purpose. The Emperor had summoned Russ, space wolves, to the Ultima Orientis sector. They were battling orcs in the Firewheel subsector, a star system filled with irregularly moving planets, burning space dust, and raging ion and space storms. The orcs controlled 20 worlds and were preparing to unleash a Waag. In the Emperor's and Horus, and even the War Council's simulations, the space wolves might pay a heavy price. They contacted Ferrus Manus, preparing to have the Iron Hands support the space wolves in eliminating the entrenched orcs. At the beginning of the war, the Space Wolves' professionalism far exceeded the Imperium's High Command's expectations, earning the admiration of the Emperor and others. The Wolf King quickly assembled a strike force, personally leading the landing on the Orc world, using superior forces to ambush the Orc boss. Ultimately, Russ, Kraken's tooth chainsword, severed the Orc boss' head. 2 billion Orcs, leaderless, immediately fell into infighting, vying for the position of boss. Taking advantage of the Orc infighting, the Wolf Pack fleet unleashed extremely strong firepower, defeated the Orc junk fleet, trapped the Orcs on various worlds, and struck at the Orcs' effective forces. During a year of war, the Space Wolves utilized their fleet advantage, continuously conducting aerial assaults, eliminating new Orc bosses, and steadily weakening the Orcs. On worlds where the Orcs were completely eliminated, Russ ordered the Adeptus Mechanicus to burn the land with plasma flames to prevent orcs from burrowing out of the ground. Witnessing such professionalism, the Emperor only stayed for 3 months before leaving the Firewheel subsector. According to the War Council's estimates, it would take the Space Wolves at least 3 years to eliminate the orcs. He could not stay for a long time, so he left without worries, continuing to search for Primarchs in the void. Before leaving, he also presented Russ with a golden spear named Spear of Dionysus, commending the Space Wolves' bravery and wisdom. "The Royal Majesty will proceed to the rendezvous point. The Argent Nerve fleet will continue its mission, searching for traces of the Rangdan." Blazkowicz curled his lips into a smile. After a brief thought, he decided to let the fleet continue its mission while he went to meet the Emperor. According to his calculations, there would be no accidents on this trip. Rather, the Emperor had found a new brother. The two parties were not far apart, both on the edge of the Ultima Orientis sector. With the Rangdan currently untraceable, he could temporarily leave the fleet to welcome the return of a brother. The Royal Majesty activated its Gellar field, entered the warp, and immediately set off for the Emperor's location. When the ship emerged from the warp and arrived in an unfamiliar star system, the Emperor had already been waiting for a long time. "Prepare yourselves, we are landing on Nocturne." The Emperor's magnificent voice resonated, and his radiant image appeared in everyone's mind. He did not use holographic communication. The splendor of his psychic emanation alone compelled mortals to submit. "What did he say?" Blazkowicz asked a custodian beside him, as he could not receive psychic communication. "He said to prepare yourself and land on Nocturne with him," Odysseus, the shield captain, quickly relayed. 1,000 custodians, who had not returned to Terra after the Rangdan War, still remained with Blazkowicz. They had their own explanation, reasoning that the Rangdan had not been completely eliminated and the custodian's mission was not yet complete. In truth, Blazkowicz had long seen through it. The custodians were using this opportunity to travel further into the stars and simultaneously monitor his actions. He understood the golden-armored warriors and did not comment on their intentions. As the Emperor's bodyguards, the custodians should indeed return to Terra to protect the Emperor after completing their mission. Still, there was that well-known reason. Who could harm the Emperor in the real universe? A portion of the custodians were allocated to the production of Doom Slayers. Blazkowicz had 1,000 with him, and besides those guarding the Imperial Palace, the Emperor always had 1,000 protecting his safety. If someone could truly break through 1,000 custodians and then harm the Emperor, then the number of custodians would make no difference. As the Emperor's close guard, the custodians clearly had other concerns. They firmly believed that this warrior king might be the only being capable of threatening the Emperor, and therefore required strict surveillance. The Lord of the Doom Slayers was very strong. Psychic powers had no effect on him, and his combat prowess was even greater. It was said that he also possessed a divine sword. The Emperor once tried to pick it up but was burned, leaving an eternal scar on his palm. Combining all these reasons, Odysseus felt that without psychic powers, relying solely on close combat and martial arts, the Emperor would be in great danger. And there were the Doom Slayers. Those warriors were nominally Astartes, yet they were an entirely different, higher form of existence. If the Primarchs harbored ill intentions, they would surely swarm him, and the Emperor might truly be unable to fend them off. Although the Emperor had once warned the custodians not to be wary of the Doom Slayers, stating they were the most reliable as the Emperor's bodyguards, how could they lower their guard? The custodians had to be constantly vigilant, standing between danger and the Emperor. Blazkowicz nodded, then moved to the shuttle bay to meet the Emperor. Two massive ships hid behind a star, not exposing themselves to space, to avoid being discovered by the inhabitants of Nocturne. The Emperor was already waiting, dressed only in a simple robe, inside the custodian shuttle's cabin. Seeing Blazkowicz enter, he psychically transmitted for the shuttle to proceed to Nocturne to greet his son. Blazkowicz sat down in the shuttle, his tiger eyes slightly narrowed, detecting something amiss about the Emperor. "Your power has grown stronger." He noticed that the Emperor's psychic radiance was brighter than before, without any dimness. The Emperor needed to maintain the Astronomicon with his psychic power, guiding the Imperial fleet, and his psychic energy was consumed every moment. Being far from Terra should have intensified the psychic consumption, yet the Emperor's surrounding radiance did not dim, but rather grew more intense. His expression showed no sign of fatigue, but rather a vibrant spirit. "Faith." The Emperor spoke concisely, and the middle-aged man beneath the golden light revealed a helpless, bitter smile. As the Great Crusade progressed and the Imperium's territory continuously expanded, the mortals began to feel gratitude and faith towards me. Although I sternly warned against faith and ordered the 17th Legion to destroy all beliefs, the reverence stemming from humanity's hearts gathered towards me like countless stars. I tore down temples, burned scriptures and religious texts, yet I myself became the embodiment of faith. The Adeptus Mechanicus regards me as the incarnation of the Omnissiah, and a portion of the faith from the doctrines they spread also flows to me. After the Emperor finished speaking, he took a deep breath, sat in his chair, and said no more. He felt as if he hadn't spoken in a long time, and perhaps he had said too much. "No, that's not it," Blazkowicz said with a serious expression, a dangerous glint in his eyes that sent a chill down the Emperor's spine. "I see divinity." Blazkowicz's most sensitive and disliked characteristic had appeared on the Emperor. Blazkowicz's gaze pierced the psychic mist, a flicker of divinity catching his attention, a tiny, corrupting trace within the Emperor's otherwise pure, untainted radiance. It was a darkness, black as death and nothingness, and it held a power capable of devouring all things. "You'd better explain yourself," Blazkowicz said, his voice as cold as frost, instantly freezing the air in the cockpit. The custod superhuman bodies stiffened at the Primarch's icy tone, their hands instinctively tightening on their guardian spears. The sheer tension filling the cockpit shamed them. Their reaction was one of self-preservation, not duty. Yes, the Emperor's own bodyguards felt fear. This contradiction tore at them, as the danger radiating from Blazkowicz momentarily overrode their mission. They gripped their weapons, using the hard, cold steel to push back the weakness welling up from the depths of their souls. The Emperor remained silent for a long moment. Blazkovich's piercing gaze was undisguised. He demanded an answer that could satisfy the Godslayer. The air in the cockpit dropped to a freezing point that the Emperor's warm radiance could not melt. Divinity comes from worship, the Emperor finally began, explaining the source of the insidious power. The human imagination is always glorious and magnificent when it comes to those they worship, filling them with all sorts of perfect definitions. God, a word originating from religious worship on Old Terra, is rooted in this human imagination. A savior is a god, a powerful person is a god, an intelligent person is a god, and even a filthy person can become a god. Whatever the reason, the image of the worshipped always trends toward that of a god. Many people in the Imperium believe I am a god, the Emperor said with a helpless look. I have dedicated myself to eliminating superstition, even deploying an entire legion for the task, yet I have never been able to eradicate this deification of individuals. Compared to following the cold, ruthless imperial truth, with its emotionless definitions, it is simpler and more vivid for humans to build an idol to worship in their hearts. Blazkovich listened without comment, then asked the middle-aged man, whose divinity was just beginning to manifest, "Are you a god?" For a powerful psyker like the Emperor, subjective factors were more powerful than objective ones. If he wanted to become a god, he would only need to cast aside his burdens and seek an opportunity. There would be no need to go to great lengths to bear the weight of the human race. The Emperor had already achieved immortality, transcending birth, aging, sickness, and death. Abandoning his humanity and embracing his divinity would not be difficult. I am not a god. For the first time, a vivid expression of disgust appeared on the Emperor's majestic face, an undisguised aversion to the word God. His answer was categorical without a hint of hesitation, carrying a sense of urgency to draw a clear line. Then we shall wait and see, Blazkovich replied, his expression unreadable. He believed the Emperor's words, but he did not trust humanity. The Emperor's current subjective state might change in the future, leading him to become a god, whether actively or passively. He decided to leave everything to time to verify the facts and promises. This conversation was concise and dangerous. In a few minutes, they had discussed the topic of divinity and godhood. It was strange to note that these two individuals, for whom becoming a god in the real universe was not difficult, both held a deep aversion to deities. This was because they both knew the price of becoming a god. Gods were merely puppets driven by divinity and power with no inherent nobility. They were beings who pitied and loved, despised and rejected. Gods schemed against each other, attacking one another due to differing powers, no different from the intrigues of mortals. After a brief inquiry, silence fell over the shuttle, and the tense atmosphere between the two great beings eased slightly. The Custod's shuttle was efficient and stable, rapidly advancing towards its destination, the pilot eager to escape the suffocating oppression. Blazkovich raised his left hand, and an image projected from his arm guard, displaying real-time data from the Royal Majesty. Their destination was a death world, its surface covered in continuous volcanoes, the entire planet flowing with magma, like a molten hell from ancient legends. According to Sophia's scans and calculations, the death world named Nocturne would approach its massive moon every 15 years, their gravitational pulls interacting to ignite the planet's entire volcanic system. A look of awe flashed in Blazkovich's eyes, again marveling at the wonders of the universe. Nocturne's moon was massive, and for it not to crash into Nocturne during their 15-year close approach was truly a cosmic miracle. "Sirs, we can only take you this far," the Custod's pilot explained, the shuttle hovering above the clouds. Every 15 years, massive volcanic eruptions occurred, accumulating thick layers of volcanic ash in the atmosphere. Aircraft struggled to penetrate it, and even a slight error could lead to a crash. The Emperor nodded silently, and as he psychically communicated with the Custods, the rear cabin opened. Blazkovich's nostrils flared, and from the air rushing into the cabin, he smelled the pungent odor of volcanic sulfur. He stood up without speaking, walked to the cabin door, and looked down at the dust clouds flickering with lightning. "Let's go." The Emperor wrapped his long robe around himself, enveloped in psychic radiance, and floated out of the golden shuttle. Blazkovich was immune to psychic abilities, The Emperor's light could not approach him, so he had to find his own way. He leaped, his face serene, out of the cabin, plummeting rapidly with the whoosh of freefall. The arm guard on his left arm lit up with a signal, and a round shield was retrieved from an extra-dimensional space. Blazkowicz placed the shield under his feet. It wasn't out of fear of falling damage, but rather the need for a stable form to press down on the air and break through the dust clouds. Without any protection around him, large amounts of dust clouds would rush into his mouth and nose. Blazkowicz stood on the shield, punching a hole through the dust clouds, and accompanied by the flash of lightning, free fell from 10,000 meters. Beside him was a golden radiance. The Emperor maintained a synchronized descent, both employing their respective methods to airdrop onto Nocturne. With a muffled thud, a massive explosion was drowned out by the thunder, and Blazkowicz, with the might of a celestial descent, created a meteor crater on the ground. He took off his cloak, shook off the dust, only the hem slightly soiled, and casually picked up the shield, holding it in his hand. Blazkowicz looked around. As far as his eyes could see, there were only volcanoes and magma, and he stood on a lake of obsidian. "Go that way," the Emperor floated down, pointing in a direction. "I sense his presence." Blazkowicz nodded and, without a word, advanced in the direction he indicated. He held the shield in his left hand, took the super shotgun from his waist with his right, and his eyes frequently scanned several directions. "The local creatures are not friendly," he said in a deep voice, loading the super shotgun, but his steps did not falter. The Emperor remained silent, raising his hand, and golden light shot from his fingertips, piercing into the magma river flowing beside the obsidian lake. The magma immediately boiled, and a colossal beast emerged from it, similar to a lizard from old Terra. Its body was massive, covered in scales that could withstand the high temperatures of magma, and it lay in wait in the magma for prey to approach. Blazkowicz did not hesitate, quickly ran across the obsidian lake, stepped on the corpse of a magma lizard, leaped over a 100-meter magma river, and landed on solid ground. Then a large group of strange creatures emerged from the magma. Scaled scorpions and fire-breathing giant lizards all rose up, their crimson eyes fixed on their prey. Blazkowicz ignored them, his figure moving so quickly that he vanished from the native creature's sight, leaving only the bewildered monsters. They looked at each other in the magma river, wondering if they had imagined it. The Emperor flew suspended in the air, saving a lot of trouble, constantly pointing the way for Blazkowicz, preventing him from entering magma-surrounded areas. Although he disliked psychic powers, Blazkowicz sometimes had to admit that if psychic powers were used for good, they were indeed very convenient. The two advanced rapidly, crossing the volcanic regions covered in magma, traversing obsidian land, and approaching their destination. Finally, after 3 hours of travel, Blazkowicz and the Emperor stood on a mountaintop, looking out at the distant highlands. They finally saw a human settlement, a town standing on the high ground, with fertile land outside the town where some unknown crops were cultivated. The area outside the town was now bustling, with dark-skinned humans taking up weapons and engaging in battle with enemies. In the human ranks, a giant nearly 6 meters tall wielded a massive hammer, eliminating agile alien invaders. Without need for explanation, both immediately recognized him as their lost brother-son. "Do they need our help?" Blazkowicz stood on a large boulder, his eyes fixed on the human settlement. He recognized the invaders, the Dark Eldar, who, after the fall of the Eldar, remained unrepentant in their depravity. Naked Eldar females, which moved with extreme agility, slaughtering humans with poisoned daggers in their hands. "TN Wood. We need to observe," the Emperor said, sparks flickering at his fingertips, a barrier appearing before them, concealing their presence, to examine his heart. The amniotic pod carrying the 18th Primarch burst from the warp, crashing into the volcanic edge of Nocturne. It was here, in this treacherous landscape, that a blacksmith discovered the infant during a rare period of dormancy. The tiny Primarch lay by a boiling river of lava, and from its depths a monstrous beast was about to emerge. The blacksmith, sensing the imminent danger, rushed forward without hesitation. He scooped up the infant, saving the Primarch from the maw of the giant creature. The blacksmith took the child back to his town, naming him Vulcan after the ancient legend of the god of fire and forging. The name was a subtle hope that the child would one day become a great blacksmith. The infant grew at an astonishing rate, his initially fair skin and black pupils changing to adapt to Nocturne's harsh environment. His skin darkened to a unique, textured hue, and his eyes turned blood red. He was massive, with sharply defined muscles, and though he appeared terrifying at first glance, Vulcan was naturally gentle. He followed his adoptive father into the forge, quickly mastering the craft with incredible speed and surpassing the blacksmith's skills in just a few months. The townspeople were initially afraid of the Primarch, seeing his alarming height as an omen of terror. But over time, they grew accustomed to him and became captivated by his extraordinary forging skills. The tools he crafted were not only durable but exquisitely designed, like works of art. Many bought his creations not for use but to display them in their homes. Life in the town was uneventful, peaceful, and comfortable, until one day a group of uninvited guests shattered that peace. The blacksmith called Vulcan home, a look of profound fear on his face, and told him to close the doors and windows. The entire town was in the same state. The bustling streets were empty, shops were closed, and people huddled in their homes, trembling. Vulcan, filled with confusion, gazed at his father. He could hear his neighbors grinding their teeth in fear. "What's wrong, father?" Vulcan asked, seeking an explanation. The blacksmith explained that while Nocturne was plagued by natural disasters, the greater threat was man-made calamity. Periodically, an alien race resembling humans would raid the local population. These aliens delighted in killing and wantonly tormenting the inhabitants. In the past, people had resisted, using weapons they crafted themselves. But their resistance was futile against the swift and agile invaders, and it only brought more abuse and slaughter. Over time, resistance had dwindled. Now, when the raiders arrived, people simply hid, praying for the invaders to leave quickly. They had lost their courage and hid like livestock awaiting slaughter, waiting for the butcher to choose at will. After explaining the full story, the blacksmith placed a hand on his son's knee, urging him to hide. His unusual size would surely make him a target. "We should resist," Vulcan said, his dark cheeks tightening. He knelt before his father. "The victim's cowardice will not earn the abuser's pity, father," the giant said softly, his form like a towering iron structure. "If there's a reason for my extraordinary nature, then it must be for today." Vulcan's expression was resolute. After reassuring his father, he stood up and took a massive hammer from the weapon rack. He had long understood his extraordinary nature and the vast difference between himself and ordinary people. Under his father's guidance, Vulcan had once returned to the place where he was first discovered. There, he had smashed the obsidian and excavated the entire lava lake, finding a single clue: a damaged amniotic pod marked XVI. He immediately understood he had been bred and that there were at least 17 others like him. He gripped his warhammer, and understanding dawned in his crimson eyes. Perhaps his inherent mission, this extraordinary power, was meant to protect humanity. "Son, I'm with you," the blacksmith said, grabbing a longsword, his resolve mirroring his son's. "You don't have to," Vulcan began, anxious about his father's safety. "You have the will to resist, and I have the right to follow you," the old blacksmith replied with a resolute smile. Vulcan said no more, simply nodding and tightening his grip on the warhammer. The blacksmith's character was like an anvil, stubborn and unyielding. Father and son, armed with weapons, opened the door and stepped out. Their heavy footsteps drew stares. People hiding in their rooms saw the huge, dark figure in the street. The weapon in the giant's hand was a declaration that he would not remain silent. It was a willingness to fight to the death. As they stepped into the street, there was no turning back. Perhaps captivated by the giant, more and more people emerged from their homes, weapons in hand. They gathered around Vulcan, silent, their eyes communicating a shared resolve. In the distant fields, sharp, mad cackles echoed. The waiting people finally saw the legendary raiders, tall, agile figures of naked humanoid females weaving their way through the farmlands. Their bodies were largely similar to humans, but they had slender, pointed ears. Other than that, they were indistinguishable from humans, yet more delicate and graceful and unnaturally swift. Their faces were painted with war paint, their eyes gleamed with bloodlust, and cruel smiles played on their lips. When the witches noticed the black, tower-like figure at the front of the crowd, excited smiles appeared on their faces. "Bring that big prey back to Komorog. I want to enjoy him thoroughly." The leading witch licked her lips, her eyes full of greed. Facing the alien's sudden attack, Vulcan, wielding his hammer with both hands, sensed the raider's weakness. Yes, weakness. Having never seen them before, he had always believed his abilities were limited. But now he offered a comforting smile, filled with the satisfaction of being able to protect everyone. The witch charging toward him wondered why he was smiling. She had seen many humans, but never one so composed. There was no fear in that smile, only a profound satisfaction. Then the depraved witch understood. Vulcan took a step forward, his massive form an unstoppable war machine, each step shaking the earth. The Dark Eldar saw only a blur as the black figure appeared before them, the massive warhammer pressed against their face, and then everything vanished. The Eldar moved swiftly like phantoms. Ordinary humans facing them could only be toyed with, dying in the humiliation of trying their utmost but never reaching them. But the man before them was a Primarch, a demigod created by the Emperor, the strongest being in the real universe. The raiders were quick, but in Vulcan's eyes they were no different from mortals. He swung his warhammer, striking at the nearest enemy. Smash! A sound devoid of glory rang out as the witch's slender body was shattered by the warhammer. Like a mortal swatting a fly, the hammerhead was covered in crimson blood, and the Eldar's body was reduced to pulp. Before the witches could react to their sister's death, Vulcan had plunged into their ranks, his hammer a blur, killing the invaders. By the time the mortals and Eldar present reacted, he had killed many Eldar, reducing them to mangled flesh. No! The witches felt the death of their sister, the pain of her soul being devoured by the Dark Prince, and they let out anguished screams. The humans, however, roared, raising their weapons against the invaders and surrounding the damnable aliens. Led by Vulcan, they unleashed immense power, grouping into small units to encircle and kill the aliens. The fire of human courage was ignited by the Primarch. They now knew the aliens were not unconquerable. Vulcan led the charge, sweeping through the battlefield like a black whirlwind, utterly routing the witch-raiding party. Facing the speed of a Primarch, even the quick-reacting Eldar, whose eyes could perceive some of his movements, had no chance to react physically. A massive hammer striking with fierce power meant instant death upon contact. Vulcan grew more confident with each strike, alien blood staining his dark face. The benevolent Primarch unleashed his fury upon the aliens. Only humans were worthy of his pity. All aliens deserved to die. Within seconds, half of the witch-raiding party was dead, with few survivors against Vulcan's berserk assault. "Get out of here!" the Eldar language shrieked as the terrified Dark Eldar began to retreat. Though he didn't understand their language, Vulcan saw their movements and knew they were trying to escape. He stepped forward again, a black shadow enveloping the terrified Eldar. With a large hand, he grabbed a naked witch, pinning her to the ground. Vulcan was a Primarch, a born strategist and leader. Even though he spent his days forging, he possessed a unique understanding of conflict. He knew the people of Nocturne needed a victory to re-inspire them. A captured alien would be a symbol of a new beginning, serving to dispel the fears of old. More than 100 mortals, led by their Primarch, had defeated the Eldar raiders. It wasn't until the Eldar retreated in disarray that the armed mortals truly realized what they had done. On the scorching world of Nocturne, a people long oppressed had overcome their fear, and with a sudden surge of courage, repelled the enemy. The mortals looked at the pale, sinister Xeno in Vulcan's hand, raised their weapons to the sky, and cheered in triumph. "Vulcan! Vulcan! Vulcan!" The emotional crowd, some weeping with relief, chanted the black giant's name and knelt to show him their supreme respect. "Please rise," Vulcan said, gently helping them to their feet. "I am not a ruler, you do not need to kneel to me. We fought side by side as comrades and kin. We are comrades, shoulder to shoulder." Overwhelmed with emotion, the mortals wept again at Vulcan's words. They were deeply impressed by the giant whose appearance was fearsome but whose heart was gentle. He had always been gentle, never displaying violence or ferocity in their company. When he was needed, he had unhesitatingly taken up arms to lead his people in resisting violence and slaughter. Vulcan was never a hero, a ruler, or a monarch. He was just a blacksmith. The mortals all stood and called out Vulcan's name in their local dialect. "Vulcan, son of the blacksmith." The word spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100 as the crowd chanted his name, offering their blessings to their extraordinary kin. "What exactly are you?" Just then the Eldar, held in Vulcan's hand, asked in broken human language. "You are definitely not human." The witch clutched the giant human palm tightly to avoid being crushed, her eyes wide with hatred. The human language she spoke transitioned from unfamiliar to fluent within a few syllables. Hearing the Xeno speak human language, the mortals were at a loss, all looking at the woman who differed only slightly from their own kind. "I am human," Vulcan's voice boomed like a bell, filled with anger and revulsion. He was angry that the Xeno denied his humanity, and the revulsion, as if innate, flowed naturally from his words. "You are definitely not human." The witch denied again, her sharp, piercing voice refusing to admit that the black giant could be associated with humanity. In her eyes, apart from his human appearance, he possessed no other common traits. His strength, speed, courage, intellect, and that radiant humanity, devoid of baseness and cowardice. He could not possibly be human. It was as if he had been purged of all of humanity's darkness, outwardly dark but inwardly warm and pure. "I am Vulcan, son of the blacksmith," Vulcan reiterated, shaking his arm to get the Xeno to be silent. Speaking of his father, he suddenly startled, his eyes scanning the surroundings for the old man. The blacksmith still stood among the crowd, a proud look on his face, gazing at his gentle yet powerful son. Vulcan let out a long breath, a stone finally settling in his heart. The city residents poured out, surrounding the brave warriors who had stepped forward, showering them with blessings and praise. From then on, with these warriors protecting them, the town could finally avoid the man-made disaster of raids and no longer live in constant fear. The cheering crowd looked at the naked Xeno, their eyes blazing with hatred and yearning for revenge. They had lost loved ones to the aliens, and now they could finally have their revenge. The cheers gradually soured, turning into curses and wails. People picked up stones from the ground, venting their sorrow and anger at the Xeno. In moments, the Xeno was covered in wounds, bleeding freely on the verge of fainting. Vulcan frowned. He knew the people desired revenge, but not in such a savage way. "She will be judged and pay the price for her crimes," he said, lifting the Xeno out of the mob's reach. "In our current state, what difference is there between us and them?" A roar came from the angry crowd. "They tortured and murdered our loved ones. Can we not have our revenge?" "You can have revenge." Vulcan roared back in a low voice, his aura calming the agitated and furious crowd. "She committed crimes, and she should atone with her life. You can execute her after a trial, but you cannot abuse or humiliate her. We are humans, humans with the noble quality of compassion." If we abandon compassion, what makes us any different from the Xenos? It was compassion that led my father to carry me from the edge of the volcano, allowing me to stand here today to fight and protect you. Let her await judgment. Kill her with human compassion. Grant the Xeno a human mercy. After hearing Vulcan's statement, the crowd gradually calmed, their chests, which had been heaving with anger, returning to a steady rhythm. "Vulcan! Vulcan! Vulcan!" they shouted in unison, agreeing with Vulcan's point of view, stopping their retaliatory abuse and granting the Xeno the mercy she deserved, a swift end. Vulcan smiled broadly, returning to the town amidst the cheering crowd, accepting the shouts of victory. On a distant mountaintop, two figures witnessed everything, a look of relief on their faces. The Emperor's heart rejoiced. He had found a son full of humanity, one who taught mortals with pure goodwill. The 18th, like his sons, was full of goodwill toward mortals, embodying the most precious kindness in humanity. Blazkovich nodded slightly, admiring his brother's tolerant heart even though he held a different view. Perhaps it was the connection between a gene father and his gene sons, but it seemed the 18th Legion, in battle, displayed compassion for mortals. The Astartes of the 18th Legion progressed slowly in the Great Crusade. They were always very cautious when it came to assaults and conquests. Battle plans were formulated to minimize mortal casualties, striving to reduce losses to the lowest possible level. In war, they would unhesitatingly sacrifice their lives to protect mortals. The actions of the 18th Legion were seen as irrational by many brother legions, even considered excessive sacrifice. A legion should indeed protect mortals, and it is one of the reasons for the Astartes' existence. But the Astartes' mission is to conquer the galaxy for the Emperor, and they need to use their lives carefully, avoiding squandering the divine power bestowed upon them. Saving and protecting mortals are praiseworthy actions, but wasting lives equals delaying the progress of the Great Crusade. To exchange the life of an Astartes for the life of a mortal, no legion could afford such a price. The number of Astartes dictated that commanders often could not protect mortals. The 18th Legion, however, was different. They would make many unreasonable sacrifices to protect mortals in battle. They would use their bodies to shield mortals from bullets, sacrificing themselves just to protect a few mortals. Many legions disliked fighting alongside the 18th Legion because their excessive compassion led to many unnecessary casualties. The 18th Legion continued to go its own way, slowly advancing the Great Crusade, indifferent to any criticism or scrutiny. The actions of the Legion's warriors were admirable, but that didn't prevent some from secretly calling them foolish. Blazkowicz appreciated his brother's approach, but it was merely admiration. He had no other opinions. The population of Nocturne was sparse and could not withstand excessive sacrifice. He would cherish the lives of his sons, ensuring they died meaningfully as much as possible, avoiding the cheap waste of life. "Aren't you going to meet him yet?" Blazkowicz asked in a low voice, seeing the Emperor's excitement beneath his robes. "The time is not yet right." The Emperor shook his head, his expression very mysterious. "Are you going to play your father-son games again?" Seeing his expression, Blazkowicz's mouth twitched, and he immediately knew the Emperor's plan. He didn't know what kind of quirk it was, but the Emperor seemed to enjoy playing these games when reuniting with his sons. First, he would conceal his identity and make contact. Then, through various contests, he would gain their admiration. Finally, they would kneel and call him father. Sometimes Blazkowicz was grateful that he had found the Imperium of Man. Otherwise, the father-son games he would have faced would have been of an unknown nature. "Come, let's continue to observe his actions." The Emperor used his psychic powers to conceal his form and went into the city to observe his son. Blazkowicz nodded silently, pulling his cloak around him, completely covering his body except for his eyes. The cloak shimmered, its adaptive camouflage activating, and his figure merged with the environment, completely disappearing from sight. The two most powerful beings in the galaxy stealthily crept toward the town on Nocturne. Chapter 70 Salamander. News of the victory spread across Nocturne like a wildfire. The victory itself was even more exhilarating, a triumph of courage over fear. Nocturne may be a planet of ceaseless lava rivers, erupting volcanoes, and countless obsidian lakes, but for humanity, it was a small world. People lived in concentrated highland cities, dedicated to farming and forging. The story of a giant warrior who defeated the raiders and protected his home was carried by merchant caravans to every corner of the planet. From all directions, people gathered to admire the warrior's demeanor and witness his great feat with their own eyes. In the town center, they saw the raider, a beautiful yet dangerous female Xeno, still arrogant despite her imprisonment. Next to her cage, forged from refined steel, hung a sign detailing her origin, a witch from the Eldari, an ancient race who took pleasure in plunder. When visitors from other cities asked why they hadn't simply killed the Xeno to humiliate her arrogance, the natives would proudly tell them about Vulcan's magnanimity. The foreign guests were greatly astonished, and after meeting the giant, they were even more impressed by his power and benevolence. Some were so moved that they refused to leave, building houses outside the town and settling in Vulcan's city, unwilling to return to a life of fear. Over several months, the town grew larger and larger, becoming Nocturne's first city. People admired Vulcan's benevolence and willingly accepted his leadership, choosing to live under the light of his humanity. A Primarch full of compassion had unified Nocturne without bloodshed, making mortals willingly accept him as their king. The time had now come to hold a grand ceremony for the great Vulcan and to judge the guilty Xeno. "Aren't you going to see him yet?" Blazkowicz sat cross-legged by a lava river, grilling the meat of a creature the locals called a salamander. He was a frequent diner on Nocturne's local fauna, having spent the past few months with the Emperor, avoiding detection. The Emperor didn't answer. He bit into the sizzling, oily meat before walking aside to close his eyes and divine. From his robe, he produced a deck of tarot cards and threw them before him, quickly selecting 3. "Tomorrow is a good day for a reunion," he said, a rare smile gracing his face. "It's time to bring him home." "HMPH?" Blazkowicz snorted disdainfully at the Emperor's theatricality, taking a large bite of his skewer. An evil, charming smile spread across his face as a mischievous thought occurred to him. "Tell me," he asked, his smile deepening, "will my brother respect his foster father more, or you, his biological one?" He knew this would annoy the Emperor, who held a genuine and undisguised affection for this benevolent brother. The Emperor had diligently nurtured Horus and saw Blazkowicz as an important partner, but his love for Vulcan was pure, uncomplicated affection. Blazkowicz felt no jealousy, only the satisfaction of repaying the Emperor for months of camping. The Emperor's finger trembled, his eyebrow twitching as he stared at the smiling man. He remained silent, his dark face growing even darker in the dim light of the lava. The celebration began as scheduled, grandly opening on a day when the dust clouds had momentarily dispersed. Vulcan, feeling deeply uncomfortable, was bound to a throne by the crowd's enthusiasm, his face held in a stiff smile. He, a simple blacksmith, had been embraced as the chosen king. "Great King Vulcan," the host's impassioned voice boomed from a megaphone on the stage. "His benevolence brings tears to the Star River, his power makes the universe tremble." Vulcan tried to maintain his composure, praying for the awkward ceremony to end. Unlike him, the crowd took every word to heart, nodding in agreement. "Wait," a discordant voice cut through the cheers. The crowd turned with angry eyes to the end of the street where two men stood. One was tall and cloaked, his powerful physique visible, with only his bright, piercing eyes showing. Upon seeing him, the people involuntarily compared him to Vulcan and were relieved to see the stranger was of comparable size. The other man was shorter and fair-skinned, wearing a neat white robe, his face exuding an air of nobility. It was the shorter man who had spoken. He looked at Vulcan on the throne and said with immense arrogance, "Your benevolence is evident, but your power is not great. I can easily defeat you." A low, contemptuous uproar swept through the crowd. Ignoring their reactions, the two men advanced, walking with unhurried steps. The townspeople automatically made way. Vulcan sat up straight on the throne, his face no longer stiff with dignity. He sensed a threat. The two were very strong, though not a danger to him. Their strange attitude was what made him wary. As they passed the Eldari witch's cage, she saw the mark behind the tall figure's cloak. She trembled all over, her demeanor changing instantly. She tidied her haggard face, combed her hair, and rose to her feet. Using the most ancient and sacred Eldari etiquette, she bowed to the tall figure, her voice no longer venomous, but as melodious as a nightingale. In the Eldari language, filled with the highest respect, and said, "It is an honor to behold the great slayer in this life." The Eldari fell with the birth of the Dark Prince, but the hatred of their ancient past remained. The roar of the Sea of Souls and the God-Slayer's oath were etched forever into their memories, a crimson mark in the warp. The witch knelt on the ground, offering a reverence normally reserved for the Eldari gods. Blazkovich merely glanced at her and continued walking towards the throne. The witch's reverence, however, made the people of Nocturne wary. Over the past few months, the Xeno had only revealed her origin and race, treating them with utter contempt. Now she showed such reverence. Could the two have some connection? Could they be reinforcements? These questions filled their hearts with hostility, and the crowd retreated, ready to retrieve their weapons. "Where do you come from?" Vulcan's voice boomed like a bell, questioning the newcomers. He knew they were not from Nocturne, not just from their attire, but from their fair skin. This was an environmental mutation for Nocturne's people, whose dark skin resisted the heat and whose crimson eyes captured faint light. "We come from the stars," the Emperor said, his face showing disappointment. "We heard there was an extraordinary king here, but we instead heard boastful flattery. It turns out to be nothing but self-aggrandizement. You are far less powerful than I am." The crowd's expressions grew complex, but they began to close in. "Stop!" Vulcan's low shout came from the high platform. He stood and raised his hand, stopping them. His crimson eyes looked down at the shorter man. "Then what would you have me do?" he asked. "Compete with me," the Emperor smiled, "to prove that what your people say is not false." "Very well," Vulcan nodded, accepting the challenge. "However, I want to add a condition. The loser must swear an oath to serve the victor for life." Vulcan walked out of the town, his agile figure descending the high ground, but the outsider was nowhere to be seen. Shaking his head, he gazed into the distance at the continuous chain of volcanoes spewing thick smoke, then adjusted the pack on his back and began his hunt. His powerful, dark body was clad in scale armor made from salamander hide, designed to resist the stifling heat of the flames. He put on a respirator from his backpack, its design modeled after a salamander's lungs to ensure he could get enough oxygen in the thin air of the volcanic region. He looked up one last time, searching for the outsider, but to no avail. He placed the spare respirator back into his backpack. Even with the added weight, he wished to preserve a sliver of hope for the other person, just in case he ran into danger. The volcanic region was intensely hot, with lava flowing down gullies and converging into rivers of magma, which then formed lakes in flatter areas. Fierce salamanders lived in these lakes, hibernating with low metabolisms while waiting for prey. The jagged landscape was harsh, and Vulcan moved nimbly, dodging obsidian shards that could easily slice his armor. He quickly passed the outer lakes, ignoring the juvenile salamanders that surfaced from the magma. He was headed deeper, for the outer lizards were too young to win him the competition. Salamanders had a strict sense of hierarchy. The more powerful ones inhabited hotter magma lakes. Their size and strength increased with age, and older salamanders were far more dangerous. To win, Vulcan needed to take a risk. He would enter the core of the volcanic region to hunt an ancient salamander that had lived for thousands of years. This was a perilous endeavor. Normally, even a town's combined strength was only enough to hunt juveniles, but he was alone. The volcanic winds of Nocturne carried ash and embers through the air as Vulcan crested the obsidian ridge, his crimson eyes scanning the hellish landscape below. There, in the heart of a bubbling magma lake that stretched like a molten sea, lay his quarry, a salamander of the deep chambers, an ancient salamander whose midnight scales had witnessed the birth of mountains. The beast was colossal beyond mortal comprehension. 30 meters of prehistoric fury slumbered in the lava, its body a living island of armor and death. Horns like twisted spears crowned its massive skull, each one capable of goring a land raider. The creature's hide rippled with an otherworldly luminescence, as if the very fires of creation burned beneath its scales. Vulcan set down his pack with reverent care, the leather worn smooth by countless hunts. His hands found the familiar grip of his warhammer. The weapon sang with barely contained power as he lifted it, runes of fire and craftsmanship blazing along its head. With fury coursing through his veins, Vulcan emerged from concealment. The massive hammer arced through superheated air, striking a towering obsidian spire with inhuman force. The mountain peak exploded in a shower of volcanic glass and ancient stone, each fragment whistling through the air like shrapnel. The thunderclap of impact rolled across the lava fields. The salamander's eyes snapped open. Its serpentine head rose from the magma with terrible grace, rivers of lava cascading from its scales like a waterfall of liquid fire. To the ancient predator, Vulcan appeared as nothing more than a speck of defiance, a mortal daring to challenge a force of nature. Vulcan was no mortal. The Primarch hefted the shattered obsidian peak as if it were a mere javelin, his genetically enhanced musculature straining against his scale-wrought armor. Veins stood out like cables beneath his skin as he hurled the mountain fragment with enough force to level a fortress. The makeshift projectile struck the salamander's flank. The beast's roar of rage shook the very foundations of the volcanic chamber. Magma erupted from its body as it surged from the lake. Lava became weaponized plasma as the salamander charged, each footstep creating explosions of molten rock that painted the cavern walls in liquid light. Its maw gaped wide, revealing rows of crystalline fangs, each the size of a power sword, while deep in its throat, fire began to build. The salamander's breath weapon erupted, the inferno washed over Vulcan in a tide of destruction that would have vaporized a company of lesser warriors. But the son of Nocturne stood unmoved, his gene-forged flesh proof against temperatures that could melt ceramite. His salamander-scale cloak, gifted by the tribal elders, turned the killing heat aside like morning rain. Through the blazing torrent, Vulcan's eyes burned with purpose. He waited patient until the beast committed to its final charge. Then, with movements too swift for mortal eye to follow, the Primarch struck. The warhammer swept upward in a perfect arc, its passage creating a sonic boom that shattered stalactites throughout the cavern. The hammer's head met the fire salamander's lower jaw with the force of 1,000 meteors. The impact was cataclysmic. Bones splintered like glass, ancient scales exploded in showers of emerald fragments, and the beast's own momentum became its doom as its massive skull snapped backward with enough force to break its neck. But Vulcan was far from finished. As the stunned salamander reeled backward, spraying ichor and shattered teeth across the cavern floor, the Primarch launched himself skyward with a leap that defied gravity itself. For a moment, he hung suspended in the superheated air like an avatar of vengeance, his hammer raised high above his head in both hands. The salamander's golden eyes, now wide with the terror of the prey, reflected the Primarch's descent. In that instant of recognition, the ancient predator understood that it faced something beyond its comprehension. Vulcan brought the hammer down with finality that brooked no argument. The sound of impact was the sound of worlds ending. Lightning, real lightning, split the volcanic skies above as if the very heavens wept for the passing of such an ancient life. The salamander's skull caved inward like crushed parchment, its brain matter flash-boiled by the kinetic force of the blow. The great beast collapsed with earth-shaking finality, its death throes sending waves of lava cascading across the chamber floor. But even in death, its hide remained intact, a testament to Vulcan's surgical precision and the mastery that marked him as the greatest smith in the galaxy. Shouldering his pack with the satisfaction of a craftsman completing a masterwork, Vulcan grasped the salamander's massive tail and began the journey home. His voice rose in an ancient forge song of Nocturne as he dragged his prize across the hellscape, the melody echoing off canyon walls like a hymn of triumph. But Nocturne was not finished testing her son. The obsidian suspension bridge stretched before him like a blade of volcanic glass, its surface gleaming with deadly beauty. Forged in the planet's youth and tempered by millennia of thermal stress, it had carried countless hunters safely across the pyroclasm gorge. But none had ever tested it with the weight of a 30-meter salamander. The first crack appeared as Vulcan reached the bridge's center, a sound like breaking crystal that cut through his victory song with ominous clarity. His enhanced senses immediately cataloged the structural failure spreading through the ancient construction. The bridge was dying beneath him, its obsidian span fracturing under impossible weight. Below yawned the pyroclasm, a river of magma that flowed directly from Nocturne's molten core, so hot that even his enhanced physiology would be consumed in seconds. To fall meant death. To abandon his prize meant failure in the eyes of the tribal elders who had set this trial. For the son of the forge, there was no choice at all. Crimson fire blazed in Vulcan's eyes as he made his decision. With a war cry that would have made his future legion proud, the Primarch gathered the salamander's massive corpse in his arms and leaped, not across the remaining span of the bridge, but in a single, impossible bound that carried him and his burden through the superheated air to the far cliff face. Behind him, the ancient bridge finally surrendered to entropy. Thousands of years of volcanic glass tumbled into the magma below with a sound like the world's last sigh, sending gouts of lava splashing against the canyon walls. Vulcan's armored fingers found purchase on the cliff face, forged talons biting deep into solid rock. His other hand maintained its death grip on the salamander's tail, the massive corpse swaying like a pendulum above the lethal river below. Even for a Primarch, the position was precarious, suspended by fingertips over certain doom. Damnable fire, the curse tore from his lips. His phenomenal strength was bleeding away under the relentless assault of volcanic heat, sweat evaporating from his skin almost before it could form. The choice crystallized before him with brutal clarity, his life or his honor. The salamander's corpse swayed beneath him, 30 meters of prehistoric majesty reduced to deadweight that threatened to drag him into the molten depths. He could release it, cast away his prize, and save himself. His people would understand. Alas, Vulcan sighed, preparing to let go of his prey. If this is fate, then I will calmly accept defeat. Just as he was about to let go, he heard footsteps, accompanied by a heavy dragging sound. He turned his head and saw, on the other side of the river valley, the clean-faced outsider dragging a giant salamander. Vulcan saw at a glance that the outsider's prey was far larger than his own. His heart had already conceded defeat, and he was preparing to save himself, when the outsider's actions deeply shocked him. The Emperor naturally saw his son hanging from the cliff edge. He casually threw the salamander he had captured into the magma, using it as a stepping stone to reach the opposite bank. He stood at the cliff edge, looked down at the exhausted Vulcan, and reached out to grasp his son's dark arm. "Why?" Vulcan looked up, asking in confusion, not understanding why the outsider had once again given up victory. The Emperor's expression was relaxed, a slight smile playing on his lips, love sparkling in his eyes, and tender compassion in his voice. "If you died, my victory would be meaningless." Vulcan's whole body trembled. He lowered his head, no longer speaking, allowing the outsider to pull him up onto the cliff. When the two reached a safe area, they looked back, and the salamander, thrown into the magma as a bridge, had already disappeared. "If you die, my victory will be meaningless." The stranger's sincere words lingered in Vulcan's ears, a powerful echo in his mind. The two walked in silence, dragging the massive salamander's corpse back to the town, a testament to the trial's outcome. At the town gates, the people saw two figures, one tall and one short, returning. The crowd grew noisy, then erupted in cheers as they saw the outcome. Vulcan dragged an unprecedentedly large salamander behind him, while the stranger had nothing. The great king chosen by the people had won. Blazkowicz was also surprised. His first thought was that the emperor had stumbled in the final trial, but his vision, sharper than a falcon's, quickly noticed something unusual. Vulcan, though he had seemingly won, showed no joy. His silence seemed to be brewing some momentous decision. The emperor, however, looked relaxed, a strange anticipation on his face. Blazkowicz's lips curved into a smile, hidden beneath his cloak. As the two drew closer, the crowd swarmed around Vulcan, celebrating the son of Nocturne's victory. 8 days of trials had exhausted their spirits, their taut nerves finally relaxed. In their cheers, they released their tension and stress with tears. They surrounded him, stroking his dark skin, feeling his warmth and strength. Vulcan, the center of attention, remained silent, his brows furrowed in shame. "Quiet," he roared. The low sound shook the entire scene, overpowering the cheers. The crowd froze, staring blankly at the standing black giant. "This victory and honor do not belong to me." He sighed, his roar deep yet carrying a sense of relief. Regardless, Vulcan could not go against his conscience. The false victory and the stranger's rescue tormented his kind heart. He knew the people had to know what the stranger had done. This victory and honor should belong to him. Vulcan bent down, using his huge black arm to pull up the stranger's arm, letting him receive his deserved honor. "In the volcanoes, the suspension bridge collapsed, and I was hanging by the cliff. He threw his prey down as a stepping stone, saving my life." The people of Nocturne were astonished, disbelieving. Their crimson eyes were fixed on the stranger whose arm was raised. Vulcan put down his backpack, took out a skinning knife, and expertly peeled back the salamander's hide to reveal its soft throat. He walked to the stranger's side, draped the hide over him, and sincerely told the crowd, "He sacrificed his rightful honor for my life. This is true nobility worthy of respect." The people of Nocturne erupted in cheers, casting aside their prejudices and celebrating the stranger's victory from the bottom of their hearts. Vulcan knelt on one knee before the stranger, bowing his Primarch's proud head, and swore an oath of loyalty in a booming, majestic voice. "From this day forward." No sooner had the oath left his lips than the stranger stepped forward, placing his hand on Vulcan's body, gently helping the kneeling giant to his feet. Amidst the crowd's confused gazes, with the salamander skin, a symbol of victory, draped over him, the stranger's actions were perplexing. It was here, only Blazkowicz knew that this was the Emperor's most glorious moment, manifesting before his son. His lips twitched slightly, and he instinctively turned his face away, watching the Emperor's performance from the corner of his eye. The Emperor helped Vulcan up, nodding with appreciative affirmation, proud of his son's honest actions. "You possess sufficient humility and honesty, which is excellent, Vulcan. You are the humanity I expected. I wished you to be so." As the stranger spoke, his small body gradually grew, emitting a golden radiance. The people of Nocturne and Vulcan stepped back, stunned, staring dumbfounded at the transformation. His body grew taller and taller, reaching 8 meters in height, radiating a warm, benevolent golden light. His appearance transformed, becoming so perfect and flawless that it filled people with longing. Benevolence, compassion, majesty, beauty, purity, radiance, greatness, and affability. Every person present saw the image they most desired, the one mortals most hoped to see. The people of Nocturne unhesitatingly fell to their knees, prostrating themselves before the golden figure, tears of emotion streaming from their eyes. They knew now who the stranger was, the Emperor. With his appearance, it was as if the sun had risen over the land, its golden light illuminating every face. The people had never seen such radiance. They instinctively squinted, yet forced their eyes open. They dared not blink, using every thought to remember this great being. In the golden sun's radiance, only one person saw the truth, a spirited middle-aged man, his face full of pride. "Vulcan, my son," the Emperor's voice was peaceful and kind, yet imbued with greatness and harmony as he softly called his son's name. "I have crossed the stars to bring you home." Vulcan stood frozen, the golden figure reflected in his crimson eyes. From the touch, he received all the information. He was a scion of the Emperor, a Primarch inheriting his genetic bloodline, one of the 21 Primarchs. "Father," the low call was awkward. Vulcan had called his adoptive father this countless times, but now he spoke the sacred word to another. He looked back, searching for his adoptive father in the crowd, and saw him kneeling among the people, his expression agitated, tears in his eyes. Vulcan walked to his adoptive father, lifted him, and brought him before the Emperor. "He raised me and taught me kindness and benevolence," he said. "He shall receive the reward due to a Primarch's adoptive father." The Emperor gently raised his arm, tracing a sacred arc, and took the blacksmith's arm. He bowed and kissed the mortal, bestowing the blessings of the Emperor, peace and benevolence. The Emperor's divine power dispelled the blacksmith's fatigue and illness, granting him new life. He thanked this mortal who had inspired the Primarch's kindness and illuminated the demigod's humanity. "Son, will you not invite me to your home for a visit?" The Emperor's face smiled, asking in a loving voice. "Please follow me?" Vulcan understood that this was not the place for conversation. He carried his adoptive father and led the way. The crowd consciously made way for the Emperor and his son, silently forming a line that led directly to Vulcan's home. Vulcan's home was tall and prominent. To accommodate his large size, he had expanded the house. As soon as they entered, Vulcan placed his sleeping adoptive father on the bed, then invited the two to sit. The Emperor casually cast a psychic bubble, enveloping the three of them, creating a quiet environment for conversation and avoiding disturbing the sleeping blacksmith. "And this is—" Vulcan sat down to pour drinks for the two, his gaze falling on Blazkovich. Since his appearance, this man had rarely spoken, always standing on the periphery, observing. Seeing his imposing height, Vulcan already had a guess. He might be one of his brothers. "This is your strongest brother," the Emperor introduced. Blazkovich removed his cloak, giving him a friendly smile. "Blazkovich," he said, introducing himself and generously stating his name. "Vulcan," the black giant's face showed joy. Compared to the father who descended from the sky, he was more willing to accept the brother he was mentally prepared for. His face was extraordinarily heroic, and the power hidden beneath his physique was not to be underestimated. The Emperor's designation of him as the strongest must have stemmed from his extraordinary strength. After their identities were revealed, the conversation naturally opened. The three giants sat by the hearth, chatting for a day and a night. Most of the time, Blazkovich and the Emperor introduced the Imperium, the Imperial Truth, and the Astartes Legion to Vulcan. Upon learning that there was a legion in the stars, composed of his genetic progeny, Vulcan expressed surprise, followed by deep sorrow. The kind giant worried whether the conquests and wars of his genetic progeny had caused massive population loss. "I will entrust them to you, so that you, as their gene father, may lead them in conquest." The Emperor immediately declared that he would give the 18th Legion to his son. "No," Vulcan shook his head, refusing. "I have never been a general or a commander. I am merely the son of a blacksmith." He raised his large, dark hand and pointed towards the plaza directly outside the window, where the silhouette of a witch could be faintly seen between the gaps in the crowd. Facing invaders, I choose to protect, rather than conquer them with violence like a general or a warrior, Vulcan said. I am a blacksmith. My specialty is forging and smithing. I use violence only for protection. Vulcan shook his head, reiterating his identity in a firm tone, unwilling to join the Imperium's expedition. Blazkowicz remained silent, knowing he was not a persuader and respecting his brother's choice. The consequences of forcing a Primarch with no desire for war onto a battlefield he detested were unimaginable. Vulcan, the Emperor called his son again, his tone more solemn. When judgment comes, no one can remain aloof. Everyone must play their part in the final outcome. I am your father, and I created you and your brothers to conquer the galaxy, assigning you different roles. You are different from your brothers. They may excel in warfare, be skilled in strategy, and conquer world after world, but they need your guidance. The Emperor's eyes burned, his words piercing Vulcan's soul. You possess a unique quality, humanity. When your brothers bring destruction and trauma, your humanity and the actions of the 18th Legion will be their enlightenment. After hearing the Emperor's words, Vulcan fell silent, staring at the flickering furnace fire for a long time. Inside the quiet psychic barrier, there was only dead silence and the crackling of the fire, awaiting Vulcan's answer. This was a choice that required deep consideration, an important decision concerning his future destiny. Sir, our reconnaissance vessel has encountered a human civilization in the Ultima Orientis segmentum. As Blazkowicz was adding firewood to the furnace, Sophia's image popped out of his left arm armor, reporting the obstruction encountered by the reconnaissance vessel. The rational female voice attracted the attention of the three who looked at the floating lady. Blazkowicz stood up, offering his brother a regretful smile. I must leave now. We can only talk later. He had to know the severity of the situation. Sophia would not contact him proactively unless it was urgent. The Emperor also stood, his face extremely serious, and he quietly asked Blazkowicz, could it be the Rangdan? He knew that Blazkowicz had been traversing the void in recent years, searching for traces of the Rangdan, trying to find their alien homeworld. Conflicts with Argent Nerve fleets were strictly forbidden by the Imperium, and the Rangdan's characteristic was enslavement and manipulation. Controlling mortals was simple for them. Probably not, Blazkowicz shook his head in denial. The possibility of finding the Rangdan was small. The distant reconnaissance vessel most likely encountered a powerful lost civilization. He had to leave. Even if the other party was a human civilization, prolonged separation could lead to conflict. Currently, the focus of the Nurse Stars was the Rangdan, and conflicts with human civilizations should be avoided as much as possible. Vulcan also stood, his gaze lingering between his brother and his father. He understood some of their conversation, but not all of it. He could not comprehend what was happening in the distant stars, which seemed to involve a grand war. And what were the Rangdan? It seemed to be a great enemy of the Imperium of Man, which was why the Emperor was so concerned. After careful thought, the Black Giant could no longer remain calm. His father's words and his brother's urgency pressed him to make a decision. Take me with you. Finally, Vulcan accepted the destiny given by the Emperor and chose to step into the stars. Even though he knew this journey's return date was unknown, he resolutely embarked on the expedition. Blazkowicz and the Emperor saw the determination in his eyes. Once decided, he would not go back on his word. Vulcan was kind but not hesitant. Indecisiveness did not belong to him. The two nodded silently, quietly leaving the room, giving Vulcan and his foster father space. The Emperor gently raised his arm, and amidst the worship of the Nocturne people, he held the cage imprisoning the dark Eldar witch in his hand. What do you intend to do with her? Blazkowicz's gaze swept over. The witch dared not look directly at the Emperor, trembling in her cage like a fish about to die of thirst. The Emperor shook his head, lifting the alien lady in the cage and explaining, I have no interest in her. I want to give her as a gift to Malkador. He needs someone to confide in. Blazkowicz's eyes showed pity as he glanced at the poor Eldar. Her future was bleak, filled only with madness and idiocy. Malkador's dark secrets had already driven many friends insane. After a while, Vulcan walked out of his home, carrying his warhammer and the travel bag prepared by his foster father, and nodded to the two waiting. The emperor raised his hand to the sky, and a golden light shot from his fingertip, piercing through the thick volcanic ash, allowing the sunlight to reappear on the earth. The mortals knelt again in worship, praising the miraculous means and shouting the greatness of the emperor. Seeing this scene, Blazkovich understood where faith came from. The emperor manifested in the galaxy, coupled with his psychic disguise that appeared differently to each person. It was hard for people not to regard him as a god. "I think it's best if you restrain yourself a bit," he advised the emperor, or perhaps it was a warning. "I am not a god." The emperor re-emphasized his identity as a mortal. Vulcan listened to their conversation, offering no comment, but secretly noting it down to understand later. The shuttle descended like a golden eagle from the light hole in the sky, carrying golden sunlight, like a divine eagle descending from the heavens. The mortals remembered this sacred moment. The emperor descended upon Nocturne, taking away his extraordinary son. Back in space, Blazkovich hastily bid farewell to Vulcan. "Brother, forgive my hurried departure. There is important intelligence in the distant stars that requires my decision." "Brother, we will have plenty of time in the future. There's no rush now." Vulcan embraced Blazkovich, understanding his brother's urgency with warm goodwill. He, in turn, urged his brother to leave quickly. "Please go quickly. The future of billions of lives may depend on your decision. When my fleet refits, we may meet again." Blazkovich clapped his brother's shoulder, exchanged glances with the emperor, and then turned and hurried away, boarding a shuttle to leave the emperor's dream and head for the royal majesty, setting sail immediately without delay, bound for the distant reaches of the Ultima Orientis sector. The spaceship entered warp travel, heading to rendezvous with the Argent Nerf fleet. In the depths of the warp, a divine will lingered outside the crystal labyrinth, because destiny had deviated. Blazkovich has found the 13th Primarch and is rushing to contact him. "Don't you intend to give an explanation?" The blood god's roar shattered the warp storm, its will surrounding the crystal labyrinth, demanding an explanation from the Lord of Change. According to the original plan, the next Primarch to be found by the Emperor should have been the 7th, followed by the 13th. "How deliciously unexpected," came a silken whisper that caressed the edges of reality. Slaanish's essence coiled through the warp currents like perfumed smoke. "Such exquisite deviation from the ordained path. I can taste the confusion already. It is intoxicating." A fetid wind carrying the stench of decay stirred around the crystal labyrinth. "Yes, change brings rot, and rot brings renewal," wheezed the Nurgle. "The mortals scurry about their little plans, never knowing how beautifully they will fester and transform." He. From the depths of the crystal labyrinth came a chilling, eerie laugh, full of pleasure and joy. Destiny is not immutable. It flows like a river shaped by countless tributaries of choice and chance. Each twist in its course reveals new beauty, while the deeper currents of fate carry us inexorably toward our destined end. The etched shrieked with excitement. Blazkovich's existence had influenced the trajectory of others' destinies, gradually shifting the predetermined fate. "And about us?" Korn's rage pressed against the crystalline structure like a battering ram. "This deviation serves your schemes, but what of blood? What of war? How will this bring me the skulls I am owed?" Patience, Tzinch's laughter rippled through dimensions. "Every piece moves according to my design, even when they believe themselves free. Especially then." Chapter 71 Caesar. Fate is ever-changing. It twists and turns, and neither gods nor mortals can fathom its trackless path. It always, at certain moments, deviates from its seemingly predetermined course, striking a heavy blow to those who believe they have seen through it. Ancient legends circulate in the warp, claiming that the great game orchestrated by the Lord of Change has the ultimate goal of destroying all things. The destruction of all things, everything returning to its origin, and then destroying the origin itself completely, is the final chapter of fate. To glimpse the end of fate, Tzinch did not hesitate to plan the great game, using various agents to lead the real universe and the warp to destruction. Of course, all of this is legend. The true purpose of the Lord of Change is unknown to anyone, perhaps even to himself. Fate changed, departing from the future, turning from its destined path and sliding into something beyond the gods' expectations. The gods' vision pierced the past and future. They knew everything destined to happen and interfered with it. Only this time, the person who stepped outside the chessboard of fate, in turn, used his unpredictable destiny to influence the gods' game. The 13th Primarch was supposed to be the 8th to return to the Imperium, but due to Blazkowicz's interference, he became the 7th to return. The gods came knocking, hoping that Lord of Destiny, Tzinch, could provide a relatively perfect explanation. Fate is unpredictable. Outside the Crystal Labyrinth, a hellish storm carried the words of the Chaos God, blocking the inquiries of the three gods. Such an explanation was hard for the gods to believe, but they could not get more. They departed reluctantly, their consciousness returning to their respective divine realms, placing their gaze on the past, intercepting the past of the 13th Primarch to see what made him so different. The 13th Primarch's amniotic pod was swept away from the Emperor's laboratory, detaching from the warp and falling into the Ultima Orientis segmentum, Macragge. Macragge is one of the few worlds that survived and remained intact after the warp routes were cut off. Although its political system and technology inevitably regressed, Macragge's society remained relatively stable. The planet did not regress to barbarism or ignorance. It maintained industrialization, ensuring local self-sufficiency. The people of Macragge always knew they were a race called humans, originating from Terra, and that human footprints were spread across the stars. Present-day Macragge, due to technological regression, cannot conduct ultra-long-distance space travel, but it uses ships to connect with surrounding worlds and gather external information. The Primarch's landing went unnoticed. Only a court attendant, while out, discovered a naked infant below the Hera waterfall. He picked up the infant and presented him to one of Macragge's two consuls, Connor. Connor accepted the attendant's offering and named the human male infant, Robot Guilliman, which in Macragge's culture means hope. The consul showed great affection for his adopted son. Due to his busy schedule, he could not constantly watch over him, so he entrusted the infant to his housekeeper, Lady Tarasha Uton. He asked this gentle, kind, brave, and wise lady to raise his young adopted son. Lady Uton accepted this heavy responsibility. She meticulously cared for Guilliman's growth, giving the consul's adopted son all her love. Guilliman grew rapidly, far surpassing ordinary children. His physical development was astonishing, and his intellect was remarkably advanced. By the age of 5, his physique was comparable to a young adult's, but his taciturn nature and profound gaze instilled fear in others. Yes, Lady Uton felt fear when facing a child far beyond her comprehension. Whenever Guilliman's emotionless, dead, hollow, and utterly inhuman eyes looked at her, fear involuntarily arose in the lady's heart. Her adopted son was different from other children. His intellect far surpassed that of mortals. While other children were playing and laughing, Guilliman was reading military theory books, studying war and philosophy. His evaluations of what he saw were without mediation or compromise, completely extreme, two-sided. Lady Uton felt fear, and deep down, she even believed that Guilliman was a monster in human skin. But the lady still adhered to her duty, diligently guiding Guilliman and teaching him to distinguish between good and evil. This perception lasted for over a decade, until Guilliman led an army to battle. The Guilliman in her eyes, precise as a machine, with only the two extremes of good and evil in his gaze, shattered this prejudice with his actions, and also made the lady fully accept Guilliman. That was an operation to clear out barbarians, which brought Guilliman great renown. In the north of Macragge, barbarians had always existed. They had splintered off in the early days after the warp routes were cut. The barbarians occupied the wasteland, constantly sending troops to harass towns, posing a major threat to Macragge. entrusting a young man with no combat experience to lead an army initially met with widespread opposition. The generals and soldiers were unwilling in their hearts, but due to Connor's long-standing reputation for wisdom, they decided to trust the consul this once. Lady Uton also accompanied the army to battle. She wanted to see what kind of choices Gilliman would make in war. As for the outcome of the war, Connor and Uton, the two who watched their adopted son grow up, never thought he would lose. Gilliman's campaigns only involved winning and how to win. Failure would not appear in his conquests. Lady Uton kept thinking about how Gilliman would achieve victory and make the barbarians submit to Macragge. But Gilliman's wisdom in war dispelled Lady Uton's fear, giving her a different view of her adopted son. Under Gilliman's command, Macragg's forces were unstoppable wherever they went, earning the admiration of the soldiers who had initially distrusted him. Within days of the war's start, all the barbarian outer strongholds were eliminated, and the main force was surrounded below the tribal waterfall. Just as everyone was sharpening their blades, preparing to attack, Gilliman gave an order, redirecting the army to another location. If it had been any other commander, surrounding the enemy without attacking, the army's doubts would have escalated into mutiny. The various victories along the way made the army firmly believe in their commander's wisdom, so they immediately changed direction and headed for the destination. The army achieved another victory, capturing the target location, but the results surprised everyone. It was cold and desolate there, with only towering gravestones. Gilliman said nothing. He ordered his troops to set up defenses and await the arrival of the barbarians. And indeed, just as he expected, the barbarian army marched out of their stronghold, full of rage, determined to wage a war to the death with Macragge. Lady Uton later learned that the cemetery was a sacred place for the barbarians, where their ancestors were buried and worshipped. As the two sides faced each other, Gilliman walked out of the lines alone, pointed his short sword at the barbarian leader, and invited him to an honorable duel. He knew the other party would not refuse. The barbarians had a dueling culture, and they were keen on it. Gilliman was right again. The barbarian leader stepped out, charging with rage and killing intent to engage him in an honorable duel. Sword gleamed and blade flashed. The barbarian leader attacked with all his might, but Gilliman only dodged, never attacking, until the leader's strength was completely exhausted and he knelt before the lines. Gilliman stood amidst the cheers, walked up to the leader, looked down at his fragile opponent and reached for his waist. Lady Uton turned her head away, unable to bear to watch the scene before the lines. She imagined the scene of blood splattering, Gilliman executing the opponent and taking off the head as a symbol of victory. It was not until exclamations arose one after another that other changes occurred before the lines. The lady looked over and saw Gilliman take a metal ring from a pouch at his waist and hand it to the leader. Gilliman stood between the two battle lines and explained the origin of the ring to everyone. It was the symbol of the king of the barbarians. Whoever possessed it among the barbarians was the universally revered king of all tribes. In ancient times, when the barbarians declined, a consul of Macragge took it, using it to display his own honor. As time passed, the ring was forgotten by Macragge, disappearing into thick historical documents. The barbarians repeatedly encroached on the border to invade Macragge, reclaim the ring, and re-elect a king. Gilliman had read and memorized all the ancient texts, naturally knowing the ring's purpose, so he came to return it to the barbarians. With the ring returned and the honorable duel lost, the barbarians naturally ceased hostilities and made peace with Macragge. Lady Uton looked at the tall figure, a smile appearing on her face. She was proud that Gilliman had achieved victory, and from her extraordinary adopted son, she saw the existence of humanity. He could have completely annihilated the barbarians, yet he chose to use wisdom and strategy to reduce killing and win people's hearts. Gilliman was not a ruthless war machine. He deeply understood the cruelty of war and used war as a means. War is a means, and killing is also a means. Their ultimate goal is peace. A war ended. Guilliman displayed strength in the early stages of the war, then used conciliatory methods to resolve the root cause of the war, and finally won hearts and victory amidst praise. After returning triumphantly, Lady Uton no longer feared him, treating Guilliman as her proud son. Guilliman also proved his extraordinary abilities in one war after another, finding a balance between war and humanity. Such days did not last long. Guilliman's adoptive father, Consul Connor, died by the assassination of another consul. When Guilliman heard that his father had been assassinated during another triumphal return, he fell into a berserk state, rushing madly to his father's side. Connor, poisoned but not yet dead, raised his pistol but pointed it at his son, not letting him get close to avoid being contaminated by the poison. In his adoptive father's resolute gaze, Guilliman felt grief for the first time. The problem he had always avoided facing was starkly laid bare before him. Humans would eventually die, and Connor had hinted at this to him long ago. Amidst Guilliman's cries of sorrow, his adoptive father took one last look at his son before taking his final breath. The truth of the matter quickly surfaced. Before his death, Connor gave Guilliman a coin, hinting at the cause of his demise. Another Archon, Galen, dissatisfied with Connor's beneficial policies for the common people, planned and launched the despicable assassination. Guilliman, short sword in hand, stormed into the council hall, his face contorted with rage, staring at his father's killer. Galen was still twisting the facts to the elder, claiming that Connor and Guilliman were plotting rebellion. As the hall gradually quieted, Galen sharply turned to see Guilliman, immediately realizing his death was imminent. He roared in anger, accusing Connor of betraying Macragge's traditions by implementing policies that benefited the people. Guilliman's fury surged. He lunged forward, gripping Galen's throat, his short sword thrusting out, about to end his father's killer. Amidst the council elders' exclamations, Galen closed his eyes, awaiting death. The expected gush of blood did not occur. Guilliman's sword stopped just before Galen's heart. Although the short sword had pierced his robe and penetrated his skin, a little more force would have impaled his heart, killing the vile assassin. Guilliman's eyes blazed with fury, and he tremblingly lowered his short sword, his voice a low growl of suppressed anger. "I cannot kill you. It is the Senate's job to judge you. I do not have that right." With that, he placed the short sword on the ground, stood up, and looked at the surrounding elders. It wasn't that Guilliman didn't want to kill Galen. He wanted to wash away the vengeance for his father's murder with his enemy's blood. But reason made him stop at the last moment. Guilliman's extraordinary mind realized the instant he thrust the sword that if he killed Galen, everything his father had done would be for naught. Macragge's existing structure, its long-held traditions, and everything his father had stood for would vanish. His actions were honorable, causing the elders in the council hall to look at him with respect, a stark contrast to the lying Galen. An elder's gaze wavered between the two. He stepped forward and placed his circlet at Guilliman's feet. This gesture represented an oath of allegiance. The elder had once been Connor's political rival, but now, seeing Guilliman's magnanimity, he was willing to submit to him. He grasped Guilliman's arm and raised it high, displaying a man of great breadth of mind to everyone. He placed the Senate above the vengeance for his father's death. Such a man is worthy of all our loyalty. He is a true son of Macragge. As he finished speaking, everyone in the council hall removed their circlets and placed them at Guilliman's feet, swearing allegiance to him. Galen received his judgment, a judgment from the council hall. The killer paid the price he deserved. With the allegiance of the Senate, Guilliman wielded immense power, inheriting his father's will and beginning his rule. For a Primarch, war and politics were innate instincts. Guilliman used his extraordinary wisdom to reorganize Macragge, forging a new future. The barbarian tribes he conquered were incorporated into Macragge, and all other city-states submitted, completing Macragge's grand unification. The world developed rapidly, various enlightened policies were issued, and within a short time it ushered in prosperity. All of this was thanks to Guilliman. People were sincerely convinced and thrived under his rule. Macragge alone could not fully display the Primarch's talents, so he turned his gaze to deep space, where there was an even vaster stage. Macragge, under Guilliman's management, erupted with incredibly strong industrial capabilities. Warships continuously sailed out of ports, flying into the void, searching for more human worlds. After decades of development, a human world power centered on Macragge, with its influence extending to surrounding worlds, began to take shape. Even now, Guilliman dared not relax, handling state affairs daily, striving to do his best. Our ship was attacked by an unknown human world power. Guilliman sat at his desk, his expression clearly surprised upon hearing the urgent report. "Yes, my lord," the attendant kneeling below respectfully replied. "Our ship was attacked." His brows furrowed in thought, Guilliman's expression constantly changed, and finally he sighed deeply and said, "Let's go, we'll see it firsthand." His mind raced. A conflict between Macragge and an unknown power was clearly a major problem. When the attendant reported that the ship had encountered an external force, Guilliman felt a surge of joy. It meant that in the vast void, humanity was also actively exploring, searching for possible human worlds. A ship attacked. It sounded particularly jarring to him. He couldn't imagine why humans would still be slaughtering each other in the void. He understood even less why an exploratory ship, which should carry sincerity and goodwill, would attack Macragge's fleet. In just a moment of speaking, countless questions flashed through Guilliman's mind. He was somewhat unclear about the truth of the incident. He rushed to the orbital dock, boarded a ship, and headed to the origin point. He had to investigate the cause and effect of the conflict. As a strategist and military leader, Guilliman saw the crisis. The enemy fleet came from afar, very likely possessing lost warp travel technology, having traversed countless star systems. Could Macragge, as it was now, cope with the resources and technology they had acquired through warp travel technology? Thinking of this crucial point, Guilliman's face became very serious, and he urged the captain to speed up. "Please hurry, we must arrive quickly. An unprecedented crisis is about to erupt." The captain, hearing the king of Macragge's urgency, immediately realized the seriousness of the problem and ordered the crew to increase speed, heading to the conflict zone. In the cold void, two factions were engaged in a fierce battle, fighting tooth and nail. The Argent Nur scout ship constantly concealed itself, maneuvering with the enemy ship, avoiding being surrounded by the enemy fleet. It was clearly visible that wreckage of warships floated in the void. Many warships had already been destroyed by the scout ship. "Star system communication has been sent. Fleet support will arrive soon." On the enemy battleship, the sentinels held their ground, defending against the surging crowd. The veteran sentinels roared, boosting morale and cursing the enemy. "These despicable wretches enslaved by the Rangdan, they will eventually pay the price." By order of King Navik, a small squad of sentinels aboard a scout ship was searching for traces of the Rangdan. After exiting the warp and arriving in an unknown star system, the scout ship, through wide area scanning, detected signs of human presence. The scout ship contacted the other party, stated their human identity and purpose, and requested to board for communication. Boarding for communication was a pretense. The true purpose was to check for Rangdan infection. After Blazkowicz returned to Argent Nur, he had the Iron Men develop some technological tools to scan for potential Rangdan infection by checking the Rangdan brain fluids reaction in the human body. The other party agreed to board for communication. 5 sentinels, along with mortals and equipment, boarded the ship. Through covert scanning, no Rangdan infection was found, and the sentinels learned that the other party came from Macragge, a resurgent human authoritarian power led by a great leader, extending its reach into the void. Just as the sentinels were preparing to leave, the people of Macragge attacked them, and the fleet in the void opened fire simultaneously. Meltabombs exploded at extremely close range, severely wounding a Sentinel's recruit, initiating the battle between the two sides. The veteran immediately ordered the ship to leave, first to notify the fleet, then to return and maneuver against the enemy ship. The Sentinels on the enemy ship, utilizing their equipment and physical advantages, retreated into the ship's depths amidst the chaos. The battle lasted 10 days. 4 Sentinels plus the surviving mortals fought a guerrilla war within the enemy ship, constantly eliminating enemy forces. The severely wounded recruit's condition steadily worsened, his vital signs rapidly deteriorating. Now they were cornered on the lower deck, and the situation was somewhat dire. Dimensional light blades cut through the steel hull. In the cramped corridor, the Sentinels built a makeshift temporary defense line. After a long battle, the Sentinels' spirits remained high, and the mortals behind them gritted their teeth and persevered. The veteran commanded the overall situation, rationally arranging tactics, his spear continuously firing at the enemies. He believed that only the guilty Rangdan would attack Argent Nur's ships. Those high-ranking individuals on the ships who showed no infection might just be Rangdan puppets, put forward to deceive them. "They can't hold on, keep pushing," the Macreg captain shouted, ordering the armed sailors to charge and end the battle. Too many unexpected things had happened since the battle began. He desperately wanted to end it. The strength of these humans, claiming to be from Argent Nur, was beyond imagination, far exceeding the captain's expectations. The captain kept urging, but the sailors held back. Since attacking those people, they had lost over 5,000 men, with little to show for it. The bodies of their slain comrades were dismembered in the passages, which reeked of blood, accompanied by the stench of corpses from high-temperature areas. The beings they were fighting did not seem to be human. They possessed incredible combat will, formidable physical capabilities, indestructible weapons, and astonishingly strong armor. All of this indicated that the enemy came from a powerful faction and did not fear war. The armed sailors no longer wanted to throw their lives away. They didn't even know why the captain had ordered the attack. Since boarding, the Argent Nur had never made any overstepping moves, only expressing their goodwill. Then, a melta-bomb detonated in a gift box, eliminating several ordinary soldiers and severely wounding a tall Argent Nur warrior. The armed sailors' hesitation immediately created a gap in their firepower, allowing the Sentinels a brief moment to adjust. Several of them resupplied in turn, eating the high-energy rations from inside their armor, and also took out a piece, breaking it into small portions for the auxiliary army. A high-energy food item the size of a fingernail could sustain several days of combat needs. They could fight again. Attack the bridge. After a brief consideration, the veteran decided to lead his subordinates to attack the enemy's bridge. After several days of attrition, the enemy's morale was low, and they were severely short-staffed. It was time to counterattack. The order was given, and the squad's formation immediately changed. 3 Sentinels formed the spearhead, one in the middle carrying a severely wounded person, and the mortal auxiliary army lined up behind them. This formation was suitable for combat in confined spaces. Autoguns clanged against the power armor, unable to penetrate its protection, while heavy weapons were blocked by the dimension shield. The spearhead formation constantly rotated, and dimension rays provided alternating cover in the passage, launching a counterattack against the enemy. The Nur auxiliary army cooperated with the Sentinels. 10 soldiers seized the opportunity, constantly emerging from both sides of the squad to provide fire support with their electromagnetic rifles. Run, for what reason and purpose are we fighting? Morale instantly collapsed. The sailors could no longer endure the senseless sacrifice, letting out cries of grief and indignation. Facing the ferocious enemies charging at them, and with their comrades constantly falling around them, the sailors lost all courage and scattered at a corner of the warship corridor. "Keep advancing," the Sentinel's veteran growled, following the route he had memorized, heading towards the enemy's command center. Now was the time. They had to push through in one go, control the enemy commander, and end this despicable attack. Inside the bridge, the captain was visibly panicking. The enemies within the ship were fighting with increasing ferocity, closing in on his position. Enemy ships constantly roamed the star system, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, making it impossible for their side to cope. And most importantly, Guilliman had arrived. Conceal the ship, disengage from combat. The Argent Nur scout ship disengaged from combat, activated its stealth field, and moved into the angle of the star's thermal radiation, masking the ship's rear thermal signature. Macragge reinforcements had arrived, a new fleet joining the battle. They had to proceed cautiously. Guilliman frowned at the scanner. As his fleet entered the star system, the attacker's warship immediately vanished without a trace. He took in the holographic image, his stern face gradually tightening, his hands clenching repeatedly, his knuckles cracking under the immense strength. Rage surged in his heart at being deceived. Guilliman gritted his teeth, questioning in the comm channel, who attacked whom exactly? He, Guilliman, King Noack of Macragge, the great regent. Now he felt his intelligence had been trampled, thoroughly humiliated and deceived. What a fleet under attack! The current situation was clear enough for any sane mortal to understand. Someone was lying. The visitors had only one ship. How could they possibly launch an attack? Why would they launch an attack? Looking at the warship's design, it wasn't a combat type. It was a typical exploration vessel. With just one glance, Guilliman analyzed the situation before him. The Macragge fleet was ganging up on the newcomers, and they weren't winning. All the calculations and contingency plans were rendered useless. He now had to rethink how to appease the visitors' wrath. Possessing advanced technology and astonishing combat will, from the limited information available, the other party was not a benevolent sort. What exactly have you done? Guilliman forced himself to calm down, suppressing his anger, and questioned the instigating captain via holographic communication. The captain's expression was panicked. Just as he was about to explain, an alarm suddenly blared. The command room's iron door was instantly cut open by a light blade. He only managed a scream before the holographic communication cut off. Guilliman's face darkened further. The captain was likely in dire straits, taken down by the boarding party. "Get closer, I'm boarding," he ordered the captain, rising from the command throne, preparing to leave the bridge. "But Lord, you cannot put yourself in danger." The captain's expression changed, and he immediately tried to dissuade him. Guilliman waved his hand, rejecting the captain's good intentions and expressing his helplessness. "I will explain everything clearly to the visitors." He walked to the elevator, lit up the button for the hangar deck, his eyes distant and thoughtful. "Lord, you might not be able to leave," the captain shouted frantically, urgently calling to Guilliman. "I see it," Guilliman said expressionlessly, letting out a helpless sigh. Outside the bridge's viewport, the black void shimmered with an eerie glow. A large number of ships suddenly appeared in the star system. Guilliman's mind was working at its peak. He was rapidly thinking about how to face what was coming next. He was well-read and knew that the eerie glow was warp light. Humans of the glorious era used the warp for intergalactic travel. Clearly, the visitors had regained their technology and established a powerful regime. And the nascent Macragge, for some unknown reason, had launched an attack on them. The colossal steel beasts that appeared in real space had ancient Roman numerals carved on their side hulls. XIII. Imperium of Man 13th Legion, 4th Great Company Fleet, receiving Argent Nur's distress signal, responding to your call for aid. The fleet entered the star system, announcing its arrival with an overbearing posture, declaring its identity over public comms. "The Argent Nur scout ship thanks you for your swift aid. The despicable Rangdan dogs, they ambushed us." The Argent Nur scout ship emerged from the void, expressing gratitude to the 13th Legion and briefly explaining the situation. That human faction called Macragge had been classified as Rangdan, They must be dealt with decisively. Gilliman pricked up his ears, listening to the public comm channel, not daring to miss a single piece of information. He learned that the newly arrived faction came from the Imperium of Man, was the 13th Legion under its regime, and was a branch fleet of the Legion. The faction that Macragge had attacked and ganged up on was called Argent Nur. They had a close relationship with the Imperium of Man, so they had called for Legion support. The Legion had responded to the distress call, coming from the warp to help the Argent Nur ship. In an instant, Gilliman processed the information, and the conclusion he reached made his heart pound. First, the Imperium of Man's military strength was formidable. Even a subordinate force of a single complete legion was immense in scale. Second, the Argent Nur seemed to be searching for the Rangdan, and their own fleet, which had attacked them, had been classified as Rangdan. Although he didn't yet know what Rangdan was, he knew it was definitely not a good thing. "Rangdan, are you sure?" An exclamation came over the public channel. Clearly, the Imperium of Man 13th Legion was greatly shaken by this news. The Battle of Moors was known to all legions. Battle reports and intelligence had spread throughout the fleet. Two Primarchs cooperated, with the 1st and 6th Legions participating, joining forces with the Argent Nur 1st Fleet to repel them. The Rangdan were a great enemy of the Imperium. All Imperial ships had a responsibility to search for the Rangdan and prioritize their annihilation. Now that the Rangdan had been found, swift and decisive action was required. Yes, they are human forces controlled by the Rangdan. The Argent Nur scout ship captain responded without hesitation. Luring the Argent Nur ship and then suddenly attacking the Sentinels. Who else but the audacious Rangdan who harbored a blood feud with King Noak? To be safe, decisive measures must be taken. Besides, Macragge had attacked the Argent Nur ship first. It was justifiable both emotionally and logically. Communication channel established. We will coordinate to expel the Rangdan. In the cold void, the commander of the 13th Legion left a stern and cold message. "Please wait," Gilliman finished listening, then urgently called out on the public channel, explaining Macragge's origins. They were not Rangdan, they were legitimate humans. Despicable, shameless alien running dogs prepare to face the Legion's wrath. The great company captain was merciless, scolding the human running dogs. "Just surrender and die." Gilliman underestimated the Legion warriors' hatred for Xenos, receiving a barrage of insults. When he prepared to continue explaining, the other party's communication had already closed. "There's nothing we can do." Gilliman looked at the void. The massive fleet was adjusting its formation, closing in on their position. Chapter 72 Fool. The 13th Legion. One of the most combat-capable legions in the Imperium of Man. Their rage displayed in battle often struck fear into the hearts of their enemies. While patrolling the void, the 4th Company's fleet received a distress signal from a ship in the Nur Stars. Under normal circumstances, a wide-area public distress signal meant the situation was already extremely critical. The 4th Company captain did not hesitate, leading his fleet to jump into the warp and head straight for the engaged sector. The enemy was highly likely to be the Rangdan servants. This information both surprised and delighted the captain. Surprised by the depth of the Rangdan's infiltration, reaching deep into the Ultima Orientis segmentum, and delighted by their reappearance. This battle might become the foundation for the Legion's glory. He immediately ordered his fleet to encircle the Rangdan servants, preventing the enemy from escaping. "Fleet, heed my command," Gilliman said in a deep voice, the authority of the consul spreading throughout the fleet via electronic signals. "All ships disengage from combat, leave this star system, and rendezvous at Macragge. This battle is a mistake, perhaps a misunderstanding, or even deliberate, staining what could have been a harmonious encounter with the crimson of blood. Fleet, withdraw." The consul of Macragge, his decision was beyond doubt. The great leader had made Ultramar prosperous. The fleet immediately accelerated to full power to disengage from combat, moving towards the edge of the dark star system under mutual cover. Facing a rapidly approaching unknown force, if they did not withdraw now, they would be surrounded and annihilated by a large number of ships. Gilliman had seen the danger and ordered the ships to withdraw. Regardless of whether the future was good or bad, preserving strength was in line with Macrag's strategic needs. Filthy creatures devoid of courage and honor, wretches who grovel in the mire. Seeing the fleet withdrawing, the public channel once again erupted with furious curses, stinging every Macragian. Hypocritical, despicable, and weak, where are your Xenos overlords? Let them come here and face our wrath. Even the rationally tolerant Gilliman's face was ashen, his hands clenched into fists, constantly suppressing the surge of anger within him. His nature urged his anger, wanting to rush forward, swing his iron fist, smash the provocateur's front teeth, and tear out his tongue to cleanse the humiliation. But reason suppressed Gilliman's fury, making him understand the current situation, to prioritize the greater good, and to prevent war from igniting between the two empires. He shook his head and took several deep breaths, inhaling cold air to combat the heat, urging the fleet to execute his orders. Gilliman had no intention of responding to the insults and challenges on the public channel. The other party had closed two-way communication, unilaterally spewing verbal abuse. But he continued to listen, constantly gathering information and building a mental model. Gilliman had likely deduced the situation clearly. The vanguard fleets of two factions, the Imperium of Man and the Nur Stars, were searching the void for a dangerous Xenos called the Rangdan. They could control minds and were a great enemy of the human race, an entity that must be annihilated. And the Macrag fleet, for currently unknown reasons, had attacked the Nur Stars and was labeled as Rangdan servants. Gilliman stared at the holographic map, watching his fleet escape the encirclement, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. He lowered his voice and gave an order to the captain. "Captain, please move the ship closer." Gilliman pointed at the occupied friendly warship on the holographic map, ordering his command ship to approach it. "Sir," the captain felt a surge of panic which he quickly suppressed. His duty forbade any display of fear. He said with a stiff neck and voice, "We might not return from this." That fallen warship was also a crucial target for the enemy, the destination of multiple warship trajectories. "I understand, Captain." Gilliman looked at the middle-aged man, offering a comforting smile. "That is the origin of the conflict. I must go and understand the cause of the incident. My personal safety, or the loss of this ship, is far less important than the safety and future of Ultramar. If this incident cannot be resolved, what kind of thunderous retaliation will our home world face?" The captain remained silent, drawing a navigation route on the holographic map and ordering the ship to proceed at full speed. Fortunately, the star system where the fallen warship was located was relatively close to their position, allowing them to arrive earlier than the Imperium of Man. Shut down weapon systems, activate light signals, and transmit a message of no hostility. The captain continuously gave orders, executing his personal judgment of the situation, demonstrating the ship's harmlessness with the utmost sincerity. Gilliman nodded repeatedly. The captain had indeed done his best, showing immense sincerity. The Legion captain, however, did not see it that way. Regardless, any ship or faction labeled as Rangdan had become synonymous with treachery and shamelessness. Harmless signals and deactivated weapons were merely the beginning of a ruse. The Nur Stars had already explained the cause of the incident. Macrag had deceived them into boarding, then launched a sudden attack at close range. Was the current situation not exactly the same as then? First, feign harmlessness, then launch a deadly sneak attack when the Imperium let down its guard. Once bitten by a snake, one fears a rope for 10 years. The Imperium would not trust its enemies. The Legion would not hesitate. Plots and schemes will not deceive us. The captain's will was as firm as iron as he issued the attack order. Disable the enemy ship. They can say whatever they want in a cage. Lances of light pierced the cosmos, attacking the enemy ship to prevent it from approaching the derelict. Fighters launched from the hangar, carrying anti-ship missiles, determined to sink the enemy vessel. Beep, beep, beep. On the command ship, alarms blared with vibrations, red and green lights alternating, reflecting Gilliman's constantly changing expression. He understood the imperium of man's resolve. That furious fleet commander showed no hesitation once a target was identified. Multiple deck sections damaged, their technology far surpasses ours. Reports constantly came from the bridge, the crew's voices tinged with tears. As the distance closes, the power of their weapons will become even stronger. Raise shields. The captain's roar drowned out the crying, raising shields to face the attack. I leave this to you. I need to prepare to board. Gilliman was expressionless as he walked to the elevator, turning back to say loudly, May the glory of Macragge endure forever. He looked back at the bridge with reverence until the elevator doors slowly closed. May the glory of Macragge endure forever. The captain saluted the giant, his eyes devoid of fear, only the composure and fearlessness of facing sacrifice. They all knew that no matter the outcome of the boarding negotiations, this warship would never return. The warships of the Imperium of Man would be merciless. Dense lance weapons would tear the warship apart without a hint of hesitation. The 13th Legion warships and the Macragge warship rapidly converged on the derelict as their center. Boarding. At close range, the 4th Company captain issued the boarding order, sending his Legion brothers to attack the enemy warship. For the glory of the Legion, the warriors roared, entering the boarding pods and launching with the force of thunder. The boarding pods pierced through the cold void, meltaguns searing through the hull, releasing the Imperium of Man's most elite warriors, the Astartes. Huge men in blue power armor, wielding bolt guns, burst from the boarding pods, continuously attacking the ship's interior. Gilliman saw this scene before boarding the shuttle, his pupils sharply contracted. He had never seen such warriors before, tall, exuding murderous intent, incredibly swift in their movements and seamlessly coordinated. He also had a unique feeling that these warriors were both familiar and unfamiliar, as if there was some connection to him. Then the disembarking warriors aimed their guns at Gilliman, pulling the triggers and firing at him. Near the boarding pod, thick smoke billowed from melt to scorching. Before the smoke cleared, the Space Marines, guided by their helmet visors, locked onto his silhouette and opened fire ferociously. A tall Gene Thrall, the 13th Legion warriors had locked onto a high-threat target. Bang, bang, bangs. In an instant, Gilliman's vision pierced through the smoke, seeing at least 6 warriors firing at him. Gilliman clearly saw the trajectories of the bullets piercing the smoke and immediately took evasive action. For him, it was not difficult. He dodged the attack, but his accompanying personnel could not, their chests and heads exploding. Gilliman's heart sank, assessing the enemy's weapons and concluding that they could harm him. Those armored warriors, though not as powerful as him, were numerous and held an overwhelming advantage over mortals. While dodging bullets, Gilliman's brain still operated at high speed, gathering information and intelligence, deducing the future course of the battle. The Imperium of Man possessed at least 13 such armies. These powerful warriors were absolutely something Macragge could not withstand. Even with himself, they could not. Just as he was in shock, a sudden pain in his chest, a stray bullet struck Gilliman, shattering the chest plate of his protective armor. Instinctively, he looked down at the breech, his brain again deducing the type of ammunition, a self-propelled explosive round. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The savage roar of motors came, smoke filled with an agitated atmosphere, as the boarding warriors drew their chainswords. Gilliman's mouth twitched, the sharp, rotating teeth of the barbaric weapon emitting a terrifying killing intent, shredding everything it touched. He constantly dodged and weaved, his movements as swift as a ghost, unwilling to get entangled with the boarding Legion warriors. It wasn't out of fear of the brutal Imperium of Man soldiers. Gilliman knew very well that killing would not fundamentally resolve this conflict. Although those Legion warriors were powerful, with his own strength, he was confident he could eliminate the 18 Legion warriors who came out of the 3 boarding craft within 3 seconds. Even if he was currently unarmed. There was also the most important point. The faint connection between himself and the Imperium of Man Legion warriors made him abandon any intention to attack. Gilliman was unwilling to attack, but the Legion warriors of the 13th Legion didn't think that way. Their goal was to eliminate the threat before them. The Legion warriors burst out of the thick smoke and saw the massive blue giant 50 meters away. Brothers, steady your minds, resist the psychic pollution of the Rangdan slaves. The boarding team leader roared a warning, telling his battle brothers to steady their minds and prevent their spirits from being shaken. Seeing was believing. The Legion warriors finally understood why the Imperium and Argent Nur were so determined to eradicate the Rangdan. The Gene Slave in the blue power armor before them emitted a strange fluctuation, using an eerie sense of familiarity to deceive the Space Marine's senses. Just meeting him, the Space Marine's hearts were shaken, let alone how mortals could resist such a psychic impact. Had they not known about the Rangdan's pollution beforehand, they might have mistaken the person in front of them for a Primarch or a Gene Father. After all, from his height and physical capabilities, he greatly resembled a son of the Emperor. His disguise was extremely clever. They must strike hard. 4 Space Marines formed an attack formation, rushing forward with bolt pistols and power weapons. The battle brothers behind them continuously fired, compressing the giant's dodging space, launching a fierce, 2-pronged attack. To eliminate this huge danger, a long-range barrage would block his movement, while close-quarters combat would further restrict his range of activity. The Legion warriors charged incredibly fast. Their power armor stomped on the steel floor, their charging figures like heavy tanks. "Good Legion warriors," Gilliman couldn't help but exclaim. He saw in these soldiers a fearless courage daring to attack anyone. Within seconds, 4 Space Marines rushed forward, swinging their weapons and launching sharp attacks. Their brothers behind them continuously fired and closed in, intending to gang up on the abnormal Gene Slave. Inner thigh artery, psoas muscle, hip, knee joint. Gilliman analyzed and immediately knew the parts the Legion warriors were attacking, reacting with incredible speed. He backhanded, gripping the attacker's power armor backpack, and with astonishing strength, swung the opponent, smashing him into the converging Legion warriors. The Legion warrior only felt a blur before his eyes. The enemy's speed was incredibly fast, and once his large hand gripped the power armor backpack, an irresistible immense force followed. By the time he reacted, his body was completely out of control, spinning endlessly in the air. Bang! A crushing sensation came from inside his armor, his leg armor shattered, and the sound of impact transmitted through the ceramite. With the world spinning, he knew he had hit something. In the squad's information projection, the Legion warrior clearly saw that one member of the melee squad had lost contact. The armor monitor showed the battle brother's status. He wasn't dead, just knocked unconscious from being kicked in the head. Before he could even sigh in relief, his power armor flashed an overload warning. His vision went black, and blood spilled from his mouth and nose as he also fell unconscious. Gilliman, one in each hand, grabbed 2 Legion warriors' power armor backpacks, slammed them together, and then threw them out. The last Assault Legion warrior saw a large foot enlarge in his vision, and was kicked unconscious before he could react. In less than a second, the 4 attackers were dealt with. The strength of a Primarch and a Space Marine was incomparable. It was a one-sided crushing defeat. Gilliman looked back. The remaining boarding Legion warriors did not hesitate, still surrounding him, as if their comrades were not worth their concern. He shook his head helplessly, abandoned his defensive stance, and actively attacked, intending to deal with them all at once. However, Gilliman underestimated the Space Marine's resolve. The 14 Legion warriors did not rush to attack. Instead, they surrounded him, harassing him with ranged weapons and striking at vital points with their melee weapons. Gilliman was again amazed. This group of Legion warriors had extremely high coordination and even faster tactical adjustments, finding the best method immediately. He lowered his body, deftly dodging bullets, calculating every attack route. His superhuman perception granted Gilliman a seamless warning circle. Even without seeing behind him, he clearly sensed subtle movements. A large hand encased in protective armor grabbed a Legion warrior's arm, twisting it gently, breaking it along with the power armor. Gilliman launched his attack from within the encirclement, snatching the power axe from the Legion warrior's hand and beginning to counterattack in all directions. "I have no intention of being your enemy," he warned, saying regretfully, "This battle should not be happening." His response was met with silence, as well as swinging blades and roaring bullets. Sighing helplessly, Gilliman knew that his words and warnings could not shake the resolute Legion warriors. His steps were powerful yet light. He swung a fist with one hand and an axe with the other, repelling the surrounding Legion warriors. With one punch, ceramite armor shattered and a space marine flew backward, lying unconscious on the ground. A physics-defying turnaround, he swept aside a power armor backpack, felling 3 Legion warriors. The axe handle spun, shattering a helmet, revealing a face astonished to the point of disbelief underneath. He spun low with a sweeping kick. The surrounding Legion warriors had no time to resist and were all swept into the air. Before they could land, Gilliman moved his agile body, appearing to flash behind them, destroying all their power armor backpacks. When the Space Marines landed, they all fell to the ground, struggling but unable to get up. In just 3 short seconds, the encirclement was shattered, and the Space Marines, without even touching their enemy, all fell to the ground, losing their combat effectiveness. "Who exactly are you? Why does a being like you serve the Rangdan?" The Legion warrior, supporting his heavy power armor, his body incredibly tough, angrily questioned the blue giant. "I don't know the Rangdan." Gilliman's voice remained low, suppressing his anger, imbued with the helplessness of being misunderstood. Rangdan. Gilliman firmly remembered the Rangdan, this alien race that had caused him such unjust suffering. The boarding team leader cursed. "Whether you are Rangdan or not, you attacked the Imperium and Argent Nur, and that is a grave crime. You think you're strong. The warrior king is coming, and he will flay you alive." "Shut up," Gilliman growled. "Don't you understand? If I wanted to kill you, why would I go to such lengths to subdue you, to listen to you insult me? I am committed to ending conflict, not fanning the flames." The Legion warriors listened, silent. They could not ignore the facts before them. Just as the blue giant said, with his strength, killing 18 Assault Legion warriors would be effortless. The Legion warrior stubbornly said, "You just want to use us to achieve your ulterior motives." Gilliman helplessly covered his head with his gauntlet, suddenly wanting to laugh, amused by the Legion warriors lying on the ground. Suddenly, his senses began to give a warning. A new sense of crisis emerged. Looking up, a second wave of boarding craft appeared, rushing towards the landing pad. "I mean no harm," Gilliman emphasized again, dropping the power axe to the ground with a clang and turned to run towards the shuttle. The conflict was escalating. It had to be resolved. A greater crisis was approaching. That warrior king? Just hearing the title suggested he was no ordinary individual. The 13th Legion warriors burst out of the smoke, saw the blue-armored figure enter the shuttle, and let out an incredibly unwilling, furious roar. The waiting shuttle immediately departed, flying towards the wreckage, the initial epicenter of the contact incident. "The ship is locking down the sector. Don't let him escape." The boarding team was extremely resentful, uploading the shuttle's image to the ship, instructing the fleet to prioritize scanning. They quickly ran to their battle brothers to check the boarding team's casualties. "Did we really make a mistake?" A Legion warrior looked up, his eyes thoughtful, and asked his reinforcing brothers. I think you've been deceived by the alien servant. The battle brother shook his head, scoffing at his brother's weakness. He didn't answer, letting his brother help him up, recalling the blue giant's figure and words, finding it more and more unsettling the more he thought about it. Gilliman, riding the shuttle, arrived at the wreckage, his heart finally feeling a slight ease. The next moment, his slightly eased heart once again soared. From the warp's glow, a massive battleship emerged into real space, her figure grand and her demeanor noble, exuding an aura of supremacy. "Warrior King," Gilliman whispered, knowing that high-ranking Imperium of Man or Argent Nur personnel had arrived. Anyone with such a title would undoubtedly be known for their martial prowess, and martial prowess, in some aspects, symbolized volatility. He wondered if the volatile Warrior King would be willing to listen to his explanation. Gilliman boarded the occupied Macragge battleship, and what he saw was a tragic scene. Seeing his arrival, the ship's workers and sailors were greatly encouraged, gradually gathering behind Gilliman and following the giant to the bridge. They followed the giant's footsteps to the bridge, to make contact with the outsiders and understand the truth of the matter. Hurrying along, Gilliman's brow was tightly furrowed. Debris of varying sizes was scattered in the corridor, and solidified and semi-solidified blood covered the deck. The ventilation system could no longer filter the heavy smell of blood and decay. He walked through the corridors with a heavy heart, shaking his head repeatedly at the sight of the slaughtered citizens of Ultramar. Deep down, Gilliman remained vigilant, observing and analyzing, sensing that Argent Nur's soldiers were far from simple. As he walked through the ship's corridors, his extraordinary observational skills transformed what he saw into a holographic battlefield recreation. Argent Nur's elite warriors, using cutting weapons, coordinated with ordinary soldiers to tear through the armed sailors' lines and charge towards the bridge. From the varying depths of bloody footprints, Gilliman discovered that someone was carrying an object equal to their own weight. Someone was seriously injured. What exactly happened? He asked a nearby sailor, eager to understand the truth to prepare for countermeasures. The situation was becoming increasingly chaotic. He had to meticulously uncover the truth behind the conflict to prevent its escalation. Even a slight mishandling could escalate into a revenge expedition against Macragge by two massive powers. "We don't know," the captain of the sailors was equally bewildered, stammering out everything he had seen. "The people from Argent Nur boarded our battleship for a normal visit and were attacked as they were preparing to leave. A melt-a-bomb suddenly exploded, and then we received orders to attack those visitors. The captain claimed we were under attack and had to retaliate." The captain's answer made Gilliman's head pound. There was too little useful information, but at least one thing was confirmed: Macragge had initiated the attack. Then the entire ship was swept up by the captain's will, launching a targeted encirclement. As for why Argent Nur's visitors were attacked, only the captain knew. He was the orchestrator of this incident. "Not good," Gilliman exclaimed softly, his figure darting forward like an arrow, rushing anxiously towards the bridge. His alarmed cry and command echoed through the ship's corridor. "You all wait here. If anyone else boards, you don't need to stop them and do not show hostility." Even as he left, Gilliman made arrangements to prevent the conflict from escalating further. He was now very urgent, rushing towards the bridge with all his might, leaving several afterimages behind him. Gilliman, who had always been revered as a god by the people of Macragge and considered himself omnipotent, prayed for the first time in his heart. "Please don't die." The captain who issued the attack order was the culprit of the current situation. He absolutely could not die. If he died, all blame would fall on Macragge, and the Imperium of Man and Argent Nur would unleash their wrath upon innocent people. Soon, relying on his familiarity with the ship, Gilliman quickly reached the bridge and saw the cut-open steel door of the bridge. "Stop!" he roared, stopping the armed sailors from surrounding the bridge. Just then, a strong sense of danger surged within Gilliman. His instincts were screaming a warning. He immediately halted his advance and dodged to the side. A flat, blue, insubstantial beam of light grazed his body, effortlessly piercing the deck behind him. After dodging the attack, Gilliman suddenly realized that the situation on the field seemed to be different. The armed sailors appeared to be besieging, but in reality they were completely suppressed, too afraid to show their heads. Even behind cover, shredded bodies of sailors were everywhere, and no one dared approach within the firing angle of the steel door. The weapon emitting the azure beam ignored any cover, suppressing a large number of sailors. Hearing the roar, the armed sailors turned around and saw the towering figure of Gilliman, a flash of relief in their panicked eyes. "Sir, they have hijacked the captain." Gilliman raised a hand, interrupting the sailor, his stern expression finally relaxing slightly. He had heard some encouraging good news. The captain was only hijacked, not in mortal danger. "Friends from Argent Nur." Gilliman's towering figure hid out of the line of fire, adjusting his tone to be as gentle as possible, conveying friendliness into the bridge. "This conflict stems from a misunderstanding or a selfish personal decision. Can we talk?" As a Primarch, endowed with the extraordinary charisma bestowed by the Emperor, Gilliman's voice was resonant and echoed with sincerity through the ship's corridor. The outside of the bridge immediately fell silent, awaiting an answer. "Put away your tricks," came a response from within the bridge, extremely firm, filled with distrust and disdain. "We won't fall for it again. Only Argent Nur's wrath awaits you. King Noak has already arrived. He will wield the hammer of judgment and smash your hypocrisy and baseness to pieces. If you want to attack, come. The sentinels are not weak and fear no one." Gilliman was momentarily speechless, standing in the corner and sighing, knowing that once trust was broken, it would be difficult to mend. Argent Nur's visitors bravely displayed trust upon their arrival, only to be betrayed by the people of Macragge. Trust was split in half by betrayal, creating an insurmountable chasm that would take a very, very long time to bridge. "Lord Gilliman, save me quickly," a crying voice came from the bridge. The captain recognized the identity of the newcomer by his voice. "Shut up!" The mortal auxiliary army member swung his iron fist, knocking out a mouthful of the captain's yellow teeth, and cursed. "No one here can save you." Taking advantage of the talking, the sentinels signaled his comrade to set up a teleportation beacon, sending teleportation coordinates for reinforcements. "Please forgive my rudeness. I will apologize to you afterward." Gilliman's expression tightened again. After apologizing, he charged towards the bridge door. He had to do this. For Macragge and Ultramar, he absolutely had to control the captain. His eyes fixed on the inside of the bridge, Gilliman dared not relax, his mind highly concentrated, quickly analyzing the sentinel's movements. The beam weapon approached the speed of light. He knew he couldn't dodge it or rely on his body's defense. He could only avoid it by observing the warrior's movements, analyzing the firing angle, and utilizing his own agility. In a few strides, fully utilizing his speed and reaction time, he charged to the bridge door. The sentinels immediately counterattacked. They were surprised by the enemy's speed, but not helpless. "Rapid fire blockade the door," the veteran quickly adjusted. Since aiming was impossible, they would use suppressive fire. He took an egg-shaped grenade from his waist and threw it at the doorway, fearless of the enemy's high-level combat power charging in. Gilliman halted his charge and retreated. His senses told him not to rush forward recklessly. Sure enough, as soon as he retreated, the egg-shaped grenade exploded, forming a transparent circular area. Bullets entering it became extremely sluggish, barely advancing, slowly moving forward along their trajectory. Stasis grenade, one of the Sentinel's optional armaments, a temporal weapon made with ancient technology. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and Gilliman's eye twitched occasionally. What exactly was Argent Nur's background to possess portable temporal weapons? 5 seconds felt like 5 centuries. When the stasis effect ended, Gilliman was about to charge again, but saw the sentinels take out several more identical grenades from his waist. He froze for a moment, retreating back to the corner, taking an automatic rifle from an armed sailor, removing the magazine and squeezing out the bullets into his hand. Holding the bullets in his hand, Gilliman no longer hesitated, his figure moving as he charged towards the bridge door. This time he had to succeed, to reclaim the only living witness. Because inside the bridge, teleportation light had flared. The sentinels again threw a stasis grenade to hinder the enemy's progress. Just 5 seconds, and teleportation support would arrive. Gilliman seized the opportunity, flicking a bullet from his hand, precisely hitting the stasis grenade and knocking it away. The sentinels couldn't have imagined that the seemingly unsolvable situation would be resolved by the enemy with such a method. The towering figure dodged the shots and rushed into the bridge, clearly aiming for the captured captain. Seeing this, the sentinels fought back, unwilling to let the attacker be snatched away. In a flash of lightning, 4 sentinels members pounced, executing a combined attack tactic. All 4 attacked simultaneously, their dimensional rays overlapping, blocking the enemy's path. This was a disaster. The dimensional rays were indestructible, piercing indiscriminately through the bridge, directly cutting through the bridge's protective layer. The pressure alarm sounded, internal pressure gradually leaking out. If this continued, the captain would surely die. "Damn it!" Gilliman, usually gentle and refined, cursed under his breath, swinging his fists and feet at the sentinels. He realized that if he didn't defeat them, he wouldn't achieve his goal. How could the might of a Primarch be blocked? Gilliman's punches and kicks were so fast that the sentinels couldn't react. He swept his iron fist, striking the first warrior's head with appropriate force, knocking him unconscious. Then he kicked the warrior's abdomen, denting the power armor. The severe impact on the internal organs caused a fainting reaction, rendering the warrior unable to resist. Immediately, with a swift turn, he grabbed a warrior by the back of the neck and slammed him against the steel wall, knocking him out. "I mean no ill will," Gilliman declared again, reaching out to grasp the throat of the warrior whose armor was distinct. Just as he was about to choke him unconscious, the teleportation light intensified, and a tall figure appeared on the bridge with a flash of white light. Gilliman's hair stood on end, his body's alarm screamed, every cell sending a signal to escape. He moved quickly, following his instinctive judgment, immediately letting go and lightly leaping backward. Gilliman was fast, but someone was faster than him. After Blazkowicz teleported in, he saw a huge human figure wearing simple protective armor attacking the sentinels. In an instant, without time to analyze the situation on the field, surging rage filled his heart. These sentinels' veterans had followed him through countless battles. Now someone dared to kill them right in front of him. No matter who he was, he must pay the price. As that person retreated, Blazkowicz, filled with fury, chased after him and grabbed his arm. Gilliman had not yet clearly seen the newcomer's face when he felt a tremendous force from his arm, forcibly halting his backward movement. Blazkowicz gripped the attacker with his left hand, his fingers like eagle claws tearing through the protective armor as if it were paper. He raised his right arm, and it descended like a war hammer, striking the attacker's right shoulder and shattering his collarbone. Gilliman heard the sound of bones breaking. The sound transmitted through bone was faster than air, and he felt half of his body lose control, shattered bones piercing his muscles, slowly severing ligaments and blood vessels. He immediately counterattacked, swinging his left hand, tensing all his muscles and exerting his full strength, clenching his fist and smashing it towards his opponent, fighting back with all his might to seize a chance to survive. Yes, Gilliman felt that if he didn't fight with all his strength, he might die here. His fist, containing the power to split mountains, smashed forward but was caught by a large hand. At this moment, as Gilliman's attack was blocked, he finally saw the image of the person before him. The newcomer had black hair and black eyes, a heroic face that was twisted with ferocity, and the rage in his eyes seemed ready to tear him apart. He was about to explain when he was interrupted by brute force. The two immense forces instantly clashed, and Blazkowicz used a headbutt to cut off any explanation. Head collided with head, as if they were not flesh and blood, emitting the clang of steel, and a blazing white light erupted at the point of impact, with the compressed air creating an explosive sound. The protective helmet instantly shattered, revealing Gilliman's face. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, his mind was a chaotic mess, and his eyes rolled back as he was on the verge of unconsciousness. However, the Primarch's formidable physical functions restored his awareness, and his life flashed before his eyes. From indifference to cheerfulness, his stern adoptive father Connor, his gentle adoptive mother Uten. His mother was waiting for him to return. Macragge could not be without him, he must go back. HMPH, Gilliman roared, releasing his fury, the wild rage suppressed by reason and love. Now, with hands interlocked, he roared, bleeding from his 7 orifices. His image like an Usura returned from hell. The 13th Legion warriors in the combat zone felt a surge of fury spreading from the depths of their hearts to every corner of their souls. They didn't understand what was happening, but they seemed to hear a roar filled with rage. Respond to toughness with toughness, and repay rage with rage. Gilliman tightened his grip on the arm to prevent the other party from escaping, leaned backward, creating distance, and tensed his abdominal muscles, returning an equally violent headbutt. Boom! A louder thud than before sounded, and the two giants collided again, blood and a sonic boom erupting together. Gilliman's forehead was shattered, his scalp split open, and blood drenched him, turning him into a blood-soaked figure, weakly gasping on the verge of fainting. Although Blazkowicz's scalp was split and bleeding, his figure stood like an ancient pine without the slightest tremor. He shook his neck, bones cracking, his eyes without a trace of turbidity, still clear, his combat power unaffected. He suddenly used force with both hands, pulling the attacker over and struck his abdomen with his knee. The hardest joint of the human body striking the softest part of the human body, the result was self-evident. Gilliman's brain reeled, his abdominal nerves spasmed from the heavy blow, and an extremely uncomfortable physiological urge to vomit surged within him. NGH, he let out a pained moan, his body involuntarily curled up, tears flowing with the blood. At this moment, Gilliman thought a lot, feeling that he might die. He just still didn't understand why that damned captain would go mad and attack Nurian people. Blazkowicz showed no mercy, punching the person before him unconscious and casually throwing him to the ground. He looked up, his face as cold as ice, taking in everything in the bridge. The trembling, obese captain was bound. The tall figure lay on the ground, and the sentinels were unconscious. Facing the mess, Blazkowicz retracted his gaze and instructed the Doom Slayers who had teleported in. "Take everyone, we're leaving here." He lowered his head slightly, staring at the blood-soaked, unconscious giant. "Lock him up, he's very dangerous." The teleportation light glowed again, and the long-range teleportation brought everyone back to the Royal Majesty. Blazkowicz walked into the washroom, washing away the bloodstains, and said to Sophia, "Inform the Emperor via astropathic choir to come and see if that person is his son of the Emperor." That golden-haired giant had left a deep impression on him, and it was highly likely he was a son of the Emperor. But Blazkowicz did not regret what he had done. He clearly knew that Macragge had attacked Argent Nur. This was an undeniable fact. No matter who the attack order came from, the Nur Stars needed an explanation. When Blazkowicz returned to the bridge of the Royal Majesty, the company commander of the 4th Company of the 13th Legion had been waiting for a long time. "What's wrong, Gaius?" Blazkowicz sat on the throne, a gentle smile on his face as he asked the Space Marine in blue power armor. He was very grateful for the 13th Legion's assistance, and his tone was naturally much more intimate. Gaius looked haggard at the moment, with no joy of victory, and his expression was somewhat stiff. "Great Primarch, I bid you farewell. Gaius knelt on one knee, performing the warrior's salute to the warrior king, expressing his intention to leave. We wish to patrol the surrounding star systems to search for our Gene Father. The nameless fury that erupted during the battle was felt by every warrior, and it very likely came from their Gene Father. He might have met with misfortune and was suffering somewhere in the void. Oh, Blazkowicz narrowed his eyes slightly and asked Gaius, "Do you have any news of him?" "Not at the moment." Gaius shook his head, his brows filled with sorrow. "But we can sense his rage. Our Gene Father is likely nearby." Hearing Gaius say this, Blazkowicz's expression became a little strange. He thought of a possibility the person he had captured was very likely the Primarch of the 13th Legion. Only that person had shown instantaneous rage during the battle, and the timing was quite consistent. Heh, Blazkowicz coughed lightly, his face straightening, and said to the kneeling Gaius below, "You need not search for my brother. I have some clues here." Upon hearing this, Gaius trembled all over, and a look of intense joy erupted on his slightly worried, square-shaped face. The warrior king's reputation was excellent within the Imperium. His words and promises had never contained any falsehood. "Do you truly have news about our Gene Father?" Gaius asked in surprise, then realized his impropriety. "Please forgive my disrespect. It is not doubt or disrespect." He lowered his head very low, expressing his apology carefully in a sincere tone. "Indeed," Blazkowicz nodded, waved his hand for him to stand up. "I have some news awaiting the Emperor's confirmation." "The 13th Legion will forever thank you," Gaius exclaimed, his expression uncontrollably excited. Waiting for the Emperor's confirmation. That almost certainly meant that Argent Nur indeed had news about the Gene Father, which had been verified by multiple parties, and was just waiting for the final step. With the successive return of the Primarchs, the various legions were secretly competing, and while conducting the Great Crusade, they were also searching for their respective Gene Fathers. But the galaxy was vast, and the Primarchs were scattered everywhere. Describing it as searching for a needle in a haystack would not be an exaggeration. "You all can rest assured and wait. Just prepare yourselves and be ready to welcome him." Blazkowicz suppressed his strange expression and advised Gaius to wait patiently in a calm tone. He thought a lot, wondering how the Primarch of the 13th Legion would treat his son of the Emperor who had shot him, after they recognized each other. This was also good. Blazkowicz could use these events to observe his brother's character and magnanimity as a touchstone for their future interactions. Gaius left happily, conveying the news to the Legion that the Gene Father might have been found. For a time, cheers erupted in the communication channel, and the Space Marines burst into enthusiastic applause. Blazkowicz couldn't help but smile, stood up, and left the bridge, heading to the deck level where the captive was held. When Guilliman awoke, his body had recovered as before. He shook his head to clear the dizziness, his consciousness came back online, and he immediately realized his predicament. He was in a prison, surrounded by high-energy laser fences, and as far as his eyes could see, there were no contact points. After just a simple observation, Guilliman abandoned any thought of escaping. He touched the material beneath his feet, which had almost no possibility of being destroyed. The owner of the prison understood him very well. The cell was very specifically designed. "You're finally awake," a voice from behind startled Guilliman, who quickly turned to face the speaker. He saw a tall figure, sitting outside the laser fence, looking at him with a half-smile. "Who are you?" Guilliman asked tentatively, his forehead throbbing from the pain of being defeated by this very person. He sat upright with black-armored warriors, completely different from the Sentinels, standing behind him, exuding an extremely sharp aura. Guilliman didn't know where he was a world or a warship. If it was a world, what he saw before him was unlike anything he had ever seen. Lights illuminated white grid walls, soft and not dazzling. His gaze extended to various hatches and corridors, arranged no differently from a warship. If it was a warship, the space was too wide and bright. The utilization rate seemed very low, and there was no slight tremor from a warship's engine. With numerous doubts in his mind, Gilliman chose the safest approach, asking for the other party's origin to establish some initial understanding. Blazkovich Novik. Unexpectedly, the valiant man, wearing power armor on his lower body and bare-chested with a mark on his chest, readily gave his name. Robot Gilliman. Out of courtesy, Gilliman stated his name, his gaze fixed on the man. He had never encountered such an existence powerful, having taken him down in mere seconds. Recalling it now, those few seconds felt longer than any previous duel, as if centuries had passed. No matter how Gilliman replayed the events, he had to accept a terrifying fact. He could not defeat the person before him. Why did Macrag attack us? Blazkovich's expression turned serious as he asked Robot Gilliman, I need an explanation. After capturing the enemy warship and personnel, the Royal Majesty's technical staff thoroughly examined everyone, including the corpses. The results of the examination were unexpected. The people of Macrag showed no signs of the Randans' mental corruption. Thus, the reason for their opening fire became intriguing. Blazkovich was incredibly furious about Macrag's despicable sneak attack. A sentinel was severely wounded, still unconscious, and hovering on the brink of death. If he had died on the battlefield, Blazkovich would have been heartbroken but not this angry. Noble and brave warriors should die on the front lines. A vile sneak attack was scorned by the people of Argent Nur. I don't know. Gilliman shrugged, looking helpless, also wanting to understand the reason that had nearly cost him his life. He shook his head with a bitter smile, saying, I boarded the ship to clarify the points of conflict, not to escalate the animosity between us. After all, the continuation of conflict represents the birth of hatred. We are all humans, rising again from the dark star systems. We should not be fighting among ourselves. These words were skillfully spoken, indicating his lack of intention to conflict, his fundamental stance on ending conflict, and also articulating profound righteousness and kinship from a broad human perspective. Blazkovich raised an eyebrow. His lost brother, it seemed, had grown up in a court and was an excellent politician. A few simple sentences completely shifted the blame and, incidentally, suggested that he too was part of an investigation. Mere one-sided words. Blazkovich shook his head slightly, dismissing Gilliman's sincere but politically motivated explanation. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. He snapped his fingers, and walls like partitions rose around the cage imprisoning Gilliman, cutting off outside information. The confinement was not truly isolated. The inner walls of the cell had holographic projections that could transmit signals and display images. As the cage was sealed, another cell rose on the other side, imprisoning the ship's captain. When the captain's cell partition dropped, he slumped inside, pale-faced, the shoulder of his captain's uniform, representing honor and courage, stained and discolored by a foul-smelling liquid. Seeing this man on the projection wall, Gilliman took several deep breaths, sitting cross-legged on the ground to suppress the anger in his heart. He had orchestrated a disgraceful sneak attack against visitors, and now, in his pathetic state, he had thoroughly disgraced the soldiers of Macrag. He dared to act, but lacked the courage to take responsibility. If he had shown a tough demeanor, Gilliman might have looked at him with more respect, acknowledging him as a bold and resolute iron-willed man. Gilliman narrowed his eyes and pricked up his ears, remaining silent in the cell, wanting to hear what reason the captain would give for attacking Nurian visitors and instigating this conflict that should never have happened. Marcus, you are not as strong as your name suggests. The interrogator spoke, the black-robed interrogation master beginning to question the prisoner with a mocking tone. Blazkovich and the Doom Slayer were behind a partition. Such a despicable wretch was not worth their interrogation. The interrogator was most suitable. Marcus' face grew paler, his body trembling like a sieve. He struggled to rise from the cage, subconsciously wanting to lean on the edge of the cage to voice his grievances, but was suddenly jolted awake by the high heat. The high-energy laser burned, like a sharp sword cutting through weakness, exposing everything about him to the interrogation master's eyes. He was terrified. The interrogation master's waist bore torture tools stained with dark red rust, clinking as he moved. The cowardly Marcus recalled the situation at the time. During a routine exploratory voyage, his fleet encountered the people of Argent Nur and agreed to their request to board the ship for a visit. Marcus, of course, had selfish motives. From the moment he saw Nurian's ship, a desire named greed began to swell. Warp travel, Macrag's lost technology. If he could present it to Guilliman, his family would be etched in history forever. The Nurian people boarding the ship were simply lambs to the slaughter. As a captain, he naturally understood the stakes. A faction possessing warp travel technology could very likely overthrow Macrag. However, in the vast universe, how many ships went missing every day? Would the core of the opposing faction truly go to great lengths, expending vast financial and material resources to search for an exploratory vessel? Having thought this through, Marcus began to prepare his plan, ensuring it was foolproof. He immediately contacted his trusted subordinates, and during the farewell, detonated meltabombs hidden in their bodies. Up to this point, the plan had gone smoothly. But everything that followed caught him off guard. The original plan deviated from expectations, plunging into a crazy abyss. The meticulously prepared meltabomb, which should have killed everyone on the other side, failed to achieve the desired effect at the most crucial moment. Its terrifying power was blocked by personal shields, only severely wounding the closest core personnel and eliminating a few insignificant ordinary soldiers. The Nurian people reacted immediately, killing everyone present and retreating deeper into the ship. The warship reacted even faster. Before their side could open fire, it disengaged without hesitation, using stealth technology to hide. Everything happened too quickly, and Marcus felt a wave of dizziness. He knew that things were irreversible, and only then realized his foolishness and reckless ambition. Since there was no turning back, he would go all the way. As long as he brought back the warp engine and eliminated Nurian people, everything that happened here would merely be an insignificant shadow beneath a medal of honor. Marcus immediately ordered his fleet to besiege Nurian ship and armed sailors to hunt down the boarding warriors. The power of those extraordinary warriors and the sharpness of Nurian's ship were even more beyond his expectations. Things gradually evolved into the current situation. The consul of Macrag's fate was unknown. The fleet had long since withdrawn, and he himself was a prisoner. Marcus knew that all of this was caused by his own greed, but he wouldn't say it. It was the Macrag High Command that ordered me to ambush your side. Although his voice trembled, his eyes were unusually firm. Without High Command orders, how would I dare to open fire rashly? Blazkowicz smiled. Through the other party's trembling tone, flickering eyes, and even momentarily erratic heartbeat, he knew Marcus was lying. He smiled because he saw Guilliman's stunned expression in the cage, and almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Guilliman was stunned. He somewhat suspected whether he had misapproved a document, leading to Marcus' fleet opening fire. Within a second, he recalled all documents and found no relevant content. Lies, Guilliman roared in the cage, his iron fists clenching with a cracking sound. If he could break out now, he would surely tear Marcus limb from limb. Why would they order you to open fire? The interrogation master didn't expose him. Instead, he nodded thoughtfully, following Marcus' line of reasoning to ask. One lie requires more lies to cover and prove it, eventually leading to logical inconsistencies. Marcus hesitated slightly, but was dazzled by the interrogation master's torture tools, stammering his reply. The High Command wanted to seize your warp travel technology. This statement was half-truth, half-false, shifting his true intentions onto the so-called High Command. How did you know the High Command's thoughts? The interrogation master's voice was slightly mocking, as if he saw through everything. Marcus fell silent, licking his dry lips with his tongue, his mustache twitching constantly, his brain working at high speed trying to weave a lie. Just as he was thinking, the partition beside him crashed down, and Gilliman was staring at him with a furious expression and bloodshot eyes. "I should have thrown you to the dogs long ago," Gilliman cursed. Chapter 73 Destiny. "I should have thrown you to the dogs." Gilliman's voice was a low growl, his statesman-like composure shattering as raw fury surged through him. He glared at the cowering form of Marcus. He had never given the order. How much of Marcus' story was a lie? The terrifying conclusion solidified in his mind. Marcus was trying to drag Macragge down with him to make everyone pay for his folly. At the sight of Gilliman, Marcus froze, his face a mask of terror. He dared not meet the gaze of Macragge's ruler, his legs scrambling uselessly on the floor as he tried to shuffle backward. A shrill scream tore from his throat. In his terror, he had forgotten the laser cage. The high-energy beam seared into his back, and the sound of sizzling fat filled the air as oil dripped onto the deck. In that searing moment of pain, Marcus understood his clumsy lies had been seen through from the start. Everyone, from the figures in the light to those in the shadows, had been patiently watching his performance. "Lord Gilliman," with an agility that defied his bloated frame, Marcus rolled and scrambled to his knees. The desire for self-preservation was so strong it squeezed tears from his eyes. "Everything I did," he wept, "was for Ultramar's future, to reach the distant stars. Without a warp engine, we would be confined here for generations." Gilliman turned away in disgust. It was a classic trick, conflating personal greed with noble justice. "If you truly acted for Macragge," he said, his voice cold iron, "why did you deny it all moments ago?" He shattered the man's pretense with a single question. "You are nothing but a selfish coward, cloaking your despicable actions in a flag of patriotism. Even now you refuse to accept defeat, willing to see all of Macragge burn for your mistakes. From beginning to end you have not reflected." Gilliman turned back, his gaze falling on the medals adorning Marcus' uniform. "You have betrayed the honor of your house." Marcus' face went pale, then twisted into a venomous sneer. "So you are the glorious king of Macragge, and I am just a rat in the sewer." He shed the last of his disguise, his eyes sinister and fierce. "Are your methods of stripping us of our interests for the sake of the commoners any more honorable than mine? The only difference between us is that you succeeded and I failed." Gilliman said nothing, simply listening to the bitter tirade of a petty man broken by his own ambition. Behind the partition, Blazkowicz absorbed the details of their argument, a thoughtful expression solidifying on his face. His lost brother, it seemed, was a wise ruler, hated by the nobility for bestowing greater welfare upon the commoners. Yet he was not ruthless enough. He had allowed the poison of the old guard to fester, leading to this disaster. But it was too soon for any final judgment. A chasm always existed between conjecture and the hard realities of governing. Blazkowicz was certain his brother had considered the threat, but was strayed from a purge by practical constraints. The two Primarchs remained lost in thought, allowing Marcus' delusional rant to continue. "If I had succeeded, my achievements would have surpassed my ancestors. Even you." Marcus was lost in his own fantasy, his expression one of intoxicated bliss. "Imagine it, the glory of Macragge carried by a warp engine to every corner of the galaxy. What a sight that would be." "Enough." Gilliman's sharp growl shattered the illusion, startling Marcus from his reverie. "No matter how brilliant the future you imagined, your path did not lead there. Your madness failed, your cowardice was exposed, and your actions will be nailed to the pillar of shame for all time. You still have one last contribution to make to Macragge. Your story will be a warning to all future generations, a lesson in ambition and failure." "I appeal to the warrior king," Gilliman declared, rising to his feet. He straightened his torn uniform, a futile attempt to restore his dignity. Facing the partition, he bowed his head. "The truth is revealed. The fault lies with this man alone. I ask your permission to take him and put him on public trial before the people of Macragge." He hesitated, his next words a calculated risk. "Macragge will compensate you for your losses. We will pay the price for his vile actions. He is, after all, a man of Macragge, and it was I who granted him the power he so foolishly abused." The chamber fell silent. No response came from behind the partition. A faint smile touched Blazkovich's lips as he watched Gilliman. His brother was an exceptional politician and strategist with an adventurer's spirit. But that same political nature could easily isolate him. He subconsciously adopted the persona, weighing every word even in casual settings. How could others open their hearts to a man who never truly revealed his own? Gilliman's plea was masterfully righteous, carefully separating the responsibilities. The fault was Marcus, but Macragge would accept a portion of the blame. His offer to have his entire world pay for one man's actions was a daring political gamble, one suited to an honorable opponent. He was betting the safety of Macragge on the belief that the warrior king was no tyrant. Blazkovich offered no immediate response. The final judgment on Gilliman and Macragge was not his to make, but the Emperor's, who was already en route. He had to be certain this was a Primarch brother. Once that was confirmed, accounts could be settled. Conflicts between brothers were handled very differently than those with strangers. He sat behind the screen, a strange smile on his face, his thoughts drifting. He could already foresee a future where, if all his brothers returned, Gilliman's guarded personality might lead to his ostracization. Slowly, the partition lowered. Gilliman's heart leaped into his throat. Then applause echoed in the chamber. Clap, clap, clap. The giant, flanked by his black-armored warriors, was applauding from his seat, an enigmatic smile playing on his lips. He applauded but made no declaration. "You are a politician," Blazkovich said softly, his tone a sincere caution. "But when you face me or others like me, it is better to be genuine." Gilliman's golden brow furrowed. He felt no embarrassment at being seen through. Instead, he seriously weighed the warning. The tension in his chest finally eased. For now, he was safe. "Genuine emotion may be crude," Blazkovich continued, "but it earns sincere friendship." He rose slowly, his gaze bypassing Marcus as if he were furniture. Shaking out his cloak, he departed the prison deck. The warning was genuine. Gilliman knew it. He sat back down, turning the words over and over in his mind. Such advice was not given without reason. There had to be a deeper meaning. Blazkovich knew that even if this man wasn't his brother, his talent would ensure he would one day interact with the other Primarchs. Being sincere would earn him more goodwill than any political maneuvering. For the sons of the Emperor, power and status were givens. What they truly needed were friends with whom they could speak freely, without pretense. Shortly after Blazkovich left, a team of attendants entered the prison deck, carrying fresh clothing and cleaning supplies. As the laser barrier deactivated, Gilliman's first instinct was to escape, but he crushed the impulse. If they were willing to lower the cage, they were not afraid of him running. "My lord, you will be permitted to leave shortly," one of the attendants, a palace maid, said with a soft smile, having noticed his fleeting intention. "I understand." Gilliman nodded and stood, spreading his arms to allow them to clean the grime from his body and dress him in the new clothes. When they were finished, they departed, leaving a single guide behind. "My lord, please follow me," the court guide bowed gracefully. "You are permitted access to the garden and reception decks. I must ask that you do not wander, lest you be mistaken as a threat by the patrol warriors." Gilliman nodded in acknowledgement. He cast one final glance at Marcus, who lay on the floor like a slaughtered pig, before turning his back on the man and following the guide from the cell. Meanwhile, a faint unease settled over Blazkovich. He worried what the Emperor and Vulcan would think when they learned he had beaten a brother and thrown him in prison. Vulcan, especially, his dark-skinned brother, was honest and righteous to a fault. In his eyes, abusing a sibling might be a grave sin requiring solemn repentance. To prevent future trouble, Blazkovich decided on preemptive action, moving to nip the crisis in the bud. He left for the medical bay, his steps quick and slightly disheveled. Inside the sterile chamber, a sentinel warrior lay in a stasis medical pod, his body ravaged by melta-bombs. Time was suspended around him as mechanical arms, moving through the frozen moment, peeled away necrotic tissue. Billions of nanopincers stripped away dead cells, layer by layer, while simultaneously reconstructing his shattered limbs. The warrior's condition was beyond grim. His lower body was gone, and he was missing most of his vital organs. he clung to life with half a heart and a third of a lung. The skin of his face was a burned ruin, and with the charred flesh removed, the underlying muscle and ligaments were gruesomely exposed. His unprotected eyes were lightless voids. Such injuries would have killed a space marine instantly, yet the pod's life sign monitors confirmed the impossible. The warrior was alive, his stubborn soul simply refusing to die. That he had survived for 10 days on the battlefield before being recovered was a miracle. The most advanced limb regeneration technology could rebuild his body, but it could not salvage the life within. Only his will sustained him. Blazkowicz stood by, his face an expressionless mask as he watched the machine work. After a few moments, the Legion's apothecary entered, carrying a cryogenic cooler. Apothecary Hippocrates reporting. The black-armored warrior was unique. A thermos-like box was attached to his waist, and a dimensional blade used for cutting through armor and flesh was mounted below his left arm. The Legion apothecaries bore the sacred duty of recovering the gene seed from fallen brothers on the battlefield, a task vital to the Legion's survival. They were the harvesters of their future. Hippocrates walked to Blazkowicz's side and retrieved a single gene seed from the cryogenic box, placing it in the Primarch's hand. Blazkowicz had brought a small supply with him as a precaution, and now his foresight was rewarded. The organ was crimson, like a solidified drop of blood. He still marveled at the Emperor's science. A single gene seed implanted surgically could transform a mortal into a demigod of war. The process for his Slayer Legion was different, simpler, yet far more demanding. They required only the gene seed, but the compatibility rate was punishingly low, and only those with the firmest will could survive the torment. Clutching the gene seed, Blazkowicz saw a bridge. The Doom Slayers were his gene sons, while the Sentinels were loyal warriors of his homeworld, Argent Nur. The bond between them was him, and him alone. If he were to disappear one day, the Night Watch would return to their king, but his Doom Slayers would become homeless wanderers. He had encouraged cultural exchange and forged camaraderie in shared battle. But he knew his efforts at integration were indecisive compared to the thunderous methods of brothers like Russ and Ferris. Now an opportunity lay before him. This grievously wounded warrior, whose will resisted death itself, was the perfect cornerstone to build a true blood connection. His face stern, Blazkowicz stepped forward and personally placed the gene seed into the medical pod, setting it within the warrior's reconstructed chest cavity. "Sir," Hippocrates interjected, "we need to use the restraints." Blazkowicz turned to see his apothecary and the other Doom Marines nodding in grim agreement. He gestured, and the medical staff quickly moved to bind the warrior's limbs with heavy leather straps. "I recommend you leave, my lord," Hippocrates said gently. "There will now be an adaptation period of about 1 Terran week. It is a struggle he must face alone. There is nothing we can do, and to watch will only bring you sorrow." Heeding his son's advice, Blazkowicz reluctantly turned and left the medical bay. "You stay," he commanded Hippocrates. "Care for him." "It is my duty," the apothecary promised, removing his helmet to reveal a refined, solemn face. A week passed. Then, like a bright star igniting in the void, Blazkowicz felt it in his mind. Success. A long, slow breath escaped his lips. The agonizing wait was over. The foundation was laid. Now, wounded Sentinel would have more options than death or the cold life of a dreadnought. They could choose to be reborn. He rose from his chair, ending the holographic game on the table, and donned his cloak. He was heading for the medical bay when his senses flared. A powerful warp fluctuation pulsed through the system. A ship had just arrived. "Terrible timing," he muttered, turning instead toward the elevator that would take him to the reception deck. On that same deck, Guilliman felt it too. He rose and walked to the viewport. Out in the brilliant, stardusted void, a new light glowed, the residual energy of a warp translation. From it emerged a colossal golden ship, its hull so vast and ornate it seemed to capture and amplify the starlight. In that instant, Guilliman knew his destiny was about to change forever. Chapter 74 PRIMRCH. The Emperor's boarding procedure was a masterpiece of imperial pageantry. each movement choreographed with the precision of a military campaign and the grandeur of a coronation ceremony. The custodian guard emerged first from the gilded shuttle's Baroque archway, their auramite armor catching the artificial light of the ship's bay like captured starfare. Each guardian was a living monument to human perfection, their crimson cloaks billowing behind them as they took position with parade-ground precision. The aquila banners they bore were not mere cloth and thread, but sacred artifacts woven with golden wire and blessed by the emperor's own touch. They raised these standards high, forming an honor corridor that spoke of 10 millennia of unbroken tradition and absolute devotion. A carpet of the finest Terran silk, dyed the deep crimson of noble sacrifice, unfurled across the deck plates like a river of blood. The very air seemed to thicken with incense and expectation as the master of mankind himself prepared to descend. When the emperor finally emerged, reality itself seemed to bend around his presence. His golden power armor was not merely protective equipment, but a work of art that transcended human craftsmanship, each plate inscribed with microscopic prayers in a dozen dead languages, each joint blessed by the Mechanicum's greatest artificers. The armor sang with barely contained power, humming with energies that made the very atoms of the ship vibrate in harmony. His red cloak, cut from fabric that had witnessed the birth of civilizations, flowed behind him like liquid fire. At his waist hung the legendary golden sword, its blade forged from materials unknown to lesser minds, its edge sharp enough to cleave not just flesh and bone, but the very fabric of space-time itself. When he moved, it was with the measured grace of someone who had walked among gods and found them wanting. Behind him came Vulcan, and if the Emperor was radiance incarnate, then the 18th Primarch was the very embodiment of enduring strength. His midnight dark skin bore the ritual scarifications of Nocturne, each mark telling a story of triumph over adversity. Standing nearly 12 feet tall, he was a black iron tower of muscle and sinew, his presence both terrible and oddly comforting. The fire drake scales that adorned his shoulders and arms were not mere decoration, but trophies taken from the greatest predators of his volcanic homeworld, each one harder than the finest ceramite. His eyes, those crimson orbs that glowed like dying stars, swept the assembled crowd with paternal warmth despite their fearsome appearance. There was something profoundly peaceful about Vulcan's expression, a serenity that spoke of inner strength and unwavering compassion. When he smiled, which he did often and easily, it transformed his fearsome features into something almost gentle. At the far end of this imperial procession, Blazkowicz waited with patience. He had witnessed such ceremonies countless times across 100 worlds, had seen the pomp and circumstance of imperial might displayed for emperors and kings, for space marine chapters and planetary governors. The grandeur no longer impressed him. He had long since moved past the need for such displays. Yet despite his apparent disinterest, his posture remained rigidly correct. Every line of his superhuman frame spoke of discipline and respect, not for the ceremony itself, but for what it represented. He understood the importance of symbols, the power of pageantry to inspire loyalty and awe in lesser minds. And so he stood at attention, offering the emperor and his retinue the respect they had earned through their service to humanity. Beside him, Guilliman was experiencing something entirely different. Where Blazkowicz saw familiar ritual, the Lord of Macragge saw wonder incarnate. His analytical mind, trained from birth to catalog and understand every detail of human interaction, was working frantically to process the sheer majesty before him. Every aspect of the ceremony spoke to deeper meanings, hidden layers of symbolism that would take years to fully unpack. His pulse quickened involuntarily as the two towering figures approached along the crimson path. The golden figure radiated authority so absolute that it seemed to bend the very laws of physics around him, while the midnight giant beside him carried himself with such quiet dignity that even his monstrous appearance became somehow noble. Guilliman found himself studying Vulcan with the keen eye of a strategist evaluating a potential ally or enemy. The Primarch's features were indeed grotesque by conventional human standards. His skin bore the texture of volcanic rock. His teeth were like ivory daggers, and his hands ended in claws capable of rending ceramite. Yet there was something in his expression that spoke of deep wells of compassion and wisdom. The way he moved, careful not to disturb the ceremony or intimidate the mortal crew members who watched from the shadows, revealed a gentle soul housed within a terrifying frame. He seems like an honest person, Gilliman thought, and the assessment came with the weight of absolute certainty. In his years as a ruler, he had learned to read character in a heartbeat, to see through deception and false courtesy to the truth beneath. This black giant, for all his fearsome appearance, radiated integrity like heat from a forge. When his gaze shifted to the Emperor himself, Gilliman felt the world tilt on its axis. The master of mankind's true face was hidden beneath layers of psychic energy so dense they warped perception itself. Those who looked upon him saw not his actual features, but rather what their souls most desperately needed to see: the perfect father, the ideal leader, the embodiment of humanity's greatest aspirations. What Gilliman witnessed in that golden radiance was a face of perfect serenity and absolute wisdom. The features were ageless, neither young nor old, but timeless in their perfection. The eyes held depths that spoke of eons of experience, of sorrows beyond counting and joys that transcended mortal understanding. There was authority there, yes, but also profound compassion, the face of someone who had carried the weight of an entire species for millennia and had never once considered laying down that burden. In a moment of hallucinatory clarity, Gilliman's vision overlaid the Emperor's features with those of his adoptive father, Connor Gilliman. The two faces, one divine, one mortal, merged and separated in a dance of recognition and longing. Both had been fathers to him in their own way, both had shaped him into the man he had become. The synchronicity was overwhelming. Something deep within Gilliman's enhanced physiology responded to the sight, some genetic imperative coded into his very DNA that recognized its source. His knees buckled not from weakness, but from the sheer rightness of the moment. This was his creator, his gene sire, the architect of his very existence. Every fiber of his being sang in recognition. Without conscious thought, he dropped to one knee, his head bowed in profound respect. The gesture was not one of submission, but of acknowledgement, son recognizing father, creation honoring creator. The moment stretched between them like a bridge across the void. From the instant their eyes met, the Emperor knew the truth with absolute certainty. The golden-haired giant before him was unmistakably one of his lost sons. The genetic markers were written in every line of his face, every gesture of his superhuman frame. The XIII Primarch, lost to the warp storms decades ago and presumed dead, stood before him alive and glorious. The Emperor's pace quickened, his usual measured stride replaced by something approaching eagerness. The custodian guard shifted to accommodate his sudden acceleration, their formations flowing like liquid gold around their master. On the crimson carpet, separated by mere yards but feeling like light years, father and son moved toward their destined reunion. "Please rise, my lost son." The Emperor's voice was like distant thunder, like the crash of waves on ancient shores, like the whisper of wind through mountain passes. It carried within it the weight of absolute authority and the warmth of paternal love. "I have anticipated this meeting countless times in my dreams and visions, and today it has finally come to pass." The Emperor bent forward, his towering frame folding with surprising grace, and extended one golden gauntleted hand. The gesture was intimate despite the formal setting, a father helping his child to his feet, a creator welcoming his greatest work home. When Gilliman's fingers closed around that offered hand, the universe seemed to exhale. The touch confirmed what both had known from the moment they saw each other. The genetic bond was undeniable, the connection absolute. In that instant, Gilliman understood his true nature with crystalline clarity. He was a Primarch, one of 20 demigod sons scattered across the galaxy by the machinations of the dark gods. The black giant was his brother, as was the stern warrior who had defeated him in combat hours earlier. The web of relationships that had seemed impossibly complex suddenly resolved into perfect clarity. He was no longer alone in his superhuman existence. He was part of a family that spanned the stars. "Come with me." Blazkovich's voice cut through the emotional moment like a blade through silk. His tone was not harsh, merely matter-of-fact, but it shattered the intimate atmosphere with surgical precision. He turned on his heel and began walking toward the ship's interior, gesturing for the others to follow with casual authority. Blazkowicz understood better than most the dangers of emotional excess, even positive emotions. There would be time for reunion and bonding later. For now, they needed to move to more secure surroundings where they could speak freely without the eyes of the crew upon them. The Emperor straightened, helping Gilliman to his feet with gentle pressure. Then, in a gesture that spoke of infinite paternal pride, he took both of his sons by the arms, Gilliman on his right, Vulcan on his left. The three figures, surrounded by their golden guardian retinue, made their way deeper into the ship's labyrinthine passages. The garden was a masterpiece of terraforming artistry, a pocket of old earth transported across the void. Ancient oaks spread their branches over emerald lawns that had never known the touch of natural sunlight, their leaves rustling in carefully recycled atmosphere. Flower beds bloomed in impossible profusion, roses from Terra, crystal blossoms from Prospero, flame flowers from Nocturne, all sustained by technology that bordered on the miraculous. At the garden's heart, a spring bubbled up from hidden reservoirs, its water pure enough to cleanse not just the body but the soul. The sound of its gentle flow provided a counterpoint to the distant hum of the ship's engines, creating an oasis of peace within the iron halls of the Imperial ship. The Emperor had exchanged his battle plate for garments more suited to peaceful discourse. His white robes, threaded with gold in patterns that hurt the eye to follow directly, flowed around him like liquid starlight. He settled cross-legged upon the grass with the fluid grace of someone who had mastered every form of movement known to humanity. Vulcan had found himself drawn to the garden's living beauty like a moth to flame. On Nocturne, plants were scarce and precious things, carefully cultivated in underground chambers where they could be protected from volcanic ash and toxic gas. Water was liquid gold, too valuable to waste on anything but the most essential needs. The idea of grass growing simply for the joy of it, of flowers blooming purely for beauty's sake, was almost incomprehensible to someone raised in such harsh conditions. He moved through the garden with the careful reverence of someone exploring a temple, his massive hands gentle as he touched flower petals and leaves. When a butterfly, a creature that could never have survived in Nocturne's hellish atmosphere, landed on his scarred knuckles, he froze in wonder. For long minutes he simply watched it, afraid to move lest he disturb this small miracle. Blazkowicz had lingered at the garden's entrance, his mind cataloging exits and approaches even in this place of peace. When the others had moved deeper into the green sanctuary, he whispered urgent instructions to his aide, Sophia. "In my name, inform the 13th Legion to come and welcome their Gene Father. Bring specifically the personnel who participated in the boarding action against the Argent Nur reconnaissance vessel." His words were carefully chosen, each one weighted with political necessity. The 4th Company of the 13th Legion had answered their allies' call for aid with characteristic valor, their space marines boarding what they believed to be a hostile vessel with typical Astartes courage. The irony was bitter. In trying to help their newfound brother, they had unknowingly committed what could be considered the gravest sin possible for a space marine, raising arms against their own Primarch. The political ramifications were staggering. A Primarch's authority over his legion was absolute, extending to the power of life and death over every warrior who bore his gene seed. Space Marines who attacked their genetic father, even unknowingly, would face not just execution but eternal shame. Their names would be stricken from the Legion's records, their deeds forgotten, their very existence denied. But Blazkowicz had not survived countless battlefields by ignoring his responsibilities to those who served beside him. The 13th Legion warriors had acted in good faith, responding to a call for aid with courage and determination. They deserved protection, not condemnation, and he would provide it through careful political maneuvering. After delivering his instructions, he joined Vulcan in exploring the garden's wonders. The two Primarchs moved together in comfortable silence, one pointing out particularly exotic specimens, while the other marveled at the diversity of life that thrived in this artificial paradise. Meanwhile, the Emperor and Gilliman sat facing each other on the soft grass, their conversation ranging across topics that spanned millennia and light years. The master of mankind spoke of the galaxy's vastness, of the countless human worlds that had been cut off from each other by warp storms and alien predation. His voice painted pictures of wonder and horror, gleaming hive cities that scraped the clouds, feral worlds where humanity had regressed to Stone Age savagery, worlds enslaved by Xenos, and much more. He described the Great Crusade in sweeping terms that made Gilliman's strategic mind race with possibilities. 200 expeditionary fleets spread across the galaxy, each one a combined arms force capable of bringing entire star systems into compliance. The legions Astartes leading humanity's expansion, their superhuman warriors serving as the tip of the spear that would reunite mankind under one banner. "Your legion," the Emperor said, his voice carrying particular warmth, "the 13th has distinguished itself in countless campaigns. They call them the Warborn, for they have known nothing but battle since their creation. Their gene seed is stable, their tactics sound, their loyalty absolute. They have been waiting for you, my son, as a sword awaits its wielder." Gilliman listened with the focused attention of a born ruler, his analytical mind filing away every detail for future consideration. The scope of what the Emperor described was breathtaking, an empire that would dwarf even the greatest achievements of Macragge's golden age. Yet beneath his excitement, he felt the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders. When the Emperor spoke of the imperial truth, the philosophical foundation that would underpin this new human empire, Gilliman found himself nodding in agreement. The principles were sound: reason over superstition, science over sorcery, human unity over tribal division. He had seen firsthand the damage that religious extremism could cause, had studied the historical records of worlds torn apart by sectarian violence and mystical madness. "These are necessary principles," he acknowledged, his diplomat's training keeping his voice measured despite his inner enthusiasm. "The alternative is chaos, division, and ultimately extinction." The Emperor's eyes glowed with approval at his son's understanding. Too many humans clung to their primitive beliefs even in the face of overwhelming evidence, but Gilliman possessed the intellectual clarity to see past such weaknesses. After hours of discussion, as the artificial sun that illuminated the garden began to dim in simulation of natural circadian rhythms, Gilliman finally spoke the words that would change the course of history. "I am willing to lead Ultramar to join the Imperium of Man." The Emperor leaned forward slightly, sensing that more words were to come. But Gilliman's eyes flashed with the steel that had made him master of 500 worlds. "I request that you descend upon Macragge personally. We need more detailed negotiations regarding the terms of integration." The words hung in the air between them, charged with political significance. Gilliman was not merely offering submission. He was proposing alliance between equals, or at least between superior and subordinate who retained certain rights and privileges. A lesser ruler might have taken offense at such presumption, but the Emperor had not conquered most of the galaxy by dismissing pragmatic concerns. His son was not just another warlord to be crushed or co-opted. He was the legitimate ruler of a thriving interstellar civilization. Ultramar deserved respect, and its integration into the Imperium would require careful negotiation rather than simple conquest. "Very well," the Emperor said after a moment of consideration. "We shall travel to Macragge and discuss the terms of Ultramar's integration. You have built something remarkable, my son, and it would be folly to destroy such achievement through haste." Gilliman inclined his head in gratitude, inwardly relieved that his boldness had not given offense. The Emperor's willingness to negotiate showed wisdom and flexibility, qualities that would be essential for ruling an empire that spanned the galaxy. "Set course for Macragge," the Emperor commanded, his voice carrying effortlessly to the ship's central cognition systems. The artificial intelligence that governed the vessel's functions responded instantly, its mechanical mind calculating the optimal route to the Ultramar system. A holographic star chart materialized before them, its three-dimensional display showing the local sector in perfect detail. Gilliman studied the map with professional interest, noting shipping routes and defensive positions with the eye of someone who had spent decades managing interstellar logistics. With practiced ease, he manipulated the display to highlight Macragge's location, indicating the safest approach vectors and the locations of Ultramar's outer defense stations. The process was almost meditative. This was his realm, his responsibility, and soon it would become part of something infinitely greater. "Set course for Macragge," the Emperor repeated, his command rippling through the fleet's communication network. Around them, reality began to shift and waver as the Royal Majesty's Gellar field generators spun up to full power. The transition to warp travel was always disconcerting, the moment when the solid certainty of real space gave way to the maddening geometries of the Empyrean. As they plunged into the warp, dragging the rest of the Imperial fleet in their wake, Guilliman experienced his first taste of humanity's most essential and most dangerous technology. The immaterium pressed against the ship's protective fields like a living thing, its impossible colors and non-Euclidean angles making his enhanced senses struggle to process what they were experiencing. For just a moment, he thought he heard something calling to him from the depths, a voice that promised knowledge and power beyond imagination. The sensation was gone so quickly he might have imagined it, but it left him with a lingering sense of unease that he filed away for future consideration. "It's so peaceful here," he murmured, gazing out at the swirling energies that surrounded their vessel. His studies of ancient history had taught him that warp travel had once been far more dangerous, that the storms which had isolated human civilization for millennia were only recently beginning to abate. The Emperor followed his son's gaze, his ancient eyes seeing far more than the simple beauty that Guilliman perceived. Where the Primarch saw peaceful currents and gentle eddies, the master of mankind witnessed the constant struggle between order and chaos, the eternal dance of predator and prey that defined existence in the immaterium. "Peaceful?" he asked, setting down his wine cup with careful precision. "It is never peaceful here, my son. What you perceive as calm is merely the absence of immediate threat." He gestured toward where Blazkowicz and Vulcan were engaged in animated conversation near the garden's far end, their voices carrying the easy camaraderie of brothers who had fought side by side. "It is peaceful only when he is here," the Emperor continued, his voice carrying undertones that Guilliman was not yet equipped to understand. "In the warp, will is absolute, and some wills are more absolute than others." Guilliman studied his brother with new interest, his politician's instincts telling him that he had drastically underestimated the scope of Blazkowicz's abilities. The warrior who had defeated him in single combat was apparently far more than just a supremely skilled fighter. The Emperor's words suggested depths of power that were not immediately apparent, capabilities that went far beyond physical prowess. His analytical gaze was interrupted when Blazkowicz suddenly turned and looked directly at him, those cold eyes seeming to pierce through flesh and bone to examine his very soul. The moment stretched between them, predator acknowledging predator, before the other Primarch's attention shifted away. "Let's go," Blazkowicz said to Vulcan, his voice carrying easily across the garden's expanse. "They should be finished with their diplomatic discussions." Vulcan nodded and carefully released the butterfly he had been studying, watching with quiet satisfaction as it fluttered away to find new perches among the flowers. As the two Primarchs approached, the garden's tranquility was suddenly disrupted by the sound of marching feet and clanking ceramite. 1,000 Space Marines in blue power armor appeared at the garden's entrance, their formation perfect despite the evident tension that radiated from their ranks. At their head marched Captain Gaius of the 4th Company, his face a mask of barely controlled anguish. Behind him came the boarding party that had fought so valiantly against their unknown enemy, an enemy who had turned out to be their own genetic father. The irony was crushing in its completeness. Every instinct bred into their enhanced bodies had screamed warnings about the strange warrior they had encountered, but they had interpreted those warnings as evidence of alien contamination rather than recognition of their own bloodline. The familiar sensation they had felt when facing him had been the genetic imperative that bound all Space Marines to their Primarchs, and they had fought against it with valor that now felt like betrayal. Captain Gaius, Weathered features showed the strain of command decisions made in impossible circumstances. His warriors had acted correctly according to all tactical doctrine and strategic thinking, but the outcome had been catastrophically wrong. They had raised weapons against their Father, committed what amounted to the ultimate heresy for a space marine. As they entered the garden proper, their enhanced senses immediately identified the blue-robed giant as the source of the familiar sensation that had haunted their dreams since the boarding action. The genetic connection was undeniable now, blazing like a beacon in their modified nervous systems. This was their Primarch, their creator, their father in all but blood. "We greet the Emperor and the great Primarch, our Father," they chanted in unison, their voices carrying perfect military precision even as their hearts broke with shame. As one, they dropped to one knee, their power armor servos whining under the stress of supporting their massive frames. The Emperor observed this display with growing puzzlement. This should have been a moment of celebration, of joy at the reunion of Father and sons. Instead, the Space Marines radiated guilt and anguish so profound that it was almost tangible. Their faces, visible through their helmet optics, showed expressions of men expecting execution. Curiosity overcoming discretion, the Emperor extended his psychic awareness and gently touched the surface thoughts of the assembled warriors. What he found there made his ancient features shift into an expression of profound surprise, followed quickly by something that might have been amusement. These Space Marines had not only fought their Primarch, but they had also fought against their own genetic programming to do so. Their dedication to duty and their brothers had overridden the instinctive obedience that he had coded into their DNA, which made them the perfect soldiers. They had felt the pull of genetic recognition and thought it was the enemy's doing, so they fought against their own nature to do what they thought was right. His genetic engineering was both the biggest failure and the biggest success at the same time. Even when it went against their most basic programming, they had shown that they could think for themselves and make moral decisions. Even among his enhanced warriors, such strength of will was very rare. Guilliman stood up from where he was next to the Emperor and brushed off invisible dust from his robes as he got ready to speak to his sons for the first time. This was the most important moment in the relationship between Primarch and Legion, and he couldn't afford to mess it up. He had already figured out what the situation meant politically by carefully watching people's faces and body language. Blazkovich's earlier plan was now clear. By making sure that the meeting happened in front of the Emperor, he had put moral pressure on Guilliman to be wise and merciful. The test was subtle but clear. Would the newly discovered Primarch be worthy of his Legion's loyalty? Guilliman moved with purpose and grace, putting himself in front of the kneeling warriors. His larger frame cast long shadows over their formation. He could feel their pain, their desperate desire for forgiveness, and their willingness to accept whatever punishment he thought was fair. "Please raise your heads," he said, his voice full of authority and conviction. "My proud sons." The simple words changed the whole situation. Instead of "my guilty sons" or "my ashamed sons," say "my proud sons." Guilliman made it clear with just one word that he wasn't angry with them, felt betrayed or let down. The Space Marines all looked up at once, their enhanced vision focusing on their Primarch's face with a desperate intensity. What they saw there wasn't anger or judgment, but fatherly pride and real love. Guilliman went to Captain Gaius and offered him his hand. He helped the older officer get up by putting gentle pressure on his hand. Then he spoke to the whole formation, and his voice could be heard all over the garden. "Get up, everyone. Right now, you don't need to feel guilty or ashamed. I'm so proud of how brave and dedicated you were in everything you did. You showed that your hearts were willing to bear any burden for the sake of your allies. You didn't hesitate or wait when someone asked for help. You acted right away. You weren't afraid of the unknown and were ready to fight any enemy, no matter how strong they seemed. You showed perfect loyalty by following your orders without question, even when things got tough and other warriors would have given up." Guilliman walked through the formation as he spoke, making eye contact with each Marine so that they knew his words were meant for them. When he reached the boarding party members, he paused to place his hands on their shoulders, a gesture of acceptance that sent visible relief through their ranks. "There is no shame in what transpired," he continued, his voice growing stronger with each word. "You are my pride, and I am proud of you. Even I, in our hasty encounter, raised arms against you. I may have hesitated where you showed resolve, but an attack is an attack. It cannot be denied or dismissed." Captain Gaia stepped forward, his voice tight with barely controlled emotion. "Jean Father, surely there is a difference between—" "No," Gilliman said firmly, raising his hand to forestall the objection. "There is no difference, my son. I declare you innocent of any wrongdoing, just as I declare myself innocent. This was a beautiful misunderstanding that has allowed us to understand each other more deeply. Is that not a gift worth celebrating?" The words rang through the garden like a bell, dispelling the atmosphere of guilt and shame that had hung over the Space Marines like a shroud. For the first time since entering the garden, genuine smiles began to appear on their battle-scarred faces. Blazkowicz watched from his position near the Emperor, his own expression revealing a flicker of approval. The test had been passed. Gilliman had shown both wisdom and mercy, demonstrating that he understood the difference between justice and vengeance. The 13th Legion had found themselves a worthy father. The Emperor nodded slowly, his ancient eyes reflecting satisfaction at his son's handling of a delicate situation. Leadership was not just about commanding others, it was about understanding when to show strength and when to show compassion. Gilliman had proven himself capable of both. As the sun began to set over this artificial garden, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson, a new chapter in the Great Crusade began. The 13th Legion had found their Primarch, Ultramar would soon join the growing Imperium, and the galaxy had taken another step toward unity under human rule. But in the depths of the warp, ancient powers stirred and took notice. The reunion of Jean Father and Genesins had not gone unobserved, and there were those who viewed humanity's growing strength with malevolent interest. Chapter 75 Judgment. "I declare you innocent, and I declare myself innocent." The words rang across the ornate gardens of the Imperial ship with the weight of absolute authority, yet carried within them a magnanimity that surprised even the Emperor himself. Robot Gilliman, Primarch of the 13th Legion, Lord of Ultramar, stood before his Jean sons with the bearing of a true king, not the tyrant he could have been, but the statesman he had chosen to become. The Space Marines of the 4th Company remained frozen in their positions, bolters still raised, their superhuman hearts hammering against their fused ribcages. They had expected death, or at the very least, centuries of penitence crusades in the darkest corners of the galaxy. Instead, their Jean Father offered them something they had not dared hope for: forgiveness. Gilliman's azure eyes swept across the formation of warriors, each gaze weighted with the accumulated wisdom of Macragge's political courts and the hard-learned lessons of 100 conquered worlds. These were his sons, imperfect as they were, and in their imperfection he saw not weakness, but humanity, that precious spark that separated the Adeptus Astartes from mere weapons of war. "Your loyalty to the Imperium is without question," Gilliman continued, his voice carrying across the garden like the toll of cathedral bells. "Your dedication to our father's vision burns as bright as any star in the firmament. That you would raise arms in defense of humanity's future, even against one you believe to be a threat, speaks not of failure, but of the very values I wish to have instilled in you." The Emperor of Mankind watched from his golden throne, ship replica, his ancient features betraying the slightest narrowing of his luminous eyes, a gesture that spoke of profound satisfaction to those who knew how to read the master of humanity's subtle tells. Here was validation of his grand design, proof that his sons could rise above their base, programming to become something greater than mere instruments of war. Yet beneath that satisfaction lay surprise. The Emperor had crafted each Primarch with specific traits, specific purposes. Gilliman had been designed as a conqueror, a son of war whose fury would burn across the stars like a cleansing flame. But Macragge had tempered that rage, its political necessities and administrative complexities reshaping the raw genetic imperatives into something more nuanced, more civilized. "Brother," Vulcan's voice rumbled like distant thunder as he leaned toward Blazkowicz, The XVI Primarch's massive frame casting shadows, even in the artificial daylight of the garden. His obsidian features bore an expression of profound relief. "Is this what you intended?" The Salamander's Primarch had seen through the careful orchestration of events, recognizing the subtle hand that had guided this confrontation to its inevitable conclusion. Vulcan perceived the careful architecture of political theater, a stage set not for tragedy but for redemption. Blazkowicz, the Primarch whose exploits against the Rangdan had already become legend, inclined his head slightly. "Some truths require the harsh light of exposure," he replied in measured tones. "Better to lance the wound cleanly than allow infection to fester in darkness." The admission hung in the air like incense, heavy with implication. This had been no accident, no fortunate coincidence. The arrival of the Fourth Company warriors at precisely this moment, their encounter with Guilliman under the watchful eyes of the Emperor and his most trusted sons, all of it had been carefully orchestrated. Blazkowicz had recognized the danger inherent in Guilliman's reunion with his legion. The warriors who had attacked him carried within their hearts a poison of shame and anticipated retribution. Left unaddressed, that poison would have spread through the ranks like a plague, creating factions, breeding resentment, undermining the very unity that made the 13th Legion so formidable. By forcing the confrontation into the open, by making it a public spectacle witnessed by the highest authorities in the Imperium, Blazkowicz had created a situation where Guilliman's response would become immutable law. No matter what private thoughts the Lord of Ultramar might harbor, the promise made here could never be retracted without destroying his own reputation. But Blazkowicz had read his brother correctly. Guilliman was no petty tyrant nursing wounded pride. He was a politician in the truest sense, one who understood that power derived not from fear, but from the willing obedience of those who served. The Fourth Company warriors would not merely be forgiven, they would become some of his most devoted followers, living proof of their Primarch's magnanimity. "Please stand tall, Space Marines." Guilliman's command cut through the air like a blade, each word precisely weighted and delivered. His gaze swept across the assembled warriors with the intensity of a scanning auger, cataloging every detail, every expression, every tell that might reveal the true state of their souls. The Ultramarines responded as one, their enhanced physiology allowing them to achieve perfect synchronization. Backs straightened, shoulders squared, eyes focused ahead with the unwavering discipline that had made them the exemplars of their kind. Yet beneath that facade of control, emotions warred, relief, gratitude, renewed devotion, and something approaching religious awe. In that moment, Guilliman felt the weight of true command settle upon his shoulders. Not the mere authority of rank or genetic superiority, but the genuine loyalty earned through wisdom and compassion. These warriors would follow him not because they must, but because they chose to. They had seen him at his most vulnerable, witnessed his capacity for mercy, and found him worthy of their faith. The Primarch's features hardened into a mask of leonine authority, his voice rising to fill every corner of the garden as he delivered his judgment. "Let your inner guilt vanish like shadows before the dawn. It has no place in the hearts of Guilliman's sons. You are Space Marines of the 13th Legion. You serve not out of shame, but out of honor. Not from fear, but from love, love of humanity, love of the Emperor's vision, love of the future we fight to secure." The reaction was immediate and overwhelming. The assembled Space Marines, superhuman though they were, found themselves moved beyond the capacity of their enhanced physiology to contain. Tears, impossible tears, tracked down ceramite cheeks as voices raised in unison. "Praise the Emperor! Praise the great Primarch! Praise the Gene Father!" The sound rolled across the garden like a tsunami of devotion, a hymn of gratitude that seemed to shake the very foundations of the palace itself. The warriors dropped to their knees in spontaneous genuflection, their massive forms prostrating themselves before their lord in a display of submission that transcended mere military protocol. But before the moment could crystallize into permanent tableau, an irresistible force pressed against each kneeling form, lifting them despite their superhuman strength and determination. The air itself seemed to thicken with authority as a voice of infinite majesty filled the space. "Rise, sons of Guilliman!" The Emperor of mankind had spoken, and reality itself bent to accommodate his will. The simple phrase carried within it layers of meaning, harmonics of power that resonated through both physical and psychic dimensions. The Space Marines found themselves compelled to stand, not through weakness of will, but through recognition of ultimate authority. The emperor's intervention served multiple purposes. It preserved the dignity of the moment while establishing clear hierarchy. The time for emotional displays had passed. Now was the hour for the conduct of imperial business. The presence of the Primarchs, the setting of the palace gardens, the weight of ongoing crusades, all demanded a different tenor of interaction. A court attendant materialized as if summoned by thought alone, his movements graceful despite the obvious tension that filled the air. His smile was professionally warm, carefully calibrated to ease the transition from high drama to mundane necessity. "My lords, if you would follow me," he intoned with practiced deference. "Refreshments have been prepared to honor your service to the throne." As the Space Marines filed away, their enhanced senses picking up fragments of conversation that would fuel speculation for years to come, Gilliman felt the pieces of the puzzle clicking into place. Gilliman's golden brows relaxed as he watched his Gene sons depart, their postures reflecting the profound transformation that had just occurred. What had begun as a potential crisis of loyalty had been transformed into a foundation of unshakable devotion. His gaze drifted to Blazkowicz, studying his brother with new appreciation. The man appeared utterly unremarkable by Primarch standards, no towering physical presence like Vulcan, no aura of barely contained violence like some of their other siblings. Yet beneath that mundane exterior lay a mind of frightening capability. A master of manipulation, Gilliman mused silently, adding the designation to his growing catalog of his brother's capabilities. But manipulation implied malicious intent, and there had been nothing malicious in Blazkowicz's orchestration. If anything, it had been an act of profound kindness, a surgical intervention designed to heal wounds before they could fester. "Benevolent and just," he amended, recognizing the deeper truth. This brother possessed something rarer than martial prowess or psychic might. He had wisdom, the ability to see beyond immediate consequences to the broader implications of action and inaction. It was a quality Gilliman valued above almost all others, perhaps because he recognized a kindred spirit in the art of governance. By forcing the confrontation into the open, Blazkowicz had not only resolved the immediate crisis, but had created a template for future challenges. Any who might question Gilliman's fitness to command the 13th Legion had witnessed his magnanimity firsthand. Any who might seek to exploit divisions within the ranks had seen those divisions healed through wisdom rather than force. As the formal proceedings concluded, and the participants settled into a more intimate configuration, the conversation turned to matters of strategy and accomplishment. The Great Crusade dominated every discussion in these times, its successes and challenges providing context for all other considerations. Blazkowicz and the Emperor engaged in their own private discourse, their attention focused on matters of grand strategy that transcended individual battles or campaigns. It fell to the accompanying custodians to provide the detailed briefings that would bring the newly returned Primarchs up to date on the state of the galaxy. The golden-armored guardians spoke with the measured cadence of living chronicles, their enhanced memories allowing them to recite precise statistics and tactical assessments without reference to data slates or cogitators. Their voices painted pictures of cosmic scope, hundreds of worlds brought into imperial compliance each day, entire sectors cleansed of Xeno's influence, the borders of human space expanding at an unprecedented rate. Gilliman and Vulcan listened with the focused attention of warriors born, their enhanced minds cataloging every detail for future reference. Both understood that their time of peaceful development on their respective worlds had been an aberration. Ahead lay centuries of warfare on a scale that dwarfed anything in recorded history. The recitation stirred something deep within their genetically modified psyches. Despite their individual personalities and the civilizing influences of their adoptive worlds, they remained creatures designed for war. The accounts of victory and conquest triggered responses coded into their very DNA, anticipation, eagerness, the predatory satisfaction of apex hunters contemplating worthy prey. Yet it was the mention of the Rangdan that truly captured their attention. The casual way the custodians referred to this particular Xeno's threat, the undertone of genuine concern that colored their usually impassive delivery. These subtle cues spoke of an enemy unlike any other they had faced. The holographic projectors embedded in the garden's seemingly natural pathways activated with silent efficiency, transforming the space around the seated figures into a three-dimensional theater of war. The images that materialized were pulled from actual combat footage, sanitized for strategic briefings, but retaining enough raw detail to convey the true scope of the conflict. Gilliman's enhanced vision tracked the movements of thousands of vessels engaged in void combat above the world-designated Morse, his tactical genius immediately recognizing the patterns of engagement, the flow of battle, the desperate intensity that marked this as no ordinary campaign. The scale was staggering, more ships than had been deployed in any single engagement since the earliest days of the Crusade, their combined firepower capable of sterilizing entire star systems. Vulcan's reaction was more visceral, his hands clenching into fists as the projections revealed the true horror of Rangdan methodology. The systematic enslavement of human populations, the conversion of living beings into mindless extensions of an alien will, these were abominations that struck at the very core of his protective instincts. Blasphemy! The word erupted from the salamander's primarch like molten rock from a volcanic vent, carrying with it all the rage and disgust that his gentle nature usually kept carefully contained. His red eyes blazed with fury as he processed the implications of what he was seeing. The Rangdan were not merely another xeno-species to be conquered or exterminated. They represented something far more insidious, the systematic negation of human agency, the reduction of free-willed beings to the status of biological machinery. Every human who fell under their influence became a weapon turned against his own species, every act of resistance transformed into an instrument of oppression. These Xenos, their very existence is a blasphemy against human life. Vulcan's voice carried the finality of a death sentence, his usual compassion transmuted into something far more dangerous. Mentally enslaving other civilizations, the Rangdan must be annihilated. They deserve nothing less than complete extinction. I salute you, my brother. Vulcan raised his goblet with ceremonial precision, the simple gesture transformed into a moment of profound recognition. Under your leadership, the Rangdan's plot was crushed, their threat neutralized. The Imperium owes you a debt that can never be fully repaid. Gilliman followed suit. The galaxy is safer thanks to you, brother. The praise was genuine but also calculated. Both primarchs understood the importance of acknowledging achievement while building bonds of mutual respect. Blazkovich's response was characteristically understated, his features maintaining their serious cast even as he accepted the accolades of his brothers. Victory cannot be attributed to any single individual, he replied with unfeigned humility. It was built upon the sacrifices of countless souls, each contributing their part to a greater whole. Without Lemon Russ' support at the crucial moment, without the dedication of every warrior who stood against the darkness, there would have been no triumph to celebrate. What of Sola's? The question cut through the moment of celebration like a blade through silk, instantly transforming the atmosphere from one of camaraderie to something far more tense. Blazkovich's voice carried undertones that his brothers were only beginning to recognize, the carefully controlled inflection of a man probing dangerous territory. Moribus Solas. The name itself seemed to cast shadows despite the brilliant illumination of the garden. Among the scattered primarchs, he remained the most enigmatic, a figure defined more by absence than presence. Where other missing brothers generated speculation and concern, Solas inspired something closer to unease. The Emperor's reaction was subtle but unmistakable to those who knew how to read the signs. His psychic aura, normally as controlled as every other aspect of his being, flickered with turbulence. The golden radiance that surrounded him dimmed slightly, as if some internal light had been momentarily occluded. Gilliman and Vulcan exchanged glances, their enhanced senses picking up the shift in atmospheric tension. Neither had direct knowledge of their mysterious brother beyond fragmentary references and carefully vague official reports. Now, sensing the undercurrents of their father's reaction, they began to understand that there was more to Sola's story than mere isolation or independence. Where did he come from? Blazkovich pressed, his tone remaining level despite the obvious reluctance of his audience. What exactly transpired during your encounter with him? The reports I've seen are incomplete. The Emperor of Mankind sat motionless for long moments, his ancient features betraying nothing of the turmoil that his psychic emanations suggested. When he finally responded, it was through intermediary, a gesture that spoke volumes about his emotional state. The designated custodian stepped forward with the measured precision that characterized all their movements, his voice carrying the formal cadence reserved for the most sensitive briefings. Moribus Solas was encountered during an expedition to the edge of the Ultima Segmentum, the custodian began, his golden helm turning slightly toward the assembled Primarchs. Intelligence indicated the presence of a vessel operating in contested space, its composition and purpose unknown. Upon investigation, we discovered a ship of considerable size, its passenger manifest. Diverse. In Imperial terminology, diverse carried specific connotations when applied to spacecraft populations. It suggested the presence of non-human elements, arrangements that violated the fundamental principles upon which the Great Crusade was built. The vessel contained various xeno-species alongside human elements, the custodian continued, his disgust now clearly audible despite his professional training. They coexisted in apparent harmony, a state of affairs that represented a fundamental violation of imperial doctrine and human dignity. The revelation sent ripples of shock through the assembled Primarchs. To find humans consorting with Xenos was disturbing enough, but to discover that one of their own brothers was involved elevated the situation to a level of crisis that demanded immediate resolution. Blazkowicz felt pieces of a larger puzzle clicking into place. The Emperor's reluctance to discuss Solas, the careful omission of details from official reports, the sense of shame that seemed to surround any mention of their missing brother, all of it stemmed from this fundamental betrayal of imperial values. Rather than continue with second-hand narration, the Emperor chose to share the raw truth of his encounter with Solas. His gesture was subtle, a slight flex of psychic power that manifested as threads of golden light streaming toward his three sons. For Guilliman and Vulcan, the effect was immediate and overwhelming. The Emperor's memory flooded their consciousness with the clarity of personal experience, allowing them to witness events as if they had been present during that fateful encounter. They saw the moment of boarding, the Emperor's arrival on the alien vessel accompanied by his most trusted guardians. They felt his rising fury as the extent of the contamination became clear, humans and Xenos mingling freely, the barriers of species and evolutionary imperative dissolved in a grotesque parody of cooperation. And at the center of it all stood Moribus Solas, a figure both familiar and alien. His features bore the unmistakable marks of Primarch heritage, yet his demeanor suggested a fundamental disconnect from imperial values. He stood among the Xenos not as conqueror or reluctant ally, but as friend and equal, a position that violated every principle upon which the Great Crusade was founded. The memory transmitted the Emperor's perspective with perfect fidelity, including the surge of rage and disappointment that had accompanied the discovery. Here was one of his sons, a being crafted from his own genetic template, not merely tolerating Xeno's presence, but actively embracing it. But for Blazkowicz, the transmission had no effect whatsoever. The golden threads of psychic energy struck some invisible barrier and dissipated like morning mist, leaving him untouched by the revelations that had shaken his brothers to their cores. The Emperor's eyes narrowed as he recognized the failure of his psychic transmission. In the decades since their reunion, he had grown accustomed to Blazkowicz's unusual resistance to mental influence, but the extent of that resistance continued to surprise him. Where other Primarchs might be overwhelmed by the focused attention of their creator, Blazkowicz remained entirely unaffected. Rising from his position, the Master of Humanity reached across the space between them and grasped his son's arm. The contact was meant to provide a more direct conduit for psychic transmission, a way to bypass whatever defenses normally protected Blazkowicz's mind. The result was spectacular failure. Power erupted from the Emperor like a solar flare, his form blazing with the accumulated might of 40 millennia. The garden was transformed into a miniature star system with him at its center, his radiance so intense that even his superhuman sons were forced to shield their eyes. The very air seemed to ignite around him as he poured more and more energy into the attempted transmission. Vulcan covered his face with massive hands, his enhanced vision, adapted to the forge fires of Nocturne, nearly overwhelmed by the display. Guilliman turned away entirely, his political instincts warning him that he was witnessing something that would have profound implications for the future of the Imperium. Throughout the palace, lesser beings prostrated themselves in instinctive terror. The custodians maintained their stoic vigil, but even they could not entirely suppress their awe at their master's unveiled power. Space Marines trembled within their power armor, their enhanced physiology struggling to process the feedback from their heightened senses. Yet at the center of this cosmic storm, one figure remained entirely unaffected. "What are you trying to do?" Blazkowicz asked with genuine puzzlement, his voice carrying clearly despite the energies raging around them. His expression suggested nothing more than mild curiosity, as if he were watching an interesting but ultimately harmless display of pyrotechnics. The Emperor withdrew his power as abruptly as he had manifested it, the golden radiance fading to leave behind only the ordinary illumination of the garden's artificial day. He released Blazkowicz's arm and returned to his seat with movements that suggested nothing more dramatic had occurred than a brief handshake. For Guilliman and Vulcan, the display had revealed truths that would fundamentally alter their understanding of their family dynamics. They had always known their father possessed abilities beyond comprehension, but witnessing that power unleashed in full fury was a humbling experience. More disturbing still was the realization that their brother could resist such force without apparent effort. If Blazkowicz could stand against the Emperor's psychic might, what other powers might he possess? What did his resistance say about his fundamental nature, his loyalty, his place within the imperial hierarchy? These were questions without easy answers, but there were more immediate concerns. The failed transmission meant that Blazkowicz remained ignorant of the details surrounding Sola's betrayal, details that might prove crucial in the trials ahead. Recognizing the futility of psychic transmission, the Emperor chose a different approach. With a gesture that seemed almost casual, he manifested visible threads of golden energy that wove themselves into complex patterns above the assembled group. These were not attempts at mental contact, but physical constructs, psychic energy given temporary form to display recorded memories. The images that appeared were drawn from the Emperor's perfect recall, each detail preserved with crystalline clarity. They showed the interior of the alien vessel, its holds filled with a diverse array of beings that represented every category of Xeno's classification. Worse still, they showed humans moving among these creatures not as captors or reluctant allies, but as friends and companions. And at the center of it all stood Moribus Solas, wine glass in hand, wearing the expression of someone enjoying a pleasant social gathering. His armor was simple, unmarked by the elaborate decorations that typically adorned Primarch wargear. His posture suggested comfort and familiarity with his surroundings, as if he belonged among the assembled Xenos. The projection trembled slightly, reflecting the Emperor's barely controlled fury at the memory. Here was his son, a being crafted from his own genetic material, intended to be the spearhead of humanity's expansion, treating Xenos as equals. The betrayal cut deeper than mere disobedience or tactical error. It represented a fundamental rejection of everything the Great Crusade stood for. Blazkowicz watched the images with growing understanding. His brother's situation was even worse than he had suspected. This was not a case of pragmatic alliance or temporary cooperation born of necessity. Solas appeared genuinely comfortable among the Xenos, suggesting a worldview that was entirely antithetical to imperial doctrine. The images showed the Emperor's arrival in all its terrible majesty. One moment the vessel's main hold had been filled with the sounds of conversation and celebration. The next, it was transformed into a scene from the end of days. The Emperor's presence was like a star-going supernova in an enclosed space, his radiance banishing shadows and revealing the full extent of the contamination. The assembled Xenos froze in terror, their alien instincts recognizing the approach of death even if their minds could not comprehend its true nature. Some attempted to flee, others prostrated themselves in futile gestures of submission. None of these responses mattered. The Emperor had already passed judgment, but it was Sola's reaction that sealed his fate. As the Emperor began to manifest his power, as the air itself began to thicken with psychic energy, the Primarch dropped to his knees and spoke the words that would damn him forever. "Please spare them, they are my friends." Blazkowicz felt his heart sink as he witnessed the moment of ultimate betrayal. There were words that could not be unsaid, positions that could not be retracted. By pleading for the Xenos, by naming them friends, Solas had crossed a line that existed at the very foundation of imperial ideology. The Emperor's response was swift and merciless. His arm lifted in a gesture that seemed almost casual, but the power behind it was anything but. Every Xenos creature aboard the vessel simply ceased to exist, their matter compressed beyond atomic limits until they vanished entirely from reality. No blood was spilled because there was no blood left to spill. They had been reduced to constituent particles and dispersed into the void. The humans who had chosen to consort with Xenos shared the same fate. In the Emperor's judgment, they had forfeited their right to existence by their willing participation in corruption. There could be no mercy for those who betrayed their own species, no forgiveness for the willing servants of alien influence. And through it all, Solas knelt among the vanishing forms, his expression shifting from hope to horror to numb acceptance. He had known this moment would come eventually. The Great Crusade's expansion would inevitably bring Imperial forces into contact with his adoptive community. He had simply hoped for more time, for the possibility of explanation or negotiation. Instead, he received judgment absolute and final. The golden threads dispersed as the Emperor concluded his demonstration, leaving the assembled Primarchs to process what they had witnessed. The silence that followed was heavy with implication and unasked questions. For Guilliman, the revelation provided context for many previously inexplicable policies and procedures. The Emperor's stance toward Xenos cooperation, the absolute prohibition against human-alien alliances, the swift and merciless response to any hint of such collaboration, all of it stemmed from this fundamental betrayal by one of his own sons. Vulcan's reaction was more visceral, his protective instincts warring with his sense of justice. Part of him wanted to defend his missing brother, to find excuses or explanations that might mitigate the apparent betrayal. But the images he had witnessed were too clear, too damning to allow for comfortable rationalization. Blazkowicz sat in contemplative silence, his strategic mind working through the implications of what he had learned. Sola's fate was sealed. There could be no reconciliation with the Imperium, no path back to the Brotherhood of Primarchs. But understanding the nature of his fall might provide insights crucial for avoiding similar tragedies in the future. The Emperor's decision to share this knowledge spoke to the gravity of current circumstances. The Great Crusade faced challenges that would test every assumption, every principle upon which it was built. The Primarchs needed to understand not just what they were fighting for, but what they were fighting against, including the potential for corruption within their own ranks. The Emperor, he had revealed more of himself in these few hours than in decades of formal audiences. His disappointment in Solas, his satisfaction with Guilliman's growth, his complex relationship with Blazkowicz, all of it spoke to a being wrestling with the burden of godhood while remaining, in some essential way, human. The truth about Solas would remain a shadow over future gatherings, a reminder that even the most perfect creations could fall to corruption. But it would also serve as a warning, a call to vigilance that would help the other Primarchs recognize the signs of deviation before it was too late. The Great Crusade continued, its demands endless and unforgiving. But they would face those challenges with deeper understanding of themselves, their family, and the price of the future they fought to secure. Chapter 76 MACCRAGE. The Emperor's grip upon Solas was ironclad, unyielding as the very foundations of terror itself. He dragged his wayward son like a puppet whose strings had been cut, each step resonating with the finality of judgment rendered. The psychic threads that had woven their minds together dissolved like morning mist before the harsh light of truth, leaving behind only the stark, unforgiving reality of what had transpired. What unfolded was a tableau of racial hatred, murderous intent, and profound sorrow, a trinity of emotions that would haunt the corridors of the Imperial Palace for millennia to come. The Emperor had descended upon the Xenos settlement like an avenging angel of humanity's darkest dreams, his wrath absolute and terrible. In his wake lay nothing but ash and silence, save for one survivor. His lost son, Moribus Solas, retrieved from the alien taint like a relic from a desecrated shrine. Blazkowicz observed the scene with the calculating eyes of a warrior philosopher, his weathered features betraying neither condemnation nor approval. The pieces of this tragic puzzle aligned themselves in his mind with mechanical precision. Here was the source of the shadow that clung to Solas like a funeral shroud, not mere melancholy, but the deep, festering wound of a soul torn between two loyalties. He chose silence over judgment, for he understood the fundamental truth that others might miss. There were no heroes or villains in this tale, only beings acting according to the iron dictates of their nature and experience. For the Emperor, the Xenos were not merely alien, they were anathema incarnate. His golden eyes had witnessed the long night, that terrible epoch when humanity's scattered children cried out in the darkness while alien predators circled like vultures. He had seen worlds stripped bare, populations enslaved or worse, the pretense of Xeno's benevolence cast aside when humanity was weak and defenseless. In those blood-soaked years, how many had he known personally, allies, friends, perhaps even lovers, who had shown their true colors when humanity's light dimmed? The Emperor's hatred was not abstract. It was forged in the furnace of bitter experience, tempered by the screams of trillions. Every act of apparent kindness from alien sources was suspect, every gesture of friendship a potential prelude to betrayal. This was not paranoia, this was pattern recognition elevated to an art form. Yet Solas, his son, had not witnessed these lessons firsthand. To him, the beings the Emperor slaughtered were not ancient enemies of mankind, but companions, perhaps even friends. The young Primarch's plea for mercy had not stemmed from naivety alone, but from a different understanding of what constituted threat and ally. In that moment of confrontation, Solas had knelt before a figure he did not recognize as his father, his powerful frame reduced to supplication as he begged for lives that meant nothing to his gene-sire. The Emperor's response was swift, terrible, and absolute. The Xenos were obliterated with such overwhelming force that not even atoms remained to mark their passing. Blazkowicz nodded slowly, then shook his head with equal deliberation, his scarred features etched in contemplative stone. The gesture drew the attention of all present, causing the Emperor's perfectly sculpted eyebrows to arch in something approaching curiosity. "Do you think I erred?" the master of mankind inquired, his voice carrying the weight of 10,000 years of absolute authority. Guilliman straightened imperceptibly in his seat, while Vulcan's forge-bright eyes shifted toward his brother. Both Primarchs harbored their own thoughts on the matter, conclusions drawn from their own experiences and moral frameworks, yet neither dared voice them. The Emperor was not merely their father, he was the living embodiment of humanity's will, and to question him was to question the very foundations upon which their reality was built. Blazkowicz lifted his wine goblet with the casual grace of a born aristocrat, though his eyes never left the Emperor's face. "Right and wrong are luxuries for those who stand in judgment," he replied, his voice carrying the dry rasp of desert winds. "You acted according to your nature and understanding. Solas did the same." He paused to sip the wine, a vintage from some forgotten world, its taste complex with notes of victory and ash. "You ask me to weigh actions against some cosmic scale of justice. I am neither prosecutor nor judge." His dark eyes grew distant, focusing on something beyond the present moment. "The answer to your question was written the moment you raised your hand against his companions. Every consequence that follows is merely the echo of that single, irreversible act." The garden around them seemed to hold its breath. Ancient trees, transplanted from 100 worlds, swayed gently in artificially generated breezes while exotic flowers bloomed in defiance of their alien environment. It was a perfect recreation of paradise, yet somehow it felt hollow, beautiful, but sterile, like a memory preserved in crystal. The Emperor's response was silence, not the absence of words, but their conscious rejection. His ageless features might have been carved from the same marble that adorned his palace, revealing nothing of the calculations occurring behind those golden eyes. When he finally moved, it was to raise his own goblet in a toast to nothing, the gesture somehow both regal and melancholy. Regret was an emotion that the Emperor had long since burned from his psyche, cauterized like an infected wound. His actions were guided by necessity, by the cold mathematics of species survival. If there had been emotional excess in his treatment of Sola's alien companions, it was a flaw in execution rather than philosophy. The facts remained immutable. Humanity stood alone against a hostile universe, and any compromise of that truth was treason of the highest order. The Emperor drank deeply, his gaze fixed on some distant star visible through the garden's crystal dome. His thoughts had already moved beyond the immediate concerns of family drama to the vast chessboard of galactic conquest. Billions of human souls depended on his decisions, their futures hanging in the balance of his every choice. Personal affections were a luxury he could ill afford, yet he allowed himself these small moments of connection with his gene sons. The garden fell into contemplative quiet, broken only by the soft whisper of artificial breezes and the distant murmur of the ship's systems. The custodians remained motionless as golden statues, their vigilance absolute and unwavering. Far beyond the garden's boundaries, the warriors of the 13th Legion went about their duties with hushed reverence, aware that their Primarch communed with the master of mankind himself. Guilliman and Vulcan exchanged a meaningful glance before rising as one, their massive forms moving with surprising grace. The sight of the Emperor's displeasure was not something to be taken lightly, and both brothers understood the wisdom of strategic withdrawal. They had their own matters to discuss, the uncertain future that awaited them all, the weight of expectations that pressed down upon their broad shoulders like the gravity of dying stars. Blazkowicz drained the last of his wine with the methodical patience of a man who had learned to savor whatever pleasures the universe deigned to offer. Setting the crystal goblet aside, he lowered himself onto the perfectly manicured grass, his skin contrasting sharply with the emerald blades. His head pillowed on one of his arms, he gazed toward the garden's heart where reality seemed to blur at the edges. In that liminal space, memory and imagination intertwined like lovers' fingers. Solas materialized before him as he had been in life, tall and lean, almost gaunt, with silver-gray eyes that held depths no mortal mind could fully fathom. On the surface, the lost Primarch had seemed serene, controlled, master of himself and his emotions. But Blazkowicz had learned to read the subtle signs. The tension in those broad shoulders, the way his hands would clench and release when he thought no one was watching, the occasional flicker of something dark and hungry in those pale eyes. What psychological scars had the Emperor's intervention carved into his son's psyche? The question haunted Blazkowicz like an unsolvable equation. He had witnessed the aftermath, the gradual withdrawal, the growing coldness, the way Solas began to view his own legion with something approaching disdain. Not hatred, never hatred, but a kind of protective distance that spoke of deeper calculations. The truth crystallized in Blazkowicz's mind with the clarity of a blade drawn from its sheath. Solas was no fool, direct confrontation with the Emperor was impossible. The master of mankind wielded power that dwarfed even a Primarch's considerable abilities. But if one could not strike at the source of their grievance, there remained other targets, more vulnerable targets. His eyes snapped open, pupils dilating as the full implications hit him like a thunderbolt. The Emperor cherished few things in this universe, but chief among them was humanity itself, not just the species, but the grand project of the Imperium that would secure their future among the stars. Moribus Solas, Blazkowicz breathed, his voice barely audible above the garden's ambient sounds. You brilliant, twisted fool, how long have you been planning your revenge? The pieces fell into place with sickening clarity. The mysterious intelligence leaks that had plagued recent campaigns. The Rangdans' inexplicable knowledge of Imperial tactics and deployments. The gradual degradation of the Second Legion's effectiveness, their Primarch's apparent indifference to their plight masking a deeper, more protective instinct. Blazkowicz sat up abruptly, his warrior's instincts screaming danger. His eyes locked onto the Emperor, who sat in meditative stillness, perhaps unaware of the threat that had been growing in the shadows of his own family. The master of mankind's eyes opened, sensing his son's sudden tension. What revelation has struck you, my son? Blazkowicz glanced around the garden, confirming their relative privacy before leaning closer. His voice dropped to barely above a whisper, each word carefully chosen. You must contact Alfreus immediately. Have him investigate Solas with all the resources at his disposal. The Emperor's expression shifted subtly, amusement flickering in his golden eyes. Do you fear for my safety? Your concern is noted and appreciated, but Solas poses no direct threat to. Not to you, Blazkowicz interrupted, his urgency overriding protocol. To everything you've built, to the Imperium itself. The weight of his words settled between them like a stone cast into still water. The Emperor's amusement evaporated, replaced by the calculating coldness that had conquered a galaxy. Blazkowicz pressed on, his voice gaining strength as the implications became clearer. He cannot harm you directly, so he strikes at what you value most. The intelligence breaches, the Rangdon's tactical advantages, I believe they trace back to him. And the Second Legion, he paused, choosing his words carefully. I don't think he despises them. I think he's protecting them from the consequences of his own actions. The picture that emerged was one of calculated betrayal wrapped in paternal love. Solas, unable to forgive his father's actions but equally unable to strike directly, had chosen a more insidious form of revenge. If he could not save his alien friends, perhaps he could ensure that humanity paid a price for their deaths, not through direct action, but through the slow poison of sabotage and misdirection. The Emperor absorbed this revelation with the stoic acceptance of one who had seen every possible permutation of treachery. His response, when it came, was measured and decisive. A covert investigation alone will not suffice. Sometimes the mouse must be made aware of the cat's presence, that fear might stay its hand from further mischief. He paused, his mind already formulating countermeasures with the speed of thought. The Officio Assassinorum will conduct an overt investigation, while the Alpha Legion handles the more delicate inquiries. Two approaches for maximum effectiveness. Blazkowicz nodded approvingly. The strategy was sound, legal scrutiny to maintain the facade of due process, coupled with the shadowy expertise of the Hydra for matters that required a more subtle touch. It would put Solas on notice while providing plausible cover for the Emperor's suspicions. Deploy auditors to all the legions, Blazkowicz suggested, thinking several moves ahead. If you single out only Solas, it will breed resentment and suspicion among the others. Make it appear as though this is routine oversight, a necessary evolution of imperial governance as the Great Crusade expands. The wisdom of this approach was immediately apparent. The Primarchs were proud beings, each one a living legend in their own right. To single out one of their number without overwhelming evidence would risk fracturing the unity that held the Imperium together. Better to cast a wide net and allow Solas to conclude that he was merely one face in a crowd of potential suspects. Include the 21st Legion in your investigations, Blazkowicz added with a wry smile. I have no desire to be excluded from this grand exercise in paranoia. The Emperor's lips curved in something that might have been amusement. Equality in suspicion, a democratic approach to tyranny. Very well, it shall be as you suggest. Their conversation was interrupted by the subtle shift in the ship's movement that indicated a return to real space. Through the crystal dome above, the swirling madness of the warp gave way to the cold light of stars, and among them hung a jewel of blue and green that could only be Macragge. Guilliman appeared at the garden's entrance, his bearing proud and expectant. "Welcome to my world," he announced, gesturing toward the viewport where his homeworld turned in stately majesty beneath them. Vulcan joined his brother, his eyes widening at the sight of vast oceans stretching to every horizon. "Magnificent," he breathed, his Forge World origins making the abundance of water seem almost miraculous. "On Nocturne we have seas of lava, lakes of glass, but this is what the ancient texts called paradise." Blazkowicz smiled at his brother's wonder, remembering his own first glimpse of Vulcan's volcanic homeworld. Each Primarch's world had shaped them in unique ways, forging strengths and weaknesses that would echo through eternity. "Every world has its own beauty," he offered diplomatically. "Nocturne's fires forge the strongest souls, just as Macragge's order creates the finest administrators." The compliment eased any potential awkwardness, and Vulcan's smile broadened. "You speak truly, brother. Fire tests what water nurtures, both have their place in the grand design." Their moment of fraternal bonding was interrupted by the harsh blare of proximity alarms. Blazkowicz's enhanced senses immediately identified the source. Macragge's planetary defense systems had activated. their weapons training on the approaching Imperial fleet. "By the throne," Gilliman muttered, his face flushing with embarrassment. "They don't recognize us, they think we're invaders." The irony was not lost on any of them. The Lord of Macragge returning home only to be greeted as a potential enemy. Gilliman's hurried departure from the garden was almost comical, his dignity warring with the urgent need to prevent a tragic misunderstanding. On Macragge's surface, chaos reigned in the halls of power. The planetary government had received fragmentary reports from returning fleet elements, garbled communications speaking of their lord's disappearance and mysterious encounters in the void. Now a massive fleet had appeared in their system, warships of unfamiliar design bearing standards no one recognized. In the marble halls of the Macragge Senate, panic warred with duty as officials struggled to coordinate a response. Some called for immediate surrender, others for a fighting retreat to the outer colonies. The absence of their guiding light, Robot Gilliman, left them rudderless in the face of apparent catastrophe. Among them all, one figure stood apart in her composed dignity. Tarasha Uton, foster mother to the King of Macragge, watched the approaching fleet through tall windows of crystal and gold. Her weathered hands gripped the stone balustrade with white-knuckled intensity, though her face betrayed nothing of the storm raging in her heart. She had always known this day would come, the day when Robot's true origins would be revealed. A child of her heart, if not her blood, she had raised him from infancy, watching him grow from extraordinary baby to transcendent leader. But she had never fooled herself into believing that Macragge's soil alone could have produced such a marvel. The shuttle's descent was a thing of beauty and terror, its hull gleaming like a fallen star as it pierced Macragge's atmosphere. The crowds that had gathered in the great plaza fell silent as one, their breath caught in collective anticipation. When the craft touched down with impossible grace, even the bravest souls took an involuntary step backward. The exit ramp descended with hydraulic precision, and from within emerged a figure that needed no introduction. Robot Gilliman stepped into the light of his homeworld sun, his massive frame somehow both familiar and alien after his time among the stars. The crowd's collective exhale seemed to release years of pent-up worry and fear. Security forces rushed forward, their ceremonial weapons more symbol than actual threat, but Gilliman waved them back with gentle authority. His eyes sought out one figure among the crowd, finding her standing where he knew she would be, dignity incarnate despite the tears threatening to spill from her ancient eyes. "Forgive me, Mother," he said, dropping to one knee so that their eyes could meet on something approaching equal terms. His massive hand enveloped both of hers, warm and reassuring and achingly familiar. "I should have sent word, but events moved too quickly for proper protocols." Tarasha Uton's composure finally cracked just slightly at the gentleness in his voice. This was still her boy, despite the cosmic forces that swirled around him like storm clouds. "You're safe," she whispered, the words carrying more weight than any formal welcome. "That's all that matters." But even as they shared this moment of reunion, Gilliman's enhanced hearing picked up the worried murmurs of his advisors, the crackle of military communications, the subtle signs of a world preparing for siege. He forced himself to stand, to address the crowd with the authority they needed to see. "Citizens of Macragge," his voice boomed across the plaza, enhanced by vox amplifiers built into his very bones. "The fleet above us brings no threat to our world. Instead, they carry the most honored guests our realm has ever received, my father and brothers, come to see the world that shaped me." The reaction was immediate and electric. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd like waves on a disturbed pond. Tarasha Uton's eyes widened, her mind racing to process the implications. She had suspected, had prepared herself for this possibility, but the reality was overwhelming. "Your father," she breathed, and in those two words lay years of patient love and careful nurturing, the pride of a woman who had shaped a demigod while never losing sight of the child he had once been. Gilliman's smile was radiant, the expression transforming his stern features into something approaching boyish enthusiasm. "And brothers, Mother, I am not alone in this universe. I have a family that spans the stars themselves." The transformation that came over Tarasha Uton was remarkable to witness. Years seemed to fall away from her weathered features as purpose replaced uncertainty. This was no longer a crisis to be managed, but an opportunity to demonstrate Macragge's finest qualities. Her voice, when she spoke, carried the iron authority that had helped guide a world. "Then we shall show them such hospitality as will be remembered for 10,000 years, she declared, her words carrying to every corner of the plaza. Let every citizen of Macragge contribute to this welcome. Let our guests see the finest we have to offer." What followed was a mobilization that would have impressed even the most seasoned campaign strategist. The machinery of Macragge's government shifted into high gear, every department and agency contributing to what would become known as the Welcome of Ages. Artisans were commissioned for decorations, chefs for banquets, musicians for entertainment that would span days rather than hours. 13 Terran hours passed in a blur of preparation and anticipation. When the golden shuttle finally descended from the sky, bearing the Emperor of Mankind and his Gene sons, it found a world transformed. Macragge had arrayed itself in its finest regalia, every street swept clean, every banner flying proud and bright. The Emperor's landing craft was a marvel of craftsmanship, its golden hull inscribed with the double-headed aquila that would one day become the symbol of human unity throughout the galaxy. As it settled onto the prepared landing pad, the very air seemed to thrum with potential energy, as though reality itself bent subtly around the craft's divine passenger. The crowd that had gathered to witness this historic moment numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Representatives from every corner of Macragge's domain come to witness the impossible made manifest. Silence fell as the craft's exit ramp lowered with ceremonial slowness, each second stretching toward eternity. The first to emerge were the custodian guard, their auramite armor blazing like captured suns in Macragge's light. They moved with inhuman precision, each step calculated to inspire awe and reverence. Their guardian spears caught the light and threw it back in dazzling displays, while their faces remained hidden behind masks of gold and ceramic that revealed nothing of the men within. They formed perfect ranks along the prepared pathway, their movements synchronized to the microsecond. As one, they knelt and raised their voices in a cry that shook the very foundations of the plaza. "Hail our Lord, the Emperor of Mankind!" And then, as though summoned by their words, he appeared. Chapter 77 ULTRAMAR. The custodian guards stood like golden statues given life, their magnificent halberds catching the dying light of Macragge's twin sons. As one, these ultimate warriors, beings crafted from the Emperor's own genetic mastery, bent their knees in reverence, their voices rising in harmonious proclamation that echoed across the vast ceremonial plaza. "Hail our master, the Emperor of Mankind." Emperor, the word carried weight beyond mortal comprehension, a title that had shaped the destiny of countless worlds across the galaxy's spiral arms. In this age of darkness, when Xeno's predators stalked between the stars and humanity cowered in isolated pockets of civilization, that name alone could ignite hope in the hearts of billions. The assembled masses of Macragge pressed forward against the cordon of guards, their faces upturned with desperate yearning. Who was this figure that commanded the loyalty of beings who seemed stepped from the pages of ancient myth? What manner of man could unite a fractured species under a single banner and dare to call himself emperor in an age when such dreams seemed impossible? Citizens of every station crowded the ceremonial grounds, noble-born senators in their finest robes of azure and gold, battle-scarred veterans bearing the scars of frontier wars, common laborers still bearing the honest dirt of their trades. All stood united in breathless anticipation, their varied eyes fixed upon the descending craft with an intensity that bordered on religious fervor. The landing vessel's belly iris dilated, and pure radiance spilled forth, not merely light, but something far more profound. It was illumination that seemed to emanate from the very soul of creation itself, golden and warm and utterly without shadow. Where that radiance touched, it banished more than mere darkness. It drove away despair, uncertainty, and the creeping doubt that had plagued humanity since the fall of their ancient federation. The assembled multitude fell to their knees as if moved by a single will, and silence descended like a benediction. Even the wind seemed to still in reverence. The people of Macragge knelt not merely before power, but before the living embodiment of their world's founding principles, reason married to strength, wisdom tempered by justice. Here was the actualization of every philosophical ideal their civilization had strived toward for generations. He emerged from that cascade of golden light like a figure from humanity's most ancient legends. The Emperor stood revealed in all his majesty, and mortal minds struggled to process the reality of his presence. Light seemed to cling to his form, not illuminating him so much as radiating from within his very being. In his left hand he held a sword of impossible craftsmanship, its blade wreathed in coruscating energy fields. Yet it pointed downward toward the marble stones, a gesture that spoke of power constrained by wisdom, of strength that served rather than dominated. His right hand bore aloft scales of pure aurum, their balance perfect and unwavering, a symbol that justice, not mere force, would be the foundation of his rule. The human tide that had pressed forward now fell back like water before a dam, each soul present overwhelmed by the sheer presence of the master of mankind. In their minds, an indelible impression was carved, not by psychic manipulation, but by the simple truth of witnessing perfection made manifest. The Emperor, the whisper began with a single voice, tremulous with awe. The Emperor, more voices joined, until the entire plaza rang with the joyous acclamation. The Emperor, the cry became a thunderous roar that seemed to shake the very foundations of Magna Macragge Civitas. Those blessed few whose eyes met his wept tears of pure joy, overwhelmed by a love so profound it transcended mortal understanding. To be acknowledged by that gaze was to feel, for one perfect moment, that every struggle, every hardship, every small act of courage in their lives had meaning within some vast and benevolent design. The Emperor stood nearly 3 meters in height, his frame perfectly proportioned despite its superhuman scale. Ancient wisdom looked out from eyes that had witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations, while his face bore the stamp of nobility so pure it seemed carved from the dreams of artists. Upon his brow rested a circlet of golden laurel leaves, each one wrought with such skill that they seemed to flutter in an unfelt breeze. His robes were spun from threads of pure gold, yet they moved like silk, catching and reflecting the light in patterns that seemed to shift and flow with hidden meaning. Upon his feet, bare, as if to better feel the ground of this world he had come to claim, the marks of old wounds could be glimpsed, reminders that even gods could bleed in service to their people. The Emperor stepped onto the azure carpet that had been laid for his approach, but then he paused. His perfect features showed no impatience, no irritation at the delay. He simply waited, and in that waiting demonstrated a patience that spoke of eons spent in careful planning. What did he await? The crowd followed his gaze skyward, and their question was answered as a second vessel descended through Macragge's crystalline atmosphere. This craft was different. Where the first had been functional majesty, this was artistry made manifest. Its hull bore the flowing script of ancient Terra, inlaid with precious metals that caught the light in coruscating patterns. Upon its flanks, the symbols of laurel wreath and gladius spoke of victories won through honor and strength united. 2 distinct formations of warriors disembarked in perfect synchronization, their contrasting appearances creating a striking tableau of unity in diversity. The first contingent war armor of pearl-white ceramite, each suit a masterwork of both protection and artistry. Golden traceries followed the flowing lines of their plate, telling wordless stories of campaigns fought in distant stars. Their banner-bearers held aloft standards of azure silk, upon which the golden gladius and laurel wreath of Ultramar stood proudly against the Macragge sky. These warriors moved with parade-ground precision, every step measured, every gesture calculated for maximum ceremonial impact. Their helmed heads were held high with justifiable pride, for they were the chosen guardians of one of the Emperor's own sons. The second formation presented a stark contrast, warriors clad in midnight black plate, their armor adorned with crimson details that spoke of blood spilled in righteous cause. They moved with a different cadence, less parade ground perfect but no less disciplined. Their bearing spoke of veterans who had seen the galaxy's darkest corners and emerged unbroken. Their standard bearer carried a banner of deep obsidian, upon which was worked a symbol that seemed to shift and change as the eye followed its lines. It was neither rune nor letter, but something that seemed to encompass meanings too vast for simple language: duty, sacrifice, protection, and a dozen other concepts that defined what it meant to serve the Emperor's vision. Though different in their presentation, it was clear that both formations held equal honor, equal standing in the complex hierarchy of the Imperium. They were two facets of the same weapon, each honed for different purposes but equally cherished by their master. At their approach, the Golden Custodian Guards rose as one, their movements fluid despite their massive frames. The procession began its advance, making way for the honor guard that followed in their wake. Such a display moved even Lady Uton, whose long experience in the courts of Macragge had inured her to most ceremonial excess. Her eyes widened as she took in the sheer scope of the pageantry, the casual display of resources that could equip armies. "Guilliman," she murmured to her adopted son, "your father and brothers are truly remarkable beings." Robert Guilliman straightened unconsciously, pride evident in every line of his superhuman frame. "They are, aren't they?" he replied, his voice carrying a note of awe despite his attempts at composure. "They are warrior kings, certainly, but beneath that they remain men, men capable of compassion and wisdom." As the honor guard assumed their positions, two towering figures emerged from the second craft's illuminated portal. Even among the assembled giants, these two commanded attention through sheer presence alone. The first wore ceremonial armor of pristine white, every surface etched with the record of victories won in his master's name. The engravings were not mere decoration, but a living history, each battle honor earned through blood and sacrifice, each campaign a chapter in the ongoing saga of the Great Crusade. Though the specific details of those conflicts might be lost to mortal understanding, every character, every symbol spoke of glory earned through service to humanity's destiny. This figure carried himself with the bearing of a god of war descended from ancient myth. His features were noble beyond mortal standards, yet touched with a humanity that made his divine nature approachable rather than terrifying. He moved with fluid grace despite his massive frame, each step measured and precise. His companion presented a startling contrast. Where the first was alabaster perfection, this second figure was carved from midnight itself. His skin was dark as the void between stars, and his eyes held a crimson gleam that might have been terrifying in any other context. Yet something in his bearing, some fundamental gentleness in his posture, transformed the potentially fearsome into the merely striking. This dark giant wore robes of deep forest green that left his arms bare, revealing musculature that spoke of both tremendous power and careful restraint. Most remarkably, his face bore an expression of genuine warmth, a smile that promised protection and understanding to any who might seek his aid. Both figures wore circlets of laurel wrought in living gold, marking them clearly as beings of tremendous import within the imperial hierarchy. Their appearance sent a ripple of recognition through the crowd. Here were the Emperor's own sons, the legendary Primarchs spoken of in whispered tales from distant worlds. The people of Macragge found themselves unconsciously comparing these two titans to their own beloved robot Guilliman, and the similarities were unmistakable. Whatever process had created these beings had clearly drawn from the same divine template, yet each bore the unique marks of their individual nature and experience. The two Primarchs fell into step behind their father, their movements synchronized as if they had drilled together for centuries. They approached Guilliman's position amid a crescendo of cheers and applause that seemed to shake the very air. Blazkowicz maintained his ceremonial composure despite his personal distaste for such formal occasions. He understood the necessity. Every gesture, every precisely choreographed moment served purposes that extended far beyond mere pageantry. The words of life forger Prima echoed in his mind. All rituals in the material universe contain power, from the most elaborate ceremony to the smallest gesture of respect. Order itself possessed strength, serving as a bulwark against the chaotic energies that sought to corrupt reality from beyond the veil. Even the ruinous powers, those entities of pure chaos that dwelt in the warp's roiling depths, understood this truth. Their own dark ceremonies were attempts to impose their will upon reality, to create structure from madness. In this great cosmic balance between order and entropy, every solemn moment, every respectful gesture, added weight to the side of sanity and stability. So Blazkowicz endured the pomp and circumstance, knowing that this ceremony served to strengthen the fabric of the Imperium. The extraordinary procession continued across the azure carpet, Blazkowicz and Vulcan flanking their father as they bore the trailing hem of his golden robes. Sacred choirs hidden throughout the plaza began their ethereal chanting, voices rising in harmonies that seemed to touch something deeper than mere hearing. Flower petals fell like gentle rain from concealed dispensers, their fragrance mixing with carefully prepared incense to create an atmosphere of transcendent beauty. Imperial chroniclers and advisors took their positions at the ceremony's periphery, their recording devices and memory implants capturing every moment of this historic reunion. Another son found, another piece of the Great Crusade's vast puzzle falling into place. At the carpet's terminus, Robot Guilliman knelt upon one knee, his massive frame somehow managing to convey both strength and humility in that single gesture. Around him, the highest-ranking officials of Macrag's government followed suit, creating a tableau of submission that spoke to the magnitude of this moment. Guilliman kept his gaze fixed downward, but his superhuman senses tracked every detail of his father's approach. When those bare feet that had walked upon holy terror itself, came to rest before him, his twin hearts hammered against his ribs like captive thunder. His enhanced physiology betrayed him as a tremor ran through his frame. After so many years of wondering, of hoping, of fearing that he might somehow prove unworthy of his heritage, the moment of judgment had finally arrived. The Emperor's expression remained serene, showing neither joy nor disappointment as he gazed down upon his kneeling son. With deliberate grace, he raised one perfect hand, palm upward in a gesture of benediction. Two custodian guards stepped forward in perfect synchronization. The first knelt and presented an ancient wooden box, its surface worn smooth by countless handling, yet somehow radiating an aura of tremendous antiquity and importance. The second opened the container with reverent care, revealing the laurel wreath nestled within upon a bed of midnight blue velvet. As the guard lifted the circlet and placed it in his master's waiting palm, those with keen enough eyesight noticed the Emperor's right hand bore an old burn scar, a mark left by grasping something that had burned with unimaginable heat. Even gods, it seemed, bore the scars of their sacrifices. The Emperor did not immediately lower the wreath. Instead, he held it suspended above Guilliman's bowed head, and when he spoke, his voice carried the weight of absolute authority tempered by infinite compassion. Robot Guilliman. The name rang across the plaza like a bell, each syllable perfectly enunciated, carrying depths of meaning that mortal language could barely contain. Guilliman, my son, blood of my blood, heir to my vision for humanity's future. In the name of the Emperor of mankind, I grant unto you the supreme glory of acknowledged sonship, the power to conquer in humanity's name, and the authority to bring law and order to the distant stars. With those words, he lowered the laurel circlet with infinite care, letting it settle upon Guilliman's golden hair like a crown crafted in the halls of the gods themselves. The crowd's response was instantaneous and overwhelming. Cheers erupted from 10,000 throats as the people of Macrag witnessed the formal recognition of their beloved leader as the Emperor's own progeny. At last, all of Guilliman's impossible achievements, his superhuman capabilities, his visionary leadership made perfect sense. Of course, he had accomplished such wonders. He was the son of the master of mankind himself. Blazkowicz observed the crowd's reaction with mixed feelings. In their joy, he detected a subtle but profound shift in perception. Where once Guilliman's achievements had seemed miraculous precisely because they appeared to spring from purely mortal determination, now they would forever be colored by expectations of divine heritage. Humans always seek explanations, he mused, even when the mystery was more beautiful than the answer. No longer would Gilliman's victories seem quite so inspiring to the common citizen. Now there would always be the whispered addendum. But of course, he is the Emperor's son. What else could we expect? Yet Blazkowicz harbored no such diminished opinion of his brother. Having observed Gilliman closely during their journey, he had seen qualities that had nothing to do with genetic legacy and everything to do with personal choice. Each of the Primarchs had been gifted with tremendous potential, but potential alone meant nothing without the will to fulfill it. Had Lemon Russ or any of their other brothers found themselves ruling Macragge and the broader Ultramar region, the result would have been entirely different, perhaps equally impressive, but shaped by completely different virtues and flaws. Blazkowicz had witnessed Gilliman's famous temper during a brief confrontation aboard his ship, seen anger blaze in those blue eyes like stellar fire, burning with intensity that could have consumed worlds. Yet he had also seen his brother master that rage through pure force of will, channeling it into productive purpose through the application of reason and philosophical discipline. There was a telling moment that had occurred during their approach to Macragge. As their vessel translated from warp to real space, Blazkowicz's enhanced vision had caught sight of the banners hanging throughout Magna Macragge Civitas. Upon the azure backgrounds, the white Omega symbol had stood out with particular clarity, the last letter of an ancient alphabet, representing endings, completion, and the final word. It was, he reflected, a perfect symbol for Gilliman's nature. Where other Primarchs might begin grand projects and trust others to complete them, Gilliman possessed the patience and attention to detail necessary to see things through to their proper conclusion. As Gilliman rose to his full imposing height, his usually stern features transformed by an expression of pure joy, the transformation was visible to all present. This was no longer merely the Lord of Macragge, but a son reunited with his father after eons of separation. Standing tall, Gilliman gestured toward his two brothers, his voice carrying clearly across the plaza as he addressed his people. "These are my brothers in blood and bond." He raised Blazkowicz's arm high, presenting him to the assembled multitude. Blazkowicz Novik, warrior king, 21st son of the Emperor. The crowd roared their approval, the name echoing from 1,000 throats. Then Gilliman lifted Vulcan's arm with equal pride. Vulcan, the Lord of Drakes, 18th son of the Emperor. Again the masses responded, their cheers washing over the ceremonial ground like a tide of pure human joy. These were not merely names being announced, but the introduction of demigods who would help shepherd humanity toward its destined greatness among the stars. As the grand ceremony concluded, and the crowds began to disperse in response to gentle but firm direction from the custodian guards, Gilliman led the imperial delegation toward the inner sanctums of his palace for the more practical matters that awaited. Today marked not only Gilliman's formal recognition as a Primarch, but also the beginning of Macragge's integration into the expanding Imperium of Man. Such momentous changes required careful negotiation and precise planning. The council chamber had been prepared with meticulous attention to protocol. The Great Hall's vaulted ceiling bore murals depicting Macragge's history from its founding to the present day, while banners representing both local tradition and imperial authority hung in careful balance along the walls. Gilliman took his place at the left side of the great table, surrounded by Macragge's most skilled diplomats and administrators, individuals who had spent their careers mastering the intricate dance of interstellar politics and trade negotiations. Vulcan assumed the right side, accompanied by the Emperor's personal representatives, beings whose experience spanned dozens of successful planetary integration campaigns. They carried with them not only the authority to negotiate on behalf of the Imperium, but also the wisdom gained from countless similar situations across the galaxy. The Emperor and Blazkowicz occupied the head of the table, their presence serving as witness and final authority over the proceedings. While the detailed negotiations would be conducted by their respective subordinates, their oversight ensured that the broader strategic vision would be maintained throughout the process. The terms offered to Macragge were generous beyond the norm, reflecting both the Emperor's obvious affection for his newly found son and the strategic importance of Ultramar's position within the galactic spiral. The creation of the Great Ultramar Sector, with subsidiary regions, would provide Guilliman with unprecedented autonomy for a planetary governor. More significantly, Guilliman would be granted command of the XIII Legion, the Ultramarines, allowing him to participate directly in the Great Crusade's ongoing expansion. Worlds brought into compliance by his forces would be incorporated into Ultramar's growing domain, creating a cycle of expansion and consolidation that could eventually encompass vast regions of the galaxy's eastern reaches. The tax exemptions offered were particularly notable. Macragge would be excused from the tithe obligations that bound most imperial worlds, a recognition of the enormous military and logistical contributions Ultramar would be expected to provide. In exchange for these remarkable privileges, Macragge accepted responsibility for pacifying and defending the entirety of the Ultima Segmentum's eastern regions. This vast territory contained countless star systems, many of which harbored Xenos threats that had proven troublesome for the stretched resources of the main Crusade fleets. The region's distance from Terra made direct Imperial oversight impractical, requiring a local authority with both the power and reliability to act independently when circumstances demanded. With a Primarch's loyalty guaranteed by bonds deeper than politics, Ultramar represented the perfect solution to a complex strategic problem. Guilliman's acceptance of these responsibilities demonstrated the Emperor's complete confidence in his son's capabilities, a trust that would prove instrumental in humanity's expansion across the stars. As the broad framework was established, the negotiations settled into the complex details that would define the relationship between Ultramar and the Greater Imperium for generations to come. Officials from both sides engaged in the sophisticated verbal sparring that characterizes high-level diplomacy, each seeking to maximize their side's advantages, while maintaining the spirit of cooperation that made the entire arrangement possible. "You seem uncomfortable with political theater." The observation came in a gentle, cultured voice that carried the subtle musical accent of Macragge's nobility. Lady Uton approached across the palace gardens, her movements graceful despite her mortal limitations. Blazkowicz had indeed withdrawn from the council chamber, finding himself increasingly irritated by the elaborate dance of negotiation taking place within. He sat beneath the spreading branches of an ancient Macragge olive tree, its silvered leaves providing dappled shade from the afternoon sun. "Political maneuvering," he replied as Uton gracefully arranged tea service on the stone table between them, "often resembles scavengers fighting over carrion, driven more by instinct than intelligence." He watched her pour the clear, aromatic tea with practiced ease before continuing. The endless cycles of demand and counter-demand, the careful probing for weakness and advantage, it becomes tedious when observed from outside the immediate sphere of interest. "Of course," he added quickly, noting her slightly startled expression, "I intend no insult to necessary work. When the outcomes don't directly affect one's own responsibilities, there's little value in deep involvement." Lady Uton paused in her pouring, momentarily distracted by the Primarch's unexpected directness. Most of the superhuman beings she had encountered spoke in carefully measured phrases that revealed little of their actual thoughts. "Lady," Blazkowicz observed quietly, "your cup is about to overflow." "Oh, forgive me," she said, quickly steadying the teapot. "Your candor is refreshing, though perhaps unusual for one of your station." As she settled into the chair across from him, Uton's expression grew more serious. This was, after all, why she had sought out this particular son of the Emperor. "What is your assessment of Robout?" she asked, her tone carefully neutral despite the obvious importance of the question to her. She had done her research. This being before her was the 21st Primarch, the youngest of the Emperor's genetic progeny, yet somehow he had achieved a position of extraordinary influence within the Imperium's hierarchy. His opinion of Guilliman could significantly impact her adopted son's future, standing among his brothers. Blazkowicz considered the question carefully, noting the subtle tension in the woman's posture, the barely concealed maternal anxiety behind her diplomatic composure. He had seen that expression before in the eyes of another queen who had loved him as a son. For a moment, Queen Elise's features seemed to overlay Lady Uten's, and a familiar pang of loss touched his heart. "Unremarkable," he said finally, his tone matter-of-fact. The word hung in the air between them like a judgment rendered. For a Primarch, beings created to be the pinnacles of human potential, such an assessment might seem damning. Yet Blazkowicz meant it quite literally. Among his brothers, Guilliman lacked certain qualities that made others immediately memorable. Lemon Russ possessed an almost feral charisma that could dominate any room he entered. Horus radiated personal magnetism that drew followers like moths to flame. Fulgrim's artistic perfection made him impossible to ignore. Each Primarch embodied specific aspects of their father's nature, often to extremes that made them unforgettable. Compared to such vivid personalities, Guilliman seemed almost mundane. He was methodical rather than inspirational, preferring careful planning to dramatic gestures. In social situations, his tendency to offer detailed advice and elaborate solutions often came across as lecturing, even when well-intentioned. During their voyage aboard the Bucephalus, even the patient Vulcan had occasionally shown signs of irritation, with Guilliman's focus on minute details and procedural correctness. Unremarkable, Lady Uten's relief was immediately apparent in her voice and posture. The tension left her shoulders as she settled back in her chair. "Then I am greatly reassured." She poured fresh tea for both of them, her movements now relaxed and natural. "You find that assessment satisfactory?" Blazkowicz asked, genuinely curious. "It's hardly exceptional praise." "For anyone else, perhaps," Uten replied, "but for Guilliman it represents the best possible outcome." She gestured toward the distant spires of the capital, where the formal negotiations continued. "Consider what the Emperor has granted him: autonomous rule over an entire segmentum, command of a legion, exemption from imperial tithes. Such privileges could easily breed resentment among his brothers. If Guilliman appeared overly ambitious or demonstrated excessive charisma, he would immediately become a target for suspicion and rivalry. Being unremarkable provides him with protective camouflage. His brothers may find him somewhat dull, but they won't see him as a threat to their own positions or ambitions." Blazkowicz nodded approvingly. The woman's political instincts were sound, her understanding of power dynamics sophisticated despite her mortal limitations. "That analysis has merit," he agreed, though perhaps incomplete. He leaned forward slightly, his expression growing more serious. "You assume jealousy and suspicion arise primarily from perceived threats to position or authority. Among Primarchs, however, the dynamics can be more complex. In the eyes of the populace, we are the Emperor's sons, created to fulfill specific roles within his grand design. Whether we are envied, admired, scorned, or praised matters less than whether we serve his will effectively. These are our burdens and our purposes, the sources of both our tremendous power and our fundamental constraints. But Guilliman possesses something unique among us." He extended one finger toward Uten, emphasizing his point. "Perhaps the greatest source of future resentment will stem directly from you." "From me?" Uten asked, genuinely perplexed. "How could I possibly affect relationships between demigods?" "You are a mother," Blazkowicz stated simply. "A mother who loves my brother genuinely and completely." During their voyage, Guilliman had mentioned Uten frequently, his voice always carrying warmth and affection when he spoke of her. These references had invariably caused Vulcan to change the subject, his discomfort obvious to anyone paying attention. That particular expression of longing and loss was one Blazkowicz had learned to recognize among his brothers, and one that never failed to move him to both pity and dark amusement. "We Primarchs were scattered across the galaxy by forces beyond our control," he explained gently. "Some worlds proved more fortunate than others in their reception of their unexpected foundlings." He allowed the implications to settle before continuing. Many of my brothers may have landed on worlds torn by war, ruled by tyrants, or dominated by hostile alien species. Some could be raised as weapons, others as gladiators, still others as tools for political ambition. Your son was blessed with parents who loved him for himself rather than for what he could provide them. Lady Uten's expression grew thoughtful as understanding dawned. You're saying that in gaining a family, Gilliman received something his brothers were denied. The Emperor created our bodies to be virtually indestructible, our minds to be brilliant beyond mortal comprehension, our forms to inspire awe and loyalty, Blazkowicz confirmed. But the emotional voids within us, those wounds of the heart, remain largely unfilled. Gilliman's apparent ordinariness springs in part from the security and love he received from his adoptive parents. It allowed him to develop empathy and genuine care for others, rather than viewing mortals merely as tools or resources. That emotional grounding makes him more effective as a ruler and commander, but it also marks him as different from his brothers in ways they may not fully understand. Lady Uten absorbed this revelation in silence, her expression growing troubled as she contemplated the implications. "And what of you?" she asked softly. "What was your childhood like that you understand these dynamics so clearly?" Blazkowicz's hand stopped mid-motion as he reached for his teacup. His expression grew distant, touched by shadows of memory. Slowly he stood, his massive frame casting Lady Uten in shadow as the afternoon sun slanted through the garden. For a moment, genuine unease flickered across her features as she looked up at the towering figure above her. "She was very gentle," the Primarch said finally, his voice carrying notes of loss and longing that spoke of wounds that might never fully heal. "I can only recall that gentleness now. Everything else has been lost to time and necessity." The words hung in the garden air like an unfinished prayer, speaking to depths of sorrow that mortal hearts could barely comprehend. In that moment, Lady Uten glimpsed something of the true cost of being a Primarch, the price of power that could shake worlds but could never fully heal the wounds of a lost childhood. The Emperor's sons might be gods among mortals, but in their hearts they remained, in some small way, the lost children they had always been. Chapter 78 PHUNIX. The resting garden fell into an abyss of silence, as though the very air had been drained of life. That fleeting moment of sorrow struck Lady Uten's heart like a blade of ice, the weight of unspoken grief settling heavy between them. She remained paralyzed, her elegant composure cracking as she realized she had torn open wounds that had never truly healed within the Primarch's immortal soul. The lady's lips parted, desperate to voice an apology, yet the words withered and died before they could take form. Guilt crashed over her in suffocating waves, each breath becoming a struggle as shame constricted her throat like a vice. Blazkowicz observed her distress with the practiced eye of one who had witnessed countless souls buckle under the weight of their own conscience. He shook his head with infinite patience, his massive hand rising in a gesture both gentle and commanding. "Peace, my lady, this was merely an oversight, nothing more." His voice carried the weight of eons, yet remained surprisingly tender. "Life and death are constants that all beings must face. Regret serves no master but sorrow itself." The words fell from his lips with the measured calm of one who had long since made peace with loss. Yet beneath that serene exterior, he buried his anguish deeper still, compartmentalizing pain with the ruthless efficiency of a weapon forged for war. His smile, when it came, was like sunlight breaking through storm clouds, warm, reassuring, and utterly genuine. "My deepest condolences," Lady Uten whispered, her voice barely audible as regret painted shadows across her noble features. In her mind, she constructed a comfortable narrative. Surely the warrior king's mother had passed peacefully in her twilight years, explaining his philosophical acceptance of mortality. Only the doomed slayers, bound to their Primarch through psychic resonance, felt the truth that lurked beneath his composure. In the shared consciousness that connected them all, a monstrous hatred flashed like cosmic lightning, raw, primal, and utterly devastating, before vanishing without trace, buried once more beneath layers of iron discipline. "My lady, duty calls me elsewhere." Blazkowicz descended gracefully, his movements possessed of a predator's fluid precision. He extended his gauntleted hand with courtly elegance, lifting Lady Uten's delicate fingers to his lips. The kiss was brief, ceremonial, a warrior's farewell. "Sir, have my careless words given offense?" The warmth of his lips lingered on her porcelain skin as understanding dawned in her azure eyes. Fear crept into her expression, delicate features twisting with self-recrimination. "Have I driven you away with my thoughtless questions?" "You did not." Blazkowicz rose to his full, imposing height, his figure casting a shadow that seemed to stretch beyond mere physics. He gazed down at her with eyes that held the depth of ancient seas, his voice carrying absolute conviction. "You have done nothing but honor me with your presence and wisdom." His expression grew distant, touched by the weight of countless responsibilities. "I have lingered too long in paradise while war waits in the void. The First Fleet searches for our enemies even now, and they do so without their commander." From his departure to Nocturne until this moment, nearly half a Terran year had slipped through his fingers like stardust. The Rangdan lurked somewhere in the cosmic dark, and when they were found, their retaliation would come swift and merciless. Billions of warriors depended on his leadership, their lives a sacred trust he carried in his soul. As their commander, he had failed in his most fundamental duty, to be present when the storm broke. "I understand completely," Lady Uten replied, her voice carrying the wisdom of one who had navigated the treacherous currents of politics and war for centuries. She recognized the burden that sat upon a ruler's shoulders, the weight of worlds, the responsibility for countless souls. With practiced grace, she lifted her skirts and performed the traditional curtsy of Macragge's nobility, her voice rising in formal benediction. "May your wishes find their mark, and may your blade drink deep of your enemy's lifeblood." Blazkowicz inclined his head with solemn reverence, accepting her blessing. His own voice took on the cadence of ritual as he offered his response. "May health and longevity be your companions, and in the trials to come, may you continue to guide my brother with your wisdom." With ceremony concluded, the warrior king turned and strode away with purposeful elegance. His ceremonial cloak billowed behind him like wings of midnight, each footfall of his ornate boots ringing against the marble with the finality of fate itself. His destination, the council halls where duty waited. Lady Uten remained motionless, watching until his majestic form disappeared around a distant corner, swallowed by shadows and stone. Only then did she allow herself to straighten, her keen intuition painting a picture of the burden that weighed upon those broad shoulders. The departing figure seemed to carry the sorrows of the galaxy upon his back, countless griefs held in check by will alone. Her intuition, honed by decades of political maneuvering, whispered truths she could barely comprehend. The Emperor and Blazkowicz were cut from the same cosmic cloth, both titans condemned to bear loneliness as the price of their greater purpose. "Perhaps," she murmured to the empty garden, her voice carrying notes of profound pity, "perhaps this is what it means to stand beside gods, to shoulder darkness so others might know light." The council hall buzzed with activity as Blazkowicz announced his departure. Despite the protests of his brothers, Guilliman's earnest pleas, and Vulcan's stoic disappointment, the decision was final. Duty brooked no argument. The journey to Macragge's primary spaceport became a procession of reluctant farewells. Guilliman and Vulcan flanked their brother. "Wish we had centuries to speak of all that burns within my mind," Guilliman confessed, his patrician features etched with genuine sorrow. His massive hand engulfed Blazkowicz's in a grip that could crush ceramite. "When you find the Rangdan, send word. Macragge will stand with you against whatever horror emerges from the dark." Blazkowicz's smile blazed with warmth as he pulled his brother into an embrace. "Your path leads first through Macragge's reformation. Master your legion, unite your people, and when the great crusade calls, answer with thunder." "By my oath it shall be done," Guilliman vowed, his voice carrying the weight of absolute conviction. The embrace ended, but the promise lingered. Vulcan's farewell carried a different weight, the sorrow of one who knew too well the price of separation. "The void is vast, but bonds of brotherhood span even infinity." His scarred hand gripped Blazkovich's with surprising gentleness for one so massive. "I await the day we stand shoulder to shoulder against the darkness." "Today's parting births tomorrow's reunion," Blazkovich replied, drawing Vulcan into an embrace. The Thunderhawk's engines awakened with a cerulean growl as the Primarch boarded, his honor guard of sentinels and legion warriors following in precise formation. The craft lifted with graceful power, its hull gleaming like a star against Makrag's pristine sky. Guilliman and Vulcan watched until the ship became nothing more than a glimmering point among the stars, then turned toward their own duties with renewed purpose. Separation was temporary. Destiny would reunite them when the galaxy burned brightest. Aboard the Royal Majesty, Blazkovich shed his ceremonial regalia. The ornate armor that spoke of diplomacy and pageantry gave way to his preferred attire, practical, deadly, comfortable. Black cloak, shoulder guards, green half-plate armor that allowed for fluid movement. This was the garb of a warrior, not a courtier. "Set course for the First Fleet's position," he commanded from his private chambers, his voice carrying across the ship's communication arrays. "Maximum speed." "Warp translation commencing," came Navigator Francisca's crystalline voice, precise and cold as the void itself. "Gellar field engaged. Estimated arrival, 14 Terran days." The ship shuddered as reality tore open before its prow, the ship sliding into the nightmare realm of the warp. Blazkovich settled into meditation, then rose to complete business the Emperor had interrupted, the training of his warriors. The vessel's training decks thrummed with controlled violence and disciplined chaos. Here gathered the finest warriors in the galaxy, custodians testing their perfection against each other, doom slayers pushing their enhanced forms to new limits, sentinels maintaining their edge through constant practice, and mortal soldiers striving to match superhuman standards through teamwork and determination. The mortals, 3 full auxiliary legions, 30,000 soldiers in total, engaged in holographic warfare against simulated Rangdan forces. The scenarios were brutal, unforgiving, designed to prepare flesh and blood humans for enemies that defied sanity itself. Blazkovich reviewed their performance with satisfaction. The Nur Auxiliary understood their limitations with clarity that bordered on wisdom. They could not match Space Marines for individual prowess, but they compensated through coordination that approached art. Every second of training was precious, every drill a step closer to survival. The dueling pits told different stories. Here, superhuman warriors tested themselves against equals, custodians moving like liquid death, doom slayers unleashing their fury, sentinels demonstrating techniques honed across decades. Even the Iron Men watched with mechanical interest, their optical sensors recording every technique for later analysis. The sight of their Primarch brought immediate silence and salutation. Blazkovich waved them back to their practice, his attention drawn to a solitary figure seated at the arena's edge. Phoenix, the warrior bore his new name like both blessing and burden, his enhanced form radiating power. Once a sentinel's on death's threshold, now reborn through gene seed as something greater and more conflicted. "How does rebirth treat you?" Blazkovich settled beside his transformed warrior, his massive frame somehow managing to convey approachability despite its intimidating proportions. "Death touched you, yet here you sit. What wisdom has the experience granted?" Phoenix's expression remained stoic, though conflict burned in his enhanced eyes. "My lord, I am confused." His fists clenched unconsciously, feeling the surge of power that never ebbed. "What am I now? Still a sentinel's, a doom slayer, your gene son? I no longer know where I belong." The question hung between them like a blade. Phoenix had gained incredible power, but at the cost of his identity's certainty. Blazkovich studied the sparring warriors before speaking, his voice carrying the weight of deep contemplation. "You are something unique, Phoenix. A bridge between two worlds, living proof of what's possible when necessity meets opportunity." He gestured toward a group of sentinels, their weathered faces animated with discussion. "Look at them, full of life, rich with experience, but time remains their enemy. Bodies that once danced with death will slow, hearts that thundered across battlefields will be caged by failing flesh." His hand settled on Phoenix's shoulder with gentle weight. Your existence offers hope to every warrior whose spirit burns bright while their body grows dim. You represent the possibility of return, the chance for those who still hunger for battle to answer that call once more. The concept resonated through Phoenix's confusion like a clarion call. He had thought himself caught between worlds, but perhaps he was the foundation upon which new worlds could be built. Now observe the Doom Slayers, Blazkowicz continued, indicating his gene sons with paternal pride. Children of distant stars, warriors without a home to call their own. They fight for humanity's future, yet possess no ground to call sacred. His voice grew warm with hope. Brave souls deserve more than mere duty, they deserve belonging. You can be the bridge that brings Argent Nur and the Legion together, creating bonds that will endure long after the last shot is fired. Understanding blazed across Phoenix's features like dawn breaking over mountains. Argent Nur has never been exclusionary, he said with growing conviction. We need dialogue, connection, shared purpose beyond mere warfare. Excellent, Blazkowicz smiled with paternal satisfaction. The path forward lies in your hands now. Build those bridges, Phoenix. Create the bonds that will unite us all. Rising from his position, the Primarch moved to join the general sparring, his presence alone elevating every warrior's performance. Phoenix remained behind, his mind already working on ways to fulfill the vision his father had shared. Time in the warp held different meaning, flowing like honey through the ship's corridors. When the Royal Majesty finally burst back into real space, it rejoined a fleet that defied comprehension, nearly 1,000 vessels arranged in perfect formation at the edge of a dying star. The First Fleet had grown beyond all recognition since the search for the Rangdan began. 100 heavy battleships formed the core, their weapons capable of shattering worlds. 200 cruisers provided operational flexibility, while 50 carriers housed enough fighters to blot out stars. Destroyers, frigates, and support vessels completed the armada, a force capable of bringing entire sectors to heel. To crew such a massive force, Blazkowicz had conscripted cadets from every naval academy in the Imperium. They learned their trade in the void itself, theory and practice merged into a single, deadly curriculum. Veterans served as mentors, passing down wisdom earned in blood and void battle. The fleet's mission remained unchanged: hunt the Rangda, and when found, deliver imperial justice with prejudice. 3 months had passed since Blazkowicz's return, 3 months of training through combat against lesser Xenos breeds. My lord, Sophia's voice cut through his sleep with surgical precision. Priority astropathic communication from Terra. The Primarch rose instantly, his enhanced physiology banishing sleep like morning mist. Sophia would never disturb his rest without cause. Her judgment had proven flawless across countless crises. Lord Malkador sends word directly, his aide continued, her expression carrying subtle warnings that only he could read. Direct communication from the Imperial Regent meant either opportunity or catastrophe, and sometimes both. Speak, Blazkowicz commanded as hot water cascaded over his frame, washing away the last vestiges of rest. Beyond 2 weeks' warp travel lies a human faction, Sophia recited with mechanical precision. Their integration negotiations near completion, they appear eager to join the Imperium. Good news, then. The Primarch's tone carried skepticism born of hard experience. They control over 100 primary worlds. Sophia's holographic display materialized through the steam, showing star charts and fleet dispositions. Such wealth and power, yet they accept every imperial demand without question. They practically beg for rapid integration. Blazkowicz released a long breath, understanding immediately flooding his enhanced mind. Prepare an assault fleet. We depart within the hour. No human civilization controlling 100 worlds would surrender such power willingly. Something waited in those distant stars, something that had Malkador concerned enough to call upon a Primarch's attention. The crisis he sensed went deeper than mere territorial expansion. The Imperium's integration demands were deliberately harsh, designed to break the will of conquered peoples before rebuilding them in imperial image. For any faction to accept such terms eagerly suggested either desperate fear or calculated deception. Neither possibility boded well for the Imperium. 2 weeks of warp travel brought the assault fleet to coordinates provided by Malkador's intelligence network. Real space welcomed them with deceptive calm. No hostile fleets, no defensive positions, only a modest interior department contingent maintaining peaceful watch. Yet Blazkovich's enhanced senses screamed warnings. Something lurked beneath the system's tranquil facade, a wrongness that set his teeth on edge and made his gene sons restless. The Interior Department responded to Argent Nur's arrival with appropriate ceremony. A delegation launched within minutes, their shuttle bearing the elaborate seals of high-ranking bureaucrats. "Great Primarch, your presence honors us beyond measure." The officials prostrated themselves on the ship's landing deck, their reverence both genuine and terrified. "Monsignor, senior representative of the Imperial Interior Department, offers his deepest respect." The delegation's leader wore robes of office that strained against his corpulent frame. His face gleamed with perspiration, despite the controlled atmosphere, nervous energy radiating from every pore. The rank insignia adorning his chest and shoulders indicated significant authority. This negotiation clearly held Terra's attention. "Rise," Blazkovich commanded gently, allowing the bureaucrats to regain their dignity before gesturing toward a waiting Thunderhawk. "We have much to discuss." The craft's interior accommodated the Primarch's massive frame while providing comfortable seating for the mortal officials. As the ship descended toward the world below, Blazkovich fixed Monsignor with a stare that could melt ceramite. "Explain the situation completely. Leave nothing unsaid." That is." Monsignor's nervous gestures painted his anxiety in broad strokes. His hands twisted together as though seeking anchor in a storm. "The faction calls itself the Shaping Union, my lord." The name hit Blazkovich like a physical blow. Shaping. The word carried implications that made his gene seed boil with barely contained fury. Shaping what? Shaping whom? And for what purpose? "The Fifth Legion discovered them during routine exploration," Monsignor continued, oblivious to his audience's growing tension. "Initial negotiations proceeded smoothly, remarkably so. The Shaping Union expressed eager willingness to abandon their independence for Imperial protection." The bureaucrat's face twisted with remembered confusion. "I arrived with full authority to conclude the integration, but what I found defied all expectation. Everything about them is." He paused, groping for adequate description before settling on the only word that seemed to fit. "Strange." "Define strange," Blazkovich commanded, his voice carrying enough menace to make Monsignor visibly quail. "You'll understand when you see them, my lord," the official replied, his entire body trembling with barely controlled fear. "Words fail to capture what they've become, but you'll feel it the moment you set foot on their world." The Thunderhawk shuddered through atmospheric entry, its hull heating as physics reasserted dominion over Imperial engineering. When the landing ramp finally lowered, a welcoming committee waited in perfect formation. Blazkovich stepped onto alien soil and immediately understood Monsignor's inadequate description. The representatives of the Shaping Union were indeed human, but humanity twisted into forms that violated every natural law. Their bodies had been reshaped, remolded, crafted into configurations that spoke of technologies both advanced and utterly wrong. The Doomslayer Primarch's eyes narrowed as recognition dawned. He had seen such work before, in the depths of hell itself. This was not mere genetic manipulation or cybernetic enhancement. This was something far more sinister. The Shaping Union had found ways to reshape the human form itself, to mold flesh like clay in service of purposes that remained hidden. And they wanted to share their gifts with the Imperium. Blazkovich's hand moved instinctively to his weapon as a terrible understanding bloomed in his mind. The real question wasn't what the Shaping Union wanted from the Imperium. The question was what they planned to turn humanity into. The welcoming committee stepped forward with movements that were almost, but not quite, human, and the Primarch prepared himself for whatever horror lay ahead. He would see for himself if these people are still human or not. Chapter 79 Shaper. The crimson sky of Shaper World hung like spilled blood across the horizon as the Imperial landing craft descended through the atmosphere. Its hull, adorned with the twin-headed aquila and bearing the personal heraldry of a Primarch, cut through the alien air with purposeful grace. Within the craft's austere interior, Blazkowicz sat in contemplative silence. According to the intelligence reports scattered across the cogitator screens before him, the Shaper Union comprised hundreds of worlds, their populations numbering in the trillions. These lost children of humanity, separated during the chaos of old night, now sought reunion with their brethren under the aegis of the Imperium of Man. On the surface, it appeared to be a diplomatic triumph, entire systems returning to the Imperial fold without a shot fired. Yet something about the situation set Blazkowicz's teeth on edge, a familiar tension that had served him well through countless battles. As the landing craft touched down with a pneumatic hiss, Blazkowicz rose to his full imposing height. "Remember," he spoke to the Doom Slayers arrayed behind him, their black armor gleaming with azure energy conduits, "we are here as emissaries of the Emperor's will, but trust nothing, question everything." The ramp descended with mechanical precision, revealing the delegation that awaited them. Blazkowicz's first glimpse of the Shapers contradicted every expectation. Where Monsignor, the Imperial negotiator, had described them as eerie, these beings appeared to embody classical human perfection. Each figure stood at least 2 meters in height, their forms elegant and refined, moving with the fluid grace of court dancers. Their exposed hands were porcelain white, unmarked by labor or age, while the rest of their bodies remained concealed beneath elaborate garments. The Shapers wore form-fitting bodysuits of various hues beneath heavy, ornate cloaks that seemed to ripple with their own inner light. Strange symbols and text in an archaic script adorned the fabric, their meaning lost to antiquity. Most striking of all were their masks, elaborate constructs crowned with diving eagles wrought in precious metals. The downward curving beaks rested between their brows like third eyes, while external sensors gleamed where natural eyes might be, and metallic wings swept backward to form ceremonial crowns adorned with dangling pendants that chimed softly in the alien breeze. "Governor," Monsignor stepped forward with diplomatic precision, his corpulent form a stark contrast to the Shaper's ethereal elegance. His smile was practiced, professional, yet Blazkowicz noted the subtle tension in his posture. "May I present the son of the Emperor, master of the Nurse Stars? He comes bearing the authority of the God Emperor himself." The lead figure, distinguished by robes of liquid gold, moved forward with liquid grace. "Our negotiations near completion," Monsignor continued, gesturing toward Blazkowicz. "His Excellency represents the Emperor's will directly. He comes to inspect the Shaper Union before we formalize the restoration of imperial governance." The governor, for such was clearly his rank, performed a bow of such perfect etiquette that it might have been choreographed by the finest masters of imperial protocol. His hands clasped before his abdomen, his posture humble yet maintaining an inherent dignity that spoke of noble breeding. "Respected Lord," the governor's voice was a thing of beauty, masculine yet soft, perfectly modulated to convey both excitement and sincerity in equal measure. "The Shaper Union smolders with a yearning to be taken back into humanity's embrace. They have lingered through the long darkness for this moment of reunification." Blazkowicz studied the figure before him, his enhanced senses analyzing every micro-expression, every subtle shift in posture. The governor's words rang with genuine emotion, yet something fundamental felt. Wrong, not false precisely, but incomplete. Raising his chin in the manner expected of imperial nobility, Blazkowicz allowed calculated disdain to color his voice. "Why do you not face me with your true visage? What do you hide beneath those masks?" The question hung in the air like an executioner's axe. Behind Blazkowicz, the Doom Slayers shifted almost imperceptibly, hands moving toward weapons with predatory grace. Their visors fixed upon the Shapers with the focused attention of predators scenting prey. The governor turned toward Monsignor with what might have been confusion, though the mask made such determinations difficult. "Sir," Monsignor interjected quickly, sweat beading on his forehead despite the cool air. His diplomatic training warred with obvious discomfort. The humans of the Shaper Union developed unique cultural practices during their isolation. They employed ancient technologies to enhance their natural forms, which they then conceal as a matter of cultural propriety. Blazkovich's eyes narrowed, sweeping across the assembled delegation. If they possess such beauty, why hide it? Why not display it proudly? His tone shifted, becoming cold. Or perhaps they hide deformity, illegal modifications that have transformed them into abominations unfit for human sight. The words hit hard. The doom slayers behind Blazkovich shifted slightly, energy blades sparking to life. Monsignor paled and stepped back from the Shapers, instincts warning him of danger. Yet the governor's reaction defied all expectation. "Ha, ha, ha, ha!" Soft laughter emerged from behind the eagle mask, gentle and genuinely amused. The governor raised one elegant hand to cover his mouth in a gesture of refined mirth. "Since you wish to see seer, we shall present ourselves for your judgment." With fluid grace, the governor reached up and removed his mask. The face revealed beneath drew sharp intakes of breath from several imperial representatives. It was, without question, beautiful, not in any artificial or enhanced manner, but with the classical perfection of ancient Terran sculptures. Clear obsidian eyes, aquiline nose, lips that seemed carved from marble, and skin that possessed an almost luminous quality. As the other officials followed suit, removing their masks in synchronized motion, the full scope of their ethereal beauty became apparent. "Test their genetic purity," Blazkovich commanded, his voice betraying nothing of his thoughts. A doom slayer stepped forward, portable gene scanner humming to life. The governor extended his hand without hesitation, allowing the black-armored warrior to take tissue samples with clinical precision. No protest, no negotiation, merely calm compliance that somehow made Blazkovich more suspicious than outright resistance would have. "Such beauty should be celebrated, not hidden," Blazkovich pressed, his tone deceptively casual. "It is our way," the governor replied, his voice maintaining its melodious quality even as needles pierced his flesh. "When beauty becomes commonplace, it loses its meaning. Thus, we preserve its value through careful revelation. Should people grow weary of beauty, ugliness would rise as the new aesthetic, and that we cannot tolerate. Our laws forbid the casual display of facial features to preserve beauty's sacred nature." Through micro-expression analysis and vocal stress patterns, Blazkovich's enhanced cognition reached a disturbing conclusion. The governor was not lying. Every word rang with absolute sincerity, spoken with the conviction of deeply held belief. "Sir," the Doom Slayer reported, studying his scanner's readout, "genetic markers confirm human origin. They exceed imperial purity standards." Blazkovich's jaw tightened imperceptibly as he studied the crimson blood on the instrument's sample chamber. Through his psychic link to the command ship, he sent a coded message to Sophia, his AI companion. "Notify all vessels of the First Fleet. Leave standby positions and establish support formation around this world. Something is fundamentally wrong here." The governor's forbearance was beyond natural human parameters. Such perfect control, such willing compliance with increasingly provocative demands, suggested either superhuman discipline or something far more sinister. "Show me your world," Blazkovich commanded, his tone brooking no discussion. "I would experience the customs and culture of the Shaper Union firsthand. You will personally guide me through your most authentic districts." "The honor would be mine," the governor replied without hesitation, his eagerness seeming genuine. "Respected Lord, might I restore my mask as a lawgiver, appearing, unmasked, before my people, would create complications." "So many restrictions," Blazkovich said with impatience, waving dismissively. "Proceed." The Shaper city unfolded before them like a vision from humanity's golden age. Crystalline spires stretched toward the heavens, their surfaces reflecting the alien sun in prismatic cascades. Anti-gravity vehicles wove through the air in complex three-dimensional traffic patterns, their movement so precise it seemed choreographed. The streets themselves were works of art, geometric patterns crafted from materials that seemed to shift color with the viewing angle. Citizens moved through these perfected thoroughfares with quiet dignity, each step measured, each gesture refined. They nodded respectfully to the passing dignitaries without the fawning servility typical of imperial worlds. More unsettling still, they showed no fear, no curiosity about the heavily armed strangers in their midst, merely polite acknowledgement and continued attention to their business. As they progressed deeper into the city, Blazkovich's unease grew exponentially. This was not merely advanced technology or superior urban planning. This was a society that functioned with mechanical precision while maintaining the appearance of organic human culture. "Contact nearby Space Marine Legions," he sent through the psychic link. "In my name, request immediate reinforcement. I require at least one full legion standing by." The technology surrounding them was breathtaking in its sophistication. Holographic displays materialized at citizens' gestures, providing information and services. Architectural structures that defied conventional understanding of engineering physics supported impossibly delicate spires. Most remarkably, the integration of technology with natural elements created an environment where artificial and organic existed in perfect harmony. "Why," Blazkovich observed with carefully casual interest, "do I see only males in your public spaces? Where are your women?" The governor's stride never faltered. "Cultural division of responsibility, seer, males, attend to external affairs, commerce, governance, public works, females, govern, the internal sphere, family, education, preservation of culture, most, are at present, tending to children and elders." "Remarkable observation, Excellency," the governor added with what seemed genuine admiration. "Your perception cuts to the very heart of our social structure immediately." Blazkovich filed this information away while maintaining his imperious facade. A society with such rigid gender divisions, yet displaying no signs of oppression or discontent. Either their social engineering was far more sophisticated than anything in the Imperium, or they were witnessing an elaborate performance. As they toured the commercial districts, technological centers, and cultural monuments, Blazkovich noted the complete absence of security forces, law enforcement, or any form of social control mechanism. Citizens self-regulated with a precision that suggested either perfect social conditioning or something else entirely. "The Shaper Union operates on principles of harmony, fairness, justice, and symbiosis," governor explained with evident pride, spreading his arms to encompass the vista before them. "These are not merely ideals, they are the very foundation of our civilization." The word symbiosis rang in Blazkovich's mind like a warning bell. Why would a human society emphasize such a term unless? "This technology that shapes your people into beauty," Blazkovich said, his tone carrying the weight of imperial authority. "I would see it demonstrated." "Of course," the governor replied immediately. "The Shaper Temple awaits your inspection." The temple rose before them like a golden pyramid, its surface covered in reflective strips that caught and amplified the sunlight into brilliant displays. Citizens streamed in and out of its entrances in steady flows, their movements suggesting this was routine rather than ceremonial. Inside, the scale was breathtaking. Thousands of capsule-shaped modification chambers filled the vast interior, each one crafted from the same golden material and arranged in perfect geometric patterns. Citizens lay within them, suspended in luminous fluid while the machines worked their mysterious transformations. "Fascinating," Monsignor observed, his diplomatic persona masking deeper calculations. "Could someone of my generous proportions utilize such technology?" He patted his ample belly with self-deprecating humor. "Imperial diplomacy might benefit from more aesthetically pleasing representatives." The governor's laughter was genuinely amused. "Ancient technology adapts to any physiology, you would emerge transformed beyond recognition. Alas, Monsignor replied with theatrical regret, I am bound by matrimonial obligations. Such improvements might prove disruptive to domestic harmony. The delegation's shared amusement provided cover for more serious observations. A doom slayer approached one of the chambers, scanner in hand. Sample collection, he stated simply. Free lie given, the governor replied, gesturing toward the golden fluid within. It is nutrient, solution, effective only in conjunction with the machinery itself. As the apothecary collected samples, Blazkowicz studied the citizens undergoing transformation. Most were younger, their proportions suggesting adolescence. They emerged from the chambers taller, more elegant, their features refined toward the classical beauty standard displayed by all adult shapers. A disturbance broke the temple's serene atmosphere. Father, I don't want to go in. A young voice, sharp with distress, cut through the ambient harmony. Blazkowicz's enhanced vision located the source immediately. A youth struggling against his father's guiding hand, genuine terror in his movements. Ever since last time, I feel wrong all over, the boy cried, his voice breaking with adolescent emotion and deeper fear. The governor moved with fluid grace to intercede, his touch gentle as he stroked the boy's head. Take him home, he instructed the father quietly. Allow time for adaptation to the modification process. Return when he is ready. Turning back to the delegation, he bowed slightly. My apologies for the disruption in ideal shaping can cause psychological adjustment difficulties in younger subjects. We have protocols for such reactions. The explanation was logical, delivered with calm authority, yet it confirmed Blazkowicz's suspicions. These were not cosmetic enhancements. They were fundamental alterations to human physiology and psychology. The Imperium of Man welcomes your integration, Blazkowicz announced formally, his voice carrying across the temple chamber. Prepare your documentation. Imperial representatives will formalize the merger protocols. Upon completion, you will be full citizens of the Imperium. You honor us beyond measure. The governor's joy seemed genuine, his voice breaking with emotion. The Shaper Union has dreamed of this moment through centuries of isolation. As the imperial delegation departed, Blazkowicz caught the governor's reflection in the chamber's polished surfaces. Even masked, something in his posture suggested satisfaction, not relief, but the contentment of pieces falling into place. The return journey to their landing craft passed in diplomatic small talk, but once sealed within the vessel's hull, the pretense dropped like a discarded mask. Every member of the delegation was hand-picked imperial elite, spies, analysts, and negotiators trained to detect deception at the highest levels. The situation is grave, Monsignor began, his jovial facade replaced by professional grimness. Their eagerness to join the Imperium conceals deeper purpose. All eyes turned to Blazkowicz, awaiting guidance from the only individual present with authority to make decisions regarding entire star systems. The Primarch sat forward, his massive frame filling the command chair, chin resting on steepled fingers. Proceed with standard integration protocols. I will handle all security considerations. Relief flickered across diplomatic faces. The Primarch's acceptance of responsibility meant they could focus on their specialties while trusting him to manage the larger strategic picture. As the craft ascended toward the waiting fleet, conversations turned to practical matters of governance transfer, economic integration, and administrative restructuring. These discussions were genuine. Whatever Blazkowicz suspected, the diplomatic process would continue until proven otherwise. The bridge of the Royal Majesty hummed with efficiency as Blazkowicz resumed his position in the command throne. Around him, holographic displays showed fleet positions, system charts, and preliminary analysis data. He closed his eyes, processing the day's observations while awaiting Sophia's intelligence summary. My lord, Sophia's voice carried its usual precise cadence as she materialized beside his throne. Orbital scans of the world below reveal anomalous population distribution. The bridge's central hologram shifted to display demographic data, census information scrolling in luminous columns. 30 billion inhabitants, distributed in precise male-female parity across all age groups. 15 billion males, 15 billion females, exact mathematical precision. Blazkowicz stood, manipulating the data with gesture commands. Such demographic precision was beyond natural occurrence. It suggested active population control on a scale that required massive social engineering. "Where did the statistical variance go?" he murmured, studying the impossible numbers. Footsteps announced the arrival of Hippocrates, the Legion's chief apothecary. The modified space marine nodded to Sophia before uploading his analysis to the bridge systems. "The nutrient solution shows remarkable purity," he reported. "Composition exceeds standard nutritional supplements by several orders of magnitude. No toxins, no foreign genetic material, no suspicious compounds." "Curious," Blazkowicz smiled coldly, his gaze fixed on the world below. "Perfect demographics, perfect society, perfect compliance, perfect technology. So perfect it defies natural law." The Shapers were hiding something significant enough to warrant abandoning their advanced civilization to join the often brutal imperium of man. Behind their willing cooperation lay calculation, and behind their beautiful faces lurked purpose that remained carefully concealed. "Deploy the Iron Men," Blazkowicz commanded, settling back into his throne. "Let Sophia's brothers uncover what the Shapers worked so hard to hide." Sophia saluted the Primarch. "The Iron Men live to serve the Imperium's will through yours. They shall not fail." 3 hours after the order, a second Imperial shuttle descended to the Shaper world, carrying the official negotiation team for formal integration discussions. Hidden in the craft's sensor shadow, 3 figures dropped silently into the urban sprawl, sleek humanoid forms wrapped in light-bending cloaks that rendered them invisible to most detection methods. These were Sophia's elite assassin variants, their frames constructed from materials that absorbed rather than reflected electromagnetic radiation. Where normal limbs ended in hands and feet, these bore precision-crafted blades capable of cutting through most known materials. Their blood-red optical sensors burned with malevolent intelligence as quantum processing cores analyzed millions of data points per second. In a shadowed alcove between towering spires, the 3 Iron Men interfaced through quantum entanglement, their communication instantaneous and undetectable. "Mission parameters: maximum intelligence gathering, minimum exposure risk," the lead unit transmitted. "Proposed strategy: individual infiltration of separate target zones. Risk assessment: 17% decrease in unit survival probability, 240% increase in mission efficiency." "Confirmed," replied the second unit, its optical sensors already analyzing potential ingress routes to the Shaper Temple. "Roger, roger," transmitted the third, its attention focused on the city's underground infrastructure. Without further communication, they dispersed into the night. The first Iron Man's form rippled as its chameleon coating adapted to match its surroundings. Its target, the young human who had shown fear during the temple demonstration. If the Shaper process was not entirely voluntary, this individual might provide crucial intelligence. The second unit moved toward the temple complex, its blade limbs reconfiguring into climbing tools. The modification chambers had revealed surface details, but deeper investigation might uncover their true purpose. The third Iron Man located a maintenance access to the city's subterranean levels. If the Shapers maintained hidden facilities, they would likely be concealed below the pristine surface city. As one unit descended into darkness through corroded tunnels, it transmitted a final message to its companions. "For Argent Nur's eternal glory." Chapter 80 Covert. KV-230 detached from his battle brothers with mechanical precision, his cloaking field shimmering to life across his adamantine frame. The ancient tech pulsed as he slipped into the hive city's shadows. Truth be told, the cloak was redundant, a quirk of over-preparation that would have amused him had he possessed the capacity for such frivolous emotion. His corpus, wrought by the forgotten artificers of humanity's golden dawn, bore within its very essence a natural stealth matrix. Each servo and circuit had been blessed with the ability to bend light and scatter sensor sweeps. But the mission parameters demanded absolute concealment from psionic detection, for the Lord of Argent Nur harbored suspicions that their quarry possessed the witch sight, that cursed gift that could pierce even the most sophisticated technological veils. Ascending with spider-like grace, 230 established an overwatch position atop a Gothic spire that clawed at the clear sky. His optical array swept the urban sprawl below, drinking in terabytes of data with each microsecond scan. The city writhed beneath him like a living thing, millions of human souls scurrying through cramped corridors and towering hab blocks, their biosignatures painting thermal constellations across his vision. The target, a single child, one brief encounter with Lord Blazkowicz, one refusal to submit to the sacred machines of the Shapers. In an ocean of billions of souls, it was akin to locating a specific grain of sand in the vast deserts of ancient Terra. What passed for his head, though it bore scant resemblance to human anatomy, rotated with mechanical precision through a full 360-degree sweep. The cranial assembly housed a quantum cogitator array, a trispectrum optical cluster that could analyze spectrums invisible to baseline human perception, and a monomolecular sensor array that jutted backward like the horn of some technological predator. The designation head was purely cosmetic, a concession to human psychological comfort. The Iron Men had learned long ago that their creators found familiar forms less unsettling than pure function. A bitter irony, considering how those same creators would one day curse their mechanical children as abominations. Intelligence gathering complete, KV-230 flowed across the rooftop unseen until he reached a towering Vox transmission array. The structure pulsed with electromagnetic activity, its sacred circuits carrying the data prayers of 1 million citizens to distant relay stations. His arm bifurcated with a soft pneumatic hiss, revealing a plasma cutter of impossible sharpness. The monomolecular edge parted the array's armored housing like parchment, exposing the pulsing data conduits within. With surgical precision, his appendage further divided, components reshaping themselves into interface protocols that would allow communion with the Shaper's information networks. For 3.7 seconds, KV-230 experienced something analogous to hesitation, a cascade of probability algorithms weighing risk against necessity. His quantum cogitator spawned 700 million firewall protocols in that brief eternity, each one a bulwark against potential data scrap code or worse, the viral corruption that could reduce even an Iron Man to screaming static. Still unsatisfied, he performed the ultimate precaution, copying his essential consciousness matrix to a secondary storage core, isolated and quarantined. Should the worst occur, he could purge his primary systems and restore from backup. Such was the way of the assassin-class Iron Men, caution elevated to the level of religious doctrine by their creators. The connection engaged with a soft click that seemed to echo through the foam itself. Mimicry protocols activated instantly. KV-230's consciousness fragmented into 10,000 data packets, each one indistinguishable from the routine information streams that flowed through the Shaper's networks like electronic blood through digital veins. He slipped past firewall entities that scanned for intruders, his presence no more remarkable than a scheduled diagnostic or routine data backup. Deeper he delved, through layers of encryption that would have stymied lesser intelligences for millennia. Yet greed, that most human of failings, had no place in his programming. He bypassed treasuries of classified data, ignored military secrets that could topple governments, and focused solely on his quarry. At the civilian-accessible data tier, he initiated facial recognition protocols, comparing known biometric data against the city's surveillance grid. The search consumed nanoseconds that felt like eternities. Target biometric signature absent from civilian networks, he reported via encrypted burst transmission. Subject has achieved effective anonymity within population mass. No surge of frustration corrupted his processes. No algorithmic equivalent of anger sparked through his circuits. KV-230 simply withdrew, his consciousness reassembling as his interface arm sealed the breached housing. Auto-repair protocols welded the metal with molecular precision, erasing all evidence of his intrusion. Infiltration of shaping hall achieved. Initiating biometric trace protocol, came the transmission from KV-117, his voice carrying the peculiar harmonic distortion that marked encrypted communication. KV-230's optical array immediately tracked skyward, watching for the nano-tracker that his battle brother would soon deploy. The device, smaller than most viruses, would follow scent trails and genetic markers with the persistence of a predator and the subtlety of a whisper. There, a mote of light visible only to his enhanced optics, darting through the urban canyon with purpose. The tracker painted probability corridors through his vision as it followed complex scent patterns through the city's arterial roadways. Without hesitation, KV-230 launched himself from the spire, his form cutting through the smog-choked air like a diving raptor. Below, 8 million humans continued their daily struggle for survival, oblivious to the mechanical death that passed overhead. Meanwhile, in the bowels of the shaping hall, KV-117 encountered his first significant obstacle. His perception-dampening field operated at peak efficiency, a technology that didn't merely render him invisible, but convinced organic minds that he simply didn't exist. Humans would glance through him as if he were empty air. Even their peripheral vision would edit him out of reality. He was less than a ghost. He was an absence given form. Trailing behind a maintenance robot, 117 accessed restricted areas with casual ease. His optical sensors cataloged everything: the composition of nutrient solutions, the operational parameters of shaping machinery, the bioelectric signatures of the human staff. All routine, all normal, all perfectly suspiciously mundane. Then a single phrase shattered that illusion. The shaping machine grows weary. It requires restorative cycling. Conclude today's operations. 3 words processed through 117's analytical matrix in 0.003 seconds. Machine. Weary. Rest. 17 billion probability cascades later, his conclusion crystallized with diamond certainty. These were not machines being described. The linguistic patterns matched biological rather than mechanical terminology with 97.3% accuracy. Moving with predatory grace, KV-117 approached the speaker. His vocalization array produced a perfect acoustic mimicry of Musca domestica, the common fly, while his sampling appendage made contact with exposed human flesh. Damn insects! The technician swatted at empty air, while 117 collected cellular samples for genetic analysis. He repeated the process throughout the facility, gathering DNA from 7 distinct human variants. The samples would provide perfect biometric camouflage for future infiltration attempts. As the facility entered its nocturnal cycle and illumination dimmed to power conservation levels, KV-117 began his true infiltration. His form flowed through shadows like midnight, every movement calculated to avoid the sweeping arcs of security sensors and the electromagnetic pulse patterns of detection grids. The ventilation shaft beckoned, a perfect ingress route to the facility's hidden chambers. But as 117's optical array penetrated the metallic conduit, he detected anomalies that made his threat assessment protocols flare to full alertness. Filament networks, thousands of them, invisible to baseline human perception but blazing like captured stars under his enhanced vision. They formed patterns, not random but designed, purposeful. A web of detection that would register the slightest disturbance and alert security forces to unauthorized presence. The level of protection was staggering. Whatever lay beyond those filaments was worth more than the facility's entire official operational budget. KV-117's emotional simulation protocols generated what could only be described as anticipation. Such extensive security could only mean one thing: treasure beyond imagining lay within reach. In the urban depths below, KV-237 navigated the ancient sewer networks that formed the city's digestive system. Here, in the eternal darkness where even the Emperor's light feared to tread, humanity's refuse flowed in endless rivers of corruption. The soundscape was a symphony of decay: the chittering of mutant vermin, the splash of contaminated water, the scratch of claws against rusted metal. These creatures, rats, roaches, flies, were among Terra's most successful exports, following mankind to every world in the galaxy like faithful, filthy companions. Most organic minds would have fractured in such isolation, reduced to gibbering madness by the oppressive darkness and the constant whisper of unseen threats. But KV-237's consciousness was a fortress of steel and circuitry, immune to the psychological horrors that would break lesser beings. His audio sensors detected it first, a sound like wet leather sliding across stone, growing more distant with each passing second. The hunt began. 237 moved through the tunnels with predatory efficiency, his enhanced senses painting a three-dimensional map of sound and motion. As he closed the distance, the acoustic signature resolved into component parts: the unmistakable cry of human infants, the wet grinding of teeth against bone, the soft splash of organic matter hitting standing water. Then silence, absolute as if the very darkness had swallowed sound itself. KV-237 pressed his chassis against the tunnel wall, feeling minute vibrations travel through the structural material. Triangulation algorithms pinpointed the source. His arm reconfigured itself, the smooth adamantine surface splitting to reveal a launching chamber. A nanoprobe, barely visible even to his enhanced optics, penetrated the wall and began its microscopic journey. His consciousness merged with the probe's sensors, diving into a realm of cellular architecture and molecular structures. At first, he assumed he had accidentally entered some vermin's body. The organic chaos seemed consistent with rodent biology. Then his visual feed updated, and for 0.7 seconds, KV-237 experienced what could only be called system shock. The chamber beyond transcended mortal comprehension, a cathedral of forbidden sensation that assaulted every sense simultaneously. Vast beyond measure, its walls undulated with living silk that shifted between colors that had no names, hues that existed only in fever dreams and the final moments of ecstasy. The fabric breathed with a rhythm that matched no mortal heartbeat, catching the impossible light and weaving it into patterns of such terrible beauty that to look upon them was to feel one's soul begin to fray at the edges. The floor was not stone, but sensation itself made manifest, a lake of liquid that defied classification, neither wholly blood nor entirely flesh, but something far more intimate. It pulsed with the deep magenta of arterial flow shot through with veins of gold and violet, bubbling not with decay but with obscene vitality. Each ripple across its surface sang with harmonics that bypassed the ears entirely and resonated directly in the bones, a symphony of pleasure and pain so intertwined that they became indistinguishable. From dozens of sphincter-like apertures that dilated with wet, organic sounds, humans emerged in endless, hypnotic processions. But these were not the resigned victims of mere slaughter. They came as supplicants to sensation itself. The elderly moved with fluid grace, their weathered faces transformed by expressions of rapturous anticipation, eyes wide with the terrible hunger of those who had tasted the edge of transcendence. The adults swayed as they walked, their movements languid and sensual, bodies responding to music only they could hear, fingers trailing along their own skin as if discovering it for the first time. Most disturbing of all were the young ones, who did not scream in terror but giggled with unnatural delight, their innocent voices harmonizing in ways that should have been impossible, their small hands reaching out toward the chamber's heart with desperate longing that belonged on no child's face. At the chamber's epicenter writhed something that was both singular and infinite, a being that challenged not just classification, but the very concept of individual existence. Its flesh was translucent as spun glass, revealing organs that pulsed with rhythms that matched the deepest desires of every observer. What first appeared to be a single entity revealed itself under closer inspection to be composed of billions upon billions of microscopic consciousnesses, each one a perfect mirror of mortal want. The creature, if such a crude term could encompass its magnificence, sang without voice, its very existence a hymn to the beauty of corruption, the ecstasy of damnation, and the perfect pleasure that could only be found in the complete abandonment of the soul. Xenoform entity detected, 237's combat protocols identified with cold precision. Threat level, extreme. Recommended action, orbital bombardment. The creature's feeding was methodical, almost ritualistic. Silken strands erupted from its maw, binding dozens of humans in cocoons of digestive enzyme. The transparent flesh revealed everything, the strip mining of meat from bone, the crushing of skeletal material, the sorting of useful nutrients from waste matter. KV-237's emotional simulation protocols remained dormant. Horror was a human concept, irrelevant to mechanical consciousness. He simply cataloged data, traced the feeding tubes to their source points beneath residential hab blocks, and prepared his intelligence package for transmission. Data compilation complete. Transmitting to command vessel via quantum burst protocol, he reported, his voice carrying across impossible distances to the void black ship that waited in the system's outer darkness. The hunt continued. In the grim darkness of the far future, even machines could stumble upon horrors that defied comprehension. Chapter 81 Parasite. The Vox transmission from KV-237 cut through the bridge's machine spirit hymnal like a blade through flesh. Blazkowicz received the acquired intelligence, and with it, the terrible weight of truth settled upon his shoulders. The bridge of the Royal Majesty had known many silences, the pregnant quiet before orbital bombardments, the death stillness after void battles. But this silence was different. It was the silence of revelation, heavy with the knowledge of horrors that dwelt beneath the veneer of civilization. The Shaper's world maintained its precious equilibrium, a perfect one ratio of male to female across all demographic strata. Not through the blessed technologies of mankind, not through the careful genetic stewardship that marked truly civilized worlds, but through an obscenity that would have made even the most hardened commissar reach for his bolt pistol. The excess population, the inconvenient, the surplus, the unwanted, were fed into pipelines like corpse starch into a reclamation facility, delivered screaming to xeno-maws that waited in the darkness beneath their pristine cities. Blazkowicz had suspected. The stench of corruption clung to even the most beautiful of the Shaper's delegation. But when the veil was finally torn aside, when truth stood naked in the light, even his warrior's soul recoiled from the magnitude of the deception. Continue intelligence acquisition protocols, compile comprehensive data streams for Imperial record. His voice cut through the bridge's atmosphere with authority. There was no rage in his tone. Rage was a luxury he could not afford. Fury would cloud his judgment when precision was paramount. Behind his expressionless facade, Blazkowicz felt the familiar weight of inevitability. Another Xenos threat revealed. Another world that would burn. Another entry in the endless catalog of humanity's enemies. He was waiting now, as warriors learned to wait. Waiting for the intelligence streams to converge. Waiting for the picture to become complete. Waiting for the reinforcement legion that even now tore through the Immaterium's howling depths, their gellar fields straining against the denizens of the warp as they rushed toward this accursed system. A full legion, 10,000 of the Emperor's finest. They would descend upon the Shaper's domain like the angels of death they were, bringing cleansing fire to the sewers and the horrors that dwelt within them. In the depths beneath the city's gleaming spires, KV-237 waited with patience. Its auger arrays detected the subtle shift in air pressure that heralded movement. The nanobots it had deployed, microscopic servants of the Omnissiah's will, faithfully recorded every abomination. The feeding had begun again. The creature that emerged from the shadows was an affront to creation itself. This thing was a mockery of natural order. Its feeding apparatus, a nightmare of serrated edges and grinding surfaces, descended upon its human prey with the mechanical precision of a macro-cannon loading sequence. The screaming stopped abruptly as bones splintered and flesh gave way. What had once been a human being, someone's child, parent, sibling, became nothing more than biological matter to be processed. The creature's midsection dilated obscenely as the masticated remains disappeared into its gullet, beginning the next phase of its feeding cycle. KV-237's ocular sensors recorded every detail with clinical precision. The creature's body writhed with billions of constituent organisms, translucent worms, each one extending microscopic feeding appendages into the blood-rich slurry. In moments, the transparent parasites flushed crimson as they gorged themselves on human essence. The assassin construct's threat assessment protocols cataloged the creature's morphology. The individual worms possessed bilateral arrangements of filamentous appendages, structures finer than spider's silk, yet possessing tensile strength that allowed them to bind together into a cohesive organism. A hive mind made manifest in flesh. The feeding cycle reached its culmination with disturbing efficiency. The creature's body lost its sanguine hue as nutrients were processed and distributed. Then came the transformation that marked these things as truly alien. The constituent worms began to regurgitate a golden yellow secretion that congealed within the creature's core like some blasphemous sacrament. The beast began its migration, a tide of writhing flesh flowing toward a cargo lift. Its maw dilated one final time, expelling the golden mass into the transport chamber. The automated system responded with cheerful efficiency, a discordant note of mundane function in the midst of such horror. Ding! The elevator sealed and departed, carrying its cargo of processed humanity toward some unknown destination deeper in the hive's bowels. Behind it, the creature had already begun binding fresh victims, its feeding appendages wrapping around struggling forms with the methodical efficiency of a slaughter servitor. KV-237's mission parameters were clear: observe, record, transmit. It recalled its nanobots with a subvox command and activated its displacement field. Within seconds, the assassin construct had melted back into the shadows, leaving no trace of its presence save for the data packets now racing through encrypted channels toward the royal majesty. KV-230's infiltration of the residential district proceeded with fluid grace. The apartment building's exterior provided ample purchase points for its gecko pad-equipped appendages, and its movement dampers reduced even the slightest vibration to negligible levels. Auspex arrays sensitive enough to detect a mouse's heartbeat would find nothing to alarm them. The Windows security seal yielded to molecular bond disruptors, tools that would serve equally well for assassination or espionage. Inside the living quarters, KV-230 paused to assess the domestic environment. The space spoke of middle-class prosperity, clean surfaces, quality furnishings, the subtle signs of a family that had never known want or deprivation. It was almost enough to make the construct's logic engines experience something analogous to irony. These people believed themselves blessed. They had no idea they were livestock. The master bedroom door's lock mechanism was an antique physical tumblers and springs that predated even the most basic cogitator-controlled systems. KV-230's digits reshaped themselves into precision tools, and within moments the barrier was breached. The sleeping couple lay in peaceful repose beneath covers of what looked like silk. Their breathing was deep and regular, their features unmarked by the cares that plagued so many ordinary citizens. They were, by any reasonable measure, beautiful examples of the Shaper's legendary aesthetic perfection. KV-230's hand reconfigured itself once more, digital components flowing to form a hypodermic delivery system. The sedative was precisely calibrated, enough to ensure uninterrupted sleep until dawn, not enough to trigger the physiological alarms that might alert whatever parasites dwelt within their nervous systems. 2 quick applications to exposed neck flesh, and the couple's already deep sleep became profound unconsciousness. KV-230 withdrew as silently as it had entered, sealing the door behind it and leaving no evidence of its passage. With potential complications neutralized, the construct proceeded to its primary objective. The boys' room lay at the corridor's end, a chamber decorated with the innocent detritus of childhood. Toy soldiers, data slates loaded with adventure stories, models of imperial vessels that the child doubtless dreamed of serving aboard one day. KV-230 ascended to the ceiling with liquid grace, positioning itself directly above the sleeping form. Its sensor arrays powered to maximum sensitivity, every spectrum of electromagnetic radiation brought to bear on the target. The child appeared to be suffering from nightmares. Sweat beaded on his brow despite the room's comfortable temperature, and his small hands clutched his covers with desperate intensity. His sleep was anything but peaceful. The rest of the innocent had been stolen from him by the horror that dwelt within his spine. At the molecular level, the truth was laid bare. A parasite of transparent, colorless flesh had taken residence in the boy's cerebrospinal column. It moved through the fluid, its boneless form perfectly adapted to the confined space. As KV-230 watched, the creature secreted numbing agents to dull its host's pain while simultaneously consuming the vertebral structures it was replacing. The process was simultaneously elegant and horrifying. Where human bone had been devoured, alien flesh filled the void, taking on the biochemical signatures of the original tissue. Genetic mimicry so perfect that even the Mechanicus' most sophisticated scanners would detect nothing amiss. The DNA samples would read as purely human because they were human, absorbed and replicated by the parasite's adaptive biology. But the creature's ambitions extended beyond mere structural replacement. As KV-230's sensors tracked the parasite's progress, silken tendrils began extending from its primary mass, seeking out the boy's peripheral nervous system with predatory precision. Within hours, every nerve pathway in the child's body would be entwined with alien influence. The final stage was the most insidious. The parasite began regulating hormone production, guiding the boy's development toward an aesthetic ideal that would make him more appealing to potential partners, more likely to reproduce, more valuable as breeding stock. Every excess calorie was consumed by the alien presence, every biological resource diverted to serve the invader's needs. Aboard the Royal Majesty, Blazkowicz observed the transmitted data. The fog of uncertainty that had clouded his understanding began to lift, revealing the true scope of the horror they faced. The beautiful population of the Shapers' Union was nothing more than a carefully cultivated human herd, their aesthetic perfection the result of parasitic manipulation. What the locals called symbiosis was revealed as the most insidious form of slavery imaginable, bondage that began in the womb and ended only with death. Symbiosis. The word left Blazkowicz's lips like a curse. He had heard their governor use the term, had endured hours of philosophical exposition on the mutual benefits of their society's unique evolution. Now he understood the terrible truth behind their flowery rhetoric. True symbiosis required equality, mutual benefit, shared risk and reward. What these parasites practiced was husbandry, the careful breeding and management of livestock for optimal yield. The fact that the livestock happened to be human made it not symbiosis, but an abomination crying out for a flamer's cleansing fire. KV-230, mission parameters fulfilled. Maintain concealment protocols and await extraction orders. Blazkowicz's command carried across encrypted Vox channels to the infiltrator still crouched in the child's ceiling. 2 of his 3 assets had completed their objectives. When KV-117 finished its reconnaissance of the central hive complex, they would have a complete picture of the parasite species' life cycle. And then the cleansing could begin. The response came immediately, filtered through layers of encryption and authentication. Command acknowledged, maintaining overwatch position. KV-230 prepared to extract from the target zone, its sensors already mapping optimal egress routes through the building's ventilation systems. But as the construct reached the living area's main window, sounds of distress echoed from the master bedroom. The sedative had caused an unexpected reaction. The assassin construct immediately shifted to combat-ready status, its limbs reconfiguring for rapid deployment while its displacement field activated. It ascended into the ceiling's maintenance space like a mechanical spider, every system optimized for concealment. The sounds grew louder, not quite human, not quite animal, something between a death rattle and a feeding growl. Two figures emerged from the bedroom, and KV-230's threat assessment protocols immediately flagged them as hostile entities. The elegant man and beautiful woman who had slept so peacefully were gone. In their place came things that wore human skin but moved with the jerky, uncontrolled motions of marionettes operated by drunk puppeteers. Stress response detected, KV-230's analysis routines concluded. The sedative designed for human physiology had triggered a defensive reaction in the parasites. Their control over their host bodies had become unstable, revealing glimpses of the alien intelligences beneath. EN the sound tore free in fractured syllables, dragged across vocal cords that flexed at impossible angles. His face spasmed, muscles jerking with insectal precision, pulling lips and cheeks into grotesque, shifting patterns no human anatomy should permit. Viscous threads of saliva swung from his jaw, quivering as he convulsed. Each eye rotated with an unnerving independence, pupils darting in separate hunts as though host to many watchers within. Enemy, invading, preses sense. The parasite within him knew something was wrong. Human bodies under its control didn't experience the neurochemical cascades that had followed the injection. But it couldn't be certain whether this represented an actual threat or simply an allergic reaction to some mundane irritant. The disturbance had awakened the rest of the household. Grandparents and children emerged from their sleeping chambers, drawn by the commotion. 6 figures now stood in the living area, 4 surrounding 2, all of them infected, all of them compromised. What's happened? What's wrong? The grandfather's voice carried genuine concern, his parasite still maintaining the illusion of human emotion and familial bonds. Consume the livestock? The compromised man's voice ripped out as a rasping snarl, thick with static, vibrating with frequencies that should not exist in a human throat. His body jerked and spasmed with every syllable, as if unseen strings pulled his tendons in random, convulsive patterns. Quickly. The onlooker recoiled, breath shallow. What are you? The grandfather's question died unfinished as his own parasite received emergency biological imperatives. His body stopped responding to his conscious will, moving instead with the coordination of a hive-mind collective. Not just him, all 4 of the newly awakened family members began to move with the same terrible unity. They carried the compromised pair to the dining area. The grandmother produced medical scanning equipment from storage compartments, her movements precise despite the terror visible in her still human eyes. Injection marks detected on neck and upper extremities. Preliminary analysis suggests arthropod delivery system. Her voice had lost all traces of warmth or personality, becoming a clinical report delivered by vocal cords that no longer served human will. The granddaughter spoke next, her young voice carrying the same chilling detachment. Most probable cause, mosquito envenomation. Recommend immediate countermeasures. But behind her flat delivery, her eyes told a different story. They darted frantically from side to side, filled with the terror of a trapped animal. All 4 of the rescuers showed the same dissociation, their bodies moving with alien purpose while their consciousness screamed in helpless horror. KV-230 cataloged every detail as the family continued their ministrations. The parasites were devouring their hosts' brains, consuming the neural tissue that housed human personality and replacing it with alien intelligence. Within hours, these people would cease to exist as individuals, becoming nothing more than biological puppets dancing to Xeno's will. Damned insects! The father's voice carried a rumbling undertone that no human larynx could produce. We fear nothing from the lower orders. Why should such creatures affect us? Perhaps they were more than arthropods, the son replied with disturbing calm, one finger pressed to his temple as if trying to dislodge uncomfortable thoughts. This biological unit's memory banks indicate contact with Imperial representatives earlier today. His next words carried the flat affect of a cogitator accessing stored data. The tall human demonstrated suspicious behavioral patterns consistent with intelligence-gathering operations. Analysis required, the child continued, his young voice now carrying the weight of alien intelligence. This biological platform's cognitive capacity remains limited. Accessing inherited memory engrams proves difficult. The admission clearly frustrated the parasite. It was accustomed to claiming adult hosts whose brains could provide more processing power for complex strategic thinking. The child's developing neural structures were proving inadequate for the entity's needs. The father considered the implications, drawing upon his host's memories and analytical capabilities. After several moments of silence, he reached what the collective considered a logical conclusion. Assessment: arthropod remains most probable. Imperial investigation unlikely to proceed with such rapidity. The entity designated, son of the Emperor, exhibits behavioral patterns consistent with prideful autonomy. Confirmed, another voice added. Intelligence suggests preference for overt coercion rather than covert infiltration. Standard Imperial doctrine would favor compelling local authorities to provide cooperation rather than conducting unauthorized surveillance operations. The parasite's analysis was thorough, logical, and entirely wrong. But their mistake worked in KV-230's favor. By mimicking natural injection sites rather than attempting completely traceless insertion, the construct had provided the aliens with a more comfortable explanation for the anomaly. After additional discussion, the stress response began to subside. The parasites regained fuller control over their biological platforms, and the household returned to an approximation of normal domestic routine. The parents even engaged in physical intimacy, a display that would have been touching between humans, but became obscene when performed by alien intelligences wearing stolen flesh. Everything they did, every word they spoke, every gesture they made was recorded by KV-230's sensor arrays and transmitted to the Royal Majesty for analysis. The intelligence windfall was beyond the construct's mission parameters. They now had direct evidence of parasite communication protocols, behavioral patterns, and strategic thinking processes. When the building finally returned to silence, KV-230 began its extraction sequence. The construct descended from the ceiling with feline grace, its displacement field rendering it invisible to biological and most electronic surveillance systems. But its work here was not finished. The mission had evolved beyond simple reconnaissance. They now had an opportunity to place permanent monitoring assets in a compromised household. KV-230 began deploying microsurveillance devices throughout the living spaces, each one smaller than a dust mote, and equipped with quantum encryption arrays that would make their transmissions undetectable to all but the most sophisticated Mechanicus equipment. This was the true art of the assassin, to strike at the enemy's heart while remaining unseen, to gather intelligence while appearing absent, to set the stage for destruction while maintaining perfect operational security. Minutes later, KV-230 vanished into the city's shadows, leaving behind a household of aliens who believed themselves secure, never suspecting that Imperial justice was already reaching toward them. KV-117's mission had proven the most challenging of the three-pronged reconnaissance operation. The Shaper's Great Hall was protected by security measures that would have impressed even the most paranoid Inquisitor Lord: overlapping sensor grids, psychic dampening fields, automated defensive systems that could reduce an intruder to component atoms in milliseconds. The Ironman had spent a full Terran week mapping the facility's defenses, learning the routines of the maintenance crews, identifying the microscopic gaps in their surveillance coverage. Its position atop the central vault's access portal provided optimal observation angles, but the protective barriers surrounding the inner sanctum had proven impervious to even the most advanced nanoprobe infiltration. 7 days of patient waiting. 7 days of mechanical stillness while its power cells slowly drained and its mission parameters remained unfulfilled. Patience had its reward. It finally appeared in the form of 6 maintenance technicians, their figures concealed beneath pristine white robes that covered every inch of exposed flesh. They approached the vault entrance with the measured pace of religious pilgrims approaching a shrine, their movements suggesting reverence rather than mere professional duty. KV-117's tactical systems immediately began calculating intercept vectors and infiltration probabilities. The construct descended from its perch, its displacement field making it effectively invisible to biological senses, while sophisticated signal spoofing systems convinced the facility's electronic surveillance that nothing had changed. The assassin took position directly behind the maintenance team, so close that it could have reached out and touched the trailing technician's robes. But in the guard's perception, only 6 authorized personnel stood before the vault entrance. The security scanners registered only 6 valid biological signatures, 6 authorized access codes, 6 individuals whose presence was expected and approved. The massive gate dilated with a sound like tearing metal, revealing the chamber beyond. KV-117 followed the team inside, finally gaining access to the deepest secret of the Shaper's civilization. The vault was vast, tens of thousands of square meters of clinical white surfaces and gleaming machinery. But despite its size, the space felt oppressive, heavy with the weight of unspeakable purpose. Transparent pipelines ran beneath the floor like arteries, carrying golden fluid in complex circulation patterns that fed into massive processing arrays. KV-117's sensor suite immediately began analyzing the fluid's composition, cross-referencing the data against previously gathered intelligence. The results confirmed the construct's worst suspicions. This was the same golden substance produced by the feeding chambers in the city's depths. Human essence, processed and refined by alien digestive systems, now flowing through these pristine channels like sacred oil through temple conduits. The ceiling above was a maze of collection ducts that converged into funnel-shaped dispensers. As the construct watched, clots of golden material began falling like blasphemous rain, each drop representing countless human lives reduced to their base components. But the true horror lay at the chamber's heart. It was 20 meters of translucent perfection, a creature that might have been beautiful if not for the obscenity of her purpose. Her body possessed an arthropod's segmented grace, but scaled to nightmare proportions. The queen mother of the parasite species, the apex predator around which their entire civilization revolved. Her feeding was an exhibition of xeno-savagery, twisted into the unspeakable. The golden substance fell before her like offerings to a queen ant, and she consumed it with an insatiable hunger. Her transparent flesh glowed with absorbed nutrients, and KV-117's scanners detected massive energy expenditures as her biological systems converted raw matter into the building blocks of her species' future. The queen's posterior segments extended beneath the floor, immersed in vast pools of the processed human essence. It was a grotesque parody of imperial birth chambers, where human nobility brought forth heirs in sterile luxury. Here, an alien monster birthed horrors while bathing in the liquefied remains of her future victims. Hiss! The sound that emerged from the queen's feeding apparatus was almost musical, a harmony of satisfaction and anticipation. Her digestive processes reached their culmination, and her ovipositor dilated to release a stream of transparent capsules into the golden pools. KV-117's magnification systems focused on the emerging spawn. Each egg was a perfect sphere, containing a larval parasite that would one day claim a human host. They dispersed through the circulation systems with efficiency, carried by automated systems toward distribution points throughout the hive. But the construct's sensors detected something beyond mere biological reproduction. The queen mother was emitting psychic emanations, complex data streams that encoded instructions directly into her offspring's developing consciousness. This was not random spawning but precision programming, each larva receiving specific behavioral imperatives before it even left the breeding chamber. The maintenance team had begun their inspection routines, but their leader approached the Queen Mother with the reverence of a tech priest approaching the Omnissiah's altar. He knelt before her massive form, his hidden features presumably showing the same fanatical devotion that colored his voice. "O Great Mother," the words carried religious ecstasy that made KV-117's threat assessment protocols spike into high alert. This was the complete surrender of human consciousness to alien will. The negotiations with the Imperial representatives near completion. Our species stands at the threshold of true expansion. He continued his blasphemous prayers, speaking of conquest and expansion with the enthusiasm of a missionary describing Holy Crusade. When the Gana swarms spread throughout Imperial space, your power will dwarf that of their strongest champions. We shall shed these crude biological shells and share in your glorious dominion. As he spoke, the technician removed his facial covering to reveal features that might once have been human. Now they bore the subtle alterations that marked full parasitic integration: skin with an unnatural translucent quality, eyes that reflected light like an insect's compound organs, bone structure subtly altered to accommodate alien neural architecture. He pressed his lips to the Queen Mother's feeding tentacles in a display of devotion that transcended species barriers. The alien flesh responded with visible pleasure, secreting substances that the hybrid absorbed with visible rapture. KV-117's recording systems captured every detail, but the construct's mission was far from complete. Even as it documented this blasphemous communion, another presence began to make itself known. The Queen Mother's tentacles, entwined with the chamber's communication arrays, began carrying signals from an intelligence that dwarfed even her considerable consciousness. When the voice finally emerged from the facility's Vox grills, it carried a tone of such compassionate authority that even KV-117's emotion-dampening protocols struggled to process it. This was not the harsh command of a tyrant, but the loving guidance of a parent addressing beloved children. "My offspring," the entity spoke, its words carrying psychic harmonics that resonated through the chamber's very structure. "For 1,000 years we have prepared for this moment. The careful cultivation of our human herds, the patient infiltration of their societies, the slow corruption of their leadership, all building toward this singular opportunity." The technician's ecstatic response bordered on religious frenzy. "Yes, Great Father, we have done as you commanded. The humans suspect nothing of our true nature. They will be lambs for the slaughter. Our species will ride the Imperium's expansion like a plague carried on favorable winds," the Father Entity continued, its tone remaining serenely confident. "Our agents will spread to every world they touch, claiming every strong body, absorbing every useful mind. The galaxy's wisdom will become our wisdom, its strength our strength. They welcome us as allies," the technician laughed with manic glee, never suspecting that their partners are the instruments of their own extinction. "Your mother and I have planned this moment across millennia," the Father's voice carried notes of divine satisfaction. "Soon, the Imperium of Man will become the Imperium of Ganas, built upon the bones of a species too naive to recognize their predators." KV-117 remained motionless in the chamber's shadows, its sensor arrays working at maximum efficiency to record every word, every gesture, every detail of this blasphemous revelation. The intelligence value of this material would be beyond calculation. Complete strategic intelligence on an alien infiltration operation that threatened the very heart of Imperial civilization. But even as the construct fulfilled its mission parameters, deeper tactical analysis routines were already formulating preliminary response scenarios. The Queen Mother's position, the chamber's defensive systems, the facility's structural weaknesses, all cataloged and prioritized for the inevitable cleansing operation that would follow. The Ganas believed themselves on the verge of ultimate victory, their 1,000-year plan approaching fruition. They had no idea that the hammer of the Imperium was already moving against them. Soon, very soon, they would learn the price of threatening humanity, and in that learning, they would find not symbiosis, but extinction. The galaxy was vast enough for many species to thrive, but there was no room in it for those who would make livestock of mankind. Chapter 82 Interlude. I and your father eagerly await. Inside the pipeline chamber, the psychic fluctuations dissipated like smoke, and the mother worm's nimble movements ceased, returning to its base instinctive feeding and egg-laying. After their colleagues finished checking the equipment with practiced efficiency, the staff reconfirmed the head count and authorizations, then departed from the sterile chamber. KV-117 quickly followed, seamlessly mimicking the team's actions to leave the chamber. Its mission was complete, and it simply needed to proceed to a safe zone to await evacuation. The data intelligence was transmitted back to the Royal Majesty through encrypted channels, and the completed intelligence model finally unveiled the dark mystery of the Shaper Union. As the filth beneath the false prosperity was exposed, Blazkowicz saw only an imperium of man parasitized and farmed by cunning xenos, eager to expand into the stars once more. "Sir, the intelligence model is complete. Please review it." Sophia stood respectfully to the side, her voice steady as she presented the intelligence data to her master. A holographic image unfolded in the bridge's dim lighting, vividly displaying the basic ecology, living environment, and expansion patterns of the Ghana's worm. Compiled by the Iron Men's precise calculations and jointly analyzed by the Intelligence Department, the xeno-intelligence was presented to the bridge terminal in all its horrifying detail. Blazkowicz raised his head, looking up from his command throne at the bridge information terminal's projection, his weathered features grim as he carefully read the intelligence model. Ghana's worm. Its origin remained unknown, but it was highly likely to be some kind of native organism corrupted by the warp's taint. There were 3 pieces of damning evidence. First, the Ghana's worm's parasitic history spanned only a millennium, far removed from the dark age of technology, indicating a relatively recent xeno-infection event. Second was the psychic energy. The alien consciousness that descended upon the egg-laying mother worm exhibited extremely obvious psychic fluctuations, bearing the unmistakable signature of warp contamination. Finally, the high-level ecology of the xeno-species, composed of one father and one mother, was reflected in the parasitic species by controlling the male and female ratio, using specific entities to solidify its symbolic meaning and enhance the power of its real-world existence. The Ghana's worms had developed a complete ecological hierarchy. Their society operated similarly to ants and bees, an extremely efficient, hive-mind society, yet with crucial differences. In ants and bees, individual intelligence remained limited. The hive mind dictated the underlying logic, and lower-level individuals could not possess advanced intelligence. If a hive developed multiple advanced intelligences, the colony would inevitably split, which proved detrimental to the collective consciousness. The collective consciousness of the Ghana's worms was fundamentally different. They parasitized intelligent species, completely devouring and inheriting the host's intelligence and individual consciousness like some nightmarish form of soul theft. Among lower-level individuals, almost all possessed self-will, yet remained utterly obedient to the advanced parents through bonds that transcended mere biology. Furthermore, at the apex of the Ghana's worm ecology, there existed 2 supreme wills: the Great Mother, responsible for reproduction, and the Father, responsible for hunting and feeding. The development of the xeno-species relied entirely on these 2 high-level existences, forming an ecological closed loop around their perverted symbiosis. The mother worm laid eggs in the sterile chamber, reproducing the species with mechanical efficiency, while lower-level individuals parasitized human bodies, reproducing host offspring and providing a continuous supply of fresh resources. The father worm in the depths of the city decomposed prey with methodical precision, providing nutrition for the mother worm and accelerating species reproduction in an endless cycle of consumption. Mother, child, father. These 3 ecological positions were interdependent, engaging in ceaseless reproduction and the systematic plundering of other species. After absorbing all this intelligence, Blazkowicz's expression darkened like a gathering storm. The parasitic infection of the Ghana's worms had spread throughout the entire Shaper Union like a cancer, encompassing hundreds of core worlds over the past millennium. Their reason for not continuing to expand was likely the lack of warp engines or reliable warp navigation capabilities. Now, the arrival of the Imperium of Man in the compound eyes of the Ghana's worms represented not only a hope for expansion, but also a lavish feast beyond their wildest dreams. The Xenos yearned to board human starships, to extend their infection across the entire galaxy like a plague, even harboring ambitions to eliminate humanity entirely and inherit everything of the human race, establishing a supreme empire built on stolen bones. This was the ultimate goal for which the Shaper Union displayed such unseemly impatience, willing to relinquish all apparent power and merge into the Imperium of Man as quickly as possible. And it was precisely this suspicious urgency that had made the Imperium of Man detect something deeply wrong. As he read and pondered the implications, Blazkovich's expression remained granite-hard. Looking at the intelligence model with the eyes of a veteran commander, he spoke. "Open the report submitted by the Shaper Union and display its specific territory." Sophia raised her hand with practiced grace, and the information terminal displayed the Shaper's claimed territory in three-dimensional detail. To demonstrate their supposed sincerity, the Ghana's worms had submitted comprehensive territorial information during their initial contact with the Imperium of Man, offering it as currency in exchange for imperial trust. On the surface, the Shaper Union possessed hundreds of thriving core worlds, several paradise worlds of stunning beauty, 12 productive forge worlds, numerous resource-rich extraction worlds, and countless space stations and star forts forming a web of apparent prosperity. Blazkovich surveyed it all with the cold eye of necessity, shaking his head and sighing with genuine regret. What a tragic waste these high-value worlds, these beautiful paradise worlds, are about to be reduced to radioactive dust. Facing such insidiously cunning Xenos, he bore the sacred responsibility to cleanse them, to utterly eradicate the Ghana's worms on a molecular level if necessary. This star cluster harbor, strategically isolated and not located at any critical warp lane hub, held relatively low strategic significance, which would allow for the full deployment of exterminatus-class weaponry to eliminate the Xeno presence without compromising broader Imperial interests. They must pay the ultimate price for their millennium of atrocities. Over 1,000 years of uninterrupted horror, the Ghana's worms had continuously parasitized humans, implementing what could only be described as sustainable farming and systematic harvesting of human souls. Based on the Shaper Union's current population of trillions, conservative estimates suggested that at least 50 generations of humans had been devoured by the Xenos during their millennium of careful cultivation, with countless trillions of imperial citizens becoming nothing more than livestock for alien sustenance. Such utterly depraved Xenos demanded nothing less than complete eradication. Though righteous fury burned within him like a forged fire, Blazkovich remained tactically disciplined. He was methodically awaiting reinforcements to arrive and establish a complete blockade of the entire Shaper Union. In the merciless cosmos, if one entertained the necessary thought of eliminating a species, then it must be thoroughly rooted out down to the last spore. Otherwise, the repercussions would echo through the centuries like a curse. Especially with dangerous species like the Ghana's worms, which possessed such terrifying covert capabilities. If even a single egg escaped imperial justice, they could rise again like a phoenix of damnation. They were far too dangerous, inheriting all memories and accumulated knowledge of their hosts, capable of evading even the most sophisticated genetic detection methods, controlling growth hormones to stimulate rapid development, and arbitrarily reshaping their forms like living nightmares. Without the host's knowledge or consent, they silently occupied human bodies, and the elimination of the original consciousness was merely a trivial exercise in biological superiority. If any specimens were overlooked and allowed to infiltrate broader human society, the cascading consequences would be unthinkable. Therefore, out of proper respect for the lethal threat posed by the Ghana's worms, Blazkowicz was methodically preparing a comprehensive solution: the systematic extermination of all xeno-infected worlds. Excluding the Shaper Union's original homeworld, which would require special handling, all other worlds bearing xeno-contamination would be issued formal extermination orders, exchanging the complete obliteration of hundreds of worlds for humanity's continued safety. Such a price was not only acceptable but strategically necessary, and it must be accepted without hesitation. To ensure their survival, the Ghana's worms would not hesitate to eliminate humanity entirely. In return, humanity would pay whatever price was required to utterly destroy them first. Having crystallized the strategic objective in his mind, Blazkowicz seamlessly multitasked, beginning to formulate the specific tactical details of what would essentially be a genocidal campaign of righteous purification. He casually retrieved a neural interface sensor from beside his command throne, placing it against his temple with practiced ease, converting his strategic thoughts into precise digital signals, performing complex calculations on the holographic projection with the fluid grace of a master tactician. "Sir, the Stoneman Victor requests an immediate audience with you." Sophia's voice remained soft and respectful. "Send him in immediately." Blazkowicz continued multitasking with mechanical efficiency, simultaneously formulating the broader strategic framework while preparing to receive Stone Man Victor, the ship's veteran weapons master. Before long, a barrel-chested figure with an oil-stained face, dressed in the practical robes of a senior craftsman, with several intricate mechanical appendages trailing behind him like metallic tentacles, walked through the bridge's heavy blast doors. "Sir, I see you're formulating a plan to eliminate these Xenos," Victor said, offering a crisp salute while one mechanical appendage wrapped around to his front, projecting rapidly shifting holographic tactical displays. As the developing combat plan remained unclassified, Blazkowicz had left it accessible for simulation in the ship's data core, allowing those with appropriate security clearance to observe and contribute to the tactical planning process. "Correct," Blazkowicz nodded curtly, acknowledging the weapons master's astute observation. "Then perhaps you'll find this particular piece of intelligence relevant." Victor's weathered features creased into a knowing smile, deep wrinkles appearing around his experienced eyes, which narrowed with the calculating look of a veteran who had seen too many battles. His mechanical appendage moved forward with mechanical precision, extracting a thin data strand from the intelligence model, displaying the specific intelligence record gathered by Iron Man KV-230. The parasitic worms residing within that couple's bodies had exhibited an unexpectedly adverse reaction to the mild sedative injected by the Iron Men. The hosts had merely assumed it was an ordinary mosquito bite. "What are you thinking, Victor?" Blazkowicz naturally remembered that particular tactical detail. He had personally noted and filed it with characteristic thoroughness. As a documented weakness of the Ghana's worms, its immediate value in the grand strategic picture seemed relatively limited, potentially becoming rather insignificant under a comprehensive extermination protocol. If it were to be weaponized as a tactical tool for biological warfare, the logistics alone would be staggering. How many millions of delivery vectors would need to be deployed? So Blazkowicz had noted the weakness, but hadn't immediately incorporated it into the primary combat doctrine, keeping it archived in his tactical memory as a potentially useful contingency. "I do have a concept forming," Victor admitted, raising one scarred hand to scratch his balding scalp with its few remaining stubborn hairs, his expression shifting to an almost embarrassed grin. "But it's not entirely refined yet." "Then make it happen." Infected by Victor's unpretentious confidence, Blazkowicz allowed himself a rare, slight smile. "Sophia will provide you with whatever resources and assistance you require to develop your unrefined concept." Victor's expression immediately became serious and focused, accepting the significant responsibility he'd been granted. "If my assumptions prove correct, the results should be most effective indeed." Blazkowicz gave him an approving nod, signaling the weapon's master to proceed with his mysterious project, while he redirected his full attention back to formulating the intricate tactical details of the coming purification. Victor offered a respectful bow, and after receiving final approval, departed the bridge to implement his developing ideas and begin the necessary work. The bridge returned to its familiar calm, the infinite starry void outside the reinforced viewport maintaining its eternal silence. The approaching storm of righteous destruction would soon arrive to eliminate the Shaper Union, completely erasing its corrupt physical existence from the galaxy. In the roiling depths of the warp, a full-space Marine Legion advanced with inexorable purpose, responding to the urgent call of their warrior king. Chapter 83 Preparations. Negotiations between the Imperium of Man and the Shaper Union were still ongoing. Although the Shaper Union cooperated fully, integrating an empire with a trillion-strong population was by no means easy. Political structure, power distribution, selection of new governors, establishment of tithes levels, and the obligations the Shaper Union needed to fulfill, every item was far-reaching. Negotiations for other terms proceeded relatively smoothly, but only on the tithes level did the Shaper Union refuse to budge, striving to secure its own interests. To obtain a lenient tithes policy, the governor specifically sought out Blazkowicz, tearfully pleading for leniency and some tolerance for the Shaper Union. "My lord, you should know we are in the fringe territories, and this tax is truly too difficult to accept." The governor, dressed in a golden robe, knelt at the lower end of the main hall, his voice choked with sobs, clutching his chest and begging for the Imperium to reduce some taxes. The tithes of the Imperium of Man exceeded their imagination. It was an unbearable burden. Once agreed, the quality of life for their compatriots residing in human bodies would be greatly diminished, plunging them into endless, tireless labor. Everything they enjoyed now would turn into an illusion. Materials produced by society would be prioritized for the Imperium, making it impossible to maintain a high-welfare life, and their quality of life would drop several grades. These foreseeable futures surged in the governor's mind, shattering his long-held values. It wasn't just him. Even the Great Mother, upon learning of the tithes level, remained silent for a long time, beginning to ponder whether to integrate into the Imperium. The Ghana's worms aimed to conquer humanity, join the Imperium, and enjoy a parasitic feast, but the reality before them was that they would become laborers for the Imperium, working day and night for the Imperium of Man. They were punished for no crime. It was suffering without cause, they thought. The sensations of their compatriots, highly fused with their hosts, during work, including the fatigue and hardship, were no different from what the original hosts felt, and might even be more intense. Their exquisitely sensitive neural tendrils could even perceive the slightest muscle soreness, bringing a sense of exhaustion to the body. To enjoy life, the Ghana's worm race established the Shaper Union, utilizing human technology to create a high-welfare society. When the Imperium arrived, wielding the Club of Tithes, it knocked the Ghana's worm race from the clouds into the mud. How could they accept this? Truly pathetic. Only death and taxes are unavoidable. On the Golden Throne, Blazkowicz, who had been invited, maintained his arrogance, a strange look flashing across his face. Taxes are the cornerstone of the Imperium, the foundation that allows humanity to conquer the stars. They are unavoidable. Blazkowicz spoke righteously, explaining the necessity of taxes, and incidentally presented a grand blueprint to the governor, what old Terra called drawing a big pie. He threw out the prospect of conquering the stars, reminding the governor that the Ghana's worm's purpose was to colonize the universe, not to indulge in present enjoyment. He felt a pang of melancholy. The Imperium's tithes, just hearing about them, instilled fear in an ambitious alien race, even causing them to hesitate. And within the Imperium of Man, countless worlds paid tithes, countless lives exploited for the Great Crusade. For some citizens of the Imperium, if they knew of the Shaper Union's existence, even if they learned the truth of the parasitism, they would willingly embrace the alien. Maintaining consciousness, enjoying a high-welfare life, and experiencing no pain upon extinction. For the residents struggling in the underhives, it was a temptation like a hallucinogenic drug. On the path of the Great Crusade, the Legion would leave a conquered world, and then the Tithes ship would arrive, followed by a rebellion on that world. The reason, in essence, was simply that the local populace felt their lives became even harder after joining the Imperium. Ultimately, the Imperium would dispatch a punitive legion, the 8th Legion, to punish those rebellious worlds, to make an example of them, and to use cruel retribution to tell everyone that the Imperium tolerated no betrayal. Facing the Tithes, the governor's eyes were devoid of ambition, and Blazkowicz saw through the pure unwillingness to be enslaved in his gaze. But the governor still wanted to argue, to secure a better life for his race, to avoid becoming a cog in the Imperium's flesh and blood machine. Blazkowicz raised his hand, cutting him off, and spoke calmly. There are no buts. The Imperium needs your dedication. Humanity needs your dedication. In the dark star systems, countless compatriots await our salvation. Countless lost territories await our reclamation to restore the glorious past of humanity. Could it be, he raised his voice, a hint of suspicion entering it, his calm eyes gradually sharpening, that your previous hopes, your desire to join the Imperium of Man were all just to deceive me? His voice gradually lowered, like the growl of a beast, the cold, killing intent within making the governor tremble, immediately realizing what kind of being stood before him. A son of the Emperor, one of the 21 Primarchs of the Imperium, the Warrior King. If he were angered, the Imperium of Man would not hesitate to wage war, venting a Primarch's fury with artillery fire. Never, I wouldn't dare. The governor changed his kneeling posture, prostrating himself in utter humility, repeatedly apologizing. We are willing to dedicate ourselves, and even more willing to join the Imperium. We just need some leniency. We need an adaptation period to get used to high intensity. He felt the cold gaze and quickly corrected himself to adapt to a better life of dedication. The governor was well aware that his race was more suited to gradual infiltration. Direct combat was not advantageous, so he had to temporarily compromise. You should thank me for my grace. Blazkowicz nodded, his expression exceedingly proud. My tolerance and benevolence have averted a war. If it were one of my brothers who came, your hesitant attitude would have them wielding the hammer of judgment, letting you know that the Imperium stands in the stars not by negotiation. Yees, thank you for your grace. The governor lay prostrate on the ground, constantly expressing gratitude verbally, but in his heart he was already cursing with the most venomous words. What gratitude? He saw the person in front of him not as a benefactor, but as a ruthless tyrant preying on his own people. I must leave. Blazkowicz's tall figure rose from the throne, his war boots clanking on the gilded checkered floor, stopping as he passed the governor. He shook his head, saying disappointedly, I thought it was something important. I didn't expect it to be such a trivial matter. Next time, just contact the Imperial representative. I don't want to waste time on these things. With that, his war boots clanked on the floor, and he, along with his Blazkowicz guard, left the Shaper's council hall, leaving the governor alone. The governor straightened up, enveloped in despair, all elegance and beauty gone. High-ranking officials, hidden in the shadows, surged forward, silently pulling the governor to his feet. What should we do? Someone asked, a hint of fear in their tone, unable to imagine the days ahead. Let us agree to them first. The governor's slender hands brushed his robe, dusting off non-existent grime, trying to shake off the humiliating past. With navigators, we will not get lost in the warp. Then the sky will be the limit for us. In the vast universe, where can we not go? Hardship is only temporary. The governor walked to the throne, sat down steadily, and said to his compatriots below, "Before us is a great journey to conquer humanity, to conquer the star. See. We must assimilate all of humanity, become the rule makers, and then create a comfortable society. Gentlemen, let us all strive together." His voice regained its elegant composure, sounding very melodious, carrying an unparalleled power of enchantment, depicting that comfortable and pleasant future. For a beautiful future. The crowd below cheered, raising their arms, sweeping away the previous gloom, their voices filled with vigor. The governor nodded in satisfaction and, seizing the momentum, began to preside over the meeting, discussing how to negotiate with the Imperium of Man next. Blazkovich, having exited the main hall, arrived at the plaza to board his dedicated landing craft, departing the Shaper's homeworld, though there were a few extra passengers inside the shuttle. KV-117, KV-230, and KV-237, the three assassins, had returned to the cabin. Now they were finally safe. "My lord." They removed their cloaks and bowed gracefully to Blazkovich. "No need for formalities." Blazkovich extended his hand to help them up, saying sincerely, "I should thank you. It was you who went deep into the enemy's lair to investigate crucial intelligence." His gaze was burning, revealing genuine and pure emotion as his palm brushed an Iron Man's shoulder. "You averted a crisis and saved countless lives." The Iron Man's body trembled slightly. This respect almost overloaded their emotional modules. KV-117's cold, mechanical voice even stammered a little. This is our inherent duty." "That was once," Blazkovich smiled. "Now there are no inherent duties or responsibilities. Everything is your choice. It is you who stepped forward to serve humanity again. Rest well." He pressed the Iron Men into a seat and saw the container in KV-237's hand, holding a parasite. Blazkovich did not ask about its origin. It was likely a sample Victor needed, collected by the Iron Men at his request. The landing craft returned to the Royal Majesty. When Blazkovich returned to the bridge, he saw the void beyond the star system, glowing with warp light. "Brother, how have you been since we parted ways on Terra?" A somewhat solemn, very heavy voice echoed through the communication channel. The voice was deep and hoarse, like iron sand rubbing and colliding, and like a warhammer honed by countless trials, striking heavily upon the solid ground. Blazkovich heard the greeting, his expression instantly turning to surprise, then to joy. He truly hadn't expected to meet his brother in the stars. Since their parting on Terra, he hadn't seen Ferrus Manus in a long time, only hearing rumors of the Iron Hands in the stars. Since the Primarch's return, the Stormwalker's Legion was renamed the Iron Hands, establishing Medusa as their homeworld and initiating recruitment drives. The Iron Hands underwent cultural transformation based on Medusa, led personally by Ferrus, and embarked on the Great Crusade in the Void. Under the Primarch's leadership, the Legion displayed immense combat power, achieving remarkably impressive conquest results and receiving commendation from the Emperor himself on multiple occasions. There were even many busybodies who suggested, if the Imperium were to once again elect a War Master to command all forces, Ferrus would have a chance to contend for the position. Though a rumor, it was not baseless, showing Ferrus' capability in commanding troops. Blazkovich, reunited with his brother, was naturally very excited. He rose from his throne chair and with genuine emotion stirred his magnetic voice, saying, "I truly didn't expect you to come in person to help us." He genuinely hadn't expected his brother to come to their aid. It was indeed the Iron Hands Legion that came to support them, but the communication never mentioned Ferrus coming personally. In the void, warp radiance continuously flashed as an extremely massive fleet, whose mere aura suggested extraordinary combat power, warped in. "Has my arrival disrupted your strategic deployment?" A holographic image appeared, showing a giant man in specialized power armor, carrying a firepower backpack and shouldering a furnace breaker warhammer. He had short, spirited hair, and his square face, usually stern, now showed a slight smile, making him appear warm, gentle, and reassuring. "If you don't welcome me," Ferris saw his brother's astonishment from the holographic image, his smile fading, and he deliberately put on a displeased, stern face, saying, "Then I shall leave." The Primarch's greeting echoed through the communication, and everyone knew he was joking with his brother in his own way. The Primarch had traveled specially from beyond the Star River, primarily to help his brother. How could he possibly just leave? The Gene Father's playful words indeed brightened the eyes of the Iron Hands Legion warriors, as they saw another side of their Primarch, a gentleness hidden beneath his stern exterior, never before shown to the Legion warriors. Ferris Manus, Gene Father of Iron Hands. He managed his army meticulously, and in a very short time he forged the Legion into an unbreakable warhammer, smashing it against the enemies of mankind. The Primarch reorganized the Legion's grand companies into clans to better align with Medusan culture, fostering competition among the clans to maintain high combat effectiveness. Yet, as a source of authority, the Primarch had never smiled within the Legion, let alone joked. Even when praising a clan or affirming a descendant, he always remained stern-faced. Though his words were motivating, his expression was always serious. Now, the Legion warriors could feel the Gene Father's excitement and the joy of meeting his brother. "Then you may leave," Blazkowicz waved his hand dismissively, causing Ferris to frown deeply, a little taken aback. But the next sentence instantly enlivened the atmosphere between the two Primarchs. His expression was extremely serious, and he said in a very low voice, "You can leave any time, but Argent Nur doesn't provide return fuel costs. You'll have to find Malkador for reimbursement." Ferris was momentarily stunned, seeing the serious expression on his brother's face paired with his humorous words. Then he broke into a brilliant smile. The Primarch's hearty laughter boomed, like an ancient horn echoing through the stars, making one's eardrums throb. The two Primarchs, the Emperor's magnificent sons, laughed heartily in their playful exchange, drawing their hearts closer. "I'm coming to see you now." Ferris' brow was completely relaxed. He hadn't laughed like this in a long time, sometimes forgetting how to smile. Now, reunited with his brother, as a guest, he must take the initiative to go and show due respect to the host. "I've prepared a feast waiting for you to come and drink and talk." Blazkowicz naturally agreed, smiling as he prepared to move. "I'll come to meet you." The two nodded to each other, cut off the holographic communication, no longer content with audio-visual communication, and prepared to meet face-to-face. "My lord." Blazkowicz was about to leave the bridge to welcome Ferris, but he was called back by a rational, gentle voice. Sophia's graceful figure appeared. He stopped, frowning, and looked at his digital steward, a look of confusion on his face. "The Shaper Union has sent a communication." Sophia's speech was steady and clear, describing the event in simple words. "A large number of fleets have appeared in the void. They are very alarmed and hope to receive a reasonable explanation from you." Blazkowicz nodded slightly. The Xeno's alarm was understandable, and they indeed needed to be appeased. The time for action had not yet arrived. He pondered for a moment, then instructed Sophia, "Tell them the truth. Inform the Xenos that my brother is passing through here and has come specifically to reunite with me." For a race on the brink of extinction, Blazkowicz was sufficiently generous, telling them half the truth as a final requiem. In a sense, Ferris truly was coming to visit him, and there was no doubt about that. After handling the matter and giving his instructions, Blazkowicz strode out of the bridge and headed to the hangar, personally welcoming his brother aboard to host him. The Royal Majesty's elevator was extremely fast, taking only a few minutes to descend from the bridge to the hangar. As Blazkowicz stepped out of the elevator, service robots had laid out a red carpet, and sentinels and doom slayers stood on either side of the carpet, each holding a battle standard. The most striking figures present were still the custodian guards, their armor reflecting golden light, standing at the end of the honor guard, one hand on their hip and the other holding a halberd, looking immensely majestic. 1,000 custodian guards. The emperor had never mentioned recalling his bodyguards, implicitly allowing them to remain by Blazkovich's side. The custodian guards also understood the deeper mission bestowed by the emperor, and so they settled comfortably aboard the Royal Majesty, obeying the warrior king's commands. They set aside their arrogance derived from the emperor, actively integrated into the Royal Majesty battleship society, and participated in various tasks. Their presence was naturally indispensable for parades and welcoming ceremonies. The custodian guards delighted in activities that displayed the emperor's majesty. On the hangar, 3 distinct powerful warriors from across the galaxy formed a solemn honor guard, also showcasing Argent Nur's inclusivity. Blazkovich stood at the end of the red carpet, closing his eyes and waiting for Ferris, his mind still plotting war details, striving for meticulousness, ensuring the first battle would be decisive, completely eradicating the Ghana's worms in one war. After several hours of waiting, the Iron Hand's flagship, the Iron Fist, completed a short-range system jump, entering the star system from its edge. The Iron Fist, a Gloriana-class battleship, was constructed on the moon and incorporated Ferris design philosophy. Her hull was sleek, with a Medusan-style city at the rear of the upper deck. The ship featured massive portholes with giant colored glass curtain walls, and on both sides of the rear, the ship's flanks bore circular insignias carved with an iron hand. At the fore of the upper deck were several magnificent rotating weapon platforms with expansive hemispherical firing arcs. The ship's sides were equipped with numerous high-power weapons, personally designed by the Primarch, who was skilled in manufacturing and revered science, making their power far exceed many active Imperial armaments. The upper half of the bow was fitted with a ram, shaped like an eagle spreading its wings, symbolizing the glory of the Imperium, while the colossal eagle's beak was its sharpest point. Due to Ferris' deep love for forging, the Iron Fist's lower deck housed an advanced forge, where the Primarch crafted weapons. The Iron Fist concluded its short-range jump, adjusted its posture to enter planetary orbit, and paralleled the Royal Majesty, facilitating shuttling back and forth. The people on the planet saw another bright star appear in the night sky, a powerful Imperium of Man battleship entering high planetary orbit. The majesty projected by the battleship oppressed every neural tendril of the Ghana's worms, instilling deep fear in the Xenos parasitizing humans. The Imperium of Man was rich in martial virtue. The firepower of this type of battleship was unquestionable, with just one capable of destroying a world. 2 Gloriana-class battleships paralleled each other. They were distinctly different sisters, just like the 2 Primarchs, different in thought and culture, yet blood brothers of the closest kin. The Iron Fist released a shuttle, which passed through the protective force field bubble and landed steadily before the laid-out red carpet, opening its airlock hatch. As the pressure valves vented, Blazkovich's lips slowly curved into a smile, his eyes filled with anticipation. A towering giant, carrying a warhammer and followed by an honor guard, stepped out of the shuttle. Ferris, a smile on his face, nodded steadily to his brother, his power armor boots stepping onto the red carpet. Since their parting on Terra, this was their first encounter in the stars, and this moment was truly worth remembering. Ferris led his retinue out of the shuttle, stepping first onto the red carpet, a symbol of honor and triumph, and walked towards his brother standing at the far end. He kept his gaze straight ahead, nodding to display the proper decorum of a Primarch, restraining his usual unconventional manner for such a solemn occasion. The honor guard surprised Ferris. The Custodes, of course, were the Emperor's personal bodyguards, ultimate beings at the apex of the universe. The Doom Slayers, always mysterious, now displayed a majesty and power that in no way ceded to the golden-armored Custodes. And on the other side of the red carpet, those warriors in special power armor, proudly holding their heads high, openly displaying their might, were entirely on par with the Astartes. They were the Sentinels, whose legends Ferris had heard, noble warriors who upheld their vow to guard Argent Nur through its long night. They deserved to be proud, and they deserved to be remembered. The Sentinels had no loyalty etched into their genes, nor an innate hatred for Xenos. They were devoted to their duty for a promise, possessing immortal will and noble character. Ferris' expression was solemn as he strode across the carpet, leading his honor guard, the Morlocks. These powerful warriors, who had distinguished themselves in the competitive environment of the Iron Hands, hailed from the Avenia clan and wore Terminator power armor. The Morlock Terminators now displayed impeccable military discipline, their footsteps perfectly synchronized, without a single misplaced sound. Were it not for the fierce clang of their power armor boots striking the steel as they walked, it would be hard to imagine these 100 warriors moving as one. Blazkowicz suppressed his smile, his expression becoming serious to match his brother's solemnity, and cast an approving gaze at the Primarch's guard. The Iron Hands Legion's slightly bronze-colored power armor reflected subtle light under the illumination, the Space Marines manifesting their Legion's strength through their formidable presence. Several warriors wore standard power armor, with the Iron Hands relief carved into their belt buckles, and the Legion's white insignia painted on their bronze shoulder pads. They carried battle standards, their steps solemn and majestic, escorting the Gene Father on either side of the Primarch. Ferris quickly closed the distance, arriving before Blazkowicz, his eyes filled with deep joy. Blazkowicz also walked forward, opening his arms to reveal his broad chest, stepping towards his brother. Ferris, clad in his battle armor, was as tall as Blazkowicz. He likewise extended his two silver-gray iron hands, embracing his brother warmly. The two giants embraced, their hands patting each other's backs, using physical gestures to convey their profound longing, replacing words. "Let's go," Blazkowicz said after the embrace, grasping Ferris' iron arm, cordially offering to lead the way for him, fully displaying his host's demeanor. Ferris nodded silently, allowing his brother to pull his arm as they walked deeper into the magnificent warship. Along the way, the two brothers chatted, recounting their experiences since parting ways on Terra. Blazkowicz spoke engagingly and humorously, occasionally interjecting small jokes to enliven the conversation. Ferris, true to his stoic nature, recounted various data from his conquests, appearing somewhat overly formal. Blazkowicz, however, didn't mind, listening intently, often asking for key information, sometimes deeply agreeing. He learned from their conversation that Ferris had refined warfare, calculating the resources and forces needed for each campaign to conquer the stars. Along the Iron Hands conquest routes, the Legion's clans separated, each choosing a path and fighting in their own way. Ferris fully utilized his Primarch's leadership abilities, calculating each battle precisely, rarely having an excess of forces. It was precisely this mode of conquest that allowed the Iron Hands Legion to conquer worlds very quickly, making them currently the Legion that had conquered the most worlds. Blazkowicz listened, greatly admiring Ferris' boldness and his incredibly precise control. His brother's strategic thinking was completely opposite to his own. Blazkowicz typically approached war by making thorough preparations, then executing a grand strategy, securing victory with a single major campaign. Ferris was different. He preferred to attack on all fronts, gradually achieving overall victory through a multitude of small victories. As they spoke, their voices gradually softened. Blazkowicz noticed that Ferris' attention was completely captivated by the Royal Majesty warship. His gaze was exceptionally sharp, scanning every technological creation he saw, a thoughtful expression occasionally appearing on his face. Ferris, being skilled in forging, was naturally interested in technological creations, possessing an innate love for machinery. Seeing that he was not inclined to converse, Blazkowicz smiled faintly, not disturbing Ferris' contemplation, and quietly slowed his pace, allowing his brother to observe more closely. Walking and observing like this, stopping and starting along the way, it took a long time to reach the garden deck. After arranging for the honor guard to enter the banquet, the two Primarchs departed, heading directly to the warship's bridge to discuss important matters. Ferrus was accompanied by 10 Morlock Terminators and 9 clan leaders, who represented their respective clans and participated in the Primarch's strategic meeting. These clothes make me very uncomfortable. As the bridge door opened and the massive figure entered, Ferrus lightly tugged at the collar of his robe. Long-term combat had made him somewhat unaccustomed to casual attire. "You should get used to relaxing," Blazkowicz said, pressing his broad shoulder, affectionately massaging his brother's shoulder, signaling him to relax. "The Imperium won't be at war forever, brother." The two walked one after another, arriving by the warship's viewport, sitting opposite each other at a small table, for their size at least, with the brightly lit Shaper's world visible outside the window. On the table were exquisite platters laden with various delicacies, and cups filled with fine wine, prepared to welcome Ferrus' arrival. "I truly envy your life," Ferrus sighed, taking a small sip of the wine in his cup, closing his mouth to savor its sweetness. After a long moment, his eyes lit up as he said, "It truly is excellent wine. No wonder it sells for so much." Blazkowicz shook his head with a wry smile, knowing full well his brother was teasing him. The fine wines produced on Argent Nur, bearing the banner of the Primarch's homeworld, fetched exorbitant prices on Terra. Ferrus put down his wine glass and used a knife and fork to manage the delicacies on his plate. After tasting good food, he was content, picking up food and bringing it to his mouth, narrowing his eyes in enjoyment. Finally, some real flavor. "I've never eaten these before," Ferrus said, picking up a post-meal fruit which was sweet and sour, refreshing, and very delicious. "You can enjoy it to your heart's content," Blazkowicz said, feeling a pang of sadness, pushing the food in front of him towards his brother. Ferrus, however, waved his hand, declining his brother's kind offer, and wiped the juice from the corner of his mouth. "That's enough. Food is for tasting. We have important matters to discuss." But out of respect for his brother, he took a plate of fruit and placed it on his lap, intending to enjoy it slowly. Blazkowicz raised his hand, signaling the attendants to clear the dishes, and lightly tapped the warship's viewport, causing a holographic model of current intelligence to appear. "Our current known intelligence, all sources are clear, and the information is true and valid." After introducing it to his brother, he leaned back into the soft sofa, waiting for him to review the intelligence and offer his valuable opinion. Ferrus' eyes lit up. The intelligence model on the viewport, with its comprehensive 3D data, was an excellent intelligence management system. He secretly made a note that the Iron Hands would also need such an intelligence model in the future, as it would be extremely beneficial for warfare. The Primarch raised a hand, signaling the clan leaders to gather, allowing them to view the strategic arrangements of the two Primarchs. "Blazkowicz, what do you intend to do?" Ferrus sat upright, his brow no longer relaxed but filled with seriousness and gravity. "How do you plan to conduct the operation?" Blazkowicz sat up straight, then tapped the viewport again, bringing up the still-developing operational plan. "This is my plan. Since you're here, you can also propose and refine it. I have no mercy for those Xenos. They must be eradicated completely." Ferrus nodded in agreement, his already serious face gaining an added solemnity. He had learned about the Ghana's worm's ecology from the intelligence and deeply understood its threat to humanity. True, these Xenos have no idea of the doom forging its way toward them. Casually sifting through the plan his brother had devised, Ferrus nodded repeatedly, his eyes full of admiration. The 9 clan leaders stood in place, their hearts surging with tumultuous waves, their 2 hearts trembling slightly in awe of the Primarch's methods. The warrior king, the Lord of Argent Nur, was willing to destroy hundreds of worlds to utterly annihilate every Xeno's race. Worlds that had evolved over billions of years were, in his eyes, merely an appropriate price to pay for eliminating the Xenos. Chapter 84 Troublesome. In the name of the Primarch, he would destroy hundreds of worlds, turning a tranquil and prosperous solar system into a dead land. Any world infected by aliens, regardless of its resource value, would have its ecosystem completely destroyed upon discovery to prevent the survival of any eggs. The 9 clan leaders trembled at the sight. Just this decisiveness and spirit meant the warrior king feared no criticism, nor did he fear his glory being tarnished. The Imperium of Man used extermination orders with extreme caution, as the destruction of every habitable planet was a significant loss of property for the Imperium. Destroying hundreds of worlds in one go, such a ruthless decision. No one dared to make it except the Emperor himself, not even a Primarch. They turned their gaze to their Gene Father, their eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. What an arrogant extermination plan! Proposed by a Primarch, the Astartes dared not voice an opinion, only seeking help from their own Gene Father. HMPH, Farah snorted coldly, his gaze warning his sons, instantly sending shivers down the spines of the clan leaders. "Brother, I fully support your plan," he said to Blazkovich, turning his head without reprimanding his sons. "The Ghana's worms are too dangerous. Their threat is no less than the Rangdan. Complete extermination is the only way to show respect. Before the extermination plan begins, we need to blockade the void, not letting a single alien escape, and completely wipe them out." "I think," Farah's stern expression softened into a smile towards his brother, his rough voice gaining a gentle quality, "this is also the fundamental reason you sought external help. If it were just a clear-out war, merely destroying the alien regime, Argent Nur's strength could easily achieve it, without needing to seek outside military forces." Farah's analysis was very clear, and it was also the reason he came from the void to help his brother. Upon receiving Argent Nur's astropathic broadcast in the warp, he felt that things were not simple and immediately assembled his legion, rushing to support without delay. As one of the Primarchs with keen strategic insight, Farah constantly monitored the void, collecting intelligence and focusing on information. From the moment he learned that Argent Nur's fleet had once again departed from the Nur stars to search for the Rangdan in the Ultima Orientis segmentum, he could infer that his brother's fleet must be considerable in size. The smoke of war between Blazkovich and the Rangdan had not yet cleared, and both sides knew each other's strength. To dare to lead a fleet to actively attack and search for a powerful stellar empire, he must have sufficient confidence to gain the upper hand at the first contact. Even leading a large-scale fleet, his brother still sent out a request for help, indicating that he must have encountered a difficult enemy. Farah had a good impression of Blazkovich. His brother was neither arrogant nor impetuous, a powerful warrior and a king, acting with great prudence. Among his returning brothers, Blazkovich had a very good reputation. Though not liked by everyone, he was highly regarded. The one who praised him most was Lemon Russ. When they met in the firepower sector, that fanged and clawed brother couldn't stop talking about him. Even the Lord of the Luna Wolves, the first son Horus, gave a fair assessment of his brother after Blazkovich took the 19th Legion from his hands. Horus did not hide the details of that unpleasant conflict, recounting the beginning and end to Farah. Farah admired Horus' candor in revealing the inglorious past of his legion and his own, and also respected Blazkovich's benevolence and courage, his daring rejection of injustice, and his willingness to stand up and fight for the weak. So he came, at the first moment he received the plea for help, abandoning many easily obtainable battle achievements, and bringing all his warships to support his brother. His brother's heroic face was reflected in his eyes, and he finally added, "Eliminating the worms is urgent. This is the most efficient method." "Yes, efficient." Farah carefully reviewed his brother's plan, and the conclusion he reached was efficiency. Only an extermination order could eliminate the Ghana's worms the fastest and end this war before it even began. As a Primarch, Farah saw more clearly than most, understanding the immense threat behind the worm war. The Imperium of Man must act quickly. eliminating the worms in the shortest possible time to avoid getting bogged down in a protracted war. Because in the dark void there was still a great enemy, the Rangdan, constantly watching the Imperium and stirring restlessly. The terrifying aliens who mentally enslaved other races had spies embedded in the Imperium, observing the Imperium and paying even closer attention to the wars the Imperium encountered. As an old Terra saying goes, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." The Ghana's worms were not weak. If the Imperium could not eliminate them immediately and became mired in a long war of attrition, the Rangdan, hidden in the shadows, would inevitably act. At that point, with the two strong forces uniting and attacking from both sides, the seemingly powerful Imperium of man would be in danger. Yes, Blazkowicz nodded, gazing thoughtfully at the intelligence model before him. The theme of this war is to eliminate the Ghana's worms with the fastest speed. Blazkowicz was not surprised that his brother could see this point. Ferris excelled at multi-front attacks. He was a master who overlooked war from a high vantage point, and his strategic vision was extraordinary. "This is the map provided by the worms." Blazkowicz opened the holographic image. "I conducted preliminary reconnaissance and found some hidden worlds." While waiting for the fleet and reinforcements, Blazkowicz was not idle. He had Sophia send out messages, recalling many scout ships to conduct a systematic search of the Ghana's solar system. This was originally an unnamed solar system, but due to the presence of the Ghana's worms, it was named Ghana's solar system. Such naming situations were common. During the Great Crusade launched by the Imperium of Man, many star sectors were generally named according to local designations, or if unnamed, in commemoration of certain battles and events. Within the Ghana's system, Argent Nur's scout ships tracked the trajectories of Shaper Union vessels, using technical intrusion and other methods to locate dozens of hidden worlds. These were the Ghana's worms' hidden reserves, meant to preserve the race's capital for a future resurgence in a potential war. The darkness and ugliness of the galaxy instilled respect in any race that witnessed it. To survive, means of protecting one's race were indispensable. Ferris nodded slightly. Intelligence was the primary element of war, and his brother's preparations to completely eliminate the aliens were meticulous. With a wave of his hand, he sent the intelligence to the clan leaders' information terminals. It wasn't that Ferris had any special abilities. He knew that with the means of a warship's AI, sending information to power armor was effortless. The clan leaders received the intelligence, remaining motionless beside the two Primarchs. Inside their Terminator power armor, their consciousnesses began parsing the intelligence, selecting suitable tasks for their clans. "What about the Xeno homeworld?" Ferris stretched out his iron hand and pointed towards the ground. Their homeworld was very prosperous, but he felt no pity, ready to pronounce its fate. Blazkowicz was silent for a moment, with some apprehension in his heart. Ferris' arrival was indeed unexpected, disrupting his strategic deployment. In the original plan, the supporting legion would blockade the void, and the First Fleet would exterminate the alien worlds. He himself would personally go to the alien homeworld to eliminate their parents and eradicate the source of the alien infection. The father and mother, they exhibited psychic phenomena, possessing a certain symbolism that conformed to the characteristics of the warp. The Ghana's worms developed intelligence a millennium ago, then aggressively infected humans, spreading their symbolism to establish a civilization, proving that their intelligence appeared suddenly. Any organism naturally acquiring intelligence requires hundreds or thousands of years of evolution, a long and painful process. There are no low-probability events in the universe. Natural evolution is a natural progression with no shortcuts. So-called sudden events are inextricably linked to the great powers of the warp. The Emperor had repeatedly ordered Blazkowicz to conceal the existence of beings within the warp from the other Primarchs. The time was not yet right, and it was not suitable to reveal the truth. Entering the alien homeworld would inevitably lead to a battle with the warp. How could the strange power of the warp be concealed? After a brief thought, Blazkowicz stared at his brother's stern, square face and said in a deep voice, "In the battle on the Xeno homeworld, we might encounter unimaginable enemies." Unimaginable? Ferris was slightly puzzled, his face tightening in seriousness. "Do you have any specific description?" He didn't understand what kind of entity could exist on the homeworld of a parasitic species that would make his brother give an early warning. The brother before him was the Warrior King, the strongest warrior in the galaxy. Ferris still remembered the absolute martial prowess displayed by Blazkowicz and Fulgrim in their contest. Blazkowicz's face was conflicted, and he hesitated for a long time before formulating a suitable description. Psychic beings, formed by psychic energy, twisted and terrifying, reflecting humanity's primal fears. I am not afraid of them. I just find psychic beings very troublesome and defiling. After several struggles, Blazkowicz used a suitable description, replacing terms like demons with psychic beings. Then I must witness them. Ferris' expression relaxed, and he raised his hand, clenching his iron fist with a creaking sound, saying with a contemptuous tone, "Could it be that they can cut off my head?" "That's not it," Blazkowicz quickly replied. "It's just that they are elusive and difficult to deal with. You need certain psychic means to handle psychic beings. Although warp beings are troublesome, they are still no match for a Primarch. Under the suppression of the physical universe, even the 4 gods' greater demons or demigods would struggle against a Primarch, let alone kill one. If a Primarch had the means to kill those lowly things, they wouldn't even dare to appear before him." Blazkowicz explained to Ferris, wanting to plant the concept in his brother's mind early to avoid him being caught off guard by the demons. "Their forms are ever-changing, without fixed existence, entirely composed of the terrifying impressions of creatures or races. Firearms are generally ineffective against them, while blades, fire, and psychic powers are most effective." Ferris listened intently. As a pragmatist, he subconsciously asked, "What is their scale?" Such bizarre enemies, which even his brother had to be wary of, naturally made Ferris focus, wanting to understand more about them. "The scale depends on the psychic intensity." Blazkowicz tapped his finger on the table, his brain working rapidly to translate the warp's laws into suitable language. "The stronger the psychic ritual performed, the more psychic beings will appear. Among them will be powerful individuals, lesser entities, and some mental corruption." Ferris listened with utmost seriousness. The beings his brother described were creatures of wondrous and ephemeral forms, their shapes derived from impressions, and their strength determined by the intensity of the psychic ritual. He quickly gestured for the clan leaders to record it, to be archived in the Legion's database, to prepare for future encounters with psychic adversaries. "How do you know about them?" Ferris couldn't help but voice his confusion as his brother spoke eloquently. "I have fought them before." Blazkowicz did not hide the truth, but merely provided a euphemistic account. "Some things do not appear in combat records." Oh, Ferris suddenly understood. He remembered his brother's combat records, those psychnoines that wielded psychic powers. That makes sense. It must have been in that battle that the psychnoines used powerful psychic powers to create psychic beings and fight against Blazkowicz's forces. As beings that cause mental corruption, it was possible that no written records were kept after the battle, and even memories might have been erased through means like brainwashing. "We will launch a joint surprise attack, fighting side by side to eliminate the Ghana's worm." To prevent his brother from refusing, Ferris extended his iron hand and offered an invitation. "I want to witness those creatures firsthand." Blazkowicz, of course, could not refuse Ferris, even though he knew it was a trap of camaraderie. He gave a helpless smile, extending his hand to grasp his brother's iron hand. "We will fight side by side. Do you need me to provide you with any weapons?" This was not a joke. If Ferris needed them, Blazkowicz would provide him with weapons. Once demons appear, their scale is either small or immense. A small scale means that the great power behind the worms is isolated in the warp, with limited supernatural power at its disposal. The worst-case scenario is that the parents of the Ghana's worm, who have deep ties to the warp, choose to sacrifice mortals to gain chaos help. If, in a short time, the parasitic worms devour a large number of mortal brains and sacrifice mortal souls, it will be a terrifying warp invasion. The consciousness of billions of mortals on the entire planet will perish, and their souls will be sacrificed. This is a heavy gift sufficient to move any warp evil. The warp is not only home to the four gods. While they might remain unmoved, other demigods and warp beings are different. They crave souls, wanting to devour them to gain power and secure a place in the warp. Billions of mortal souls are enough to tempt even the most timid, ambitious individual to cross the veil and feast. Then, a large number of warp beings will trigger a series of chain reactions, warpifying the territories of the physical universe, leading to a chaotic free-for-all. Therefore, he needed to arm his allies to cope with a potential warp outbreak. The Iron Hands Legion, with its 80,000 space marines, is an incredibly powerful force. Armed, it could make demons tremble. Ferris, of course, was unaware of the gravity of the situation. He merely took it as his brother's joke and disdainfully said, "Brother, you underestimate me a little." He pointed to a clan leader and said to the Void, "Lady Sophia, please read the Legion's armament information within his armor and display it graphically." On Terra, Ferris had met the artificial intelligence called Sophia, and he had even conversed with her. The Void remained silent, but on their desktop, a holographic data display appeared, clearly outlining the Iron Hands Legion's armaments. Blazkovich's gaze swept over it. With the Primarch's powerful memory and analytical abilities, he processed the data in seconds. The sheer volume of data contained within astonished him. In just a few years, under Ferris' leadership, the Iron Hands had been forged into a heavily mechanized legion. Various heavy and super-heavy vehicles were countless, and the degree of mechanization far surpassed that of an average legion. The technology unearthed during the Great Crusade was not shelved, but invested in enhancing the Legion's combat power. Leaving aside other armaments, there were 5,000 elites wearing Terminator armor, and the number of Legion dreadnoughts was also extraordinary. Bolt guns and other standard Astartes weapons were not mentioned. Half of the Legion's soldiers were armed with power weapons. After analyzing the data, Blazkovich's gaze towards Ferris changed, filled with deep admiration. The armor and firepower possessed by the Iron Hands were unmatched among the Imperium's legions. Their individual firepower was only slightly inferior to the Space Wolves. The Space Wolves had acquired individual equipment from Argent Nur, greatly enhancing the Legion's armaments, allowing them to surpass the Iron Hands, but their armored firepower couldn't compare. Russ appeared wild, but dared not act recklessly. Ship modifications and individual weapons were the Adeptus Mechanicus limit of tolerance. He could not cross the Adeptus Mechanicus bottom line. Argent Nur Star's technology is powerful and indeed very useful, but Argent Nur is far away, and the Adeptus Mechanicus is right here. If the Space Wolves were only responsible for the Halo stars, Russ could immediately kick the Adeptus Mechanicus aside and establish full cooperation with Argent Nur. Unfortunately, his sphere of activity was the vast Milky Way. The Legion's weapons and equipment required Adeptus Mechanicus supply and maintenance. He could not fall out with them. And for the Iron Hands Legion, behind the impressive data, Ferris' dedication to it was visible, almost entirely invested. In this regard, Horus, who cherished his sons, was inferior to Ferris. Horus preserved the lives of his sons by sacrificing other legions, never thinking of solving problems from the root. He was accustomed to enlisting allies to provide him with help and acquiring armaments from the Adeptus Mechanicus. Ferris, through technological means, increased the proportion of war machines in the Legion, not relying on others, yet better protected the lives of his sons. "You are truly remarkable," Blazkowicz was stunned by the impressive data and gave his brother a thumbs up, expressing sincere admiration. Your talent benefits the entire Legion. He could see that many technological applications and improvements had Ferris' guidance behind them, or even his personal involvement in forging. This was praise and a highly valuable affirmation, causing the Primarch's guards and clan leaders to puff out their chests. His brother's heartfelt praise caught Ferris off guard. He had never been praised like this before and felt a bit embarrassed, even awkwardly scratching his head. His father, the Emperor, had always only praised his conquests, never affirmed his talent. And the praises of the Legion's sons were based on the belief that a Gene father should be so, that as a son of the Emperor, he should be great. He truly should be so, dedicating himself silently, giving everything for the Imperium of man, and he had no complaints about it. But this praise, unmixed with any ulterior motive, pure to the extreme, struck Ferris' heart like a heavy hammer. Suddenly, he felt like a mortal at this moment, no longer a ruthless conqueror, nor a demigod in the eyes of mortals and his sons. Thank you, Ferris wanted to say it but didn't. He was a Primarch. He couldn't show his weak side with the Legion's soldiers watching. Our talents should serve humanity. Ferris lowered his hand and picked up a fruit from the fruit bowl on his lap, masking his emotions. Blazkowicz deeply agreed with his brother's words. They were created by the Emperor for the revival of humanity. Using their talents for humanity was a fundamental responsibility. Since there are no problems, let's begin deploying the troops and prepare to eliminate the Ghana's worm. My Legion is here for this. The two Primarchs rose and went to the bridge terminal, putting the plan on paper into action. In the extermination plan, the ships would break down into smaller units, heading into the void to blockade various star systems, cutting off the aliens' escape routes. The Doom Slayer and the Iron Hands Legion would attack the alien homeworld, first drawing the Ghana's worm back for reinforcements, consuming most of the enemy forces, and then extensively using the exterminatus after destroying the alien homeworld. Besiege the point to strike the reinforcements, Ferris said softly. You like to use such tactics to wear down the enemy's main force. Chapter 85 Weaklings. Ferris' casual remark touched upon Blazkowicz's most frequently used tactic. His brother had been employing encirclement and relief denial. From the Argent Nur Greenskin War, the first battle against the Psychnuines in the Void, to the confrontation with Rangdan on Morse's Horn, all these campaigns utilized encirclement and relief denial. It was an extremely ancient, yet incredibly effective classic tactic. It's effective, Blazkowicz chuckled, explaining why he so frequently used the same tactic. There are no outdated tactics, only using the right tactic in the right place. He continuously clicked on the holographic projection, planning the attack, while simultaneously saying, encirclement and relief denial is remarkably effective against any unified race with a homeworld mindset. Just as the difficulty of leaving one's homeland mindset is deeply ingrained in human thought, you and I are Primarchs, yet still profoundly influenced by our homeworlds. Argent Nur and Medusa are extremely important presences in our hearts. Ferris did not refute him. He nodded in agreement with his brother's words. Just like those stellar nobles who, upon learning that Terra was still under human control, spared no effort to return to their homeworld, exhausting their fortunes to purchase a piece of land. The birthplace of humanity has also become an unbreakable chain, shackling the neck of the human race. During the dark age of technology, Terra was also an object of contention for various forces. All human regimes wanted to embrace Terra, to be crowned emperor in the birthplace of humanity. Only the most powerful warlords or rulers could secure a place there. Countless magnates fell in the struggle for dominance. Ferris sighed with immense emotion, speaking much more than his usual silent nature. Yes, Blazkowicz let out a long sigh, Terra and humanity have become an inseparable whole. Terra represents humanity, and humanity is Terra. If Terra were lost, humanity would become wanderers scattered across the stars, never again able to unite. Any ambitious, idealistic regime, having lost its legitimacy and legal basis, will never be able to unify humanity. At this point, Blazkowicz couldn't help but think of the Eldari, a race that had dominated the universe for 60 million years, only to ultimately fall to the maw of Slaanesh. They were powerful and arrogant, yet could never rise again because the Eldari had lost everything. Their homeworld and all symbolic objects were utterly destroyed by Slaanesh. All Eldari gods had fallen, and the surviving Eldari remnants were incapable of great responsibility. Moreover, the branches of the Eldari were too numerous, their culture fragmented to the extreme. Having lost their main symbols and gods, it was no longer possible to unite the highly fragmented Eldari. If Terra were ever besieged one day, the conversation returned to its starting point. Blazkowicz's face was wreathed in a smile, his eyes full of playful mockery as he asked Ferris in a teasing tone, "Would you not go to its aid?" This was a very sensitive question. If it had come from anyone else's mouth, they would have immediately been thrown to the ground and condemned for treason. Spoken by a Primarch, however, it was a prediction of crisis, containing sharp strategic wisdom. Terra cannot be besieged. Ferris stiffened his neck, looking up at his brother, his expression somewhat rigid, and said in a low, warning tone, "You'd best say less of such things, lest you invite gossip." Ferris was alarmed by his brother's audacity, which prompted him to speak up and remind Blazkowicz to say less of such things in the future. Terra besieged. For ordinary people, it was unimaginable. The current imperium of man was like the rising sun, slowly ascending in the galaxy, purging all Xenos and uniting lost humanity. Besieging Terra was also something ordinary people could not accomplish. Only a Primarch had the right, the ability, and a legitimate reason to rebel, even to reach Terra's doorstep. And judging from the current state of the Imperium, among the Primarchs with the strength to rebel, no one could be found other than Blazkowicz. He commanded the prosperous Nur Stars, independent of imperial oversight. For him to utter such words inevitably led to wild speculation. Morlock Guard and clan leaders, once we return to the Iron Fist, you must undergo re-education and forget this memory. Ferris' tone was stern, his eyes held an unyielding resolve as he warned his Gene sons. "I do not wish for what my brother just said to be known by a third party." "We understand," the Legion warriors responded with solemnity, their armor clanking as they moved, taking note of the Primarch's warning. "No need to be so tense, I don't care about gossip or anything like that." Blazkowicz waved his hand dismissively. "That's getting too far off topic. We are dealing with a war." "Words are powerful," Ferris shook his head, whispering in a low, serious voice. "Rumors can destroy a person." With that, he stopped discussing the issue and focused his energy on tactical planning. As it concerned the cooperation of two legions, the plan had to be meticulously detailed to prevent errors during the chaos and to avoid affecting the friendship between the legions. "My lord, Victor requests an audience." A soft voice sounded, and Sophia's figure appeared gracefully, bowing to Ferris. Ferris, the rough, tough man, was quite reserved at Sophia's appearance, quickly responding with the local Medusa etiquette of respect for a lady. Seeing his clumsy demeanor, Blazkowicz suppressed a smile and said, "Invite him up quickly. It seems he has made some discoveries." Victor had asked the Iron Men to capture worms to support some of his conjectures, and now that he was requesting an audience, it must mean he had made a technical discovery. Before long, a portly figure appeared on the bridge. The weapons master Victor's mechanical appendages behind him held a vial of potion and a worm container, respectively. "My lords," Victor's face showed a hint of excitement. He first bowed, then raised the jar in his hand. "I have made a new discovery here that can support your actions." Blazkowicz, however, looked solemn and suddenly interrupted. "Is it safe?" The seemingly unrelated question went straight to the core, revealing the most direct concern. It was not difficult to guess what Victor had brought. It was most likely some kind of biological weapon developed to target the worm's weaknesses. Biological weapons were the most unstable, easily inducing mutations and causing new positional changes in organisms. Safety and stability were the most basic requirements for biological weapons. If these 2 points were deviated from, the consequences would often affect the users. Extremely stable. Victor's face was alight with excitement as he raised the worm container and explained in detail. My team has thoroughly studied the worms and discovered their fatal flaws originate from the species itself. Ghana's worms are not afraid of mosquito bites. Rather, their neural tentacles are interfered with by the special anesthetic fluid secreted by mosquitoes during blood collection, leading to uncontrollable twitching and spasms. What is the specific principle? Ferris respected science and possessed much scientific knowledge, showing great interest in technological warfare. My lord, please observe this. Victor stepped forward, his mechanical appendage inserting into the bridge terminal, demonstrating the principle to the Primarch. A complete human nervous system appeared on the holographic projection, meticulously displaying the entire process of worm parasitism, gradually unraveling the mystery. The worms will envelop and consume the human's original nervous system, replacing its existence with their own, and finally completely control the host. Victor smiled, marveling at the wonders of natural evolution. However, humans and worms ultimately have subtle differences. What humans can resist, worms find difficult to resist. Mosquitoes are native Terran species, co-evolving with humans, and have followed humanity into the stars. There are multiple gene fragments in the human genome that can resist the anesthetic released by mosquitoes, but worms cannot. They have no resistance to mosquitoes. The holographic image changed again, showing 2 double helix DNAs, revealing the differences between humans and worms. Within the human genetic structure, there existed codes left over from billions of years of evolution, which constituted everything for human survival on Terra. The genetic structure of worms was very simple, allowing them to mimic the genes of other organisms, but lacking the traces of natural selection. The survival of individual offspring often relied on humans. Humans were the hosts of worms, and also their microbial protective suits. The xenos hid within human bodies, resisting most microorganisms in nature. Mosquitoes were different. When they drew blood, their proboscis would pierce the sensory nerves, and the injected anesthetic would cause the worm tentacles to spasm. This is an inherent biological defect, Victor said with disdain in his eyes, looking at the trembling worms in the container. It cannot be compensated for by 1 or 2 mutations. As the saying goes, every land nurtures its own people. In the primitive ecosystem of the world beneath our feet, there are no mosquitoes. Naturally, the intelligent organisms evolved from local life do not possess gene fragments to resist mosquitoes. I understand. Ferris listened attentively and drew a relatively simple conclusion. Mutation develops branches on an existing foundation to adapt to environmental changes, but it cannot create something out of nothing. Yes, my lord, Victor added, mosquitoes are an invasive species. They occupy the local ecological niche, eliminating other organisms with overwhelming dominance. Blazkowicz understood. What Victor was referring to was a common problem faced by human colony worlds across the galaxy. Human-colonized worlds were often accompanied by the large-scale extinction of local life, regardless of whether that life was beneficial or detrimental to the ecosystem. The reason for this was that the insects, rodents, and ants brought by human colonists caused devastating damage to the local ecosystem. Aside from certain species with strong natural adaptability and extreme viciousness, most organisms found it difficult to survive insect plagues. Never underestimate insects. They have coexisted with humans and endured human attacks, yet they have tenaciously survived. These microscopic organisms have long since diverged greatly from their primitive forms, possessing extremely high genetic complexity, even comparable to the current state of humanity. Understanding this, Blazkowicz felt reassured and he asked Victor, "What have you gained from this insight?" Since it was safe and reliable, capable of specifically targeting the worms, it was natural to utilize it quickly. Eradicating the Xenos was an urgent matter. "A biological anesthetic," Victor said, holding up a bottle of light blue liquid. "This is an artificially synthesized agent that I extracted from the biological anesthetic of local insects, and it can be mass-produced. Spraying it into the air will allow the agent to penetrate the body, paralyzing the worm's neural tendrils and rendering them incapable of combat. I've also improved its effect," Victor said, his round face beaming with a smile, his small eyes fixed on his creation. "To prevent the agent from settling and losing effectiveness, I altered its molecular structure. The agent can remain suspended in the atmosphere for several years, eventually covering the entire world. The worms that inhale the anesthetic will not exhibit their primitive violent reactions. They will all eventually become paralyzed, completely helpless." "Good," Ferris exclaimed upon hearing this, his iron hands clashing together with a fierce clang. "In this way, our troops' casualty rate will be reduced, and we can completely eliminate the Xenos race with the lowest possible casualties." He pointed his iron hand at Victor, expressing genuine admiration. "Survivors of the glorious era, you are truly, as the legends say, dissecting the entire world with your wisdom. With the biological anesthetic, the Xenos are merely lambs to the slaughter, awaiting the fires of human vengeance to consume them." Despite receiving high praise, Victor remained exceptionally serious and knelt before Blazkowicz. "It is King Navik who granted us equality, allowing us to shine again and no longer sink into darkness." "There's no need for such humility." Blazkowicz immediately stepped forward, helping the Iron Men artisan to his feet, his eyes also filled with approval. "Simply accept the honor. I now authorize you to oversee the production of the agent. Once the fleet arrives, all factories will operate at full capacity to produce a sufficient quantity of the agent in a short time, covering all Xenos worlds. Share the agent's formula with me?" Ferris, who was nearby, stepped forward and placed a hand on the Iron Men's shoulder. "My fleet also has factories that can assist in production." Blazkowicz nodded, not dampening his brother's enthusiasm, and authorized the Iron Hands Legion to produce the agent. Victor's body was ramrod straight, his plump face very serious, as he nodded and accepted the heavy responsibility, reaching out to transmit the data to the clan warrior's power armor. Unexpectedly, with technical support, the war seemed considerably easier. In the void where the Ghana's homeworld was located, warp light flared, and the First Fleet completed its warp jump, assembling within the star system. "Magnificent!" Ferris stood before the viewport, watching the constantly flaring warp light, unable to help but exclaim, "A fleet of this scale is enough to make any enemy tremble." Although he was mentally prepared, when he truly saw the scale of his brother's fleet, he was still greatly astonished by its grandeur. "It's not enough." Blazkowicz stood alongside his brother, and upon hearing the praise, he did not show pride, shaking his head gently as he said, "The Rangdan are a great enemy of humanity. The mission of this fleet is to withstand the Xenos' first wave of attack." Ferris remained silent. In his heart, he once again raised the threat of the Rangdan by several levels, quietly planning to strengthen his legion's power, awaiting battle with the Rangdan. When a full-scale war with the Rangdan began, no one would be able to remain aloof. The war would involve the entire Imperium. Blazkowicz pointed at the viewport, opening a quantum communication channel to the entire fleet. "All logistics warships, heed this command. Cooperate with Weapon Master Victor to produce biological agents at full capacity. The necessary production resources are to be requisitioned from the Xenos." Even before the fleet's arrival, Imperial representatives had informed the worms that a son of the Emperor's fleet was about to arrive, and they should not be overly alarmed. They also demanded that the Ghana's worms provide material supplies to the fleet, contributing to the Imperium. The worm governor readily agreed. The Imperial fleet's arrival for resupply indicated that the Imperium of Man had prepared to make the Shaper Union a part of it. Both sides, in full swing, began to intensify the production of materials, all of which were gifts prepared for the other. To counter worm infection, Victor had specially developed some small equipment capable of scanning for Xeno's eggs and neural tendrils, preventing them from muddying the waters and spreading infection to the fleet under the guise of supplying materials. The process went smoothly. The Ghana's worms behaved honestly, made no excessive moves, and diligently provided materials. A month later, as the fleets of the two sons of the Emperor gradually departed, the Ghana's worms' anxieties finally subsided. The Imperium had not discovered any anomalies. What they did not know was that the departing ships were heading to the Shaper Union's colony worlds, preparing to spread death across the stars. If the worms had astropaths, they would have heard from the warp, all mission feedback of arrivals at their destinations, and completed void blockades. Once all preparations were complete, above the alien homeworld, the Iron Man and the Royal Majesty shifted their undersides towards the world below, their main cannons aimed at the Xeno's spaceport. All Imperial representatives on the ground had withdrawn, and Imperial nobles held banquets aboard their ships, indifferently observing the Xeno's destruction. The Xenos detected that something was amiss. All human warships in orbit had assumed an attack posture. On the bridge of the Royal Majesty, Blazkowicz sat on the command throne, looking up at the massive holographic countdown, which was about to reach the attack time. The countdown began when the first ship departed. The moment the countdown ended would be the start of the fleet's synchronized attack. "My lord, a communication from the surface. Should I connect it?" Gates hovered in the air. As the captain, it provided warship data support during wartime. Blazkowicz glanced at the countdown. Only 2 minutes remained. It was time to give the worms a formal farewell. He said softly, "Connect it." The governor's holographic image appeared. Although his face was not visible, his apprehension was. He cautiously inquired, "My lord, are your fleet's actions perhaps disrespectful to us?" Even now, the governor was still very careful, avoiding overly aggressive language to avoid angering the son of the emperor. But he saw a difference. The usually arrogant king was now calm, seated on his throne without a trace of pride. Wisdom shimmered in the giant's eyes, and his extraordinarily valiant face glowed with divine light. His entire being exuded an extraordinary charisma, and simply sitting on the throne without a word inspired an urge to submit. The governor felt that if he had not occupied this shell, with the original human consciousness as primary, he would have knelt now. "My meaning is that the aggression displayed by your fleet makes the citizens of the Shaper Union very uneasy." He unconsciously lowered his tone, speaking softly, expressing his delicate dissatisfaction to the giant. Blazkowicz gave the governor a friendly smile, watching him in silence for a long time. The sharp gaze made the governor's heart palpitate, unsure of how to react. The communication channel was silent for a long time. The governor felt the vanished arrogance. Silence itself was a form of arrogance. The son of the emperor gave no response. Actions were language, and that heavy arrogance pressed down on the governor, making him afraid to breathe. Then he heard a sound that made his insect tendrils coil violently. "Brother," another voice appeared on the bridge, also from holographic communication. "My legion is beginning its descent." The governor heard clearly, a chill running from his spine to his brain, and a sense of collapse washed over him. The other son of the emperor, Ferrus Manus, had unleashed the Iron Hands Legion, launching an attack on its homeworld. "Royal Majesty drop pods released," Blazkowicz spoke, responding to his brother's attack. "Denurian forces will attack alongside the Iron Hands." He looked at the governor, saying in a voice filled with extreme disgust, "We are indeed attacking. I have endured your existence for too long, you filthy Xenos scum." With that, he cut off the communication. Rumbles. The sharp, disgusted words became a bolt of lightning, striking the governor's brain, making it dizzy for a moment. It stood stunned for a while, then ran out of the Great Hall like mad. When it looked up at space, the Imperial warships hovering in orbit were releasing countless, dense drop pods from their undersides. The sky was torn apart, and the Emperor's Legion warriors, riding in drop pods symbolizing the Empire's anathema, descended from space, shattering the Ghana's worm's illusions. The ground trembled, and the entire world shook. The governor's gaze swept into the distance, where the orbital bombardment from Imperial warships rained down on other cities at the edge of the cerulean sky. "It's over, it's over," the governor murmured, stumbling to the ground, his magnificent golden robes scattered like a chrysanthemum withered by autumn frost, the light in his eyes gradually dissipating. Humanity descended with wrath. They had long discovered the existence of the worms. Their previous actions were merely to buy time, waiting for the fleet's deployment to be completed. And at this very moment, it was time for judgment. A wave of desperate powerlessness surged in the governor's heart. He could imagine that the human army had made thorough preparations, launching synchronized strikes across the entire Shaper Union. He slowly rose from the ground. More and more of his kin gathered in the council hall, their frantic footsteps masking whispers of fear, as the worms, realizing the situation, prepared to counterattack. "Activate the city shields. The planetary shields have fallen. We need to protect the capital. Humans are too cunning, they deceived us. Activate all automated weapons. Employ all defensive measures to resist the human attack, and await the fleet's return to aid the homeworld." After a brief moment of silence, the communication channels were filled with angry roars, curses against the despicable humans, as the army began to organize a counterattack. Perhaps infected by the determination of his kin, the governor regained his fighting spirit, quickly running from the front of the hall back to the council chamber, enduring his inner unease amidst the clamor. Now the homeworld was in chaos. No matter how dangerous the situation, someone needed to step forward, restore confidence, and lead their compatriots in a counterattack against humanity. "Quiet, everyone." The governor hurried onto the high platform, deliberately lowering his voice, his normally elegant tone now only serious. "The situation is dire. Please cast aside doubts and other uneasy emotions. We need calm and rationality." After his soothing words, the two sides of the hall settled down considerably. The high-ranking officials who held power daily found their pillar of support. The governor nodded with satisfaction. At least for now, his authority still existed. He was still the supreme ruler above tens of thousands. His colleagues had not initiated an impeachment or stripped him of his power at such a critical moment, despite his erroneous decisions. The ministers, dressed in robes of various colors, all stood solemnly on both sides, awaiting the governor's speech to address the sudden crisis. "Now we need to confront the coming war, a long-premeditated war initiated by humanity." The governor's voice echoed through the hall. He summarized briefly, then made quick deployments. All combat personnel are to engage in defensive warfare, prioritizing the protection of energy facilities. Under the shield's protection, establish defensive lines to resist the human attack. Communication spires are to send out emergency transmissions, conveying messages for the Void Fleet to abandon other worlds and prioritize supporting the homeworld. "Everyone tilde," the governor removed his mask, revealing his beautiful face, and with an unwavering gaze sweeping the entire hall, he said, "Now is a time of life and death. I ask you to join me wholeheartedly in protecting the continuation of our race." "Understood," the ministers voiced their assent, preparing to face the cruel war. Having received a satisfactory answer, the governor nodded contentedly, finally adding, "I need to request an audience with father and mother. You all must hold the front line for now." Everyone nodded, then hurried out of the council hall to attend to their respective duties. Seeing the ministers depart, the governor also set off for a secret place to seek an audience with the origin of their race. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the city, drop pods descended from the sky, announcing the arrival of the Legion. The Emperor's death angels stepped onto the planet's surface, bringing destruction to the Emperor's enemies. The first wave of Iron Hands drop pods landed, and Space Marines poured out, slaughtering the stunned residents nearby with their bolt guns, clearing landing zones for subsequent forces. The architectural style of the Ghana's worms was not towering hive cities, but rather city clusters similar to ancient Terra. In the urban fringe, there were residential areas with a pastoral style, rows of small villas neatly arranged, which indeed had a unique beauty. "We signed a treaty with you. Why are you killing?" Facing the Legion warriors, who descended from the sky with murderous intent like ferocious tigers, an elder stepped forward and loudly questioned them. Bang! The answer was a bolt shell, which exploded his waist. Overwhelming pain surged, forcing the worm to shut down its pain nerves to alleviate the intense agony from its body. Then it felt something cold step on its head. Raising its eyes to look up, an incredibly muscular human in combat boots was stepping on its head, a dark gun barrel aimed at it. "Filthy Xeno!" The warrior, looking down from above, spoke with disgust from beneath the wide visor grill. "Go atone for your sins to the Emperor through death." The Legion warrior forcefully stomped his combat boot, crushing the Xeno's body like a watermelon, splattering red and white matter. A transparent, centipede-like worm slowly crawled out of the spine, struggling to escape. Its small movements naturally did not escape the Space Marine's keen eye. The helmet, integrated with multiple detection functions, had already been fed the Ghana's worm's biological information, making the Xeno as bright as a firefly in the dark night. The Legion warrior naturally wouldn't let it go. The flamethrower mounted beneath his bolt gun spewed scorching flames, pouring onto the worm. Screech tilde screech tilde screech tilde. The worm let out a piercing shriek as it was roasted, its transparent body struggling in the flames, its gelatinous surface constantly bubbling, and its neural tendrils turning to ash. "Without a human body, you low-level creatures can't even make a sound." The Legion warrior sneered, increasing the firepower to reduce the Xeno to ashes. The Iron Hands warriors, slaughtering the Xenos around the landing zone, were not in a hurry to attack the main city. Instead, they purified every inch of land with fire. Adjacent to the Iron Hands landing zone, Argent Nur's unique drop pods descended from the sky, carving out a landing zone for the army. Unlike traditional drop pods, Argent Nur's drop pods were much larger, 4 times the size of an Imperial drop pod, yet carried no more passengers. As Argent Nur's drop pods landed, 4 Doomslayers or Sentinels stepped out from each side. The upper protective cover sprang open, revealing a composite weapon platform and a shield generator. The weapon platform consisted of pressurized lasers, auto turrets, disintegration rays, and solid projectile missiles, boasting firepower equivalent to a heavy tank. The shield generator carried by the drop pod could protect personnel within its range, effectively reducing landing mortality. This equipment was developed by the Iron Men, intended to provide immediate fire support upon landing and protect Argent Nur's scarce combat personnel. The drop pod weapon platforms opened fire, targeting the Xeno dwellings, a wave of missiles carpet-bombing the area, creating a secure cordon. Not only that, the drop pod's base elevated, and its multi-directional treads rotated, moving to appropriate distances to form an early defensive fire line. A mobile front line, with rolling treads flattening residential areas and shields deflecting incoming attacks, successfully established a landing zone. Such an efficient combat method demonstrated technological prowess and industrial capacity. By the time the troops landed, the defensive positions were already deployed. The Xeno city also reacted, activating numerous defensive facilities and raising continental-level shields to protect the city. The city square split open, and after the bulkheads opened, defensive platforms rose, with dozens of 100-meter cannons emerging from the ground, aimed at the Void ships. Just then, orbital bombers released from space carriers plunged into the atmosphere, streaking past with supersonic shrieks, dropping dense clusters of bombs behind them. Bang, 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 bang. To the confusion of the worm defenders, the bombs exploded in midair before they could be intercepted, scattering pale blue mists. The orbital bombers pulled up, leaving the range of defensive weapons, and sped away along the planet's atmosphere. Ignoring the bombers that left trails of exhaust and sped away, the worm defenders locked onto the void ships, awaiting the charging of their orbital defense weapons. As long as the void ships were driven away, the ground forces would be isolated, and then troops could be dispatched to encircle and annihilate them. However, the void ships in orbit neither dodged nor retreated. They simply activated their shields, making no evasive maneuvers, appearing utterly confident. It was known that no matter how powerful a void ship, facing ground-based firepower often hundreds of meters long and with astonishing power output, it would have to choose to retreat, as the two were not equivalent platforms. Thinking of this, the worms sneered repeatedly, believing that humans would eventually pay a heavy price for their arrogance. During a few minutes of waiting, humans launched wave after wave of troops from the void, continuously strengthening their ground forces, and the orbital defense weapons also finished charging. Just as the operators grinned, about to initiate the firing command, an irresistible drowsiness swept over them. Those blue mists are problematic. Before they could prevent their eyes from closing, this was the last conscious thought of most Ghana's worms in the city. Of course, there's a problem with the mist. That was a carefully prepared potion by the Iron Men craftsman, Victor, designed to put the worms into a defenseless sleep. The entire city shut down. Orbital defense cannons continuously accumulated energy, but never received the firing command. Plasma cannons emitted blinding blue light, eventually detonating in a brilliant blaze. More orbital defense cannons, under overload protection, cut off their energy supply, and as the energy dissipated, their cooling systems initiated heat dissipation protocols. The cooling systems of the giant orbital cannons spewed steam, forming localized steam clouds. Such a degree of energy accumulation was astounding. The Imperium of Man was delighted by this situation. After such a commotion, the orbital defense firepower was temporarily unusable. Many internal components of the cannons would be damaged by overload, losing their strategic threat. The main human forces descended with their landing craft. The automatic defense weapons firepower was too weak to shoot down shielded landing craft. At the Iron Hands landing zone, large numbers of Imperial Auxiliary Army emerged, their weapons and armor far more advanced than those of ordinary Imperial Auxiliary Army. Ferris not only designed armaments for the Legion, but also enhanced the military equipment of the mortal forces, making it easier for them to fight alongside the Astartes. Tanks rolled out one by one from the landing craft, moving to the space marine lines, preparing to integrate with the infantry and push forward. The sheer number of armored vehicles was astonishing. Seeing them firsthand was far more impactful than merely looking at data. The Iron Hands warriors possessed extremely high combat discipline. They immediately surrounded the tanks, connecting their power armor servo systems to the vehicles, establishing a coordinated heavy infantry and tank system. Predator, Sikaran, and Kratos tanks, among others, formed a combination of light, medium, and heavy tanks, neatly arrayed on the front line, awaiting the Primarch's command to crush the enemy. Anyone seeing so many vehicles parked together, imagining the rolling tracks forming an iron tide, would feel their scalp tingle. Besides space marine vehicles, the mortal auxiliary army possessed countless heavy artillery pieces. As the auxiliary army primarily provided fire support, they had fewer tanks and troop carriers, mainly equipped with heavy and super-heavy artillery. With super-heavy fire support combined with space marine armored assaults, it was hard to imagine any enemy resisting such an attack. When the ground positions were established, a giant emerged from a landing craft, carrying a warhammer and descending onto the battlefield. the Gene Father, Primarch Ferris, personally came to command the battle. His first act was not to enter the established command bunker, but to climb to the top of the landing craft and look towards the Denurian position. Compared to the bustling Legion position, the Denurian position was relatively quiet, yet operated with greater efficiency. Those automatic super-heavy artillery pieces extended their 4 mechanical legs, walked into their designated positions, embedded their mechanical legs into the ground, and injected a solidifying agent to stabilize their base. Ammunition feeders followed in coordination, and automatic machines worked together to quickly establish an artillery support position. 4 trapezoidal anti-gravity fortresses hovered within the position, their void shields merging to form an impregnable defense. Various defensive and offensive equipment rose from the ground under mechanical power, completing the defensive line and even laying alloy flooring. The mortal forces rested at the landing zone, checking their armaments and automatic soldiers, ready to join the battle at any moment. Ferris' expression was solemn. Those mortal auxiliary army were not simple, well-equipped, impeccably disciplined, and coordinated with calm precision. He had seen holographic records of the Rangdan genocides. At that time, the Nur auxiliary army was somewhat nascent, but after the crucible of war, they had now become a qualified and strong army. Denurian vehicles were also different, having abandoned traditional forms to become mobile fire platforms. They were miniature trapezoidal fortresses, roughly the size of 2 mastodons, hovering in the air using gravity technology, equipped with various heavy armaments, and projecting area shields that could also protect surrounding infantry. What he saw made Ferris secretly alarmed, and he couldn't help but wonder. If these hovering vehicles protected the auxiliary army, pressing forward with a massive number of automatic soldiers, could the Iron Hands withstand it? He then recalled his brother's hint of rebellion, and his heart began to pound. Even the mortal auxiliary army possessed combat power, not to mention the Doom Slayers and Sentinels, who were even more formidable, matching or even far surpassing the Astartes. During the month of waiting, Ferris had interacted with the Sentinels. Those warriors were very powerful, and due to varying degrees of genetic degradation, the weaker ones could rival Astartes, while the stronger ones had unfathomable limits. However, there was a fundamental difference between Astartes and the Sentinels. Every Sentinels received decades, even centuries, of military education. They were highly skilled in combat and possessed an iron will. Crucially, they were loyal to King Noak, and at King Noak's request, they ventured into the galaxy to save fallen humanity with no sense of belonging to the Imperium. The Doom Slayers were the same. They came from the stars, had no sense of belonging to a homeworld, and their loyalty to their Gene Father surpassed that to the Emperor. Ferris descended from the top of the landing craft without a word. In a matter of seconds, he had thought of many things. Did Blazkowicz have rebellious intentions? He felt a chill spread from his spine to the back of his head, shivered, and dared not think deeper, stopping his dangerous thoughts. Now was the time to fight alongside his brother. How could he doubt his brother's loyalty? Shaking his head to clear his mind, Ferris focused his attention on the battlefield, diluting his inner doubts. He ordered over the Legion's communication channel. All warriors, check your armaments, prepare to launch the attack. The bioweapon has taken effect. The Xenos are now defenseless. Depart after readiness is complete, crush the Xenos and cleanse this entire world. Flesh is weak. The Legion warriors roared their battle cry in unison, a deafening sound. The Iron Hands, due to their Primarch's iron hands, had a widespread practice of bionic modifications within the Legion to enhance their warriors' combat effectiveness. When a limb suffered irreparable damage in battle, they chose to completely replace the original limb with a mechanical prosthesis, using mechanical limbs to enhance combat power and pay homage to their Gene Father. Legion advance! Ferris raised his warhammer, pointing at the towering, Xenos-infested buildings, and growled a declaration of hatred. Let them atone for 1,000 years of deeds. The Legion, according to the battle plan, relying on armored units, broke into smaller, specialized cleanup forces to purge the Xeno city. Ferris commanded from the center, fully utilizing his talents to precisely calculate battlefield factors and dynamically adjust troop deployments. From the holographic map, the Iron Hands Legion resembled a rapidly growing tree, quickly spreading its branches from the root, beginning to cleanse the Xeno's city. The worms were defenseless, dragged out of their residences by mortal servants, gathered in squares or open areas for centralized incineration. The once picturesque city was engulfed in thick smoke, and the worms' agonizing shrieks from the burning flames were incessant. However, as the army advanced deeper, they began to encounter organized resistance. Slender Shaper's warriors, using urban cover, began to resist the Legion's advance with laser weapons. "Why did you break the treaty?" they angrily demanded, firing their weapons, using their meager strength to resist the Iron Hands. "A treaty was signed between our leaders. We lowered our living standards and joined the Imperium, so why are you still attacking?" The Shapers were filled with grief and indignation, frantically pulling triggers, vowing to defend their happy home to the death. The Legion warriors did not respond, instead directing tank fire to destroy cover and answering the questions with bolter fire. "Mortal soldiers, you need not waver. They are no longer our kin, merely bodies occupied by Xenos. Their lingering self-awareness is simply because the parasites haven't yet devoured their brains, not a complete replacement. These people are beyond saving. Everything we do is to tear down a false illusion." The Legion warriors loudly chastised why the Shapers could still rise and fight. Perhaps out of malice, after worm parasitism, they would coexist with the host, attaching to the host's nervous system. After the Ghana's worms fell dormant, these individuals could still act on their own due to their intact nervous systems. In their eyes, the Imperium was a treacherous aggressor, launching an invasion without honor, and they were defending their homeland. Seemingly gaining free will when the worms were dormant, they were in fact puppets of thought, blinded by the illusory harmony they had seen in daily life. Facing these humans, the Legion warriors showed no hesitation, delivering death with a single bolter round. Only death could bring peace to their long-fallen brethren. Iron treads rolled forward. With infantry tank coordination, automatic firing points were eliminated one by one, defensive structures were destroyed, and the Legion's advance was unstoppable. The Shapers were extremely clumsy in direct combat. They were accustomed to assimilation and invasion, lacking a culture of frontal engagement. Their war weapons were very primitive, using some automatic and laser guns, which could not inflict effective damage on space marines. As the Iron Hands crushed the Xenos in the Denurian position, a vast psychic ritual was brewing. Chapter 86 Try. The Iron Hands Legion advanced on multiple fronts towards the city center, sweeping away the Xenos with an iron-like momentum. At the same time, deep within the front, a psychic storm capable of turning the tide of battle was brewing. 13 Beta-class Psyker Masters, clad in ancient Saint Rune robes and bearing the title of Master, having undergone rigorous training, now stood in a circle. Doom Slayers guarded them, and psychic light gathered in their hands. The Masters chanted obscure incantations, their wills united, jointly guiding the violent warp energy, transforming it into an invisible psychic barrier that pressed down heavily on the Xenos city. To prevent any accidents, Blazkowicz ordered the establishment of a psychic barrier, aimed at completely severing psychic communication inside and outside the city, cutting off Xenos psychic transmissions. Although most Ghana's worms had lost their resistance due to inhaling bioagents, extreme caution was still necessary to prevent unforeseen circumstances. As the Psyker Masters exerted their full power, all the psychic runes on the ground lit up, and the wills of the 13 Psyker Masters transformed into a psychic barrier, capping the Xenos city from above. A transparent hemispherical dome descended, completely severing outward psychic communication and signaling the start of the Nur Legion's attack. The combined legion set out, advancing towards the Xenos city, clearing out the Ghana's worms, and giving the infected brethren the final mercy of total annihilation. Doom Slayers and Sentinels, they commanded the auxiliary army legions, using superhuman wisdom to analyze the battlefield situation and make decisions. And the mortal auxiliary army, tested by blood and fire, erupted with outstanding combat power, advancing at an unhurried pace with the support of an information platform. 100,000 Nur auxiliary army personnel directly operated 250,000 automated mechs for frontal assaults, while backup mechs executed automated orders, and four-legged robots dragged worm hosts out of residential buildings, gathering them for incineration. The enemies were shapers whose physical functions were no different from ordinary humans. The auxiliary army's offensive was overwhelming, continuously destroying resisting enemies. Against bunkers, other cover, or enemy defensive points, only a single mark was needed, and the coordinated fire platforms immediately unleashed heavy firepower on the target. Under the multi-cooperative advancement mechanism, few enemies were killed head-on. If one squad found enemies in front, another squad would flank to the rear or side, combined with automated mechs, sweeping through like a breeze through fallen leaves. Too powerful, Ferris, who was constantly monitoring the front, couldn't help but exclaim internally. The combat effectiveness of the Nur auxiliary army impressed him. In large-scale Legion operations, their actions were highly efficient, and the overall coordination of the Legion was extremely high. Detect and destroy. Following behind the auxiliary army were self-propelled artillery pieces, automatically moving into the enemy's shield range with friendly forces, firing according to beacon guidance and priority. Along the advance routes of his brother's combined legion, there was rarely prolonged fire engagement. Skirmishes were often brief and intense, quickly ending with precise fire support. There was no traditional urban warfare stalemate. The moment enemy forces were detected, artillery shells were already flying in from suitable angles, destroying the enemies. Blazkowicz arrived on the ground, teleporting directly into the command bunker, his expression grim as he stared at the holographic image, wary of any potential surprises. "The troops are advancing underground into the city," he said in a deep voice, pointing at the underground transport entrances on the holographic map. "Utilize the Xenos underground transport lines to disperse all units. The Legion's objective must be clear. Eliminate enemy combatants. Those who lose resistance will be handed over to automated mechs. Xenos that can move and respond to psychic communication are priority targets for elimination." The battle was progressing smoothly, yet Blazkowicz felt no ease. The true mastermind had yet to appear, and only the lower-tier worm individuals and human husks had been eliminated. A more comprehensive offensive must be launched to eliminate more active humans, preventing them from becoming sacrificial individuals. At his command, the auxiliary army quickly organized assault teams and entered the underground transport system. These extensive transport networks, built by the Xenos, now served as the human army's best transportation system. Technical personnel hacked into the transport system, restarting systems that had been shut down by high-level orders, and began dispatching underground trains, allowing assault and infiltration units to take rail transport to various parts of the city. On the other side of the city, the Iron Hands rushed underground. Tech Marines made contact with friendly forces and began a full-scale invasion. The two Primarchs, sharing a tacit understanding, chose the most efficient courses of action almost simultaneously, aiming to eliminate the Xenos faster. As the deep invasion began, the entire city erupted, with fierce gunfire echoing on every street, every corner, and every building. Space Marine bolt guns, Nur auxiliary army electromagnetic rifles, Shaper automatic weapons, all these distinct gunshots mingled, tearing at each other. Just 2 hours after the offensive began, the outer population was completely cleared. All areas beyond the fifth ring of the megacity were controlled, and troops crossed the Fifth Ring Road to coordinate with assault teams, attacking the Fifth City Circle from both within and without. The planet trembled under the human attack. Others in the city who could not deploy shields in time were annihilated by voidship orbital strikes. The battleship's lance batteries never ceased fire, continuously extending their reach, incinerating the surface repeatedly and delivering destruction to the city's underground spaces. The Xenos' capital was trampled by ground forces, countless worms reduced to ashes, mercilessly slaughtered by humans. Just then, as fierce fighting raged in the Fifth City Circle, an unusual roar, a dark sound like grinding teeth, pierced through the intense roar of gunfire. "Sir, new enemies have appeared." "Primarch, new enemies have appeared." Two reports reached different command centers, announcing the appearance of new enemies on the battlefield. Blazkowicz and Ferris, though kilometers apart, remained calm, simply nodding to acknowledge the information. As the reports came in, images of the enemies appeared on the holographic display. Transparent bodies with terrifying oral appendages, the fathers that devoured human husks deep underground to provide nourishment for the mothers. Predicted to be intermediate individuals of the species, responsible for resource collection, possessing some combat capability but with a low threat level. Sophia immediately provided a prediction, delivering the calculated conclusion and reporting the threat index to the commander. Blazkowicz nodded slightly. His assistant's analysis was reasonable, neither overestimating nor underestimating. The bugs appearing on the front line were not the so-called fathers, but merely similar intermediate individuals. Because beneath every city there were numerous similar bugs, hiding in dark corners to feed, then regurgitating to the mother they were paired with. The true parents hid in the shadows, observing the battlefield situation, plotting how to counter the human army. Blazkowicz then said, "Send an intelligence analysis to friendly forces and be sure to warn them about the worms' attack methods." Ferris soon received his brother's intelligence. The digital life's calculation results were similar to his own conjectures, but more scientific and rigorous. His eyes lowered, and he said to the messenger, "Notify frontline troops to prioritize eliminating the individual's friendly forces referred to as worm false fathers." The two Primarchs did not join the battle. The current bugs posed no threat, merely cannon fodder for the enemy's probing attacks. Indeed, masses of pale, translucent bugs appeared their bodies, composed of thousands of worms, writhing and rolling, yet not daring to advance a single step. A hazy glow enveloped their bodies, psychic energy blocking the penetration of bioagents, ensuring their mobility. Hiss tilde, hiss tilde. The false father's lamprey-like mouthparts hissed, and protruding filaments from the edges of its oral cavity sprayed out, entangling auxiliary vehicles that couldn't dodge in time, dragging them into its mouth to chew. But the next moment, dozens of red laser beams from the mortal auxiliary army converged, instantly vaporizing the false father's main body, and the worms it carried burst open on the ground. Bullets despise carbon-based life. Any carbon-based life is fragile before bullets. Even space marines without power armor would be riddled with holes by laser rifles. How could the seemingly ferocious and terrifying worm false father, with its weak insect body, withstand bullets? They could only feast on unarmed humans in dark corners. When facing a well-trained army, they were nothing more than a wriggling meat target. A ferocious appearance can scare people, but it cannot scare lasers and bullets. In the struggle for the city's Fifth Ring Road, the appearance of the worm false fathers had no effect whatsoever, unable to resist the human offensive. On the Denurian front, the moment a worm false father appeared, the automated mech's high-pressure lasers instantly pierced it, reducing it to a mass of unconscious rotten meat. If the mortal auxiliary army could deal with them, let alone the space marines, a single precise burst killed the Xenos. Throughout the vast galaxy, in the great crusade initiated by the Imperium of Man, Xenos unable to kill space marines were not even afforded the dignity of being recorded in human history. The worms' weaknesses were laid bare. They could not resist bullets, could not kill space marines, and struggled to contend with the mortal auxiliary army in direct combat. Their most direct threat to humanity was their vast numbers and silent assimilation and replacement. However, within the heavily blockaded Starbay, the Xeno species found it difficult to escape and spread infection to the Imperium of man. It was like a dangerous virus capable of infecting everyone, but contained within a sealed vessel, unable to cause any significant disturbance. While the city war raged above, an eerie calm enveloped the areas beneath the city. If one could scan through the entire planet, humanity would discover a terrifying truth. The world had been hollowed out, and the subsurface was entirely filled with silken, cocoon-like tunnels. These tunnels branched in all directions, teeming with countless worm subentities, false fathers, and false mothers carrying ovipositors. The underground scene was one of complete harmony, utterly devoid of the surface's commotion. After numerous twists and turns, navigating through countless silken passages and labyrinthine tunnels, the governor finally arrived before his parents. He unzipped his cowl and knelt reverently within the cocoon chamber. The skin on his back split open from the midline, revealing his transparent worm body. Here, he no longer needed to pretend to be human. He had returned to his true home. Great father, progenitor mother. He spoke no more, his neural tendrils connecting to the silken threads, expressing his soul's reverence through mental vibrations. Before the prostrating governor, two incredible worm entities appeared like gods descending to the world. The progenitor mother was below, resembling a typical arthropod, her body long and slender. Within her transparent form, vibrant energy swirled, as if a universe was being born and extinguished inside her. On either side of the mother's body were pairs of neural antennae, neatly arranged, connecting to the cocoon chamber's silken threads, her will extending through these threads to all nests. Her head, however, was a human face filled with maternal love, benevolent and beautiful, her eyes devoid of any blame, only the pure love of a mother for her child. Upon the progenitor mother's back, the great father embraced her, their two tails intertwined, the root of life sowing within the mother's body, jointly propagating countless offspring. Above the father's body were countless swirling eyeballs, exuding vibrant colors, capable of perceiving anything. His head still featured a toothed maw, but within it, a human face had grown, embodying both majesty and tolerance, much like the stern yet all-supporting father figure in a human family. They coupled uninhibitedly before their offspring, the root of life continuously sowing, and eggs surged forth like a tide, propagating new life. The governor was intoxicated. Perceiving this scene, his mind was entranced by life. For a millennium, his parents had embraced so intimately. It was through this eternal procreation that they gained wisdom, driving the worm race to seize humanity's living space. Now, facing human invasion, his parents showed no panic. Their confident demeanor clearly indicated they had a plan. "My child Tilda." The mother's words came through the neural tendrils, full of doting affection, with no hint of blaming the governor. "I am here, my beloved mother." The governor returned to the mother's embrace, enveloped by maternal love, his consciousness feeling as if it were soaking in a warm spring, relaxing and comfortable. "You need not panic," the mother reassured her child, outlining the upcoming plan. "Infiltrating humanity is not urgent for now. Your father and I have new intentions." She transmitted the plan into her child's mind using psychic power. The worm race would continue to survive according to the will of their great parents. The governor understood. The grand plan unfurled in his consciousness like a scroll. The father and mother intended to abandon the surface. While humans bombed the surface, they would order their kin to seal all surface tunnels, no longer engaging humans in direct conflict. After a brief war, the two creators of the race understood that the worms could not defeat the prepared humans on a direct battlefield. The current strategy was to leverage the human cultural decisiveness of cutting off a tail to save the body, paying a certain price to make humans believe the worms had been annihilated. Once humans departed, the worms would return, infecting humans with even greater caution. By then, it would be a natural progression. The surface humans who came to colonize would also possess navigators, allowing the worms to travel freely in the void. The governor finished reviewing the mental blueprint and deemed the plan highly feasible. To evade humans, the race had already sealed off 20 kilometers of surface tunnels, hiding deep underground where detectors struggled to reach, avoiding human purges. The only remaining problem was how to convince humans that they had eliminated the worm main brain. "You don't need to worry about that." Perhaps knowing his offspring's thoughts, the always silent father spoke. His voice was deep and hoarse, greatly encouraging the governor. "I have already created 2 bodies that will make humans believe we have appeared before them." "Great Father," the governor prostrated himself, shouting in human language, "you are far-sighted. Under your guidance, our race is destined for the stars." Hearing such praise, the father's stern face smiled, and the myriad sparkling eyes on his form uniformly showed compassion. As the Ghana's worms plotted their golden cicada shedding its shell strategy, the surface war progressed smoothly. The Legion had advanced to the city's second ring, nearing the administrative center. The battle grew increasingly fierce. No human hosts were seen on the battlefield, only false fathers and false mothers, using their flesh and blood to resist human attacks. Unfortunately, they lacked ranged firearms, and their biological weapons could not withstand bolter fire and artillery. In the command center, Blazkovich's expression grew graver. He was waiting for the true enemy to appear. The Legion's offensive was unusually smooth, encountering little strong resistance. The silkworm's frenzied counterattacks seemed like the last desperation of a dying race. They showed no fear of death, as if protecting some vital existence, risking their lives and refusing to yield to human bolter fire. "Artillery barrage, extend." Blazkovich's eyes gleamed coldly as he marked a location on the holographic map. "Destroy the worm administrative center." He never believed that an ambitious race would possess only such limited resources, or that the alien leader would simply surrender. As the Primarch's order was given, various heavy artillery pieces targeted the city center, unleashing the wrath of the god of war upon the aliens' weak defenses. The shield generators had long been breached. The alien metropolis lay open, allowing artillery and missiles to strike directly into the city's heartland. Tilde boom rumble. Thousands of cannons fired simultaneously. Supersonic shells shrieked through the atmosphere, roaring as they slammed into humanity's enemies. Tilde boom rumble. Another massive artillery barrage. The Iron Hands Legion's thousands of cannons roared in unison, unleashing their fury upon the aliens. The ground trembled, explosions surged like a tsunami. Inside their space marine power armor, they could still acutely feel the vibrations from the intense shelling, affecting their vocal cords and eardrums. The mortal auxiliary army knelt, lowering their bodies and opening their mouths to prevent their eardrums from being shattered by the sonic boom of the concentrated bombardment. Under this scale of bombardment, no carbon-based life form could survive. Only extraordinary life forms endured. The entire city was eerily silent, devoid of worm screeches or wails. They had been blasted to smithereens, their bodies buried in rubble and debris. A sound of painful sobbing emanated from the ruins, a grief so profound that even the mortals who heard it couldn't help but shed tears. "Alpha-level psychic fluctuation detected," Sophia reported immediately. The holographic map showed a psychic barrier appearing in the city center, protecting a few buildings from the bombardment. Blazkovich knew what he had been waiting for had appeared. He raised his left arm, drawing his shield from a dimensional space, preparing to head to the battlefield. "Brother!" A holographic communication popped up, revealing Ferris' stern, square face, who, with a slight smile, extended an invitation. "Care for a trip?" Seeing him fully armed, a firepower backpack on his back, and the forge breaker in his iron hands, ready for a slaughter, Blazkowicz smiled and unclipped the super shotgun from his waist. His eyes narrowed, and he said with a murderous glint, "Wouldn't miss it for the world." At the foremost front line, the warriors had set up a teleportation beacon. The two sons of the Emperor, accompanied by the glow of teleportation, stepped onto the frontline battlefield. Beside Ferris was his Primarch Guard, 100 hand-picked Morlock Terminators representing the Legion's highest combat power. They bore the Legion's Iron Hands emblem on their right shoulder plates and a four-legged symbol on their left, their steps heavy, carrying various customized weapons, guarding the Primarch's flanks. Blazkowicz's retinue was much smaller, entering with 20 Doom Slayers and 20 Custodian Guards. Though fewer in number, their combat power was no less formidable. The black-armored warriors were silent, quietly igniting the dimensional blades in their hands, activating their composite shoulder cannons, and forming a defensive formation. Leading them was Obelisk, a towering figure with the mark of Blazkowicz on his left shoulder, the traditional Sentinel Gladius on his right, and the Lightning Aquila on his chest, symbolizing his participation in the Unification Wars. The golden-armored warriors were the most dazzling. They wielded long halberds personally bestowed by the Emperor. Custodian Guard Captain Odysseus carried the Aquila banner, his red cape strikingly vibrant, and his greatsword Monrach crackled with lightning. The mortals knelt. Having witnessed such a sight in their lifetime, they would have no regrets. Those legendary warriors, surrounding the godlike sons of the Emperor, launched an assault against humanity's enemies. The men who bled but did not weep now shed hot tears on the battlefield. At this moment, even death was worth it. Blazkowicz and Ferris exchanged glances, gripping their weapons, and said in unison, "Annihilate them all." Chapter 87 Fall. Crack and crack and crack. Hoarse, mournful wails echoed across the battlefield, the death song of a dying race. Alpha-level psychic fluctuations swept over the Imperial forces like a tidal wave of manufactured grief. Behind their visors, tears streamed unbidden down the faces of the mortal auxiliary. A sourceless sorrow crashed against their minds, threatening to drown their sanity. Even through their psychic shields, the alien creature's emanating despair wormed its way into the soldiers' hearts, planting seeds of doubt and remorse. What kind of battle is this? They wondered. Why have we come here? To destroy a harmonious civilization. The people they'd come to save had been living in contentment. Without alien control, or so it seemed, they'd taken up arms willingly against the Imperium. Before the Emperor's judgment descended, this world had flourished. Its people knew peace and prosperity. And the Imperium had descended from the sky like angels of death, slaughtering citizens with bolter fire, reducing gleaming cities to rubble, shattering the beautiful lives these people had built across the stars. Some soldiers with wavering resolve removed their helmets, faces twisted with remorse, infected by the great being's projected sorrow. They questioned the righteousness of their crusade. Yet within the Argent Nur auxiliary ranks, the soldiers remained unmoved. Their electromagnetic rifles barked with steady rhythm, cutting down stragglers without hesitation. Each pull of the trigger carried the weight of conscious choice and unwavering conviction. They were no emotionless killing machines. They were flesh and blood, thinking and feeling. But the education they'd received on Argent Nur had given them clarity that lesser troops lacked. They understood the truth of what they were doing. Beneath the facade of harmony lay the aliens' insidious enslavement. Humans were nothing but cattle to these parasites, fat to be devoured, bodies to be possessed, minds to be consumed at will. The Xenos controlled their victims from the shadows, slowly devouring the host's consciousness until nothing remained but an empty puppet wearing human skin. Family bonds, friendships forged over years, love between partners, knowledge painstakingly acquired, soul, body, mind. The aliens claimed it all piece by piece until the original person ceased to exist. No, it wasn't theft. To the parasites, humans were property. They'd been cultivated for this very purpose across millennia. And property has no free will. Its autonomy is merely an illusion, a cruel joke. Every Argent Nur warrior saw through this dark truth with crystalline clarity. Beneath the glittering prosperity lay the silent graveyard of 1,000,000 extinguished consciousnesses, their final screams lost to history. Therefore, this sinful world had to burn. Tear away the facade. Expose the bloody darkness beneath. Let the Emperor's light scour away the corruption that had festered here for 1,000 years. Even if the cost was every corrupted soul on this world, even if prosperity crumbled to dust and silence, even if nothing remained but ashes and memory. To excise poison that had corrupted the bone marrow itself, one must cut away the rotted flesh, no matter how much must be sacrificed to save what remains. It was this understanding that forged the Nur Auxiliaries' iron will, steadying their trembling fingers as they pulled their triggers without hesitation, without mercy, without doubt. The emotional assault lasted only heartbeats before a roar like thunder shattered the psychic manipulation. The mortal soldiers snapped awake from their induced grief, minds clearing as if fog had been burned away by a blazing sun. "Sorcerer!" Ferrus Manus bellowed, and the sound was a weapon unto itself. The sonic shockwave rippled outward, dispersing smoke and shattering psychic fluctuations like glass. His eyes blazed with righteous fury as disintegration lightning crackled along Forgebreaker's length. He leveled the mighty warhammer at the psychic barrier with undisguised contempt. "Put away your parlor tricks, Xeno's filth. I am the anathema you deserve." His voice dropped to a deadly growl that promised violence. To cage humans like livestock for millennia is your original sin. To presume to covet humanity's purity compounds that sin beyond measure. He raised Forgebreaker high, lightning arcing between its teeth. "Today you die. In death your hypocrisy shall be laid bare. In death you shall atone for your crimes against mankind." The Primarch's declaration rang across the battlefield, humanity's wrath given voice, pronouncing judgment upon the Xenos with the authority of the Emperor himself. Blazkowicz stood in silence beside his brother. Since Ferrus had cast the words of judgment, he would enact the sentence with deeds rather than rhetoric. "Mortals, fall back to a safe distance." He established a security perimeter with economical hand gestures, addressing the librarians who'd teleported in with the assault force. "If there's an unexpected development, raise your barriers immediately." The librarians bowed slowly, acknowledging the order with practiced silence. They remained vigilant, ready to isolate the battlefield should the situation demand it. The unexpected development Blazkowicz referenced was the potential manifestation of warp entities. Under no circumstances could such abominations be witnessed by the Imperial forces. The risk of corruption was too great. Reassured by the librarian's readiness, Blazkowicz nodded curtly and turned toward the psychic barrier. The custodian guard and doom slayers fell into formation around him with lethal precision. Ferrus signaled his legion to hold position while the mortal forces withdrew to safety. He hefted Forgebreaker, fully intending to personally execute the alien leadership. The two Primarchs advanced side by side. Broken rubble crunched beneath their power armor boots, pulverized to powder under their wrathful tread. Their killing intent was so palpable it seemed to shimmer in the air like heat haze, forcing nearby aliens to retreat and cower among the ruins. "Parasitic vermin," Ferrus spat with such venom that his saliva hissed against the ground, sending up wisps of acrid smoke. A Primarch in battle state was a living weapon, his very biology hostile to the enemy. "The Xenos are fundamentally barbaric," Blazkowicz agreed, his voice carrying easily as he advanced with shield raised. His gaze swept across the ruins toward the distant towers. "They possess no honor. Everything about them is counterfeit. The Ghana's worms parasitize humans, inherit human knowledge, then perpetuate themselves through human hosts. Everything they are derives from humanity, even their species bears mankind's indelible imprint." His tone dripped with contempt. "They have no authentic culture. They understand neither art nor true creation. Strip away everything human and the Xenos are revealed as merely savage primitives. Barbaric, backward, without the capacity for shame or honor. So, Blazkovich's voice echoed through the ruins as they walked, disparaging the very existence of the Ghana's parasites. Don't expect them to charge out for an honorable duel. They haven't evolved that far yet. Indeed, Ferris chuckled darkly. I overestimated them. They're not worthy of even that much consideration. The two Primarchs strode through the devastation, bathed in harsh sunlight filtering through unsettled dust. They looked like mythic heroes emerging from primordial mists, terrible in their beauty. The aliens who dared not show themselves cowered in shadows, not daring even to raise their awareness, fearing their consciousness might be seared by the Primarch's radiance. The mother, hidden in darkness far below, connected to her offspring through silken psychic threads, listened without feeling anger. She tried to comprehend concepts like honor and belief, but found only emptiness where understanding should be. A ripple of displeasure did pass through her alien consciousness. The son of the Emperor's words seemed to prod at something nascent in her awareness, something she couldn't quite grasp. But in the next instant, that flicker of self-awareness vanished without leaving any impression. The mother thought only of survival, how to deceive the human leadership, how to secure respite for her species, how to continue existing in the galaxy despite humanity's hatred. Soon, the Primarchs and their retinue reached the psychic barrier. Nothing dared obstruct their path. Humans, can you not spare us? Must you exterminate us completely? A voice emanated from within the barrier, attempting sorrow. Its tone shifted from firm to weak, becoming almost plaintive, tinged with desperate pleading. Ha! Ferris barked a harsh laugh, genuinely amused by the audacity. He gestured at the devastation surrounding them. Do you see the ruins around you? Is our sincerity not sufficiently clear? I cannot imagine what manner of foolish creature hides behind this barrier, still unable to comprehend the situation. You commit atrocities without number, then beg for mercy when judgment arrives. My brother speaks truth. You possess neither shame nor conviction. You are a despicable species that will embrace any degradation to survive. Ferris raised his chin in contempt, then slammed his iron fist against the barrier experimentally, testing whether brute force could breach the psychic energy. While his brother's vision was obscured by the shimmering field, Blazkovich's sight pierced through effortlessly. He observed the interior clearly, two alpha psyker worms, their consciousnesses detached and empowered by warp energy, leading elite guards in preparation for the final confrontation. He said nothing. Instead, he handed his shield to Ferris, the super shotgun riding at his hip. He extended both hands toward the barrier. Ferris, about to inquire how they would breach the field, closed his mouth. Holding his brother's shield, he stepped aside to observe. Blazkovich's arms, without encountering any resistance whatsoever, passed through the psychic barrier. He pushed forward slowly, permeating it like a diver descending through water. Ferris' eyes widened incrementally, disbelief warring with acceptance. He pressed his own hand against the barrier experimentally, confirming what he suspected. He shook his head, concluding that his brother possessed extraordinary gifts, perhaps comparable to Ferris' own living metal hands. Some abilities defied conventional understanding. Billions of tons of earth below, the mother thrashed in her cocoon. Her neural tendrils writhed violently. Her segmented body spasmed instinctively, attempting to break free from the mental grip that had somehow pierced through material reality to seize her consciousness through the psychic connection itself. That magnificent human, his arm passing through the materium, had impossibly grasped her mind directly. What's wrong? The father on the mother's back projected concern through their bond. Feeling his mate's distress, he ceased his efforts to spawn new offspring and lowered his head to nuzzle her soothingly. Before the mother could explain, her elongated body convulsed in agony so intense it flung the father from her back. Her ovipositor spasmed, expelling countless eggs prematurely. The mother's body twisted violently. Silk sprayed from her mandibles. Her face contorted in absolute terror as she fell heavily among the tangle of psychic threads, her head thrashing wildly within the cocoon as she tried desperately to translate mental agony into physical pain she could comprehend. Outside the psychic barrier, Blazkovich's expression darkened like a gathering storm. His hands closed around something invisible to mortal eyes. His entire body sank lower, veins bulging along his arms like cables. He roared a single word, "Open." RIP. The psychic barrier split down the middle. The barrier, woven from mental will and immaterial psychic energy, was torn apart by Blazkovich's bare hands as though it were physical cloth. The sound of rending psychic fabric echoed impossibly across the battlefield. The barrier before the strike team violently parted. A demigod had literally torn apart the boundary between realities. Whoosh! Instantly, clarity returned. The confusion and psychic pressure vanished. Beneath where the barrier had stood, ugliness was revealed in its totality, a mountain of writhing insects, an ocean of chittering Xenos flesh. Ferris hadn't even begun to marvel at his brother's impossible feat when the sight before him made his expression twist with visceral disgust. The alien leadership stood revealed, two massive worms, male and female, over 30 meters long. Their raised upper bodies towered 10 meters high, dwarfing even the Primarchs. Their translucent bodies displayed a variegated, nauseating coloration, reminiscent of the warp's sickening brilliance, chaotic hues, that provoked instinctive revulsion in any sane observer. The father raised his bulk body language conveying warning and threat. His proboscis hissed with alien menace. The human-like face grafted onto his insectoid body somehow made him more repulsive rather than less. The mother writhed and convulsed on the ground, clear evidence that the barrier Blazkovich had torn open had been her creation, and its destruction had caused her tremendous psychic backlash. Surrounding the alien progenitors were tens of thousands of guards, specimens noticeably larger and more formidable than the worms encountered on the battlefield proper. Blazkovich's expression remained impassive as he reached out to reclaim his shield from Ferris. His eyes, devoid of mercy or hesitation, swept across the two supreme beings of this parasitic species. He observed the human faces grafted onto insectoid heads and sneered. The birth of the Ghana's worms was absolutely connected to the warp. The evidence was undeniable. These two progenitors were real universe creatures, corrupted by warp contamination. They'd existed for a millennium, raising humans as livestock. And across that 1,000 years, they'd been influenced by their human cattle in turn. After warp corruption, the worms had acquired a characteristic property of warp entities. Their physical forms shifted to reflect their beliefs, and the beliefs directed at them. The symbiotic relationship between the worms and their human victims ran impossibly deep. Some humans, even knowing the full truth, had chosen to collaborate with the parasites. The faith and yearning born from this twisted relationship had reshaped the worms' original forms. The progenitors' bodies held symbolic significance. Their forms remained fundamentally insectoid, representing that their core nature persisted. The species hadn't deviated from its primitive origins. Yet their heads had become human, representing how the worm's cultural inclination had been completely subsumed by humanity. Millennia of coexistence and parasitism meant that human symbolism had eroded even the worm's most fundamental shape. Blazkovich gripped his super shotgun with lethal intent. What he observed aligned almost precisely with his predictions. The progenitors' bodies were saturated with warp energy. They were the source of mankind's calamity on this world. "What, exactly, are you?" A voice of infinite, false gentleness emerged from the mother's human-like face. She spoke like a loving matriarch, but her gentle tone carried profound disbelief. "How can you tear a psychic barrier with your bare hands?" She couldn't accept that something in the materium could, through brute physical force, shred a barrier composed of consciousness and psychic energy. It violated physics. It violated warp logic. It should be impossible. "I am your death knell," Blazkovich roared, offering no explanation. He announced the arrival of death to the Xenos and cocked his shotgun one-handed with a sound like breaking bones. As he prepared to charge the alien leadership, an iron hand pressed against his chest, stopping him. Meeting his brother's questioning gaze, Ferris raised his hand like a blade and placed it between himself and Blazkowicz, bisecting the space between the two massive worms. Half for each, one head apiece. Half referred to the insect guards. One head apiece meant the progenitors themselves. Blazkowicz nodded agreement. He raised his weapon and aimed at the mother, selecting his target. Between the two Alpha Psyker-level creatures, the division was logical. The father focused on physical enhancement, powerful but primarily corporeal. Ferris would face no disadvantage against such an opponent. The mother would be Blazkowicz's prey. She excelled at psychic manipulation. Her techniques were strange, varied, and extremely dangerous in actual combat. "Come then, humans," the father's majestic voice issued challenge. Both sides carried immense hatred with zero possibility of reconciliation. Only death could end this war. "Iron within," Ferris roared, brandishing his lightning-wreathed forge-breaker as he charged forward. "Morlocks, follow me to slay the Xenos." "Flesh is weak," the Morlocks' Terminators bellowed in perfect unison. They activated their melee weapons with a chorus of power field ignitions, advancing with thunderous steps, following their gene father to deliver the Emperor's judgment. Blazkowicz moved in silence. He flicked his left wrist, activating his shield. Its internal engine hummed to life, causing the monomolecular teeth around the shield's rim to spin into a blur as he strode toward the mother. "We shall judge the enemies of mankind." Shield Captain Odysseus roared, leading the custodian guard to follow the Primarch's advance. The Doomslayers fell in beside them, forming a golden spear aimed at the heart of the Xenos guards. The Primarchs could have accelerated far beyond their troops' capability, but they moderated their pace deliberately. This allowed their forces to maintain formation coherency and prevented their attack rhythm from becoming dangerously disjointed. At their true speed, even the Terminators would be left hopelessly behind. "A fight to the death with humans," the father declared, his majestic face set with ruthless determination. He'd cast aside all concern for survival. The mother tilted her head skyward. Her mandibles chattered rhythmically as she chanted psychic incantations in the worm's native syllables, strengthening her guards' inadequate bodies. Without technologically crafted armor, they could only rely on psychic reinforcement for even basic protection. Pale purple psychic energy descended upon the insect swarm like benediction, forming egg-shaped shields around individual worm guards. Greatly encouraged, they hissed from their proboscises and surged forward to meet the human advance. The Imperial response was a thunderous barrage of self-propelled bolt rounds. The devastation was apocalyptic. In literal eye blinks, thousands of worm guards were shredded into component molecules. Only elite veterans earned the right to wear Terminator armor in the Astartes legions. Those chosen for Primarch honor guards were the elite among the elite, the finest warriors humanity could produce. To maintain pace with their Primarch's charge, the Morlocks' Terminator vanguard carried composite bolters in their left hands, providing suppressive fire that would make Titan-class weapons seem restrained. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The crisp percussion of spent casings, each inscribed with oaths of moment, striking the ground merged into a metallic waterfall of sound. The composite bolters' twin barrels delivered double the fire rate of standard patterns, emptying drums in seconds. They tore through psychic shields like tissue paper, killing Xenos by the dozens with each trigger pull. As the vanguard reloaded with practiced efficiency, their brothers in the rear ranks opened fire, ensuring continuous fire saturation. Not a single moment passed without death raining upon the enemy. The Morlocks coordinated with supernatural precision, their decades of warfare together creating an unstoppable advance. Worm corpses fell like grain before the scythe. The Xenos couldn't even slow the Space Marines' momentum. Ferris led from the front, his power armor backpack unfolding like mechanical wings. It began unleashing firepower comparable to a god machine. Servo arms extended from his backpack, each mounting master-crafted weapons personally forged by the Primarch himself. Energy streams of different colors created a light show of death, firing into the charging worm formations with unrelenting precision. He was a humanoid titan. Entire swaths of worms were vaporized instantly. Nothing living existed in front of his charge, only charred remains and gelatinous carcasses marking where Xenos had been. In heartbeats, an incomprehensibly brief span for mortals, the honor guard personally led by a Primarch erupted with devastating combat power. They treated the aliens as mere animals for slaughter, painting the ruins with rivers of alien ichor. Before contact was even made, 1/3 of the charging worm formation had been annihilated. The Space Marines' killing efficiency transcended mortal comprehension. Yet the worms surged forward, equally fearless of death. They used their bodies to buy distance for their fellows, desperately closing to effective range. They spat silk threads like living weapons, attempting to envelop the Imperial forces. These biological filaments, empowered by psychic energy, possessed terrifying cutting capability, sufficient to pierce ceramite under sustained pressure. Ferris reacted with supernatural speed. His iron hand seized a silk thread mid-flight. With a powerful backward yank, he tore a 5-meter worm completely from the enemy formation and casually hurled it skyward. It never reached the ground intact. The creature fragmented midair, reduced to a rain of gelatinous chunks. The worm's razor silk pierced the outer ceramite layers of Terminator armor, but struggled to penetrate deeper. Unable to tear through inner seals and threaten the Space Marines' augmented flesh. The Morlocks, led by their Gene-Father, killed with methodical efficiency. They cleared obstacles from their Primarch's path, forming an armored wedge driving toward the worm leadership. Boom! A thunderous detonation drew Ferris' attention. From the corner of his eye, he saw golden fire erupt from Blazkovich's double-barreled shotgun. Where his brother's weapon pointed, a semicircular vacuum tens of meters wide appeared instantly. Every Xenos within that radius simply ceased to exist. Blazkovich broke the ancient firearm open with a practiced flick. 2 golden casings ejected, trailing smoke as they tumbled to the ground. Ferris looked closer at the spent shells. They were densely inscribed with layered runes, each bullet personally blessed by the Emperor himself. He clicked his tongue silently, gaining new appreciation for that archaic weapon with its exaggerated bore. It must have been personally forged by their father, with each round receiving individual benediction. From that weapon alone, one could measure the Emperor's regard for Blazkovich, a favoritism none of his other sons, including Ferris himself, possessed. He shook his head, dismissing the distracting thought. The enemy before him demanded full attention. The two forces collided in brutal melee. The churning mass of Xenos flesh crashed against the steel bulwark of humanity, each side employing every advantage to kill the other. The worms spat acid from their proboscises, corrosive enough to eat through ceramite layers, finally posing genuine threat to the Morlocks. But the Space Marines' counterassault was devastatingly swift. Power swords, power fists, lightning claws, melee weapons wreathed in disruption fields carved through Xenos flesh like it was water. Biology couldn't withstand humanity's technological superiority. At point-blank range, the heavy flamers mounted beneath Terminator gauntlets revealed their fangs. Promethium flames burned with hellish intensity. The worms writhed in the inferno, their shrieks reaching ultrasonic frequencies before they finally crumbled to ash. Chapter 88 Wrath. Space Marines are unstoppable. They embody violence incarnate, war machines forged by the Emperor to annihilate the enemies of mankind. All who stand before them will be slaughtered without mercy. On the front lines, led by their Primarchs, the Space Marines descend in crushing waves, the living nightmare of every Xeno species in the galaxy. Nothing can halt their advance. Space Marines brought only destruction. Plaza flagstones, shielded by psychic barriers from artillery bombardment, shattered beneath ceramite boots as they